Hey everyone, welcome back to WonderGod. Today we will see second part, what if Harry Potter was raised by an ancient magical legacy. Here is short summary. Taken from the Dursleys, Harry is raised by a hidden branch of his magical family, changing his fate forever. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to WonderGod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. It was impossible to ignore just how different Durmstrang was without Harry. There was less laughter, less teasing, and somehow less smiles, all the things that were needed to make it through the often challenging days here. For Lucinda, it was as though most of the happiness had been beeped out of school life, and she knew it was the same for the others. As infuriating as Harry could be, Durmstrang simply wasn't Durmstrang anymore. It had been only 10 days since they had departed, and already, Barkus had decided that without the 7th years here, that he would fill the role as the dominant force amongst the students. Somehow, the boy had become even less bearable than ever, though his vying for the position had been thwarted at every turn. Harry had not been jesting when he said that he had left things dotted around that would keep Barkus in line. In only 10 days, he had found himself in the medical bay no less than 4 times, sporting signs of various hexes and even a few wounds he would not forget about so easily. Lucinda didn't know how he had done it, or how much time he had invested in the venture, but Harry was indeed looking out for them from afar. She was pulled from her thoughts by Professor Sidorova placing a sizable pile of letters on the table in front of the group, a knowing smile from the woman leaving no doubt as to who had sent them. Harry had finally written. Without preamble, she took it upon herself to hand the missives out, holding up a hand as she reached the one at the bottom of the pile. "This one is addressed to all of us," she informed them. "To all of us?" Summerby questioned as Lucinda opened the envelope, a wave of relief washing over her as she took in the familiar scrawl. "Greetings from Great Britain," she read, rolling her eyes. "Before I begin, Jonas, put the bloody sausage down and pay attention." The others laughed as Jonas paused, his mouth agape from where he was indeed about to bite into a sausage. How did he know? He groaned. A smirk tugged at Lucinda's lips. Harry simply knew them all too well. Hogwarts isn't so bad. If you didn't already know, Victor was chosen as our champion. Nothing else interesting has happened. I met some of the people I will have to work with in the future, and I must say, I find myself underwhelmed by most. Potter is underwhelmed by everyone he meets, Jonas snorted. Lucinda shot him a pointed look before continuing. Many of the purebloods are exactly what you'd expect, and although there are others that seem to be more tolerant of muggleborns and half-bloods, that courtesy does not seem to extend to creatures. The French champion is a Vila, or part Vila at least, and the way most speak about her is rather unflattering. I have the urge to have you lot brought here just to piss them off even more. He would too, Kane chuckled. Anyway, I have written to you all individually, but I wrote this to make sure that you're all looking out for each other in my absence. I know how temperamental and stubborn some of you can be. Lucinda rolled her eyes at the letter. Stay safe and be there for one another. I will see you all again soon, Harry. The group remained silent for several moments before Anna spoke. It really is different without him here, isn't it? The others nodded their agreement. I never thought I would miss him this much, Summerby sighed. Then why don't we do something about it? Kane suggested. Like what? Jonas pressed. Be more like Harry, Kane answered with a grin. We can do the things that he usually would. You mean cause trouble, Summerby mused aloud. I like that. Lucinda was not so sure. Harry was a troublemaker, mischievous at best, but could they really replicate the things he did to fill the void he had left behind? She had her doubts, but something needed to be done. Lucinda didn't think she could survive the rest of the drudgery of the school year as things had become. We could always try, she agreed reservedly. Then it is settled, Summerby declared. Now, where do we begin? The others began discussing ideas of what they could do, and Lucinda listened to the suggestions, but much of her focus was on the other letter she held, the one that bore her name alone. Not wanting to wait any longer, she carefully opened the envelope and removed the parchment within, shuddering as his scent curled into her nose. Even as mild as it was, her keen sense of smell lapped it up. Dear Lucinda, it feels strange being here, and though I cannot say that it is proving to be an unpleasant experience, I find myself missing Durmstrang already. Other than the French champion, the Beelzebub's headmistress, the charms professor, and I suspect the care of magical creatures professor, there are no other part creatures. Having spent 3 years with you all, it is odd to say the least. I suppose that it isn't that I miss creatures as such, but the ones that have become important to me, you especially. You're probably thinking I've gone soft, or even cursing me for being nice, but I find no reason to not be honest. Anyway, I will not drone on about my own observations of my existence, not when I have little to truly complain about. I just don't want you to think that me being here is preferable. It isn't. I will admit the differences are piquing my curiosity, and I am looking forward to what I will experience, but I already know without doubt that Durmstrang is where I belong. Right soon. Harry. P.S. This letter will explode and shower you with glitter when you finish reading it. Lucinda's eyes widened as she absorbed the final sentence, and she cursed as the parchment unleashed a loud bang. The rest of the group laughed and Lucinda's nostrils flared. "I'll kill him," she hissed. Although she spoke it aloud, there was no sincerity to her declaration. Despite the annoyance and inconvenience of being covered once more in glitter, it was what she had needed to lift her spirits in a way that only Harry could. Scowling, she removed a piece of parchment, a quill, and some ink before penning her response. Of course, it wasn't because she was so keen to reply, but there was no time like the present to do so. Upon concluding his conversation with Lucius, Barty had immediately absconded to Albania to where his father had been intercepted by Pettigrew, hoping that the sniveling coward had not yet taken leave of the area with their master. Wormtail was a fool at best, and a hazard to the Dark Lord in his weakened state. He had his uses, of course, but they were few and far between, and not conducive to seeing Lord Voldemort rise again. Barty watched as the rotund man scowled at him, not welcoming his presence. "I had heard that you were dead," the Dark Lord wheezed, the body he was occupying not a suitable vessel for one larger than life itself. Even to Barty, the pale infant was not easy to look upon without feeling sick, but a quick reminder of whom it was he was addressing allowed him to dismiss his reservations. "It appears that rumors of my passing were no less true than the rumors surrounding yours, my lord," he replied. The infant offered a toothless grin in response. "Indeed," the Dark Lord murmured. "I find myself relieved that you have found me. Does any other know of my current status?" "Only Lucius, my lord," Barty assured his master, who did not appear pleased by the revelation. "I would rather him not see me like this," he sighed. "But Lucius is perhaps the most useful contact we have," Barty pointed out. "He is on excellent terms with the minister and can provide anything we need via his connections. I did not speak with him with the intent of displeasing you, but to assist you, my lord. You have my apologies if I acted out of turn." The Dark Lord eyed Barty speculatively for a moment. "As I am, my mind is not as keen as I would like," he conceded, "but whether or not you have made the right decision, Barty, remains to be seen. With Wormtail on the run, and people believing you are dead, perhaps we will need further assistance." Barty nodded. "Would you like me to send for him, my lord?" The infant frowned thoughtfully before answering in the affirmative. "His input would be most useful, as will your own, but I would have you watch him closely. As trustworthy as Lucius once was, he still denounced me when I needed my most loyal to keep faith." "Of course, my lord," Barty replied, taking a moment to summon the B***owned. "I apologize that my own information may not be so useful. You being here will prove useful enough," the Dark Lord replied. "Tell me, Barty, what do you believe we should do from here?" "I would not presume to know, my lord," Barty answered. "I believe that providing you with a more suitable body would be best, but there is something that I thought may be of interest to you." "Then speak, Barty, and share what you have learned since your liberation." Barty removed a stack of newspapers he had accumulated since he had gained his freedom from within his robes and handed them to Wormtail. "The Triwizard Tournament?" the rat-like man asked. "They are hosting it at Hogwarts," Barty explained, "and my father is one of the organizers. We could use that to our advantage." The Dark Lord hummed thoughtfully. "Perhaps," he mused aloud. "Mad Eye has been appointed as the defense against the dark arts professor," Wormtail announced as he thumbed through the stack of articles. "I suspect Dumbledore would want a man of his caliber around," Voldemort murmured. "His presence alone would make any think twice about interfering with the tournament." "Quite likely," Barty agreed. "I'm sure none of us have forgotten what he did to Rosier." Amongst many others, the Dark Lord sighed. Moody is a problem. Harry Potter returns, Wormtail read aloud. The Dark Lord visibly stiffened at the mention of the boy. Potter, he whispered dangerously. Wormtail nodded nervously. According to the article, he arrived with the Durmstrang delegation, my lord, he explained. I found it rather odd that he did not attend Hogwarts when expected. That is rather interesting. Just say the word, my lord, and I will have the boy killed, Barty offered. No, the Dark Lord snapped. Potter will meet his end at my hands only. What do we know of him? Nothing, my lord, Barty replied frustratedly. He shared a box with the minister and Lucius for the Quidditch final, but I was able to gauge very little of his character. He is rather brazen, but does not seem foolish, and was rather keen to win Fudge's favor. Voldemort hummed to himself, frowning as a familiar man entered the room. Ah, Lucius, how good of you to join us, he greeted the blonde. We were discussing what steps to take to arrange my triumphant return. Lucius said nothing for a moment, eyeing their lord curiously, though he had the sense to prostrate himself before the infant being. My lord, it swells my heart to see you once more, he declared with his head bowed. Had I heard even a whisper? Quiet, Lucius, the Dark Lord wheezed. I am not interested in lies or platitudes. What I need is your assistance. I will deal with your transgressions against me later. Of course, my lord, Lucius replied as he stood. How may I serve you? Voldemort glared at him through narrowed eyes for a moment before nodding to himself. Barty believes that we could use the tournament to our advantage, he explained. What are your thoughts on the matter? Lucius frowned as he shook his head. May I be frank with you, my lord? Speak your mind, Lucius. The blonde released a deep breath, choosing his words carefully before speaking once more. I do not know what your intentions are, but I do not believe we should be taking any more risks than necessary, he began diplomatically. The tournament should not be a focus. Too many eyes are on it and we do not wish for a single pair to fall upon you. The Dark Lord nodded and gestured for Lucius to continue. We must operate in a way that worked for us in the past, my lord, he said almost pleadingly. We must gather your forces, ensure that you are strong enough once more. Patience will be key. I will do what I can to obtain information that will be useful to us and pave our way to victory. Our first priority is you, my lord. Without you, all else would be for naught. I have a plan for myself, Lucius, the Dark Lord replied, but I see the wisdom in your words. I have waited for 13 years, a little longer is no burden. Lucius almost sagged in relief. What of Potter? Voldemort asked. What of him? You have met the boy. What did you make of him? He proved to be rather arrogant, Lucius shrugged. He reminded me very much of his father, but he is no fool. Other than that, I do not know. Then I must learn about him, Voldemort declared. Barty, have the boy watched as closely as possible without drawing unwanted attention. Of course, my lord, Barty complied. To watch only, Barty, the Dark Lord reiterated. He is not to be harmed. Barty nodded, though he was not pleased by the request. Were it up to him, he'd have the boy throttled in his sleep. Why not just kill him, my lord? Wormtail interjected. All in good time, Wormtail, Voldemort said firmly. For now, I wish to know my enemy. He will die when the time is right. Our meeting is written in the stars. Barty shared a look of confusion with Lucius and Pettigrew, but before any could question their master, he spoke once more. You urge caution, Lucius, and I am inclined to agree, he conceded. I would have you fill your former role but do so carefully. I would have my return occur from a position of strength with Britain ready to fall to its knees. Can you do this for me? Lucius bowed deeply. It shall be done, my lord. What would you have me do, my lord? Barty questioned. You have already made our position difficult by placing your father under the Imperious Curse, Voldemort grumbled. However, it is something I can use to my advantage. I will have need of a strong wizard. Ensure he remains healthy, and continue to gather what information you can, but take no risks. We do not wish to draw attention to him. It will be done, my lord, Barty assured the man. Voldemort nodded. Wormtail will remain by my side and provide the care I will need until I can fashion a body for myself. I would rather it be done sooner rather than later, but it must wait for now. I hope to use the summer solstice to my advantage. I will need some ingredients fetched for me closer to the time. Wormtail will be responsible for that. And then, Barty pressed. Then we gather our allies, Barty, the Dark Lord declared. When I make my return, it will be triumphant, and in a way that does not arouse suspicion until it is too late for our enemies to act. Now, however, I must rest. Leave me and do as I have asked of you. Of course, my lord, Barty and Lucius replied, offering a final bow before exiting the shack Voldemort currently resided in. Some would think you are stalling, Lucius, the former commented. Nonsense, he replied dismissively, I merely wish for there to be no mistakes. He is our lord, Barty, but he made an error of judgment the night he went after the Potters. If we are to be successful, we must be strong once more. Reluctantly, Barty agreed with the man. And we will be, won't we? Only if we are careful and meticulous, Lucius said firmly. We cannot afford to make mistakes, and we cannot rush. To do so would be foolish, and forgiveness is not something we can expect if we fail. With his parting words given, Lucius activated a portkey, and Barty stared at the spot the man had been standing in. Perhaps Lucius was right. Were it Barty's plan that was being followed, they would indeed use the tournament to their advantage, and Potter would be killed at the earliest convenience. However, the Dark Lord was adamant the boy be left alone for the time being so that he may learn more about him. It was a clever strategy, though one that would not yield the results he desired so quickly. Perhaps Barty was impatient after so long as nothing but a prisoner, and for the first time since they had been reacquainted, he was grateful for Lucius's guile. It would certainly serve their lord better than a bold plan that could draw attention to them. Still, all remained to be seen, but Barty had no doubt that life was once more becoming rather interesting. Soon enough, the Dark Lord would rise once again, and Britain would be gripped by fear, and the filth of society would not rest peacefully, knowing that the threat that once hung over them was back with a vengeance. Having spent much of his first weekend here exploring the castle, Harry had decided that he had taken enough of a break from his education. Although Professor Karkaroff had held classes on the ship, he was no substitute for experts in the fields of study Harry had opted to take. He was looking forward to sampling the schooling Hogwarts had to offer, and first on his list was a fourth-year Transfiguration class under the tutelage of Minerva McGonagall. The woman was as respected as they came in her area of expertise, her contributions to the subject being held in high regard. Even Harry's own professor at Durmstrang had mentioned the woman many times over the past few years, so Harry was quite keen to see for himself her revered brilliance. Arriving at the classroom, he found that it was already full of students in black robes trimmed in either the red of Gryffindor, or the green and silver of Slytherin, his presence being noted immediately by all. Might I assume that you wish to join my lesson, Mr. Potter? An aged witch questioned. She had a stern appearance about her, the green eyes behind her spectacles as hard as her voice, and graying hair held in a tight bun. If I would not be intruding, Professor, Harry replied respectfully. The woman eyed him speculatively for a moment, seemingly searching for something before she nodded. You are most welcome, she replied. There is a seat available next to Miss Granger, she added, gesturing towards a bushy-haired girl seated at the front. Thank you, Harry returned, taking the offered seat next to the girl who made some space for him. Today, we will be continuing with our work in animate to inanimate transfigurations, McGonagall explained. During our last lesson, I had you changing a hedgehog into a pincushion. This time, we will be attempting to change a chicken into a belt, like so. With a wave of her wand, she transfigured one of a dozen or so chickens in a crate on her desk into a belt seemingly with no effort on her part. It was not an easy transfiguration to complete, and yet, the woman had done it with ease. Can anyone explain why this transfiguration is considerably more challenging than the last? McGonagall questioned. The girl seated next to Harry immediately raised her hand, and Harry followed suit. No other seemed to be willing to offer their thoughts, and the professor nodded towards Harry. Because when transfiguring a hedgehog into a pincushion the focus is solely on the organic changes of the material you are working with, he explained. A pincushion is rather subjective when it comes to size, and the shape is not dissimilar to that of the original project. Changing a chicken into a belt means that you have to focus on both aspects of the transfiguration simultaneously or your attempt will fail. McGonagall nodded approvingly. Take 5 points for Griff. She broke off suddenly and shook her head. My apologies, she offered. An articulate answer, Mr. Potter. You are correct. When attempting this transfiguration, you must remember to focus on all components of it. You will have the rest of the lesson to practice, and if you do need any further assistance, I will be at hand. Come up and fetch your chickens." Harry followed the rest of the students, pausing as one of the boys in Gryffindor robes reached out a hand to unlatch the catch. As expected, the chickens burst out of the door, sending the boy sprawling before spreading throughout the room. "I should have known better," McGonagall sighed, shaking her head. "Get up, Mr. Finnegan." Harry snorted amusedly as he drew his wand and waved it in a sweeping motion. The scattered chickens fell still, collapsing to the ground as though they were puppets that had their strings cut. "Thank you, Mr. Potter," Professor McGonagall said gratefully as the other students began whispering amongst themselves. Harry merely offered the woman a smile before picking up one of the birds and returning to his desk. "What was the spell you used?" the bushy-haired girl asked as she joined him. "Just a localized freezing charm," Harry explained. "I didn't cast it strong enough to affect the people in the room, but chickens have no magical defense against it." "That is impressive," the girl mused aloud. Harry shrugged. "We had a similar incident in one of our lessons," he chuckled. "Instead of chickens, we had doves flying around the room. It seemed like a handy charm to know." The girl nodded. "That was brilliant," a redhead seated behind them commented. "Nice one, Harry. I'm sorry, I don't think I know your name." "Ron Weasley," the boy introduced himself, offering his hand. Harry accepted it and offered the boy a polite nod. "This is Dean Thomas," Ron continued, pointing to a dark-skinned boy, Seamus Finnegan, and Neville Longbottom, he finished, gesturing to the other Gryffindor boys. Harry knew the Longbottom name, and Neville could only be the son of Frank and Alice, the Aurors that had been severely tortured by Bellatrix, her husband, and his brother. "It's nice to meet you all," he said politely. "What about you?" he added to the girl. "Hermione Granger," she answered. Granger was not a magical name as far as Harry was aware, and judging by the tweed scarf she sported, she was in fact a Muggleborn. Harry had met so few of them throughout his life, not that her blood status mattered to him, but it did too. Others in the room. His gaze flickered to Malfoy and his ilk, most looking at him disapprovingly. The blonde and his cohorts would look to cause trouble soon enough, and Harry was waiting for the moment they did. "Well, it is nice to meet you as well, Hermione." The girl offered him a brilliant smile. "What's it like at Durmstrang?" she asked curiously. "Different," Harry answered simply. "I'm sorry, but the school is very protective of almost everything and there is very little I can tell you." "What can you tell us?" Neville broke in. "It's cold," Harry replied amusedly. "Very cold." Neville grinned, but the others seemed to be disappointed with the answer. Still, it was the only one they would be getting. "Well, you obviously study transfiguration," Hermione deduced. "Among many other subjects," Harry confirmed. "What about the dark arts?" Ron questioned. "I can neither deny nor confirm it," Harry answered, "in the same way I cannot deny or confirm that we have an amazing ice cream making class." "Do you really?" Seamus asked excitedly. "We might do," Harry returned with a wink. His rather ridiculous answer served to momentarily distract the others from asking questions, and he took the opportunity to shift his focus to the task at hand. After a moment of eyeing the chicken, he took aim with his wand and transfigured it into a replica of the very belt he was wearing. "How did you do that?" Ron gasped. "Transfiguration is one of my better subjects," Harry replied. Hermione made the next attempt, almost replicating Harry's feat, though her belt still had a beak at one end and a few feathers. "Try it again," Harry urged. She managed the transfiguration this time and beamed proudly. "Not bad at all," Harry praised. "That's a tricky one to get." "You did it first time," Hermione pointed out. "I've been able to do that one for a while," Harry admitted quietly. Hermione eyed him curiously, but any further conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Professor McGonagall, who nodded, impressed by their efforts. "Excellent work," she praised. "That will be 5 points for Gryffindor, Miss Granger. Do you have a reward system, Mr. Potter?" "Not as such," Harry answered cryptically. "If we do well enough in class, we don't have to be beaten in the evenings." McGonagall gasped and Harry chuckled. "Does Durmstrang really have that bad a reputation that you would believe that, Professor?" The woman shook her head. "When a place is shrouded in such mystery and rumors are spoken, it is difficult to know what is real and what isn't. From what little is known about the school, it would not surprise many to learn that students are beaten there." Harry snorted as he shook his head. "Well, I'm sure Professor Karkaroff will not mind me confirming that we are not beaten, not by the professors, at least. I am glad to hear it, McGonagall replied, her already thick Scottish accent only becoming more so. That will do for today, she declared, her gaze shifting towards the clock. For those of you that didn't quite manage the transfiguration today, we will work on it again next lesson. Off you go. Are you coming to herbology, Harry? Hermione asked. Harry shook his head. No, I don't study it, he explained, and I was hoping to speak with Professor McGonagall. Hermione nodded her understanding and left with the others, the Slytherins once more eyeing Harry speculatively as they took their leave. He knew they hadn't the most pleasant of meetings when he'd arrived, but he had not set out to offend any of them. Still, he had not expected to make many friends amongst the snakes given his own past. Is there something I can help you with, Mr. Potter? Professor McGonagall questioned, pulling Harry from his thoughts. Actually, there is, he replied carefully. I was hoping to discuss something with you, and maybe get some advice. Of course, the woman replied as she took her seat behind the desk and gestured for Harry to take the one opposite. Well, I know that you are a registered animagus. Is that something you are interested in pursuing? Harry nodded, his eyes sweeping around the room to ensure they were not being eavesdropped on. I began the process almost 2 years ago, but I am stuck. McGonagall's eyebrows rose significantly at the revelation. Who has been supervising you? I may have started doing it on my own. McGonagall shook her head. It is a very dangerous undertaking, Mr. Potter, she said sternly, and pursuing it alone is something that I wouldn't advise even the most accomplished of practitioners. You are fortunate that you have not caused yourself irreparable harm. I've been careful, Harry assured the irate woman. That is why I haven't pushed too far and am discussing it with you. McGonagall pursed her lips. How far into the process are you? Harry held up his right hand, and with a little effort on his part, it transformed into a large paw coated with thick, dark fur. Once more, Professor McGonagall was taken aback and stood to inspect his work. The fact that you have already achieved this is rather astounding, she whispered. Might I assume that you know what your form is? Harry nodded. I do, he confirmed, but I find it difficult overcoming the barrier of allowing it to consume me. I'm afraid that I may harm someone if I cannot seize control of the animal. Minerva nodded her understanding. What does it feel like? Harry swallowed deeply as he cast his mind back to the many times he had felt the presence of the other side of himself. Angry, he whispered. It wants to protect those I care for and has no reluctance to do so by any means necessary. It wants the blood of my enemies, and to tear them apart. A predator then, McGonagall replied, swallowing deeply. Well, Mr. Potter, I cannot say that I am pleased you chose to pursue this in such a way, but as an educator and seeing that you have handled this somewhat responsibly, I am willing to assist you. Really? McGonagall nodded firmly. On the condition that you follow my guidance, and only attempt any sort of transformation under my supervision. I expect that by the end of your time here, you will be able to manage it. Agreed, Harry replied immediately. Excellent, McGonagall declared. We will meet twice a week in the evenings. I will inform you of the times when I have had time to arrange my diary. Thank you, Professor, Harry said gratefully as he stood and made his way towards the door. He paused as the woman spoke again. You really do remind me of your father, she said wistfully. He was perhaps the most brilliant and frustrating student I had the pleasure of teaching. You look just like him, but you have your mother's eyes, Mr. Potter. I cannot express how saddened I was to hear of what happened to them, but I have no doubt that they would be very proud of you. Harry turned to look at the woman and was surprised to see a tear rolling down her cheek. Maybe we can find some time and you can tell me all about them, Harry suggested. I don't know much, and it would be nice to hear more. Professor McGonagall nodded. I would be honored to share what I know with you, Harry. He offered the woman a sincere smile before leaving the room, pleased that he would be getting the help that he needed, and equally so that he would learn more of his parents. It wasn't as though Cassiopeia had refused to discuss them with him, the woman simply knew nothing about James and Lily Potter. It was a rather confused Sirius that made his way back towards the cave in Hogsmeade he had spent much of the previous year residing in. Having received a note from Remus at the beginning of the summer break informing him that he had failed to capture Pettigrew, but that he believed Sirius was telling the truth, the former Azkaban inmate had seen no reason to stay so far north. Instead, He had made his way to London in the hopes of overhearing something about Pettigrew's whereabouts, or news of Harry. He had not heard even a whisper of his godson since his escape, something that concerned him deeply. This did not change during the weeks in the capital, and nothing was mentioned about Wormtail, not even in the dreariest and disgusting of establishments in Knockturn Alley. Wherever the rat was hiding, he was seemingly doing so without assistance. Still, Sirius's journey had not been for nothing. He had at least managed to take a wand from a drunk that had passed out, and though it was a terrible match for him, it worked well enough that he had been able to feed himself and even acquire some other much-needed essentials from the Muggle world. Nonetheless, he remained at a loss as to what he would do next. He had considered returning to his hated childhood home, but the mere thought of doing so made him shudder. No, Sirius would sooner be on the streets than at Grimmauld Place. Seeing no reason to remain in London where Auror patrols were most prevalent, he had drifted from place to place, staying for no more than a few days at a time whilst he pondered what his life had become and where it was going. Not well in either regard, he decided. He had been a young man when he had been locked up, and though he was not old, he felt it. The cold that had seeped into him from his years in Azkaban had stayed with him, and Sirius suspected he would never feel warmth again, something that proved to be false. Harry Potter returns. He had been in Liverpool when he had taken the edition of the Daily Prophet, and had immediately made his way back north, his emotions flitting between sheer joy and worry at learning something of Harry. Sirius was pleased that the boy was seemingly doing well, but aghast that he was attending Durmstrang, just as James and Lily would be if they were here. No, something was not right, but with no other information to hand, Sirius could only wonder what had transpired for Harry to not be at Hogwarts. That was why he had returned to Hogsmeade, the little village much more pleasant without the presence of the Dementors. Arriving at the hidden cave that had become something of a home, he placed his bag in the corner, only to stiffen as he heard a familiar voice. "Creature has been looking for you, nasty master." It was then that Sirius had not stiffened from fear or shock, but because the elf he despised had cast a spell on him. "There is someone who wishes to speak with you," Creature continued, the disdain he felt for Sirius evident in his voice. Whoever it was would not likely be happy to see him, but as Sirius racked his brains for a clue on who it might be, Creature took hold of his arm and the two of them vanished from the cave with Sirius cursing himself for his laxity. His next lungful of air was musty but was as familiar to him as the intricately decorated floor he found himself lying face down on, and his heart sunk into the pit of his stomach. Whomever had brought him here did not do so with his best intentions in mind, and as Sirius rolled onto his back, his thoughts were only confirmed as he spotted an older woman looking down on him in a mixture of anger and disappointment. "Aunt Cassie." Sirius gasped in disbelief. Much to what had once been his relief, he had only met the woman on 2 occasions when he was growing up, her mere presence having left him with no doubt that her reputation would precede her. Sirius remembered Bellatrix's wedding to Rodolphus and how even the most ardent of purebloods in attendance avoided Cassiopeia Black. The other time had been a family Christmas, and even then, the most outspoken members of the family had kept their mouths firmly shut. Sirius expected that his grandfather had invited her to the occasions just for the effect she had on others, the very same Sirius felt washing over him. "If I wanted you dead, you would not be breathing now," the woman said in barely above a whisper. She was furious, of that, Sirius had no doubt. "What do you want?" he managed to question. "From you, I want nothing," Cassiopeia hissed, "but there is a boy out there who deserves more people in his life that care about him." Sirius frowned confusedly. "Harry," he whispered. Cassiopeia nodded. "Mind, I do not expect he will be as welcoming as I have been," she mused aloud. "Now, get up. You will not be setting eyes on my boy in that state." "Your boy?" Sirius pressed as he did as he was bid. Cassiopeia's nostrils flared as her gaze bore into his. "What did you think would happen to him?" she snapped. "When you decided to be a reckless fool, did you not consider what would become of Harry?" Sirius shook his head. He had not been thinking clearly then and had not for many years after. "No, you didn't," Cassiopeia hissed. "I have raised him, taught him everything he knows, so yes, Sirius, he is my boy." "You?" Sirius snorted unwittingly. "Why would you raise him?" Cassiopeia laughed as she stared at his clueless expression. "And I thought that you may have intentionally done something quite brilliant," she eventually replied. "Not to worry. You did what you did, and Harry is all the better for it." What did I do? Cassiopeia's amused expression formed into a frown. Well, it seems as though we both have some explaining to do, doesn't it? She sighed, but first, you will have a bath. Your stench is offensive, and I will not have you in my presence in such a state. Creature. Creature has already prepared a bath for filthy master, the elf explained as he arrived. Excellent, Cassiopeia declared. Now, off you go, and if you even consider making a run for it, I will ensure that you will never meet your godson, do you understand? Sirius could only nod as a bundle of robes was shoved into his arms by Creature, wondering just how the day had taken such a turn, but more so, what twisted series of events had seen Harry raised by one of the most notorious women in recent history. Quidditch was not something that Pansy had ever truly been interested in, but having been all but dragged to every one of the house games since the beginning of Hogwarts, she had grown accustomed to watching it. However, although she found little enjoyment in the sport, she could not help but be in a state of awe as she watched Harry and Victor Krum competing for the snitch, their reckless and seemingly death-defying antics eliciting gasps and looks of concern from all that had ventured out to watch them train. It's not that impressive, Draco sighed airily. They just both have good brooms. Pansy rolled her eyes at the boy, and even the rest of their housemates shot him looks of irritation. Those who knew the sport well could not deny that the display was impressive, even if Pansy detested being rudely awakened at the crack of dawn to see it. Why don't you challenge them, Draco? Blaise suggested. Show them what a real seeker can do. Draco snorted. It would hardly be a fair competition, he declared. Both have a firebolt and I still only have a Nimbus 2001. Father has promised me the upgrade, but the waiting list is impossibly long and not even the Malfoy name can change that. Blaise smirked at the B***owned. Well, with a flyer of your caliber, I'm sure Krum or Potter would be happy to loan you theirs to face the other, he pressed. Draco shook his head. And risk them placing a curse on it. I do not think so. Pansy and the others knew that Draco was attempting to save face whilst posturing in his typical way, but as ever, none commented on it further than Blaise dared. They feared the Malfoy name, and with good reason. Draco would one day be the lord of the prominent family, and he was certainly petty enough to bear a childhood grudge or slight against him. It meant that he was all but untouchable at school. Too many were already attempting to curry favor with the boy for the future, and others would simply defend him to protect their family interests that were already in place. It was frustrating to say the least, and even Pansy had her part to play in the farce. She was pulled from her thoughts at the sight of Harry and Krum diving vertically towards the ground, and she gasped, placing a hand over her mouth. Before the expected collision with the ground came, however, both managed to pull out of the dive, and Pansy relaxed. Don't worry, your boyfriend is safe, Draco said scathingly, a twisted smirk tugging at his lips. Many of the others that heard the comment laughed, and Pansy released a deep sigh. Harry is not my boyfriend, she reiterated for what felt like the 100th time. We are friends and have known each other since we were small children. Draco pointedly ignored her and Daphne raised an eyebrow in Pansy's direction. So, nothing has ever. No, Pansy said firmly. Nothing has ever. But she wants it too, don't you, Parkinson? Draco broke in with a sneer. Potter and Parkinson. It has quite the ring to it. Pansy gritted her teeth in irritation. There was nothing that would change how happy she was that Harry was here, but she could do without the comments and speculation from her housemates. Krum got it, Blaise announced, pointing towards the Bulgarian who was holding the snitch aloft. Of course, he did, Draco scoffed. Potter didn't stand a chance. It makes me wonder why Krum bothers with the half-blood. The passing Victor evidently heard what Draco had said and turned his broom back towards the group of Slytherins and landed in front of them, his typical scowl in place. Who said that? He questioned, his thick, Bulgarian accent not masking the irritation he felt. Draco here was wondering why you train with Potter, Blaise echoed Malfoy's question. He seems to think it is a waste of your time. Krum's nostrils flared as he stepped closer. I train with Harry because he has proven to be the best flyer I have ever flown against, he declared proudly, and for your information, he is the only person to have ever beaten me to the snitch. Draco was lost for words, but the other Slytherins murmured interestedly at the revelation. Did he really? Blaise asked. Krum nodded. We both ended up in the medical bay with some broken bones, but he got it before I could, and I have no shame in admitting I gave it my best. Impressive, Blaise murmured, eliciting a nod from several others. Krum nodded before turning his attention back to Draco. Do you play? He questioned. He's a seeker, just like you, Blaise answered before Draco could. Then you go against him and answer your question for yourself, Krum urged. Draco shook his head. I don't have my broom. You can use mine, Krum offered, shoving it into Draco's chest. The boy had no choice but to accept it into his trembling hand, and Victor whistled to Harry, who approached the group with a questioning frown. Malfoy here believes he can beat you in a Seeker's duel, Krum explained. ID did not say that. The B***own denied. You heavily insinuated it, Krum pointed out. Do you accept his challenge, Harry? Why not? Harry answered with a shrug. I've never flown a firebolt before, Draco defended. Then get up there and get used to it, it's not much different from other brooms, just faster, Krum explained. Go on. Reluctantly, Draco mounted the broom and kicked off from the ground, the words of encouragement from the Slytherins following him. Harry and Krum watched his progress, the latter murmuring in his native tongue and Harry looking on as though he was bored. Draco was a brilliant flyer, one of the best at Hogwarts, but his display seemed to be rather pathetic compared to what Pansy had seen from Harry and Krum, and she was certainly no expert on the topic. Are you ready, Draco? Krum called after around 20 minutes had passed, using his wand pressed against his neck to make his voice reverberate around the stadium. Too proud to admit that he had been an idiot, Draco nodded and Harry mounted his own broom, a hand on his shoulder from Krum halting him before he could take to the sky. The older boy spoke once more in Bulgarian, and though Pansy could not understand a word he said, she doubted he was telling Harry to treat Draco kindly, and Harry's expression of focus left her in no doubt as to what would happen next. Krum released the snitch he was still holding into the sky, and for the next several moments, Pansy looked on as Harry toyed with Malfoy, who had clearly bitten off more than he could chew. Despite the mismatch, she had to give credit to her housemates who did not stop cheering for the B***owned, though Harry evidently tired of whatever fun he was having quickly and caught the snitch before Draco had even noticed he was chasing it. Both landed, and Harry merely handed the golden ball to Krum, who stared smugly at the furious Draco, his ego unable to admit that he had been bested. You have been flying your broom longer than me, he defended angrily. And if you were as good as you have made yourself out to be, that wouldn't matter, Harry replied. Give me a Nimbus 2000 and I would still beat you. Draco narrowed his eyes as his cheeks reddened, though he was somewhat calmed by a hand on his shoulder from Cassius Warrington, who whispered a few words in his ear. Harry snorted amusedly, offering Pansy a smile before he turned to leave with Krum, but the former stilled as Warrington spoke his next words louder. He's still the son of a mudblood whore, the seventh year declared. Pansy felt her own anger pulse through her veins, but it was a sense of dread that filled her as Harry turned, his expression unreadable as his gaze burned into Warrington. Even Krum appeared to be concerned as he tried to placate Harry, but he would have none of it. I'm going to give you 3 seconds to draw your wand, he whispered dangerously, flicking his own into his hand. 1, 2. Warrington removed his at the count of 2, but the gesture was for naught. Before any could comprehend what had happened, Cassius was writhing on the ground, screaming in agony from whatever Harry had done to him. The boy had moved so quickly that Pansy had merely blinked and missed the entire exchange. The result, however, spoke for itself, and as Warrington's screams ebbed away into a quiet whimpering, she chanced a glance at her friend, who was transfixed on the rest of the Slytherins. I warned each and every one of you, he whispered. If another word is spoken of my mother, I will make this look like a tickle. Even Pansy swallowed deeply at the declaration and watched as Harry left with Victor, who was attempting to calm him down, for what good it would do. Bloody hell, where does it hurt, Warrington? Marcus Flint asked. Everywhere, Cassius groaned. Pansy peered over her gathered housemates to get a look at the boy, wincing as she caught sight of his grotesquely twisted arm and the burns on his face. What Harry had done, she could only guess, but she doubted that any other of her housemates would provoke him in such a way again. They were braggarts, and they could be dense at times, but none of them were completely stupid, though Draco would likely somehow provoke Harry's ire. Still, maybe being taught such a lesson would do him good, but Pansy doubted it. Draco would always be his cruel self, and there was nothing that would deter him from that, not when he believed that there was none that could stand against the Malfoy name. Cassie watched as Gellert inspected the locket that creature had given to her. He twirled it about his fingers as he hummed interestedly, murmuring words to himself that she couldn't hear. When he was done, Gellert closed his eyes and nodded before releasing a deep breath. Despite the unpleasant nature of what he has created, it is an exceptional piece of magic, he declared. So, it is a Horcrux. It is, Gellert confirmed, but that is not the most impressive thing about this. No, what I have learned about the man is most interesting. What have you learned? Cassiopeia pressed. We will get to that, Gellert said dismissively. First, you need to understand the magic it takes to create one of these. Sacrifice, Cassie replied. Yes, Gellert agreed, but it is not as simple as merely sacrificing someone. No, there must be a true desire to separate the soul, to keep it safe. Only the most powerful emotion of self-preservation can create that. Cassiopeia frowned confusedly. Fear, Gellert informed her. One must truly fear death for such a feat to be accomplished in this way. Voldemort is terrified of death, and that makes his Horcruxes all the more dangerous. More dangerous. Gellert hummed thoughtfully. His fear is so deep that even the separate piece of soul within the container feels it. As such, it will take desperate actions to preserve itself. The locket, for example, has the ability to feed off of ambient magic to keep itself strong, but also the ability to unleash what I believe would be a powerful attack on the mind. That is concerning, Cassie mused aloud. It is, Gellert agreed, but it will only be effective on someone who has either been in close proximity of it for an extended period time and has become susceptible to the magic, or someone who is already weak-minded. So, it will not affect us. Gellert shook his head. In the short term, no, but if it was in your possession for several years, it could, and even take control of you. Merlin, Cassie whispered worriedly. Indeed, Gellert sighed, but it is of no concern because you will destroy it soon enough. However, we have not discussed the most curious thing about it. Go on, Cassie urged, rolling her eyes at the smirk tugging at his lips. The magic that created this is not natural. Not natural. The grin Gellert wore did not shift as he leaned closer towards the bars of his cell. Voldemort has artificially strengthened his magic. Cassiopeia frowned deeply at the revelation. How? Gellert scratched his chin as he took a step back. I suspect he would have done so through a series of rituals, perhaps using blood magic, or even other forms of sacrificial magic. It is a very dangerous undertaking, and I cannot fathom why he would risk it. His natural magic is one of the strongest I have felt, and to take such measures could have been disastrous to say the least. A single error could have left him a squib. Then why would he do it? Power, Gellert answered. His campaign relied on him being magically strong enough to defeat any that would challenge him, but he must have invested years into his practices. Albus said that Voldemort was the most gifted student that has passed through Hogwarts during his tenure, and I have no doubt the man remained dedicated to building his skill. To be able to stand with Albus in any capacity is impressive to say the least, and Voldemort did so on several occasions. Reluctantly, Cassiopeia nodded. So, he is a very dangerous man, she said worriedly. As dangerous as he can be foolish, Gellert chuckled. Albus, even now, laments that men such as he and Voldemort rarely make mistakes, but when they do, they tend to have much direr consequences. I believe that Voldemort has proven that here, but I need to confirm it. Would you happen to have anything Harry has created magically? Cassie's frown returned as her hand went immediately to the necklace Harry had given her for her birthday only a month prior. He enchanted this with built-in warming charms and some other things, she explained as she handed the pendant and gold chain to Gellert. The man said nothing for several moments as he inspected it the same way he had with the Horcrux. Do you have anything he made earlier? This ring, Cassie replied, removing the piece of jewelry from her finger. He gave it to me for Christmas during his first year T. Durmstrang. It lights up whenever he is writing to me. He connected it to a quill. Gellert smiled as he took it and held it in his other hand. That is interesting, he declared after a moment, laughing to himself amusedly. What is it? Cassiopeia inquired. Well, when you gave me the Horcrux, I had my suspicions. That along with the Parseltongue ability Harry has already demonstrated led me to believe that there is more to it than that, and these have confirmed it, he informed her, handing back the ring and necklace. Confirmed what? That Voldemort gave Harry more than just the Parseltongue, much more. Such as, Cassie pressed, a part of his own magic, that goes without saying, but also the benefits of whatever rituals he has carried out, Gellert explained. The signs of the very same enhancements are in the ring, but more prominent in the necklace. It seems that the stronger Harry's own magic becomes with age, the more it is absorbing of Voldemort's to further strengthen it, including the magic of the rituals. Is that not dangerous? Cassie asked worriedly. Gellert shook his head. On the contrary, it is rather spectacular and beneficial, he assured her. Harry is benefiting from the rituals without the risk of undertaking them. But it is Voldemort's magic, Cassie pointed out. No, it isn't, Gellert said firmly. Harry's magic is very much his own. I suspect that it is actively suppressing whatever of Voldemort's is within him and allowing small amounts of it through at a time when it is able to absorb it. Think of it as Harry's magic being drip-fed a concoction that is benefiting him greatly. So, there is nothing to worry about. No, Gellert replied immediately. It truly is quite a wondrous thing that will serve him well. I expect that when he reaches his majority, the process will be complete, and Harry will be all the better and stronger for it. Cassiopeia nodded, though she was not entirely convinced nor pleased by what she had learned. She did not like the idea of Voldemort's magic being inside the boy. Can it be stopped? No, and attempting to do so would likely kill him, Gellert sighed. It would be such a sudden change, and any weakness could allow for Voldemort's own to truly take hold. As things are, this is the best-case scenario for Harry. He will be fine, Cassie, better than fine if truth be told. I would bet my life on it. Although Cassiopeia did not like it, she would defer to Gellert on the matter. She had never met another who understood magic the way he did, and she was grateful to have his expertise at her disposal. We wait and see then. Gellert nodded. We wait and see just what Harry will become, Gellert agreed excitedly. I have always expected much of him, but now, I truly expect an excellence that even Albus will not believe. Now, how is life with your new guest? Cassiopeia huffed irritably. Sirius was eager to meet Harry, to speak with him to explain what had happened the night Voldemort had murdered his parents, but Cassiopeia had not even informed the boy that she had found his godfather. It would be a lot for him to take in, and though she knew she would have to do it soon, she wanted Harry to be ready in his own time and she would not compromise on that. Still, it would be Harry's choice how he handled the matter, but if Sirius was expecting a warm welcome, the man had better think again. Barely a day went by that each of the group didn't receive a missive of sorts from Harry. Sometimes, it was a letter that they could reply to, and others were seemingly thoughts he had decided to share with them. He even reminisced some of the memories they had shared together, something that each of them appreciated receiving. In truth, the dynamic of the group was not the same without him being there, but they were making the best of it. There he goes again, Lucinda muttered irritably, nodding towards Barkus who was once more attempting to assert himself over some of the younger students. What do you think will happen this time? Anna sighed as she looked on intently, wondering what Harry had in store for the boy. They had all pondered how Harry continuously thwarted Barkus from afar. Anna had even written and asked him. His approach had been rather genius, and though she did not know how he had pulled it off, it was proving to be effective. I broke into his dorm and placed several curses on his wand, his robes, and even his underwear. Whenever he attempts to harm someone without cause, the curses will react in a variety of ways. Thus far, they had witnessed Barkus having his underwear pulled up and over his head, his robes becoming transparent, and even being backhanded by a nearby statue of a famous gypsy witch. Still, the boy had not learned his lesson and continued to be a nuisance around the school. I'm guessing he might shit his pants, Kane snorted. Anna nodded thoughtfully. She certainly wouldn't put it past Harry to resort to such a measure, though she hoped he wouldn't. Maybe he'll vomit uncontrollably, Jonas guessed with a shrug. Both were proven to be incorrect. As Barkus raised his wand to curse one of the second years, a ghostly fist shot upwards from the ground below and collided with his groin. The wand he held clattered to the ground as the boys that looked on winced sympathetically. Shit, you know that had to hurt, Kane muttered, grimacing at the sight of Barkus trembling and groaning on the ground. He deserves everything he gets, Lucinda replied with a giggle. What are you laughing at, you half-breed by, ch. One of Barkus's lackeys demanded to know as he stalked towards the girl. Lucinda merely raised an eyebrow in his direction. The boy was around the same height, but thickly built, though the vampire was not intimidated. I was laughing at the idiot making a fool of himself once again, Lucinda replied somewhat demurely, her gaze sweeping up and down the boy as though he was a piece of meat. Do you have a problem with that? The boy clenched his jaw as he reached for his wand, only to be seized around the throat and slammed into the nearby wall. He whimpered as Lucinda lifted him with ease, baring her fangs as she grinned at him. Now that was a rather silly move, wasn't it? She whispered. If I did not think your blood was so worthless and weak, maybe I would consider taking some, she added, licking her lips. You see can't, the boy choked. You'll be expelled. Lucinda hummed. True, she conceded. You're certainly not worth that, but if you ever attempt to draw your wand on me again, I will take great pleasure in tearing your limbs from your sockets. Do you understand? He nodded, and Lucinda threw him bodily down the corridor where he skidded to a halt. His eyes widened in fear as she continued to glare at him. I think Harry should be careful when he comes back, Kane deadpanned. Lucinda snorted. I could have done that to him any time I wished over the years, she said dismissively. Maybe one day I will. Without another word, she walked on towards their next lesson of the day and Anna shook her head. Each of them had their gifts. As a half-elf, she was excellent with charms, her earth elemental abilities, and even esoteric magic that required an affinity with nature, but the speed and strength of a vampire was something to behold. Add to that the ability to wield magic as Lucinda could, she made for quite the frightening prospect. Anna was pleased and equally relieved that she and the girl were friends. She certainly would not wish to be on the wrong side of her. It seemed that only Harry had leave to goad her in any way he wished without being subjected to such violent repercussions, though Anna often felt he was dangerously close to pushing too far. Still, Lucinda gave as good as she got with the boy and managed to prevent herself from causing him any real harm, even if she threatened to cause it. No one else would evidently be so lucky, just as Barkis's friend had just found out. Harry Potter was somehow an exception, and even though Anna would not pretend to understand the plights of being a vampire, he should certainly consider himself lucky. Professor McGonagall frowned as she felt the bones in Harry's hands to ensure he had transformed them back to their natural state, humming to herself as she did so. The woman was not pleased how deeply Harry had gotten into the process in his animagus pursuits without supervision, but she was impressed, even if she wouldn't admit it. I had a rather enlightening conversation with Professor Dumbledore earlier, she said pointedly. He did not go into detail but asked me to keep an eye on a rather unpleasant situation between yourself and Mr. Warrington of Slytherin. Harry nodded unabashedly. He got less than he deserved, as far as I'm concerned, he replied. McGonagall pursed her lips. Might I assume that he said something unpleasant to you? You might. And what was it that caused such a reaction? He called my mother a mudblood whore. McGonagall stiffened, her own expression becoming quite thunderous. It took a moment to compose herself before she deflated. Unfortunately, as I am sure you have seen for yourself, there are those at Hogwarts with rather strong views. It's no different to Durmstrang, Harry said dismissively. If anything, it is worse there. McGonagall seemed surprised by the revelation but chose not to comment on it. Regardless, I'd warned them already after Malfoy almost slipped up, Harry explained, and I gave Warrington the opportunity to draw his wand. I was just quicker. McGonagall shook her head. Are you in any trouble? Professor Karkaroff was proud of me, he snorted. He even defended me against that potions professor who tried to make something of it. Professor Snape. Big-nosed, greasy bloke who looks as though he hasn't seen sunlight in a decade. That's him. I thought him and Karkaroff were going to kill each other, but Snape quickly changed his mind when he heard what Warrington said. He became angrier, Harry added with a frown. Last I heard was that he went to the hospital wing and gave him detention for the next 2 weeks, well, when he gets out. Professor Snape would not have liked what Warrington said, McGonagall sighed. Even if he was a Death Eater. How do you know that? Harry shrugged. I make it my business to know who might be my enemies, he answered. It still doesn't explain why Snape would shift so quickly. Because Professor Snape and your mother were once friends, since before they came to Hogwarts, McGonagall revealed. Of course, with your mother in Gryffindor and Professor Snape in Slytherin, their friendship was doomed to fail. So, Snape became a Death Eater. I do not believe it is that simple, McGonagall huffed. I would not jump to conclusions, but I must warn you, I would not expect any semblance of friendliness from him. He and your father were bitter enemies, and without wishing to speak ill of one of my colleagues, Professor Snape is rather bitter and petty when it comes to James Potter. Harry was surprised by the revelation. Why did they hate each other? He asked. McGonagall shrugged. Your mother, for one thing, she sighed. Your father seemed to be interested in her from the moment they met, and they seemed to compete for her attention. It certainly didn't help that your father was a talented wizard, popular with other students, and the best Quidditch player in the school. Not that any of that impressed your mother, she finished with a smirk. It didn't. McGonagall shook her head. No, your mother did not show any interest in your father until they were in their 6th year when he had grown up considerably, she explained. It is quite understandable. Your father could be a real pain. Between him and his 3 friends, they caused enough trouble around the castle to last me an entire teaching career. Harry chuckled at the expression of exasperation the woman wore. What sort of trouble? He asked curiously. Oh, mostly harmless pranks and truancy, but it was so regular that I had a permanent headache because of them. At least once a week I'd have them in my office for something or other, and in detention even more regularly. Harry laughed once more. He had always wondered where he'd gotten his own sense of mischief from, and now he knew. I expect you yourself have caused more than your share of trouble, have you not? Me, Professor? Harry asked, clutching his chest dramatically. McGonagall hummed, a slight smirk tugging at her lips. It's like I said, you remind me of him very much, and not just because of your appearance. Even now, I am reminding myself that it is not James Potter sitting before me. But you liked him. The woman smiled as she nodded. As frustrating as he was, he had a certain charm about him that you seem to have inherited, and I can think of so few that I grew fond of in all my time here. Her words warmed Harry, and he too smiled at the lasting effect his father had on the stern Transfiguration professor. What about my mother? McGonagall snorted amusedly. Your mother was very opinionated, stubborn, and strong-willed, but was also one of the kindest and sweetest people you could ever hope to meet. She was talented too. She adored charms and potions just as much as your father did Transfiguration. I have no doubt that both of them would be very proud of you. I hope so, Harry murmured. Thank you, Professor, for speaking about them with me. McGonagall smiled once more. I have dozens of stories to tell, Harry, and we have the rest of the year to share them. I would, however, urge you to speak to Professor Flitwick also. He knew your mother better than any here. I will, Harry assured her. And do try not to make too many enemies, the woman sighed. Not all of the purebloods here are like Mr. Malfoy or Mr. Warrington. I know, I met Susan Bones and Terry Boot today during a defense lesson, he explained. They were both polite and respectful. I suppose when the others learn that I am to be the next Lord Black, their attitudes will change, especially since many have gold from the family invested in their businesses. Professor McGonagall nodded her agreement. How did you find your defense lesson with Professor Moody? The man certainly knows his stuff, Harry praised. All of the teaching I've experienced here has been excellent. Durmstrang and Hogwarts are certainly different, but brilliant in their own ways. Why did you choose Durmstrang? McGonagall asked curiously. Because it was the best school to avoid my fame and to prepare me for the uphill struggles I will face when I return, Harry answered honestly. So, you intend on returning? Harry nodded. It may not feel like it, but Britain is my home, and I have my responsibilities here, he explained. Maybe I won't live here, but I will need to be intimately familiar with it. I will hold 2 prominent seats on the Wizengamot, and as I said to Cornelius Fudge when I met him, things will be different. I cannot sit idly by whilst scumbags like Malfoy and his ilk get away with everything they have done. You will make some powerful enemies, McGonagall sighed. Or is it that they will have a powerful enemy that will never bow down to them regardless of what they do? McGonagall shook her head. Well, life on the Wizengamot will certainly be interesting. I hope that Professor Dumbledore is ready for it. I expect he will be, Harry chuckled. I don't plan on arriving quietly and hiding in the shadows. I will certainly make my mark when the day comes for me to return. McGonagall released a deep breath. Spoken just like your father's son, she sighed. Just be careful, Harry. I would not wish to see you meet the same end your parents did. I won't, Harry assured her. It will be the others that fall. Victor could only shake his head as he exited the forest, his limbs feeling like jelly and his mouth dry at the prospect of what he must face during the first task. Dragons. Of all the things in the magical world, it had to be dragons. Karkaroff had come to fetch him an hour ago, his expression always having been rather grim, but somehow even more so as he led Victor through the thickets of trees to the large enclosure surrounded by the burnt remains of trees. There were 3 of them in all, one for each of the champions. Did the others know? Victor shook his head as he neared the ship. Of course they knew. Well, Maxime would ensure Delacour did, at least. Beauxbatons had not won a tournament for decades before it had been banned, and the headmistress would do whatever it took to not fall into that habit. You look like you've seen a ghost. Harry's voice pulled Victor from his thoughts. He was seated on the bow of the ship with the Slytherin girl he knew. They could often be found there late in the evening, and though the other Durmstrang students didn't like it, none of them would mention it to Harry. Could be my own, Victor snorted humorlessly. What is it? Harry asked, switching to Bulgarian seamlessly. He had made considerable effort to learn several languages since starting at Durmstrang. Out of all the students that had come along, there was not one he couldn't converse with. I know what the first task is, Victor replied darkly. It's dragons. Well, I was guessing you weren't going to be asked to oil up, wrestle the other champions and then go for a shiatsu, and I wish I had not thought of that, he added with a grimace. Then again, I wouldn't mind seeing the French champion oiled up. Despite his maudlin mood, Victor chuckled. I do not think your friend would like you saying that, he snorted. Harry's gaze shifted to Pansy and he frowned. Am I missing something? She asked confusedly. No, Victor's just having a bit of a meltdown, Harry explained. Oh, well, I'll leave you to it, Pansy declared as she stood and wrapped her arms around Harry. I'll see you tomorrow. Harry nodded, and the girl kissed him on the cheek before leaving, looking back at him more than once as she did so. What amused Victor the most was that Harry seemed to be oblivious to it. Are you really that dense? He asked. What do you mean? Harry returned with a frown. Victor couldn't be certain if he truly was so ignorant, or he was purposely being difficult. Unsure, he boarded the ship and took a seat a short distance away from the younger boy. You know, there are a lot of girls back at Durmstrang that would be quite jealous with how much time you spend with her, he chuckled, nodding towards the direction Pansy left in. She's my friend, Harry replied simply. Victor raised an eyebrow in his direction. Harry really was rather clueless. The Bulgarian cursed under his breath in his native tongue. Do you not realize how many girls are interested in you? Interested in me? Victor shook his head in disbelief. Zabini for one, he pointed out. She's always saying how much she would like to date you. She does. Victor grinned amusedly as he nodded. She's not the only one. I can think of at least another 5 or 6. How do you know this and not me? No one has mentioned anything. Because you are always surrounded by the girls in your year, Victor explained. No other girl has a chance to get near you. Everyone just assumes you're dating one of them. But I'm not, Harry defended. Victor held his hands up placatingly. It's just what everyone thinks. That's why they don't say anything, he sighed. Harry hummed as he dragged a hand through his hair. Bloody hell, he muttered. Anyway, we have more important things to focus on. What are you going to do about the dragon? I don't know, Victor murmured. Any ideas? Harry shrugged. You're the champion, Harry, Crumb huffed. Much to Victor's relief, Harry took pity on him. Well, you have to consider what they are going to want you to do, he began. I highly doubt they want you to fight a dragon. Wouldn't they? Of course not, you idiot, Harry chuckled. You'd be roasted alive. No, I would think the dragon is just an obstacle for you to overcome, and if that is the case, then there must be something you need to reach. So, I just need to find a way to get around a dragon. Sounds fun, Victor snorted. Still, he was pleased that he wouldn't have to fight one, and he felt foolish for having believed that would be the task. The question is, Harry continued, what is the end goal, and how will you distract the dragon enough to reach it? Victor could only shake his head. What are a dragon's weaknesses? The eyes, Harry answered, but I can't imagine they would want you to harm it. Dragons are protected creatures. That won't stop it harming me, Victor pointed out. That's true, Harry replied with a smirk, eliciting a scowl from Victor. The boy was enjoying this too much for his liking. What would you do? The Bulgarian questioned. I wouldn't have submitted my name to begin with, Harry sighed. But, you should use something you are already good at. Don't try to do anything ridiculous, fancy, or new. Play to my strengths. Harry nodded. And also learn as much as you can about what species of dragon you may face. They're not all the same. Victor deflated as he nodded. Thanks, he offered sincerely. I thought they would want me to fight one. Once more, Harry grinned, but this time he leaned in. Just of interest, where are they keeping the dragons? In the forest, Victor replied with a frown, his eyes widening as he realized just who he had revealed that information to. Why, what are you planning? Nothing, Harry said innocently as he headed towards the door leading to the galley. I might just want to have a look. The boy was insane, but Victor had known that for years now. Only Harry would actively seek out a trio of dragons. He probably believed he could befriend them. Victor shook his head at the thought of his friend with 3 dragons at his behest. Merlin help us, he muttered, the vision proving to be rather unsettling. Pushing them aside, his focus shifted once more to what he would soon face, and he groaned as he laced his head in his hands. What had he gotten himself in for? For the first time since he had submitted his name, Victor was beginning to wish he hadn't. It was with a frown that Harry made his way to the Hogwarts library, having no doubt that was where he would find Victor. He had been spending considerable time here recently, researching for the first task. Entering, Harry was met with the stern glare of the woman who was in charge, one he had been warned not to get on the wrong side of if he didn't wish to be stalked amongst the stacks whenever he came here. Madame Pants was no different to the miserable spinster who worked in the Durmstrang library, both running their establishments with an iron fist. Perhaps all librarians were the same. Harry shook his head of the distracting thought. It was not Madame Pants he had come to see. Hearing Victor's muttering voice a short distance away, he peered around the corner to find the Bulgarian in conversation with a familiar girl, the two of them leaning over a table, their heads almost touching as they pored over a large tome. Well, isn't this cozy? Harry snorted as he rounded the corner, startling the duo. Victor scowled at him whilst Hermione blushed and began stammering a poor excuse of sorts. Harry waved her off and took a seat, ignoring the irritated look Victor sent his way. So, how did it go? Harry pressed. Victor shrugged. My wand is fine, he replied. I wouldn't go that far, Harry returned, his gaze shifting to the shorter and thicker than average wand on the table. I always thought it was unsightly. I like my wand, Victor defended. And that's all that matters, Harry cooed, patting him on the cheek. Victor brushed his hand away as he grinned. What's funny? Harry asked. Just that you have another fan. A fan? Well, a journalist that is very interested in speaking with you. She seems to be quite determined. Harry released a deep sigh as he shook his head. It would be in her best interest to not attempt it, he murmured irritably. I've been taught how to handle journalists. You should be careful of this one, Hermione urged. Her name is Rita Skeeter, and she is a nasty woman. If she doesn't get what she wants from you, she will just make it up. Oh, I hope she does, Harry declared. I will bury the woman in so many legal problems that she won't have the time to scratch her ass, let alone another article. Victor laughed approvingly, but Hermione did not seem to be convinced. She's a ghastly woman, Harry, and even the minister hasn't been able to stop her writing. About him, she explained. I am not the minister, Harry pointed out. I am not bound by any professional courtesies, nor do I care about what she thinks she might be able to do with me. If she attempts to write anything untoward about me, I will ruin what remains of her life. Victor nodded his agreement. Anyway, what are you two doing in here, huddled up in your little secretive corner? Harry asked, changing the subject. We are not huddled. Hermione huffed, but I do need to get class. I'll see you later, Victor. Wait, Harry requested, taking the girl by the arm. I have a gift for you. A gift? Hermione asked suspiciously as Victor rolled his eyes. Harry nodded as he removed something from his pocket and offered it to the girl. It's a seed, she acknowledged with a frown. It is, Harry agreed, a smirk tugging at his lips. Just watch. Hermione's eyes widened as it began to sprout, growing until the head of the rose curled open. How did you do that? Hermione whispered as she accepted the flower. Magic, Harry answered with a wink. Enjoy the rest of your day, Hermione. The girl nodded and took her leave of the library. Show off, Victor snorted amusedly. I felt like doing something nice for her, Harry replied with a shrug. She doesn't have many friends here. I know, Victor sighed. She prefers the company of books. Is that how the two of you met? The Bulgarian nodded. I was researching dragons, and she just sat down and started talking about them with me. She's a smart girl. She is, Harry agreed. Are you? Victor frowned questioningly before shaking his head. No, he said firmly. She's only 14. It's just nice having someone else to talk to. Victor, there are hundreds of people here, Harry pointed out. Who only want to talk about Quidditch, Victor muttered. She hasn't mentioned it once. It's nice being treated normally. I get it, Harry sympathized, clapping the older boy on the shoulder. I'm happy for you, and for her. Just be careful. If that journalist is as bad as Hermione says, she might try and spin this as something it isn't. I will be, Victor promised. Even if she does write anything, I'm sure you wouldn't mind helping me out. This is your home country, after all. Harry nodded. Of course, he promised. I won't have a bad word said against you. Thanks, Harry, Victor replied gratefully. You'd do the same, Harry chuckled as he stood. Anyway, I just wanted to see how the wand ceremony went. I'll leave you to it, but if you need anything, let me know. Not that I think you will, not with the lovely Miss Granger offering you her assistance. Piss off, Victor returned with a scowl, aiming a punch at Harry's arm. The younger boy danced out of the way of it with a hearty laugh and offered the Bulgarian a wave before heading towards the exit, pausing as he heard a crash and someone cursing under their breath. Passing one of the aisles dedicated to the works pertaining to magical creatures, he spotted the French champion scrambling to gather the books she had dropped. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the ever-vigilant Madame Pants stalking towards the disturbance. Thinking quickly, Harry drew his wand, and with a wave, the books that were on the ground were returned to the shelf, nothing seemingly amiss as the librarian appeared at the other end of the row. What was that? The woman demanded sharply. Before the startled French girl could answer, Harry spoke, eliciting a frown from her. My apologies, Madame Pants, I wasn't looking where I was going and almost walked into the young lady here. No harm done. The librarian's gaze swept across the shelves, looking for anything that may have been damaged, but with nothing evident. She narrowed her eyes at Harry. Then you should be more careful in the future, she huffed before turning and stomping away from the duo. Have a nice day, madam, Harry called. Miserable cow, he added in a mutter before turning towards the B***owned who was eyeing him curiously. What was that? She questioned cautiously. Are you not familiar with Madame Pants? Non, the girl answered. If she would have caught you with those books on the floor, you wouldn't be allowed back in here. You sound as though you were speaking from experience. Not me, but I've seen her reduce a first year to tears, Harry explained. The French girl raised a delicate brow in his direction. Well, then I should thank you, but I do not scare so easily. No, I wouldn't think you do, Harry replied, nodding to the books she held, all of them depicting one topic. She held them protectively to her chest as she swallowed deeply. You know, Harry shrugged. Cheating is a traditional part of the tournament, isn't it? I am not cheating, the girl hissed defensively. Harry held his hands up placatingly. It's nothing to do with me, he snorted. Victor had made no secret of the fact that he knows, and I expect Madame Maxime was the one to tell you, as Karkaroff told him. Delacour frowned at him suspiciously. What if she did? I couldn't care less, Harry chuckled. It would be stupid to go against a dragon without being prepared. It's stupid enough doing it when you are. The French champion nodded her agreement. So, we all know. I don't think Diggory does, Harry chuckled. If he did, he wouldn't be walking around with that stupid grin on his face, not unless he is an expert dragon handler. Well, that is less competition for me, Delacour replied with a shrug. Harry nodded his agreement. Anyway, I will wish you luck and leave you to your studies, he declared. That book there will have all the information you will need, he added, pointing to one of the tomes she held. Why would you help me? I'm not, Harry responded with a smirk. You already have what you need, I'm only preventing you from wasting time. I cannot stand wasted time, not when it can be used for more useful pursuits. The girl actually smiled at him, an expression he had not seen on the very few occasions he had seen her around the castle. Thank you, Harry Potter, she offered sincerely. Harry offered her a bow. I wish you good fortune in the tournament, he said. Of course, I will be rooting for Victor, but that doesn't mean I don't want to see you perform admirably. I will win, Fleur declared firmly. Maybe you will, Harry said thoughtfully. Regardless, I look forward to seeing what you can do. With that, Harry exited the library. The French girl was interesting, Avila judging by the passive magic he could feel radiating from her, not to mention the affect she had on most of the other male students in the castle. Not that such a thing mattered to Harry. If anything, with how defensive and guarded she was, He suspected it meant more to her than it did anyone else, other than the typical bigots, something of which Hogwarts had its fair share of, just as Durmstrang did. It was a sense of nervous excitement that filled Sirius as he paced the hallway of Grimmauld Place, waiting for the moment the clock struck midday. He had not expected a response to his letter, nor had he thought for a moment that Remus would accept his invitation to meet, but much to his surprise, the werewolf had agreed to visit him. "Come on," Sirius grumbled, urging the clock to chime. He had been preparing himself all morning for what was to come, assuring himself that his childhood friend would be as happy to see him as Sirius would be to see Remus. Or would he? So much had happened since they had last been together, so many things that Sirius would give his life for to change. His thoughts were interrupted by the clock he had been pleading with to announce the coming of the afternoon, and with it, the anticipation he felt melted away, leaving him feeling worried once more. Nonetheless, he released a deep breath as he opened the front door just enough so that he could look outside, where he was met by the sight of the werewolf who had once been like a brother to him. Remus was as pale as ever, sporting more scars than Sirius remembered, and his formerly brown hair was liberally flecked with gray. Still, there was no mistaking the man. "Sirius," Remus greeted him warily with a stiff nod. Sirius swallowed deeply as he opened the door to allow the man in, his throat dry as he struggled to find some words with which to speak. Before he could, however, Remus shook his head. "I'm sorry, old friend, for Peter getting away." Sirius waved him off. "It doesn't matter. Peter will get what is coming to him eventually. It will only be all the sweeter when it happens." Remus nodded his agreement. "Then I'm sorry for believing that you could ever." Sirius held up a hand to silence the man. He did not wish to discuss his own foolishness which had led to the many years he'd spent in Azkaban. "It was my fault," he sighed. "I allowed my anger and heartbreak to cloud my judgment. The only person who deserves any apology is Harry." "How is he?" Remus asked. Sirius shrugged. "I don't know, I've not seen him." "You've not seen him? Cassie has not allowed it," Sirius grumbled. "I don't think she has even told him I'm here yet. It's understandable really. He has spent his whole life believing that it was me who was the cause of James and Lily dying. It will take him time to adjust." Remus offered him a sympathetic smile. "I did hear he is at Durmstrang and doing rather well." Sirius nodded. "He is, but he is spending the year at Hogwarts because of the tournament." "The tournament?" Remus questioned with a frown. "Have you not read the paper? It's all the prophet has been printing." "I've been avoiding it," Remus murmured. "After what happened with Peter." Sirius nodded his understanding. "Well, they've reinstated the Tri-Wizard tournament. And Harry is competing." Remus gasped. "No, he is there helping Viktor Krum with his Quidditch training." "The Viktor Krum? The Bulgarian seeker?" Sirius snorted as he nodded. "I know, I found it to be a surprise too, but apparently, Harry is just as good as James ever was on a broom." Remus smiled. "James would like that, Lily, not so much." Sirius chuckled. "It was bad enough when I brought him his training broom, do you remember? I thought she was going to kill you." Remus laughed, both men falling silent when the amusement had faded. "It's good to see you, Moony," Sirius offered sincerely. "You too," the werewolf returned. "Wait, do you think we could send something to Harry?" "Send him what?" Sirius asked with a frown. "Well, when I was teaching last year, I came into possession of this," he explained, removing a familiar piece of weathered parchment from within his robes. "Is that?" Remus nodded. "The map," he confirmed. "I confiscated it from a couple of Weasleys who had somehow gotten it. It's not doing me any good keeping it, but maybe Harry can make use of it." "From what Cassie has told me, he certainly would," Sirius sighed whimsically. "According to her, Harry is quite the troublemaker." "Does that really surprise you?" Sirius shook his head. "No, it doesn't," he replied with a grin. "Let's find Cassie and see if she will pass it on." With that, the two of them headed towards the study that the woman spent much of her time when she was at the house, and Sirius knocked on the door. "Come in," the voice of his aunt called. "Just let me talk," Sirius murmured as he pushed open the door. Seated behind the desk surrounding by swaths of parchment was Cassiopeia Black, one of the most notorious witches to come out of Britain in recent history. "What can I do for you, Sirius?" she asked, quirking an eyebrow at him. Sirius didn't know why, but there was always something about the woman that unsettled him. Perhaps it was the many stories he had heard about her when he was growing up, or she just had a talent for putting people on edge. Remus too was nervous in her presence, something she seemingly enjoyed. I was hoping that you could pass something on to Harry for us, Sirius explained, placing the piece of parchment on the desk. What is it? Cassiopeia questioned, eyeing the map with distaste. Something we helped make when we were at Hogwarts, Sirius explained. Since James was a part of it, Harry should have it. It's a map of the castle and grounds and identifies anyone who is in the castle with their location. I'll show you. Tapping the piece of parchment with the tip of his wand and muttering the phrase he had done so countless times during their years at Hogwarts, he watched as the familiar scrawl filled the front, and Cassiopeia picked it up, humming thoughtfully. I must say, this is quite impressive, she declared. How did you make it? Sirius rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. More by accident than anything else, he admitted. We were trying to make a map, but it turned out better than we could hope. Cassiopeia nodded as her eyes trailed over the parchment, sighing as she placed it down and pointed to a section on it. He is talking to a girl in the library, she murmured. A French one by the looks of it. He's a ladies' man, Sirius laughed, eliciting a scowl from his aunt. He is, she agreed. Many of his friends are females who have more than a passing interest in him. Not that he realizes it yet, or if he does, he is feigning ignorance. I'd rather he kept it up if truth be told. Does he have many friends? Sirius asked curiously. Cassiopeia nodded. He does, she confirmed. He's too kind for his own good at times, and then that other side of him occasionally rears its head and reminds everyone that his kindness is far from weakness. He is ruthless when provoked, and fiercely protective of his friends, whether they are a witch, wizard, or creature. He treats them all the same. A creature. Sirius pressed. Harry has made friends with werewolves, vampires, and even a half-elf, Cassie explained somewhat proudly. Such associations will do him no good if they become known in the future, but he won't care. As he rightly says, his enemies are plenty, so who cares if another few chooses to become one of them? Sirius could only shake his head as his gaze shifted to Remus. The man wore a proud smile, and once more, Sirius was reminded of how kind James could be. It was him that had urged them all to become animagi so that they could help Remus during the nights of the full moon, and it had been James who had guided them through the process. He truly had been a marvel at transfiguration. So, will you pass it on? Sirius questioned. Cassiopeia released a deep sigh as she nodded. Write a note for him if you wish, she instructed. I will speak with him and explain that you are here, but it will be up to him what he wishes to do with the information. I will not have him pressured into anything he is not ready for. Sirius readily agreed to the terms and took a seat to pen a letter to his godson, pausing when he realized that he didn't know where to begin. It was with a trembling hand that Victor removed the model from the bag, the red scales of the dragon revealing just which of the creatures he had seen in the forest he would be facing. The Chinese fireball, Bagman announced. Victor released a deep breath as he eyed the number on the beast's chest. He would be going first, but even if he was to be last, he had no doubt that his resolve would still be wavering. Facing off with a dragon in any context was not advisable, especially a nesting mother. He shook his head of the many scenarios that had been plaguing his mind, the potential for being horrifically burned, being bitten, or torn to shreds by the claws. Neither were desirable outcomes, and yet, Victor faced the possibility of each being inflicted upon him. Your name will be called shortly, Mr. Crumb, Bagman informed him before he and the other judges left the tent. The Bulgarian took another deep breath as his gaze shifted towards the other champions. Delacour was rather calm and collected. She too knew what they were to face, but Diggory had paled considerably, shock evident across his features as he trembled. None had thought to tell him. Victor Crumb. The bellowing of his name pulled him from his thoughts, and Victor headed towards the exit as he pondered just how he would tackle the task before him. Hermione had suggested that he summoned a broom and attempted to outfly the dragon, an idea with merit but one that posed too many risks. Victor had considered using transfiguration as a distraction, and perhaps he still would, but he did not relish the thought of approaching the nest when the attention of the dragon could shift back towards him. No, doing so would be an error on his part. Still, he was not foolish to believe that he could incapacitate a dragon single-handedly, so his options were indeed rather limited. Bracing himself and flicking his wand into his hand, he nodded. His plan was risky, but it was the best chance he had to escaping with his prize with his body intact. There would be those that did not approve, but it was not them being pitted against a behemoth that had every advantage over them imaginable. Harry grimaced as he watched Victor darting between the boulders, taking aim with his wand and firing curse after curse towards the furious dragon. It was not the approach he would have chosen to take, but he understood why Victor had. He could not afford to risk severe, let alone permanent injury whilst competing in the tournament. Which only made Harry wonder why the boy had entered. Victor was not likely to admit it, but Harry knew he wanted the world to see that he was not just a Quidditch player, that despite his talent for the sport, he was indeed a gifted wizard in his own right. The dragon's roar as one of the spells hit its mark reverberated around the stadium, and it began to thrash, just as Harry suspected it would. The conjunctivitis curse was a deeply unpleasant spell to fall victim to, even for a dragon. Its eyes were the most vulnerable part of the creature, so it made sense for Victor to attack them. Evidently, however, the Bulgarian had not considered the aftermath as deeply as he should have, and Harry could only shake his head as the dragon crushed a few of her own eggs. Despite this, Victor managed to retrieve the golden one amongst the clutch, suffering only what appeared to be minor burns to his face as the dragon shot balls of flame in desperation. With the egg tucked under his arm, Victor took his leave of the stadium to the sound of cheering and applause, and Harry followed suit, making his way to where he had seen the erected medical tent. Within it, he found a groaning Victor as he was being attended to a displeased Madame Pomfrey, yet. Despite the seared skin on his face, the boy offered him a smile as he spotted Harry enter. "I got it," he declared happily. "You did," Harry agreed. "You do not agree with my method," Victor sighed. "I think you could have approached it differently," Harry mused aloud, "but you did what you had to and I will not hold it against you. You have more to lose than the others." Victor smiled gratefully. "It's not as though I made it out unscathed," he snorted. "No, but maybe the slight scarring it will leave will be a reminder of sorts." "A reminder of what?" "That dragons should not be messed with." Victor laughed heartily as he nodded, and Madame Pomfrey covered the orange ointment she had been smearing on his cheek with a bandage. "It will need changing every day for the next week," the woman explained firmly. "You may get your score," she added when Victor nodded his understanding. "How do you think I did?" he asked as the duo exited the tent. Harry shrugged. "It depends on how the judges view your performance, approach, and results. I imagine most will deduct a point or two for your method and some of the eggs being damaged, but you can expect a high score from Karkaroff." Victor rolled his eyes. "I would rather be judged fairly. Karkaroff does not do fair, not when the reputation of the school is at stake." Victor nodded his agreement. They re-entered the stadium and the crowd began to cheer once more for him, and though he attempted to smile, doing so was painful, the burns he'd suffered having tightened the skin on his cheek. "Ladies and gentlemen, we will now reveal the score for Mr. Krum," Bagman announced. "Remember, each champion will be scored on their performance out of 10. Bagman began the proceedings by firing an 8 into the air, a fair score as far as Victor was concerned. Crouch followed it with a 7, his judgment greeted with boos. "He despises any magic that is deemed to be dark," Harry muttered. Dumbledore was next, and the Hogwarts headmaster gave him an 8, as did Madame Maxime who followed. "I told you," Harry snorted as Karkaroff gave him a 10. Victor shook his head. Harry's suspicions had indeed been correct, and though he did not believe Victor's performance had warranted a perfect score, he had not comported himself poorly. "Come on," he urged the Bulgarian, "let's find a seat to watch the others." Victor nodded but scowled as he spotted a somewhat familiar figure on the other side of the stadium. "Isn't that your aunt?" he questioned, pointing to where the woman was seated. Harry frowned. However, his mood lifted as he found Cassiopeia amongst the crowd, her expression quite grim, but that did not prevent him from smiling at her. However, she gave him a subtle shake of the head as he began making his way to her, insisting that he waited to do so for reasons known only to her. With his frown deepening, Harry took a seat next to Victor just as Fleur Delacour was announced as the next champion to complete the task. "Well, at least you won't have another one to do until after Christmas," Harry chuckled, nodding towards the bandages. "We still have the ball," Victor sighed. "What ball?" The Bulgarian grinned at the younger boy, evidently knowing something Harry didn't. "The Yule Ball," he informed him. "It is held on Christmas Day as part of the celebrations of the tournament. As a champion, I will have to open it by dancing with my partner. I expect they will announce it soon." "Your partner?" Victor nodded. You have to attend a ball with a date. That means you too, Potter. I'm not going, Harry scoffed. Oh, yes you are, Victor countered. Or are you too scared that you won't be able to get a date? Don't be stupid, Harry huffed. I just don't want to. Go. Victor shook his head. You're not getting out of it, he said gleefully. Karkaroff will make all of us go. Harry groaned as he placed his head in his hands. I'll just go alone then. No, that isn't how it works, Victor chuckled. You will find and escort a date. The headmaster will insist. But we only brought 4 girls with us, and they're all with someone else already. Then you'd best start thinking about options, Potter, Victor snorted. What about you? Harry returned with a frown. I'll ask Hermione. Harry shook his head. Bloody hell, he grumbled. Attending a ball was not part of the agreement. Maybe I should have mentioned it before we came. No, I think I read about it somewhere, but I was focused on the tasks, Harry sighed as he leaned back in his chair. Fine, if I have to go then I will, he declared. I'll bloody well show you up, you smug bastard. Is that so? Victor replied. Harry nodded. You might be good on a broom, but I bet you're a terrible dancer. You will see, Victor chuckled. Just you worry about finding a date. I suppose you will ask Pansy. Harry nodded. I will, he confirmed. This might just be easier than I thought. Victor scowled. He had hoped Harry would be more perturbed about the ball than he was. Initially, he had been, but in his typical fashion, he was adapting to what was likely something rather uncomfortable for him. As far as Victor knew, Harry had never even danced with a girl, but the prospect of doing so was not bothering him now as much as the Bulgarian had expected. The French contender's performance had been rather intriguing. The charm she had used to send her dragon into a light slumber having proven to be effective, though Cassiopeia found it to be a rather lackluster display. Krum had at least made his task exciting, but the judges had seemingly been impressed, other than Karkaroff. The man had scored her a 6 whilst the other judges had given her a 9, placing her above Victor in the standings. The Hogwarts champion had scored 38 overall, his performance the most entertaining of the 3, but he had certainly left the most injured. The burns on his legs would take some healing. Nonetheless, the task was not what Cassiopeia had traveled to Hogwarts for. No, she was merely using it as a distraction to speak with Harry, the topic of which leaving her quite nervous to broach with the boy. With the tasks complete, she gestured for him to join her, and she exited the stadium where she then made her way to the treeline of the forest a short distance away. Harry joined her a moment later, his gaze questioning. Seeing no reason to delay the inevitable revelation, Cassiopeia released a deep breath. I found him, she said simply. Harry's expression darkened and his nostrils flared the same way Arcturus's did whenever he was angry. And, Cassiopeia sighed as she shook her head. I believe that he is innocent. Harry merely nodded. He is innocent of selling them out, but he is not innocent of failing in his duties. He is not, Cassiopeia agreed, and whatever you decide to do is your choice. I will not interfere in that, but as much as it irks me to admit it, he seems to genuinely want to make it right with you. He asked me to give you this. Harry accepted the envelope and hesitated for a moment before opening it. Cassiopeia watched intently as he read the missive, having done so herself as Sirius had finished penning it to the boy. Dear Harry, where do I even begin? From what Aunt Cassie has told me, an apology would mean little to you, but I'm going to give it anyway. I'm sorry for allowing my anger to cloud my judgment, for not prioritizing what James and Lily would have wished me to, and for leaving you when you needed me most. I am not asking for forgiveness because it is something I can never forgive myself for, but I wish for us to have something meaningful, not because it is what your parents would want, but because I remember the little boy that I promised to protect with my life, the same little boy that broke Petunia's vase with his training broom, and the same boy I held in my arms when his parents asked me to be his godfather. I know you won't remember this, but I do, and there has never been a time in my life that I was happiest than when James and Lily asked me to be your godfather. For once, it felt that I had a true purpose, a reason to survive the war. I never forgot that. My years in Azkaban were awful, but it was knowing you were out there that kept me going, that would not allow me to be broken. I ask only for a chance to be a part of your life, in any way that you wish. Sirius. P.S. The enclosed piece of parchment is something we worked on at school. I imagine it will prove to be useful for you during your time at Hogwarts. Simply tap it with your wand and say, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." When you are finished using it, tap it again and say, "Mischief managed." Cassie watched as Harry stared interestedly at the worn parchment before following the given instructions and smirked as his eyes widened in wonder. Her own frown, however, matched his own as it suddenly creased his brow. "Is this real?" he asked. Cassiopeia nodded. "He assures me that it still works as well as it did when they created it." Harry hummed thoughtfully, placing a finger to his lips as he stepped around her. "Oh, you crafty ch," he exclaimed. "Excuse me." Cassiopeia snapped as she turned, her own anger surfacing as she was greeted by the sight of a bespectacled woman forming in front of her. Immediately, her wand was in her hand, pointed at the pleading woman. "It is not what you think," she defended. "It is exactly what I think." Harry growled. "You were spying, Skeeter. I suppose this would have made quite the scoop for you." Cassiopeia was dumbfounded by what had occurred in the last half-minute. How had the woman gotten here? "She's an animagus," Harry explained, his wand never leaving the woman, and an unregistered one at that. "I wonder how many people would be interested in learning that little piece of information." "You have made some rather powerful enemies, Miss Skeeter." The woman was downright alarmed, and Cassie had to fight the urge to murder her where she was. "No, I can't go to Azkaban," she whimpered. "You know too much for me to let you go," Harry sighed. "It would be easier for us if you simply vanished." "No," Skeeter pleaded. "I can be useful to you. Please, don't kill me." Seeing the stadium beginning to empty, Harry seized the woman by the scruff of her robes and dragged her into the forest so they would not be seen together. Cassie followed, pondering just what to do with the woman. Harry was right. Skeeter already knew too much. "I can spy for you, get you information that they won't even print in the Prophet." "I have a mountain of things already," the reporter tried. "What things?" Cassiopeia interjected. "Information on just about every lord and lady in the country, even the key politicians." "The minister." Skeeter nodded. "I will give you all of it, and I will keep my silence. Just don't kill me or give me away." Harry hummed thoughtfully. "All right," he agreed, "but you will provide the information, and you will write nothing derogatory about me or the blacks." "Understood." Skeeter nodded readily. "And you will also carry out any task that I see fit that suit your talent." Once more, Skeeter nodded. "That is the price of your life, for now, Harry." Continued, "But if you give me any reason to, I will see that you vanish without a trace. Now, get out of my sight." Skeeter did not need telling twice, and she all but sprinted from the forest, transforming back into her beetle form as she did so. "Is that wise, Harry?" Cassie questioned worriedly. "It is risky," he sighed, "but often we need to take risks. She could be useful. Or she could go into hiding and print whatever she wants." Harry shook his head as a grin tugged at his lips. "I marked her whilst she was a beetle," he explained. "The only way she can be rid of it is if I do it for her. She will not be able to hide from me." Cassie grinned at the ingenuity of the boy. She had indeed taught him well. "And what about Sirius?" Harry released a deep breath as he shrugged. "I will meet with him when I am ready to do so," he decided. "I need time to let this all sink in, but pass on my appreciation for the map. It will certainly come in useful." The grin he wore was full of mischief, and Cassiopeia could only imagine what the boy would get up to with it in his possession. Still, nothing she said would deter him. He may love and respect her dearly, but even that was not enough to prevent him from causing trouble. It was in his blood to do so, and Cassie almost felt a modicum of sympathy for those at Hogwarts. With Harry on the loose and such an item at his disposal, she doubted that anyone would be safe. "Merlin," she murmured simply, shaking her head as the boy's grin only widened. "Fenrir says the times will soon be changing, that he can smell it in the air. Fortune will soon favor us, my son, and soon, we will no longer be forced to live in exile." The ominous words his mother had penned to him had left Kane feeling confused and concerned. Things did not simply change for his kind, something he had accepted long ago. If truth be told, he did not want them to change. Despite being looked down on by society, he was content with his lot in life. He never went hungry, he had a roof over his head, and he was part of the strongest pack in Europe. Kane was safe, and he could ask for no more than that. What these implied changes were, he knew not, and Kane found he already did not care for them. His gaze passed over the friends he had made whilst they ate their breakfast, the notable absence of Harry being felt more than ever. If he was here, Cain would speak with him. Harry always knew what to say or do to make him feel better. Nonetheless, he was still a werewolf, and the good of the pack would always have to be priority. He swallowed deeply as Summerby offered him a smile. "Something on your mind?" she asked. Cain shook his head as he returned the gesture, his attention shifting to each member of the group, and he realized something he had not even considered until this very moment. They too were his pack. Along with the other werewolves he spent time with at Durmstrang, the vampire, the half-elf, the disgraced pureblood, the son of the hag, and the half-bloods were his pack. He snorted lightly at his thoughts. Even so, he may be the wolf among them, but the role of alpha was not his to claim. No, that honor belonged to Harry. It was him that held them together, that looked out for them, that kept them safe from the many threats around the school. Even in his absence, he was ensuring they were not victimized for what they were. The boy would not appreciate Cain's observations, but they were undeniable, as was the need to protect each of them that the werewolf felt. Whatever changes were on the horizon, they did not matter to him. So long as his pack was safe and thriving, Cain could not find it in himself to become excited or care for them. "That'll teach you for being a nosy little shit," Harry muttered as he shut the door to the broom cupboard on Mrs. Norris. The cat had attempted to follow him as he explored the castle, something he wouldn't have noticed unless he was consulting the map. The caretaker's pet really was rather crafty. With a snort of amusement, he removed his cloak from his pocket and draped it over himself before checking the map once more, tracing the path he had walked with his forefinger. With Hogwarts being perhaps the most secure building in Britain, there were a lot of secret entrances that could be used by those that knew of them. Harry had spent much of the past days investigating them and putting the ones that were a serious risk out of commission. He left the one that led to the basement of Honeydukes, casting several detection charms and triggering charms should any other than himself attempt to use it, but all the others his father and his friends had discovered were no longer active. If Wormtail did indeed attempt to enter the castle, he would find himself trapped until Harry came to collect him. The thought brought a grin to Harry's lips, though he frowned as he remembered there was much that the Marauders had not discovered, including the Chamber of Secrets. He knew that the entrance was located in a bathroom, and the fact that Voldemort had possessed a girl to do his bidding a couple of years prior would suggest it was in a girl's one. Harry, however, had not searched them as yet. Being found in one was not something he could explain away. Still, he was determined to locate it, if only to ensure the monster within the chamber posed no threat to the students here. He may even find other useful things, though he doubted it. What knowledge Tom Riddle had gathered throughout his life, Harry had access to much of it, even if he did not always understand the information he possessed. With another shake of his head, he cleared the map and began asking his way towards the dungeons. Thus far, he had only attended one of the classes under Professor Snape, and though he would rather avoid being in the man's company, Harry could not neglect the subject for an entire year. That simply would not do to begin with, but he had another reason be there. Stowing his cloak within robes along with the map, he reached the entrance hall, his pace quickening as he spotted Pansy exiting the great hall with some of her housemates, the group in deep conversation. "Can I have a word?" he asked, startling her. The girl offered him a bright smile as she nodded. "I'll catch up," she said dismissively to her housemates. They left, and Harry led the way into the courtyard where the rest of the students were passing through to head to their respective lessons. "What is it?" Pansy asked. Harry released a deep sigh. "Well, they announced the ball last night, and I was wondering if you would go with me." Pansy's face fell, an expression of irritation and guilt marring her features. "I can't," she replied. "Why not?" "Because Draco already asked and I couldn't say no to him," she explained. "You know how the politics here work. If I would have snubbed him, it would have reflected badly on my family." Harry nodded his understanding. "I get it," he sighed. "It's fine." "No, it isn't," Pansy countered, "but unless you're going to announce that you will be the Lord Black, there's nothing that can be done." "I won't be doing that yet," Harry muttered. "Honestly, it's okay." Pansy scowled and shook her head. "It's not like I want to go with him, and he doesn't want to go with me, not really," she said heatedly. "Then why did he ask?" "To piss you off, Harry," Pansy grumbled. "He asked as soon as the announcement was made. If he wasn't so petty, he would have asked Daphne first." Not that she would have accepted. Wouldn't politics dictate she had to? Pansy snorted amusedly. Daphne's father could sign a contract with Lucius Malfoy for the two of them to be married, and she would either murder him or be exiled. She despises him, but he seems to think that she's just playing hard to get. Interesting, Harry mused aloud. Draco is still a prick, and I'm sorry you got dragged into it. Honestly, I would have ended up having to go with him anyway, Pansy shrugged. Daphne would have rejected him and he would have insisted I go. Harry nodded his understanding. Well, I'm sorry either way. I'll try to be more considerate for you in the future, but if Draco wants to be petty, then I will beat him at his own game. I'm not beyond pettiness, you know. Pansy rolled her eyes, though she could not hide her own mischievous grin. What do you have in mind? She asked. Harry wagged a finger at her as he shook his head. I think we should head to potions, he suggested. All will be revealed in due course. Why do I get the feeling you're going to just cause more trouble? Because that's exactly what I'm going to do, Harry said with a grin as they made their into the depths of the castle. Entering the potions classroom, Snape shot them a look of irritation, but as Harry was not a student here, he could not deduct him points or give him a detention, and he certainly wasn't going to dock points from his own house. Parkinson, to your seat, he instructed. Potter, if I am to tolerate your presence in here, you will work with Mr. Goyle. Harry merely nodded and began unpacking his things by the burly boy who had quite the uncanny resemblance to a troll when looked at in certain angles. Today, we will be brewing a strengthening solution, Snape announced. You will find it on page 44 of your textbook. What is it, Potter? I don't have a copy of the book, Professor, Harry explained. You will find spares in bottom drawer of the cupboard, Snape replied, pointing towards where he stored most of his ingredients. But sir, this is much more advanced than anything else we have done, Hermione pointed out. It is, Snape agreed, but you will be sitting your owls next year. If you can brew this, then you can brew anything required at that level. Not that I expect many of you to succeed. Now, get one with it. Potter, have you gotten the book? Harry held up the copy of the textbook as he placed another more interesting one he'd found in his robes. He had no business looking at the copy of Advanced Potion Making, but it had caught his attention, nonetheless. He hadn't managed to look at it much before Snape had addressed him, but it appeared to be heavily annotated. Harry had learned since being at Durmstrang that annotated books could provide him with some excellent pointers, or they could simply have been tarnished by a careless owner. Still, it was worth the risk to pocket it. At worst, he'd added another book on potions to his collection. You should be slicing the slugs vertically, Goyle, Snape murmured as he leaned over the duo only a few minutes into their brewing. You foolish boy, he added as whatever Goyle had done began burning through the table. With a wave of his wand, Snape vanished whatever concoction Goyle had managed to create. Potter, move next to Zabini and Nott. Harry did so, the former of the pair greeting him cordially with a nod. My sister told me to say hello to you, he sighed. Your sister? Alessia. Alessia is your sister? Harry asked, surprised by the revelation. I suspected you were related, but with her being at Durmstrang and you here, I didn't want to pry. Blaise chuckled. No, she just chose to go there, he explained. She always talks about you. And the duels you have. Harry smiled fondly. She's not bad, he acknowledged. She's given me more than a few cuts and bruises. She hasn't beaten you though, Blaise pointed out. That really bothers her, but I think she has the hots for you. Whenever someone else mentions you at home, she blushes. Harry shook his head. Victor had said the very same thing to him. Well, she hasn't said anything to me. No, she said that you're always hanging around with other girls. Is it true you have a vampire as a friend? Harry nodded. Lucinda, he confirmed. She's great when she's not trying to cave my skull in or threatening to bite me. Harry frowned as Malfoy muttered something incoherent under his breath. He chose to ignore it, already plotting to get under the boy's skin in a way that would irritate him more than a verbal rebuttal. Sometimes I wish I went to Durmstrang, Blaise whispered, shooting Malfoy a look of disapproval. If you did, you wouldn't have an expert like Professor Snape teaching you potions, Harry replied as the potions master passed them. Although he did not like the man, he could not deny that he was a more than exceptional potioneer, even if his teaching methods were lacking. The man stood a little taller as he went on his way. It wouldn't hurt to not have him as an enemy, know when Harry needed to continue studying the subject. True, Blaze conceded, but I wouldn't have to put up with as many prats. I wouldn't be so sure, Harry muttered. Durmstrang has more than its fair share, but I would rather put up with them than some of the ones you have here, he added, his gaze shifting towards Malfoy and then to another Slytherin as she headed towards the cupboard. Would you believe it, he sighed. I need more fig leaves. He followed the girl, checking that no one was attempting to listen in on them before speaking. Greengrass, he greeted her. You made me jump. The girl huffed, evidently not having heard him approach. What do you want? Your assistance with pissing Malfoy off, Harry replied without preamble. I'm listening, the girl returned interestedly. What do you need me to do? Do you have a date for the ball? No, Daphne answered with a frown. Why, are you asking me? I will, but I think a more public display would be suitable for a young lady of your station, don't you? A grin of amusement tugged at her lips as she peered towards Draco, but nonetheless, she narrowed her eyes at him. Fine, but there will be no funny business from you, she warned, and you will owe me a favor of my choosing. Within reason. Naturally, Daphne replied with a nod. Harry offered the girl a smile. You won't regret it. I already am, Greengrass muttered as Harry returned to his table where he continued to work on his potion. He wanted to at least have something to submit by the end of the lesson, even if it wouldn't meet Snape's approval. Harry had no doubt that he could submit a flawless potion and the man would somehow find fault in his work. For him especially, there would be no pleasing the man. You should all be at the stage where your potion needs to be left to simmer for 10 minutes, Snape spoke quietly, though his voice carried to every corner of the room. Use this time to begin clearing down your stations. Harry disposed of the remains of his ingredients, and scrubbed his section of the table down, and with a few minutes to spare, he put his plan into action. Walking over to Greengrass, he cleared his throat and the girl turned towards him, raising an eyebrow in evident surprise. Miss Greengrass, I was hoping you would allow me the honor to escort you to the Yule Ball, he said confidently. Daphne's look of interested curiosity morphed into a bright smile, her blue eyes twinkling as he nodded. The honor would be all mine, she replied enthusiastically. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry could see the watching Draco purpling with rage, and he took no small amount of satisfaction from it. With a smug grin, Harry took her offered hand and bowed, pressing his lips to her knuckle. This is not the Lonely Hearts Exchange. Snape snapped. Potter, get back to your station. I look forward to our date, Harry murmured before doing so, the frantic whispering of most of the other students following him. Greengrass. Blaze chuckled. Why not? Harry questioned. No reason, Blaze returned with a shrug, but Draco looks like he might explode. Good, Harry declared. Bollocks to Draco. Blaze nodded his agreement. What are you up to, Potter? He asked. Nothing, Harry said innocently. Blaze hummed in disbelief. Whatever you say, but did you not think of asking someone else? I'm sure Alessia would have loved to be invited here for Christmas, he added with a wink. Harry frowned at the thought and pondered the possibility of having done so. No, it would have been no good. Perhaps he would have been able to get Eleanor approved for a visa, but neither Lucinda nor Anna would be. Even Summerby would be a stretch with the reputation of her family for being traitors. Were it not for her being from Beauxbatons, Harry doubted Fleur Delacour would have been granted entry into Britain either. Alessia Zabini would have been, but the two of them had barely shared a conversation. Most of the time spent interacting, they had been aiming to incapacitate one another. It's done now, Harry sighed, not regretting his decision. Daphne was a nice enough, undoubtedly beautiful, but rather closed off. She wasn't cold towards others as such, but she was certainly reserved. Daphne is a good choice, Blaze pointed out, and a close friend. Make sure she has a good time, please. I will, Harry assured the other boy. We are both getting something out of this. Blaze's eyes shifted towards the still angry Draco, his lips quirking as he looked upon the B***owned. I see, he said amusedly. Very clever, Potter. Daphne is in on this. Why else would she agree to go to the ball with me if she wasn't? Maybe because it makes sense, Blaze pointed out. You're of a similar standing, both smart and annoyingly charming in your own ways. You suit each other quite well. Harry frowned as he looked at the girl cleaning up the remnants of her efforts to brew the strengthening solution, her honeybee**owned hair tied in an elaborate braid and showing of her delicate and high cheekbones. It could never be said that the girl was unattractive. If truth be told, Harry had seen very few girls that could hope to match up with Daphne Greengrass. Perhaps the ball wouldn't be so bad after all. She turned to face him, her eyes trailing over his form before she met his stare with her own, a rather mischievous grin tugging at her lips. Had she merely agreed to go to the ball with him to irritate Draco, or was there more to her reasoning? Harry could not be sure, but it seemed that it was not as simple as wishing to assist him with his plan, even if she did know of it. The Dark Lord looked intently upon the three men gathered before him, only one of whose loyalty was not in question, though he kept his inner thoughts to himself on the matter, for now. He was as vulnerable as he'd ever been, and though it irked him to admit it, he needed them. Barty was the one whom he trusted implicitly, his loyalty not having wavered even after he'd learned of the Dark Lord's fall. Lucius was too intelligent, too cautious to devote himself once more to the cause with Voldemort in his current state. Still, he was serving as he always had, even though the doubt in his mind was evident. Voldemort's gaze shifted to Wormtail. The man was undoubtedly useful, but he was a sniveling coward who could never be fully brought into confidence. Pettigrew was here merely because he had been found posing as a family pet. Why he had done so, the Dark Lord could not fathom. He could have fled Britain long ago but had chosen to stay and live an odd yet comfortable life as a rat. He truly was the epitome of foolish. Nevertheless, there were few so talented in the art of espionage, so he would live so long as he served a purpose. "What do you have to report?" the Dark Lord questioned. It was Wormtail who stepped forward first, his nervous, rodent-like mannerisms forcing Voldemort to maintain his composure, despite wanting to inflict pain on the animagus. "My lord, I have made contact with Greyback as instructed," he explained. "He is willing to join with you once more, when the time is right." Voldemort nodded. He had no doubt the werewolves would resume their alliance with him. The opportunities to feed and add to their pack was too tempting to ignore. "Excellent," he declared. "Barty." The man frowned. At Lucius's suggestion, the Dark Lord had kept Barty close. Placing his father under the Imperious Curse, though beneficial, was a risk they could not take. Barty was too impulsive, and impulsiveness was not what Voldemort needed. Were it not for Lucius arriving when he did, the suggestion made by Barty to use the tournament to his advantage may have been adopted, but as ever, the Malfoy Lord was the voice of reason and had urged the much-needed caution. "I am continuing to brew potions, my lord," Barty replied. "I have begun making polyjuice to add to the healing concoctions, and any other solutions I believe may be useful." "Excellent," Voldemort declared. Usually, he would only have Severus brewing potions, but the man was currently indisposed of, perhaps permanently. He was another that could not be fully trusted, despite the most useful information he had been able to pass on during the war. Snape's loyalty was something the Dark Lord would have to ponder when it was the right time to do so. "Lucius." The B** stepped forward and offered a bow. "I have been compiling a list of those that we will be able to use to our advantage within the Ministry, and those that will create problems," he informed his master. "I believe our main concern is Amelia Bones. She was an Auror during the conflict, and as I am sure you remember, my lord, she lost most of her family. She is now the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement." The Dark Lord hummed thoughtfully. "She will be dealt with," he decided aloud. "I think perhaps it would be best if you were the one to do it, my lord," Lucius continued. "She is a talented witch, one that even Bellatrix would struggle to dispatch on her own." "Do you fear Madame Bones, Lucius?" The man shook his head. "No, but I would not risk engaging her," he said unashamedly. "She has quite the reputation, and with good reason." The Dark Lord appreciated the honesty. "Fear not, I shall handle her," he sighed. "What of Moody?" Voldemort remembered the famed Auror well. He had killed several prominent Death Eaters during the war and had even managed to give him problems on the one occasion they had fought. Moody had not left the fight favorably, but he had comported himself well. "The man is old, crippled, and insane," Lucius explained, and Voldemort shook his head. "Can he use a wand?" Lucius nodded. "He is teaching at Hogwarts." "Then he remains a threat." The Dark Lord snapped. "However, with him in the castle, he will be an easy enough target when it is conducive to eliminate him. See that he remains in the post next year." "Of course, my lord," Lucius replied with another bow. "With regards to Hogwarts, I received a letter from Draco and he mentioned Potter." Voldemort's eyes narrowed at the mention of the boy. In the grand scheme of things, Harry Potter was irrelevant, a loose end he would need to tie up for his own peace of mind. Nonetheless, despite this, his miraculous survival from their encounter made him exceedingly interesting. The one with the power to defeat the Dark Lord. A sense of unease washed over Voldemort at the memory of the prophecy that had been spoken. Divination was not a magic he truly understood, but it was still magic, and potentially dangerous. He shook his head of the worry. Potter would die. Whether it came to a showdown between the two, the preferred method, or if he had to have his throat slit in his sleep, it mattered not. Potter would die. What of him? Lucius swallowed nervously. It appears that he is proving himself to be rather skilled, my lord, he spoke warily, much more so than any his age should be, and ruthless to boot. He rather viciously attacked a 7th-year Slytherin, a boy who is not without skill. Voldemort nodded thoughtfully. Have Draco continue to watch him whilst he is there, he instructed. Just because he is but a boy, it does not mean we should not learn all we can from him. He is the enemy, after all. Lucius nodded, though his expression of uneasiness remained. That is not all, my lord, he continued. I have it on good authority that he was seen in the company of Cassiopeia Black during the first task of the tournament. Cassiopeia Black? Are you certain of this? The Dark Lord had heard of the woman and the reputation she had carved for herself. Until she had met him, Bellatrix had idolized her aunt. I did not see it for myself, Lucius explained, his eyes darting towards Barty, but I am inclined to believe it. It would make sense. She and the boy are related. Voldemort frowned. He had forgotten of the connection between the Potter and Black families. It matters not, he said dismissively. Bellatrix had taught him how to defend himself against the magic of her birth family. Even if she had been unable to teach him how to wield it, he was familiar with its use. Lucius offered him another bow before stepping back. It seems that our plans are coming together, Voldemort declared. Continue as you are, gentlemen, and soon enough, we can truly begin our rise to the top once more. Now, leave me. I require my rest. The three men immediately left the room, and the Dark Lord sank back into the chair he was seated in, his immature body feeling fatigued from the meeting. After only a moment, he drifted off into an uneasy sleep under the gaze of what appeared to be a pair of bright green eyes. Not that he would remember such when he eventually woke. He never remembered his dreams anymore, not since claiming this body for himself. Still, there was something intense about the stare he was receiving, something rather unsettling, almost as though he was being promised reprisals for his past actions. The thought amused him greatly, long after the eyes had vanished. There would be no reprisals. Only his second and triumphant coming, and nothing could change that, especially a pair of judgmental eyes he'd imagined. Although Potter had only invited her to the ball to spite Draco, Daphne was oddly excited for the evening to come. So much so that she had written to her mother to send her best dress for the occasion. She had not packed it before coming to Hogwarts, not believing she would have use of the garment. With her father on the Wizengamot, she had been made aware of the tournament and subsequent ball, but she had not expected she would be attending. Had Potter not arrived, Daphne had no doubt that Draco would have all but tried to insist she was his partner, something she would have flatly refused. Having done so, she would have been partnerless. Since they had arrived for their first year of schooling, Draco had somewhat laid claim to her, meaning that no other would have dared ask her, even if he had chosen to take Pansy. Perhaps foolishly, Daphne had rebuked the claim of the boy that they would one day be married, the very thought having sickened her to the core. However, instead of deterring Draco, her hostility had only made him pursue her more. It wasn't that he truly wanted her. No, it was that the spoilt brat had never been denied anything in his life and he believed he had a right to whatever it was that took his fancy. Still, Draco had asked Pansy, and none were going to ask Daphne, not until Harry had formulated his plan. He was certainly not intimidated by the Malfoy name. She had been tempted to refuse his request, displeased by the idea of being used as a pawn for whatever stupid game he and Draco were playing, but Daphne wanted to go to the ball, just not alone. Besides, one look at Potter's mischievous grin had caught her attention, and she found she didn't care to what end he had asked her. Daphne shook her head. It was not like her to be taken in by such a trivial thing, but she could not deny that Harry Potter was handsome. They had spoken often enough since he'd arrived with the Durmstrang contingent. With how close he was to Pansy, none of her Slytherin year mates could avoid interacting with him, Not even Draco, whom Harry took it upon himself to irritate at every given opportunity. "Are you looking forward to tonight?" Daphne asked as Pansy entered the dormitory they shared. The girl snorted. "Why do you think I'm wearing this ugly dress?" Daphne had not mentioned it out of politeness, but the light pink gown was not flattering on her. "I should have known." Pansy offered her a weak smile as she took in Daphne's appearance. "You look as beautiful as ever," she commented somewhat whimsically. "Harry is lucky. Does it bother you that I'm going with him?" Pansy shrugged. "I'd be lying if I said it didn't, but not for the reason you think," she replied. "Harry is my best friend, and I would have liked to have gone with him." Daphne's eyebrows rose in surprise. "So, you don't like him like that?" Painie's expression shifted to a pained one for but a second before she deflated. "I don't know," she answered irritably. "I think so, but I've known him since we small children." "It's confusing. What was he like?" Daphne asked curiously. Pansy smiled at whatever memories surfaced at the question. "Harry has always been sweet, and kind, and considerate," she answered. "He really is clever, and charming," she added amusedly. "You're lucky to be going with him." "He only asked me to annoy Draco," Daphne pointed out. "Maybe," Pansy conceded, "but he will make sure you have a good time, and he will treat you with the utmost respect." "You really think highly of him, don't you?" Pansy nodded solemnly. "I can't say much about what I know, but Harry will change things one day. Maybe I won't let myself feel the way I do for him because it is not something I can ever have. I wouldn't want anything to ruin my friendship with him." "What do you mean?" Daphne asked curiously. Pansy shook her head as she smiled. "Forget I said anything," she urged. "Just enjoy tonight. You'll know what I do when the time is right." Daphne frowned, but she didn't press the matter. What information she had likely pertained to family business, something that was not divulged. "I will," she replied, and Pansy offered her a final smile before exiting the dormitory, leaving a thoughtful Daphne in her wake. The B***own shifted her attention towards the mirror she was standing in front of and made a few final adjustments to her hair and outfit before following suit. The common room was full of couples preparing to attend the ball, and as the only Slytherin who was not going with someone from her house, Daphne left them to it, wondering just what the evening would entail. After her conversation with Pansy, she was more curious than ever about the enigmatic Harry Potter. Tonight, however, was the perfect opportunity to get to know him, and it didn't hurt that she was able to irritate Draco in the process. Daphne felt his eyes burning into her as she left the common room, and though it made her visibly grimace, she took no small amount of satisfaction from knowing that the boy was seething. "Bloody hell," Harry muttered as he took in his reflection, scowling at the grinning Crumb who was sitting on his bed. He'd thought that his plan, although admittedly petty, had been a stroke of genius in his efforts to annoy Malfoy, but Harry had not considered the ramifications of what he had done until he'd written to Cassie explaining that he was taking Daphne Greengrass as his date to the ball. The reply he'd received had come quickly but had not been a mere acknowledgement as he'd expected. No, it had been one of many political lessons he'd received throughout his life, and the reality of his actions had finally set in. It wasn't that Cassie disapproved of his choice. On the contrary, she had praised him for it, but with it came the reminder of the significance of what he deemed to have been nothing other than a harmless jab at Draco. "Remember, the Greengrasses are a prominent family and you will treat one of their daughters with the respect that she should be afforded. This is your first public outing and I expect you to follow protocol at all times. It would not do well to bring shame upon yourself or Miss Greengrass with a lack of decorum on your part." Cassie's words had firmly reminded him that what he had done was no joke, and that already he had slighted his date with only his motivation of asking her to attend the ball with him. "Oh, shut up, Crumb," Harry huffed as Victor laughed at him once more. "How do I look?" "Like the epitome of what it is to be a pureblood," Victor replied gleefully. Again, Harry scowled. "I do not." "Yes, you do," Victor countered as he stood. "Look at yourself. You've got the high cheekbones, the fancy robes, and the annoying charm." Harry deflated as he realized the truth of the words. He did look like a pureblood, something that would serve him well in the future, but now, he still quite despised the culture. He'd met so few of them he truly respected let alone liked, and in his tailored, black robes trimmed with green accents, he felt almost like one of them for the first time. "Did you get her a gift?" Victor asked. "It says here that you should have," he added, holding up the second piece of parchment that had been included in the reply he'd received from Cassie. Give that here, Harry huffed, snatching the offending piece of parchment from the still laughing Crumb. It had been written by Sirius, a man he had never met, giving him dating advice. He knows what he's talking about, Victor pointed out. Harry conceded the point with a nod, but it didn't make him feel any better about the evening, even if he planned to follow the man's advice. Harry, I may not follow pureblood traditions or protocols, but I can say with the utmost confidence, I know how to treat a girl on a date. Let's just say I had more than my share of successes with the ladies at school, if you know what I mean. Instead of boring you with a detailed explanation, I have written a list of things you should and shouldn't do. Trust me, I learned some of these the hard way. 1. Buy her a gift. It doesn't have to be expensive, but something thoughtful at the very least. Maybe some flowers that remind you of her eyes. Girls like knowing that you have been thinking of them, and a thoughtful gift will show that. 2. Compliment the way she looks. Girls spend a lot of time getting ready for a date, and acknowledging that is one of the most important things to remember. Tell her how nice her hair is, or that how what she is wearing accentuates her beauty. She will appreciate it. 3. Do not pay unnecessary attention to other girls during your time with her. Friendly conversation is fine, but keep it to a minimal. This evening was set aside for your date, and your focus should be on her. 4. Take an interest in her. Ask about her friends and her family, but always have other topics of discussion on hand. Ask her about her interests, her dreams and aspirations. 5. Escort her home to her common room. Never leave a young lady unattended to make her own way home, and when you get her there, thank her for the wonderful evening you have shared. I wanted to include other pieces of advice, but I was prevented from doing so by a witch that shall not be named. For everything else, you're on your own, kid. Sirius. With the reaction from Cassie, Harry's initial plan had already backfired, and he now found himself having to navigate the political field. I swear if you don't stop laughing, I'm going to slap you, he warned the Bulgarian. Victor shook his head amusedly. Come on, it's not that bad, he comforted. You must have taken a girl on a date before. No, I haven't, Harry grumbled, and I wasn't planning on doing so tonight until I received this, he added, holding up the letter. Well, you did it for yourself, Victor sighed. You'll be fine. Just follow that letter and it will go smoothly. Come on, you don't want to be late. That would not make the best impression. Releasing a deep, calming breath, Harry followed Crumb from the ship and the duo made their way towards the castle. Are you not nervous? Harry asked. No, Victor answered, a smile tugging at his lips. Hermione is not a pureblood and we have already spent much time together. We will dance, but other than that, it will be like any other time in the library. I wouldn't be so sure of that, Harry snorted as they entered the castle and he spotted the very girl they were discussing waiting nervously by the staircase. She was wearing a dress of pale pink, and her usually untamed hair had been styled in an elaborate fashion, something Harry suspected had taken her quite some time, even with the assistance of magic. She's much too pretty for a troll like you, Harry murmured. Victor merely nodded in response as Hermione spotted them and made her way over. Hello, she greeted them both, a slight blush forming on her cheek. Harry shook his head at the dumbfounded Victor. Well, since our Bulgarian friend here seems to have lost his voice, let me be the first to tell you that you look amazing, he offered. Hermione's smile widened. Thank you, she replied shyly, and Harry scowled as Victor elbowed him in the ribs. Save the compliments for your own date, Potter, he chuckled, and remember all the advice you have been given. I expect you will need it, he added, nodding over Harry's shoulder. Harry turned to where the boy was gesturing only for the nervousness he'd felt on the ship to return. Waiting for him by the entrance to the dungeons was Daphne Greengrass, her green, form-fitting dress matching the accents of his robes perfectly. Her hair had been styled into an intricate bun, and she was wearing makeup, not so much that it was obvious, but a subtle blush and a few other things Harry knew nothing about to accentuate her features. Bloody hell, he whispered, his mind drawing a blank as he tried to desperately remember the advice Sirius had given him. Still, he could not keep her waiting, and it would be considered rude to continue staring as he was. Approaching the girl, he did his best to offer her a genuine smile, and she nervously returned it. You look beautiful, he complimented without thought as he reached into his pocket and removed the gift he had purchased for her that now somehow felt inadequate. I got this for you. Daphne's eyes widened in a mixture of surprise and awe at the bracelet he revealed as he opened the box. It was delicate enough to not draw too much attention, but the craftsmanship was exquisite. It was wrought from gold and had small sapphires interspersed throughout the length. You shouldn't have, Daphne whispered as Harry fumbled with the clasp whilst he placed it on her wrist. He offered her his arm as the students were shown into the great hall where they would eat before the ball was officially underway. I really should have, he sighed, and I owe you an apology. An apology? Daphne questioned curiously. Harry nodded. My initial reason for inviting you here was not acceptable, and I'm sorry that I gave the impression it was done to suit my own needs. I made a mistake, and I want to make it up to you. Daphne was taken aback, but after a moment, she shook her head. I agreed to your reasoning, she pointed out, and it is still a good enough reason, she added, shooting a glance towards the seething Draco. Maybe, Harry acknowledged, but it shouldn't be the primary one. I'm glad I asked you simply because I think we will enjoy each other's company. Daphne met his eyes as though she was trying to determine if he was being sincere or merely offering her flowery words. I think we will too, she replied as Harry pulled out her chair for her before taking his own seat at the table they had chosen. Daphne seemed to be a little more content with their arrangement now that Harry had clarified it, even if they were receiving some questioning looks from some of the other Hogwarts students. Ignore them, Daphne sighed. I think most are just surprised to see me here with you. No one else would have dared ask me from fear of Draco retaliating. He really is a despicable little shit, isn't he? Daphne nodded. He is awful, and can be cruel, but only to those he knows wouldn't dare retaliate. A coward as well as. And then, Harry chuckled. Daphne's eyes suddenly lit up. He was turned into an once, she whispered. I know, Harry replied as he poured himself some water and slid one of the menus towards the girl. I arranged for it to happen. It was you? Daphne questioned, grabbing him almost painfully by the wrist. Harry nodded and took a sip of his drink. Well, that is something, Daphne murmured, her smile not wavering. How did you do it? That would be telling, Harry chuckled. I think I'll have the salmon. The plate before him filled with food, and Daphne followed his lead, ordering a Dover sole for herself. Brah. They ate in a comfortable silence with Harry feeling considerably more relaxed than he had before arriving, and when their plates were cleared, it was only a short wait before Dumbledore stood to address the room. Would the champions and their partners please take to the floor for the opening dance, the man requested. The three champions did so and twirled around the dance floor in a slow waltz. How did you become such good friends with Krum? Daphne asked interestedly. The question brought a grin to Harry's lips. We met during my first year, he began. Victor had just been signed to play professionally and he needed people to help him out with his training. After my first flying lesson, I was roped in to help. I've been doing it since. And you really beat him to the snitch. Harry nodded. It means nothing, he chuckled. Victor has beaten me to it hundreds of times before and since. It's still impressive. What's impressive is that the Prat hasn't fallen over his own feet, Harry snorted as he watched the Bulgarian dancing with Hermione. Shall we? He asked, offering his arm as the floor began to fill with other students and even some professors. Daphne nodded as she accepted the proffered limb and they joined the others. Harry fell into step with the girl with practiced ease. Growing up with Cassiopeia Black, he had been drilled extensively in dancing, something that was now paying dividends. At the time, he had bemoaned the lessons, but now, he internally thanked the woman for confiscating his broom until he had gotten a good enough grasp on it. You dance really well, Daphne complimented. You sound surprised, Harry replied as he spun the girl and caught her in his arms. I am, she admitted with a gasp as Harry dipped her. The two shared a smile in the rather intimate moment until Harry pulled her back to her feet, dragging his gaze away from Daphne's. Well, I appreciate it, even if Draco doesn't, the girl replied, nodding subtly to where the boy was fumbling through a dance with Pansy, his seemingly ever-present scowl fixed on Harry and Daphne. I thought we weren't worrying about him, Harry reminded the girl. We're not, Daphne assured him, but I'm quite enjoying knowing he is not getting what he wants for once, and that there is nothing he can do about it. After what you did to Warrington, he wouldn't dare come for you, not on his own, at least. Shame, Harry sighed. I was looking forward to cursing him. Daphne smirked amusedly. You might not be able to curse him, but there are other ways to get to him. How? Harry asked curiously. Daphne hummed as she met his gaze once more, hers taking on an edge of nervousness. This would be a good start, she whispered. Much to Harry's surprise, she pressed her lips to his in a lingering though chaste key. That could work, he replied when she broke it, her cheeks reddening as she did so, but I think half a dozen photographers just captured that moment. Daphne shrugged uncaringly. It was just an innocent key, wasn't it? She asked, the smile she wore turning quite mischievous. Was it? Harry pressed. Daphne nodded, though she didn't seem so sure. Nevertheless, they continued dancing, and Harry did his best to ignore the photos that were being snapped of them, not that it truly mattered anymore. The next morning, the photos of him and Daphne Keating would be printed across the country, and perhaps the continent. Of course, what had happened would be blown out of proportion, but as she continued to smile, undoubtedly aware of what she had done, Harry found he didn't care. He was having fun, allowing himself to just be a teenager. Even if it was to last only a single night. If I didn't know any better, I would swear the boy defies me intentionally, Cassiopeia muttered to herself as she viewed the photos printed in the Daily Prophet. Many simply depicted those in attendance, some sharing a dance, or conversing with others, but there were several of Harry and his date for the evening, a few of which were not favorable. Oh, I'm going to throttle him, Cassie vowed as she slammed the paper onto the kitchen table. Who? Sirius questioned with a frown. Your godson. Sirius's frown deepened. As he retrieved the newspaper, his eyes widening as he read the article and saw the pictures for himself. Go on, Harry, he cheered. It is not something to be celebrated. Cassiopeia snapped. I disagree, Sirius replied as he slid the paper to his werewolf friend. Tell me who she looks like. The werewolf chuckled amusedly. That is Miss Greengrass, the daughter of Ophelia Yaxley and Jonathan Greengrass. I remember you trying to date her, even though she was a Slytherin. Looks like she married Greengrass then, Sirius grumbled. So, Harry has not only slighted the Greengrasses, but also the Yaxleys, Cassiopeia sighed. Neither, actually, Sirius snorted. It says here that the girl keyed him. Do you think that will matter to Greengrass? Cassiopeia snapped irritably. It will matter to everyone else because there is nothing he can do about it, Sirius pointed out. Harry is not in the wrong. If he would have publicly rejected the girl, it would have been worse. Cassiopeia didn't like to admit it, but Sirius did have a point. Still, I told him to behave. Does this look like behaving to you? Compared to what he could have done, yes, Sirius replied. With James as his father, I'd expect much worse from him. Cassiopeia grimaced, remembering the various letters she had received from Durmstrang over the years informing her of Harry's antics, his pranks, and his run-ins with other students. She was not especially happy with how he had conducted himself at the ball, but it could indeed have been much worse. Will Greengrass attempt to cause any problems? Sirius shrugged uncertainly as he looked towards Lupin. He might, the werewolf sighed, even if it is just for show. I expect he will make his way to Hogwarts to have words with Snape and his daughter. Snivellus, Sirius muttered unhappily. Then I suppose I should do the same with Harry, if only to make sure he doesn't get himself into any more trouble. Cassie sighed as she stood, shaking her head in frustration. Why could Harry just never do exactly as he had been asked? Because it was in his nature to be defiant. She had seen it in him from when he was a baby and she had attempted to feed him vegetables. He had been a stubborn infant and had grown to be an even more stubborn teenager. Not that the memories of his formative years didn't bring a smile to her lips. Cassiopeia merely lamented that he had also contributed to her ever-increasing amount of gray hairs she now sported. Harry woke with a groan, his sleep having been intruded upon by something hitting him in the face. For a moment, he refused to open his eyes as he enjoyed the moment of bliss between waking up and clarity. Bloody hell, he grumbled, pulling his pillow over his face as the memories of the previous night came flooding back. You made the paper, the gleeful voice of Victor sounded from somewhere in the room. Come on, up you get, stud. Piss off, Harry muttered as he pushed the pillow away, knowing he could not simply remain in bed to avoid the questions. So, what happened? Victor asked immediately. You both left before the end of the ball and no one saw either of you again. You're like a gossiping woman, Harry huffed. Nothing happened, well, not much. Flashback. They had taken their leave of the Great Hall after sharing a few dances, the prying eyes of several others affording them no privacy, not even to share a simple conversation. At Daphne's suggestion, they had made their way to the lake where they shared a walk along the edge. I probably shouldn't have keyed you, should I? The girl sighed. Probably not, Harry agreed. How much trouble do you think we will be in? Daphne grinned in response as she nodded thoughtfully. Oh, my father will be furious, but my mother will set him straight. She will think it is sweet. What about you? I expect I will get quite the lecture about treating a pureblood girl in such a way, Harry snorted. It was worth it. Was it? Daphne asked, quirking a brow at him. Harry nodded. It's not every day a beautiful girl kisses me, he replied. Usually, the beautiful girls I know threaten me with violence. Daphne laughed. I can't say I'm surprised. You do have a tendency to wind people up. What can I say, I'm rather good at it. True, Daphne acknowledged, but from what I have seen and heard of you so far, you're really kind and sweet too. Who said that? Harry questioned with a frown. Pansy, the girl clarified. She says that you pay for all the werewolves at your school to have wolfsbane every month, and that you look out for your friends to make sure they're not bullied. Harry shrugged in response. I don't like to see people suffer needlessly. Daphne offered him a bright smile. That just makes you a good person. There aren't so many of those in our world, not ones who could truly make a difference. I'll make a difference, Harry declared. When I return, I will change things. Daphne nodded. I find it really difficult to not believe you, she murmured, shivering as an icy wind blew around the lake. Shit, I didn't realize it was past midnight, Harry groaned as he checked his watch. I'd better get you back to the dungeons before old Snape tries to have me murdered. How did you know where the Slytherin common room is? Daphne questioned suspiciously. I know more about this castle than you would believe, Harry returned with a wink. Daphne rolled her eyes at him and threaded her arm through his, resting her head against his shoulder as they walked back towards the castle. Thank you for inviting me, she said sincerely. You're welcome, Harry snorted. It wasn't such a bad experience, was it? Daphne shook her head. No, you did well, Potter. I'll take that, Harry mused aloud. I'm glad you enjoyed yourself. Daphne paused before they reached the steps leading into the entrance hall and stepped in front of him. What is it? Harry asked curiously. Daphne said nothing, but shook her head before keying him once more, this time not so chastely. What was that for? Harry asked when they broke apart. Well, we're already in trouble, she replied with a shrug. I figured we may as well make it really worth it. Was it? Daphne hummed thoughtfully. I'm not sure yet, she replied. Harry took the hint and keyed her again, and Daphne wrapped her arms around his neck and the two of them melted into one another. It was worth it, she whispered against his lips. The two were interrupted by the sound of someone clearing their throat and they turned to see an unimpressed Minerva McGonagall staring pointedly at them. If it is not too much trouble, Miss Greengrass should be in bed by now. Do not worry, Mr. Potter, she continued as Harry moved to escort the girl, I will make sure she gets there. Harry could only nod as he and Daphne shared a grin of amusement before she was led away. With the evening over, Harry made his way back towards the ship, relieved to find that his schoolmates were already sleeping, something he felt the need of after such an eventful evening. End flashback. Victor shook his head as Harry finished recounting what had happened, an enormous smile threatening to split his face wide open. How much trouble do you think you're in? Harry shrugged. I don't expect my aunt will be pleased, he sighed. But she did key you first, Victor pointed out. Somehow, I don't think that will appease Lord Greengrass, Harry deadpanned. Victor laughed amusedly. And Harry threw his pillow at him. So, what happens now? The Bulgarian questioned. Are you dating? Do you want her to be your girlfriend? His tone had taken on a mocking edge that Harry did not appreciate, but as he felt his irritation rise, Victor held up a hand to placate him. I'm joking, he chuckled. Honestly, it's about time you spent some time with other girls, but you're lucky you're here. When the news breaks at Durmstrang, there will be some very unhappy witches. Do you think it will make it that far? Oh, I bet it will be in the morning editions all across Europe, he snorted. There were a lot of cameras there last night, and some journalists I recognized. Bollocks, Harry muttered. Victor shook his head. It's not that big a deal, he soothed. You keyed, and nothing else happened. Or did it? Of course not, Harry huffed. I'm not that stupid. Then you have nothing to worry about, Victor shrugged. You can both say that you got caught up in the moment, that it was just a mutual gesture for a wonderful evening spent together. Is that what your public relations manager would say? Victor nodded unashamedly. Exactly, he confirmed. Harry released a deep breath as he got out of bed. It's not that bad. It's not, Victor assured him. Even pureblood teenagers key each other, just not usually in front of the media, their professors, and other students. I get your point, Harry grumbled. Now, go away. I want to get dressed. Would you like me to send for the lovely Miss Greengrass to help you? Victor quipped before ducking out of the room, narrowly avoiding the curse Harry sent his way. Alone, Harry couldn't help but wonder just how much trouble he was truly in. Could Lord Greengrass try to insist on a marriage contract between him and Daphne? Harry shook his head of the ludicrous thought. He didn't know Lord Greengrass, but he didn't believe that any lord could be that expectant. No, he would probably receive a letter of displeasure from Cassie and may have to apologize for Lord Greengrass for his part in what happened, but it should go no further than that. He allowed himself to relax, having thought through what would likely come to pass, and even smiled at the memory. Definitely worth it, he murmured to himself. Still, it would not do to not be prepared for any and all eventualities. He did not know Lord Greengrass, nor could he predict the reaction of the man. With that in mind, he did what he knew Cassiopeia would suggest. If someone could not be negotiated with, then there were other means that could be explored, and for the first time since he'd received the package, he began trawling through the contents, smirking as he found the page he was looking for. He nodded to himself when he was satisfied with the information he had found and returned the slip of parchment into the stack where it belonged. Rita Skeeter may be a vile woman, but she was proving to be quite useful to have on side. Harry was pulled from his thoughts by a pounding on his door. Potter, you have a visitor, the voice of Professor Karkaroff spoke. Your aunt would like a word with you. Well, the peace lasted, Harry muttered to himself. She can come in. The door opened immediately and a rather unimpressed Cassiopeia Black entered the room. There is no need to stay, Professor Karkaroff, she said pointedly. I will deal with my nephew. The man nodded before closing the door, and Cassiopeia merely stared at Harry for a moment, clutching a copy of the Daily Prophet in her right hand. I don't suppose you've come to bring me a late Christmas present, have you? Cassiopeia narrowed her eyes at him, and Harry released a deep sigh. I know, he assured her. It doesn't look good. It doesn't, Cassiopeia agreed, but I didn't come here to give you a lecture. It might surprise you to know, but Sirius pointed out that you are all but in the clear if Miss Greengrass keyed you first. She did, Harry confirmed, but I didn't try to prevent it, and I keyed her later in the evening. Something that is not mentioned in here, Cassiopeia replied, holding up the newspaper. Do you know how you will handle Greengrass if he decides to attempt to make something of it? Harry nodded. I will attempt to be polite and courteous about the situation at first, Harry explained. There is no need to make enemies unnecessarily, but if that doesn't work, I take further action. Cassiopeia nodded approvingly. Good, she declared. It will be the perfect practice for you to discuss a point of contention with another lord. You're letting me handle this. Cassiopeia nodded. It seems to be the right situation, she replied. At worst, you'll have to explain your future positions to placate or quell the man's foolishness, should he display such. And at best, we can become amicable. Exactly, Cassiopeia praised. I expect one or the other from you. Regardless of what you do, he should not leave any conversation believing he got the upper hand in any way. Of course, Harry agreed. I will do what is necessary. That is all I ever ask of you, Cassie sighed as she wrapped Harry in her arms. Why do you have to be such a pain? Harry chuckled amusedly. It's in my nature, he answered with a grin. Pansy pulled the brush through her hair as she took in her reflection in the vanity, her gaze shifting to the awful pink dress she had worn the night before. It truly was a hideous garment, and though she suspected it would have been enough to deter Draco on its own, it had proven to be unnecessary. His focus had been on only two others, and he had barely said a word to her. Not that Pansy was displeased by such a thing, but it had still been embarrassing to be slighted so publicly. She released a gentle sigh as she placed the brush down. Draco may have slighted her, but what bothered her was how good a time that Harry and Daphne seemed to have. Pansy, like everyone else in the Great Hall, had seen the key, the undeniable chemistry between the two as they chatted and danced away as though they had known each other for years. It should have been Pansy. If Draco wasn't such a jealous, petty prat, it would have been. She didn't know how she felt about Harry and Daphne Keene. It wasn't jealousy as such that had filled her at the sight, but she didn't feel any sense of elation for her two friends. Maybe it was that she was so close to Harry that seeing him so intimate with another girl was hard to accept. Maybe it was that there was a part of Pansy that wished it was her. She shook her head at the thought. Did she even see Harry that way? It was difficult to ascertain what she felt. The two of them had grown together from being small children, but they had not seen one another for the past couple of years, not until he had arrived at Hogwarts. Pansy couldn't deny that she found him attractive, that she looked at him differently than she once had. Still, she could not be sure what it was she saw him as now. Morning, Daphne greeted her sleepily as she entered from the bathroom. Pansy offered the girl a weak smile. She wasn't angry with her for what she had done. It was not as though Pansy could blame her for being attracted to Harry, and if she was honest with herself, they suited each other well. "Are we okay?" Daphne asked. Pansy deflated as she nodded. "We are," she assured the girl. Daphne smiled. "I didn't plan for that to happen," she explained. "It just felt right in the moment. And now?" Pansy pressed with a frown. "It still feels right," Daphne admitted with a blush. Pansy nodded. "Good." For a moment, she had thought that Daphne was going to say that what had happened had been a mistake, and she had felt a stab of anger towards the girl. More than anything else, and despite how strange she found the situation, she did not wish for Harry to be hurt or used in any way. "You're like a protective sister," Daphne snorted. "I care about him," Pansy replied. "More than I care for anyone else. Harry is special, and I don't just mean to me." "What does that even mean?" Pansy released a deep breath. "It's not my place to say," she sighed. "Just trust me, Daphne, there is much more to him than you know." "Is it bad?" the B***owned asked. Pansy shook her head. "No. If anything they are all good things." Daphne merely nodded in response and didn't press the matter further. "I guess you didn't have such a great time." Pansy smirked to herself in the mirror. "No, and I'm pleased for it," she declared. "Maybe now my father will forget any notion of attempting to have me married off to him." "Would he do that?" Pansy shrugged. "He's considered it. But not Harry even though you're already close." Pansy shook her head. "I think my father would be very pleased with the match, but it is unlikely to happen, not unless Harry himself pushed for it." Daphne frowned confusedly, but before she could ask, the door to the dormitory opened and a scowling Professor Snape entered. "I have just received a message from your father, Miss Greengrass," he informed Daphne. "Your parents will be arriving this afternoon and wish to speak with you." With his message given, he turned and took his leave of the room, his cloak billowing behind him. "Will you be in trouble?" Pansy questioned. "Probably," Daphne answered with a shrug, "but it was worth it. I just hope my father doesn't try to blame Harry." Pansy chewed her lip worriedly for a moment. Harry would not take kindly to Lord Greengrass attempting to exert anything over him. "You cannot let your father do that," she urged. "Whatever you do, do not let this be blown out of proportion. It would not do your father good to make an enemy of Harry." "I hardly think it will come to that," Daphne huffed. "Should I be worried? You know I can't say much more, but just trust me, Daphne." The B***own seemed to be concerned, as she should be. If Lord Greengrass did come on strongly with Harry, it would not likely end well for the man. Although not returning home for Christmas had been odd, Eleanor found that Durmstrang was a much more pleasant place to be during the holiday, mostly because the pureblood students weren't here. It was Kane who had been the first to opt to stay. Something was undoubtedly bothering the werewolf, so much so that he didn't wish to be at home. Not that he had told any of them what had happened. He had merely withdrawn into himself over the weeks since the beginning of the school year. With Kane staying, Jonas and Hugo both decided to also, and the three girls followed suit. The former would unlikely share what was bothering him with the others, but they wouldn't leave him alone here. Not when he was seemingly struggling as he was. If Harry was here, he would get it out of Kane, but without him, the boy would say nothing. Harry had a way of getting people to open up. There was just something about him that made everyone in the group gravitate towards him and seek his help when they needed it. Eleanor felt that Kane needed it now, but he was too stubborn to admit it. "Are you going to eat that?" Jonas asked, pointing towards the last sausage on Kane's plate. The werewolf shook his head and slid it towards the son of a hag, who did not hesitate to bite half of it off in one mouthful. I've never met anyone who eats so much, Anna commented in a mixture of admiration and disgust. Is that a hag thing? Jonas shrugged as he all but inhaled the second half of the sausage. It might be, he answered when his mouth was empty. My mother eats a lot. I'm just always hungry. Eleanor shook her head amusedly. It was interesting to watch the eating habits of those she lived with. Jonas would eat just about everything that was put in front of him, his only requirement being the raw liver he needed to eat occasionally to prevent himself falling ill. Anna mostly lived on fish and berries but would sometimes help herself to some dessert. Cain preferred his meat to be bloody, particularly when the full moon was drawing nearer. In truth, Eleanor had never seen the boy eat anything other than meat. Lucinda's diet, however, was the most fascinating to her. The vampire would drink the blood that was provided to her, and nothing more other than frequently beeping on the blood pops Harry had left for her. Eleanor did not understand how the girl could be sustained by it, but she was seemingly content. Herself and Hugo were humans, so would eat the same as the purebloods were given, as would Harry, though he had sampled the food of every creature in the school by now. Eleanor grinned at the memory of him eating raw liver. He had not enjoyed that at all. Post is here, Jonas declared, nodding to the wizard that delivered the mail. With most of the students absent, the few letters and newspapers he carried were handed out in record time before he took his leave of the hall. Cain was the only one of the group to receive a letter, but he did not read it. Instead, he pocketed the missive before frowning thoughtfully at his empty plate. Eleanor shared a questioning look with the other girls, but before any of them could speak, Jonas broke out in a fit of laughter. Go on, Harry, he said encouragingly, nudging Hugo and Cain and pointing to the newspaper he was reading. Whatever it contained, Cain's expression brightened immediately, a wide grin forming as he nodded. Of course he would get someone that looks like her, the bastard, Hugo grumbled, though he too was undoubtedly amused. I'll get myself a girl like that one day, Jonas declared. In your dreams, Hugo scoffed. You're an ugly shit. They don't look bad together though, he added, pointing at the newspaper. Would any of you care to explain what you are talking about? Anna huffed. Harry's only gone and got himself quite the beautiful lady, Jonas informed them as he laid the paper on the table so they could see the article. No wonder he didn't write to any of us today. Although she couldn't read what had been written, the pictures were more than enough to tell the story. The first few were innocent enough. The pretty B***owned Harry had been photographed with was stood beside him, their arms linked, or they were dancing. The last picture, however, left no doubt as to the nature of the relationship they shared. There in front of them was Harry keying the mystery B***owned girl, and Eleanor felt a stab of envy. She, as had many other girls within the school, purebloods not excluded, had wondered what it would be like to key him, and here he was, keying an outsider, someone not even a Durmstrang student. A part of her felt betrayed, but Eleanor knew that it was the jealousy that made her feel that way. She didn't think that she and Harry would ever date, had even accepted it, but she had not been prepared to see this. Nor had Anna, judging by her own expression of displeasure, but it was Lucinda who had the most worrying reaction. Her face was too neutral, but her almost glowing eyes could not hide the inner turmoil she was experiencing. Carefully, she ran her tongue along across the width of her teeth before she stood and left without saying a word. What's wrong with her? Jonas snorted. Despite her own feelings on the matter, Eleanor shared a look of concern with Anna, and the two silently agreed to follow the vampire, though neither were looking forward to dealing with her temper if she lost her composure. Lucinda was terrifying, but she needed them. They found her in the common room on the seat she usually occupied when those that needed it were sleeping, her eyes fixed on the roaring fire. Are you okay? Eleanor asked as she and Anna sat either side of her. Lucinda nodded. I'm fine. She wasn't. Her already thick, Russian accent grew noticeably stronger whenever something was bothering her. However, the girl was just about the most stubborn person Eleanor had ever met, including Harry. It was frustrating to say the least, but as he felt her patience begin to wane, 2 red tears rolled down the vampire's cheeks. Lucinda wiped them away furiously and shook her head. I don't even know why I feel like this, she huffed. Like what? Anna pressed. Lucinda shrugged. I don't know, she sighed. Jealous. Eleanor interjected. Lucinda swallowed deeply as she shook her head. No, the jealousy thing I understand. I don't know why I care so much. Because you care about Harry, Anna pointed out. Lucinda nodded. I do, but I've always done what I can to not care about him too much, she huffed. He makes it so damned hard. He does, Eleanor agreed. Lucinda deflated. It's different for me, she murmured, wiping away another tear. We haven't studied my kind in our creatures classes yet. What do you know about us? Other than the thirst for blood, the never sleeping, and now crying blood. Nothing, Anna answered. Lucinda rolled her eyes at the girl. There's much more to us than that, she sighed. Then why don't you tell us? Eleanor urged. If we know then we will understand. Lucinda fell silent for a moment, evidently considering how to voice her thoughts. We are quite apathetic for the most part, she murmured. Usually, our bloodlust takes precedence over everything, especially where humans are concerned. We see them only for blood, and once we take a liking to something as a pet at best, I suppose is the best way to explain it. Eleanor frowned as she nodded her understanding. But you don't see Harry that way. Sometimes I do, Lucinda admitted, but the older I am getting the less it feels that way. You care about him, Anna broke in. Lucinda grimaced as she nodded. For us to care for a human like that is rare in itself, but when we do, it is intense. We become frighteningly possessive over them. I'm trying to prevent that from happening. It is not good for me, not when I know Harry cannot return the affection. Why can't he? Eleanor pressed gently. Because I am a vampire, Lucinda said simply. I am immortal, and he will die. It would be devastating for me to experience that, in something that I would never recover from. It would eat away at me until my anger manifests itself into an insatiable bloodlust that will not be satisfied by any amount of feeding. My hunger would be as eternal as my pain. Well, shit, Eleanor murmured. Lucinda smiled sadly. Besides, it is not something that would ever be accepted, she sighed. He is Harry Potter, and I'm just a creature with nothing to offer him. I do not come from a wealthy family with titles, and I do not think I could give him children. Can vampires have children? Eleanor questioned curiously. Usually not in the traditional way, Lucinda snorted. We can, but only if the magic to create a life is strong enough to withstand the nature of the vampiric magic. I have my witch's magic too, she reminded them. Children born to vampires like that are rare. In the last 1,000 years, there haven't even been 5. Eleanor didn't know what to say, and neither seemingly did Anna. Now do you understand? Lucinda asked, chuckling humorlessly. Eleanor offered the girl a sympathetic smile. Do you not think you should explain it to Harry? She suggested. Lucinda shook her head. It wouldn't change anything, she sighed. This is just my nature, and something that I have to deal with. My mother warned me this could happen, but I didn't believe her, not until I met Harry. He's the most frustrating, annoying, and irritating person I have ever met. But you wouldn't have him any other way. I wouldn't, Lucinda murmured. The closest I have come to experiencing warmth is when he is around. I fight it off because I know what allowing myself to feel it would do, but it just get harder. Eleanor shared a glance with Anna and the two of them nodded. Both felt a level of affection for Harry, more than they certainly did any other boy, and were even attracted to him, but what Lucinda was experiencing went beyond a simple crush. What was worse was that neither knew how they could help her, and judging by the expression of defeat that adorned the vampire's features, she knew it too. Daphne followed in the footsteps of Professor Snape as he led her towards his office where her parents were waiting for her. She had no doubt that her father would be quite furious. Her mother on the other hand would be the calmer of the two, and would likely find amusement in the situation, or so Daphne hoped. She had never pushed the boundaries in such a way, and with each step she took, she only felt more nervous about the conversation to come. Hi, she greeted her parents brightly. Despite the evident severity of the situation, she was pleased to see them. Do not hi me, young lady. Her father snapped irritably. Daphne's mother rolled her eyes at the man and offered her daughter a smile. What on earth were you thinking, Daphne? Her father huffed. I thought you knew better than to conduct yourself in such a disgraceful manner. Your mother and I did not raise like that. Daphne allowed the man to vent. She had learned as a child to not interrupt the man. Doing so would only result in a longer tirade. Well, what do you have to say for yourself? Jonathan Greengrass demanded. Professor Snape too seemed interested in her answer, but all Daphne could do was shrug. I only key-ed him, she sighed. It's not that big a deal. Not that big a deal, she says, her father snorted humorlessly. A picture of you only keying him is spread across every newspaper known to wizard kind. I knew you could be rebellious, but this. Calm down, Jonathan, Daphne's mother urged. Lord Greengrass released a deep breath. We cannot even spin it to appear as though it was him that keyed you, the man groaned. What am I supposed to say to any prospective matches for you? You mean Lucius Malfoy, Daphne grumbled, narrowing her eyes at her father. Lucius has expressed an interest in marrying you to his heir, her father admitted unashamedly. I would sooner be exiled. Daphne returned heatedly. Draco is a monster, and I will not be subjected to his cruelty for the rest of my life. A monster? Jonathan asked, his gaze shifting towards Professor Snape. Draco has occasionally exhibited some troubling behaviors, the man admitted wryly. Nothing that maturity will not fix. He is an evil little shit, just like his father. Daphne snapped. I will not be married to him. No, you will not, Ophelia Greengrass interjected firmly. Shooting her husband a glare, but this business with Potter. The boy is as arrogant as his father, Snape muttered. He is not arrogant, Daphne sighed. Harry was nothing but a gentleman. I keyed him, and he did the right thing by returning it. Her father shook her head. Be that as it may, you are both very much in the wrong, and I would have a word with the boy and whomever it is raising him, Jonathan demanded. I do not think that wise, Professor Snape replied. Potter is not cooperative, and I expect doing so would only exacerbate the situation. Daphne's father shook his head. I will not be leaving until I speak with the boy. Professor Snape deflated. Very well, I will have him sent for, he conceded. I would not expect an apology, Lord Greengrass. We will see about that. Daphne's father retorted stubbornly. It has to be a language of some sort, Harry mused aloud, rubbing his ears in an attempt to soothe the ringing the screeching of the egg had left him with. Karkaroff said the same thing, Victor muttered, but her wouldn't give me any other clue. Harry frowned thoughtfully as he eyed the egg. According to Victor, in the month that he'd had it, he tried everything he could think of to discern a parent, to no avail, as demonstrated by the many dents and scratches that adorned the surface. Did you bite this? Harry asked as he spotted some indentations that appeared to have been made by human teeth. Victor cursed under his breath. I might have, he admitted sullenly. Harry laughed as he slapped the Bulgarian on the shoulder. Honestly, my life would be much emptier without you in it. Oh, shut up, Victor grumbled as he snatched the egg away. I'll figure it out. You will, Harry agreed. I have good money riding on you winning this thing. You're betting on me again. Victor groaned. Harry nodded, a grin tugging at his lips. The Weasleys gave me good odds, he explained. They seem to think Diggory and Delacour are the favorites. Are they? Harry shook his head. Don't get me wrong, they're both stiff competition, but they aren't as well-rounded as you. Diggory is good at transfiguration, and Delacour is good with charms and enchanting, but that's all they really have going for them that they may be better than you at. How do you know this? Victor asked with a frown. Harry grinned at the older boy. I wanted to make sure I was betting on the right person, he explained. I did some digging on the other champions. They're impressive, and definitely the best that the other schools have to offer, but neither of them know what it is like to have to dig deep to overcome adversity. When they face it, they will crumble. And I will not. Harry shook his head. You won't, because you were not raised with a silver spoon in your mouth and given everything. You worked damned hard to get to where you were, and losing just isn't something you do. Victor offered Harry a rare smile. Thanks, he said sincerely. I needed that. Thank me by winning, you prat, Harry sighed. Now, let's get back to figuring out this egg, and if you get hungry, I can get you a snack instead of you trying to eat the bloody thing. Once more, Victor cursed under his breath, but before the two of them could begin speculating on the egg, a knock at the door interrupted them. Who is it? Harry called. Potter, your presence has been requested at the castle by Lord Greengrass, Professor Karkaroff explained as he entered the room. Don't worry, I'll handle this for you. Professor Snape was standing behind the headmaster, who did not look impressed with the summoning of his student. It's all right, Professor, Harry replied with a smile. I will handle the matter myself. Are you sure? Karkaroff questioned. Harry offered the man an appreciative nod. I can manage. A slight smirk tugged at Karkaroff's lips as he returned the gesture. Greengrass had no idea what he was getting himself in for if he decided to kick up a fuss about what happened, and even Karkaroff knew that Harry had plans within plans to hand. "Very well," the headmaster allowed. "You know where I am if you need me." With that, Karkaroff left the room and Harry followed the silent Professor Snape towards the castle, the only sound to be heard being their footfalls across the grounds, and then upon the stone floor as they entered the school. "Lord Greengrass is rather unimpressed with the way you and Miss Greengrass conducted yourselves," the potions master finally said as they made their way down the stairs and into the dungeons. "Well, I didn't expect a pat on the back and an invitation to dinner," Harry quipped, taking no small amount of glee from the way Snape's eye twitched at his response. The man said nothing else and pushed open the door to his office where he gestured Harry to enter. He was greeted by the sight of a fair-haired man pacing irritably back and forth across the breadth of the room, and a B***-owned haired woman that Daphne had inherited almost all of her looks from. Daphne herself was leaning against the fireplace and shot him an apologetic look as he entered. "Potter here to see you, Lord Greengrass," Snape announced before he mingled in with the shadows in the corner of the room. Greengrass hummed as he took in Harry's appearance, and he stood at his full height. "What do you have to say?" he asked. The man's demeanor irked Harry immediately, and his bristled at the tone he was addressed with. "What is it you would like to hear, Lord Greengrass?" he replied. "An apology would be a good place to start, young man." Harry nodded thoughtfully. "Then you have my apologies if you feel that I have slighted you in some way," he offered. Greengrass snorted, his nostrils flaring in irritation. "That's all. You may have jeopardized Daphne's future prospects for finding a husband." Harry quirked an eyebrow in Greengrass's direction. "I may have jeopardized her future?" he questioned. "You speak as though I forced myself on her. You read the article, and you saw the photos. I told you that I keyed him." Daphne broke in. "You will be quiet, girl," Greengrass demanded. Daphne opened her mouth to speak, but a hand on her arm from her mother quelled the urge to comment further. "My daughter is a pureblood," Greengrass whispered. "She has a reputation to uphold. Keying the likes of you has sullied that." The words spoken caused Harry's irritation to flare, and any notion he'd had of dealing with this amicably was all but forgotten as his jaw tightened. "Fine," he murmured. "I offered what I believed was a suitable apology, but if you want posture like a proud prick, then we will take that route and I will see you fall limp." "Excuse me," Greengrass sputtered in disbelief. "You heard what I said," Harry returned evenly. "You stand here talking of sullying reputations when it was you that was caught in a broom cupboard in this very castle with a certain Alison Fawcett, were you not? The same Alison Fawcett who now carries the name Fudge. Tell me, Lord Greengrass, were you aware that a contract already existed between the girl and the young man who is now our minister?" Greengrass gawped, his mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water. "How did you know that?" he croaked. "I make it my business to know all I can," Harry replied simply. "I would be a rather poor politician if I didn't, wouldn't I?" Greengrass said nothing, and Harry knew he had him exactly where he wanted him. "Potter, you will not speak to your betters in such a way in my office," Snape interjected angrily. "Unless your name is Potter or Greengrass, you will keep your nose out of our business." Harry returned. Snape's jaw tightened. "It is as I said. The boy is incooperative, just like his father." Harry's eyes narrowed as his gaze shifted towards the man. Up until now, he had been willing to leave the past where it was, for the time being at least, but now that Snape had the audacity to insult James Potter in front of him, Harry was no longer of such a mind. "And who got the last laugh in the pathetic rivalry you and my father shared?" he questioned dangerously. "My father is dead, and you still cling on to the bitterness you feel that my mother chose him, but it's like I said, who got the last laugh, Snape? I bet you wept with joy hearing of your master murdering him, didn't you? But then you remembered who else was there that night, and that you were the very reason he was there in the first place. Oh, I know what you did, Snape. Born as the 7th month dies. Those are the words you passed on to him, weren't they?" How? Snape choked. "I know more than you could ever imagine," Harry chuckled darkly, "and do not think for 1 minute that I have forgotten of all the vile acts that were carried out in his name, and by whom. I can promise you this, Snape, every last one of them that served him will get exactly what they deserve, for my mother that you claimed to care for, and my father that died to protect his family." Harry's glare did not waver as he spoke, and the others in the room had fallen into a stunned silence. A reckoning will be coming to Britain soon, and those that wronged my family will pay for it in blood and suffering. You can take my word for it, and if you are foolish enough to not heed the warning, then that is your problem. You see, Lord Greengrass, Harry continued, turning towards the shocked lord, it is not the sniveling cowards of the world like Lucius Malfoy that should concern you. No, it is those that will boldly look you in the eye when they plunge a knife into your heart. Remember my words, because I will not be repeating them to you. Greengrass nodded dumbly, and Harry turned his attention towards Daphne. You do have my apologies for all of this, he murmured. I did not come here with the intention of leaving on such poor terms with your father, but he was intent on doing so. Lady Greengrass, he added with a bow. It is clear to see where your daughter gets her beauty from. The woman offered him a polite smile, and Harry took his leave of the room. Perhaps he had said too much, but he didn't care. He would not be bullied by the likes of Jonathan Greengrass, and certainly not a man of the caliber of Severus Snape. No, the man needed to hear the truth, and what he chose to do with that was his business. It mattered not to Harry, who already had more enemies than he could count. Adding Snape to the seemingly unending list meant nothing. I bet you'd be proud of that, Cassie, he muttered under his breath as he left the castle, the pouring rain and chill in the air matching his own maudlin mood. Despite having perhaps saying too much, he'd meant every word of it. A reckoning would be coming to Britain, and Harry would be the one to bring his enemies to their knees. He would bow to no one. Neither the Blacks nor the Potters did, and he wouldn't either. She was watching him again, her eyes glazed over as she seemingly pondered what was proving to be quite the difficult conundrum to unravel, but also with a hint of longing. Daphne had said nothing of what had happened between her and Harry, and neither had he. Pansy wouldn't have minded if both had simply moved on from whatever had begun budding between them, but that was not the case. Not a meal passed where she did not catch the girl watching Harry, only averting her eyes when the boy caught her. It was beginning to irk Pansy and Tracy, who had tried to speak with their friend on several occasions over the past weeks. Are we going to Hogsmeade today, or not? Pansy huffed as the majority of the students began exiting the Great Hall in droves. Daphne merely nodded, and the trio of girls were joined by the ever-quiet Millicent Bulstrode trailing after them. Her presence had never bothered any of the girls. Millicent did not say much, but she listened and offered her input on conversations from time to time. The group remained silent in the carriage, and Pansy and Tracy shared a look and made a silent agreement. Today, they would get the bottom of what had happened, and with both of them pressing her, Daphne would be unable to dismiss them. Where shall we go first? Tracy asked the others. Honeydukes, Daphne answered with a half-smile. I'd like some honeyed pistachios. Pansy nodded her agreement. She needed to replenish her own stock of treats she had been depleting since their last visit. Exiting the carriage and making their way towards the shop, the silence amongst them continued, and did so until they had purchased their wares. With each of them laden down with their goods, they then paid a visit to Scrivenshafts for some ink and quills before spending some time in Gladrags, something that usually cheered Daphne up. This time, however, she took little interest in the dresses on offer and left without purchasing a single item. The 3 broomsticks, Millicent suggested. It was lunchtime by the time they reached the pub, where evidently, many other students had the same idea. There's a table by the window, Tracy pointed out, nodding to where a group of Hufflepuffs had just vacated their seats. Settling into them, they waited for Madame Rosmerta to take their order, and once more, as they did whenever they ate, Daphne's eyes were searching the room, undoubtedly seeking out only one person. For the love of Merlin, Daphne, what the hell is going on with you? Tracy huffed. Nothing, the B***owned denied with a frown. You're a shit liar, Tracy sighed. You've been like this since Boxing Day. Since your father came to speak with you, Pansy broke in. What happened? Daphne deflated as she shook her head. My father insisted on speaking with Harry, so Snape got him. And it didn't end well, Pansy guessed. No, Daphne murmured. He was really rude to Harry and... You saw the side of Harry you don't want to see when someone pisses him off, Pansy interjected. Daphne nodded. My father was in the wrong for what he did, and Harry even offered him an apology to begin with, but then it all just went really badly. Harry went off on my father and even Professor Snape. I've never seen anything like it. On Professor Snape? Millicent questioned interestedly. You'd think it was a stupid thing to do, but Snape was so shocked that he didn't say anything. From what I can gather, he was in love with Harry's mother and he used to be a Death Eater. He did not, Tracy refuted in disbelief. Daphne frowned as she gestured for the girl to be quiet. I think Harry was telling the truth, she whispered. Why wouldn't Snape deny if he wasn't, and why would Harry lie? He wouldn't, Pansy assured the girl. He is not stupid enough to make baseless accusations. What about threats? Pansy frowned questioningly. What do you mean? He told my father that there would be a reckoning when he returned to Britain, that those that had wronged his family would suffer for it. Pansy released a deep breath. Harry had told her very much. The same on more than one occasion, and she had no reason to think he didn't mean every word he'd said. He would not make idle threats, she confirmed. Daphne shook her head confusedly. I know the Potters were an influential family, but they do not hold that much power to get away with something like that. Not even Harry with what he did to Voldemort. They don't, Pansy agreed diplomatically. Then how can he say it? It just makes the conversation between Snape and my father afterwards even stranger. What did they say? Not much at first, Daphne snorted. They were both in shock, and then my father became rather angry. Flashback. How dare he? Jonathan whispered furiously. The boy oversteps. He has the gall to address me in such a way. You brought it on yourself, Jonathan. Ophelia snapped, her eyes flashing dangerously. The boy was not even in the wrong and had the decency to apologize, and you threw it back in his face. Your family has always been on reasonable terms with the Potters, but you have probably ruined that now. The boy slighted me, only after you slighted him. Jonathan glared at his wife. Oh, I will have the last laugh, he declared. I will ensure the boy regrets what he has done. Ophelia shook her head. You stupid man, she huffed. It would be best for all of us if you accept what has happened and move on. You can tell the other lords that he and Daphne had your blessing to attend the ball together and that there is no animosity on your part for what happened, but that you have reminded our daughter of the correct propriety. I would even go as far as to suggest that you offer the boy an apology for your conduct. You handled the situation very poorly. Whose side are you on? Jonathan chuckled humorlessly. Yours, Ophelia answered, but when you act like a fool, you know I will not hesitate in telling you. This was foolish, and you may have made an enemy of the boy. The Potter name may not be as lofty as the Malfoy one, but he is Harry Potter. They will clamor to him, Jonathan, and if you are on poor terms with him, it will reflect badly on you. Offer the boy an olive branch, apologize, and mend the rift you have created. I will do no such thing, Jonathan replied stubbornly. Ophelia shook her head at her husband, but it was Professor Snape that spoke. I think perhaps your wife is right in this instance, he sighed. Potter is but a child now, but in only a few years, he will reach his majority. Jonathan waved off the concern dismissively. That is a few years from now, he pointed out. By then, he would have forgotten about all of this. Snape did not seem so sure, his expression forming into a grimace as he chose his next words carefully. It is between now and then that should concern you, he murmured. Potter's guardian is not someone you will wish to cross. His guardian. Snape nodded. I am unable to say much, but I must advise you against antagonizing the boy. Jonathan frowned deeply. What can you tell me, Severus? Snape shook his head. The potion's master was still in shock from the vitriol that had been sent his way. I can tell you that Potter is right, he whispered. It is not Lucius that should concern you, not in the future, at least. His claims that Draco will inherit the Black title and fortune will prove to be unfounded, he added pointedly. Unfounded? Ophelia questioned. Much of his influence relies on that happening. It does, Snape agreed. But if Draco will not inherit, then who? Jonathan questioned. Snape said nothing else but waited for the realization to hit. Potter. But, how? Think carefully, and the answer will come to you, Snape urged. Jonathan did so, frowning deeply. Charles, he scoffed after a moment. He married Doria Black, but that would not grant Potter the lordship. There is more to it, Snape explained. I cannot say more, but it is the truth. Merlin, Jonathan sighed. Sirius Black. Snape shook his head. Remains on the run but had no hand in raising the boy. Then who? Jonathan asked himself. The only other Blacks are Lucius's wife. Who would not raise the boy who was to inherit what she believes is her son's right, Ophelia mused aloud. Andromeda was cast out of the family after marrying Ted Tonks, Ophelia finished. Bellatrix is in Azkaban, and most of the others died. The only one I can think of is. Does she live? Jonathan asked worriedly. Now do you see why I advised against meeting with him? Snape grumbled. You can't possibly mean Cassiopeia Black. Ophelia gasped. Why would she raise him? Who is Cassiopeia Black? Daphne asked curiously. She was certain she had heard the name mentioned before, perhaps in passing, but it was familiar to her, nonetheless. She was Grindelwald's most dangerous follower, her mother explained. When Dumbledore defeated him, she vanished and wasn't heard from again. Well, bugger, her father groaned. My grandfather told me stories about the war on the continent, and of Cassiopeia Black. Is she really raising him? I can confirm nothing, Snape replied, though his tone and expression told Jonathan all he needed to know. What do I do? He muttered as he began pacing back and forth. Nothing, Ophelia urged. If you cannot bring yourself to apologize, I suggest you do nothing. If he is to be the Lord Black, you will not wish to offend him more than you have, and I would not offer an apology if it isn't sincere. It would not be well received. Jonathan nodded his agreement. Severus, he pressed. I believe that your wife is right, the man replied. As much as it displeases me to admit, Potter will become an exceedingly influential member of society here sooner than most would like, and he will be in a position to bring change. I do not believe that he is merely offering empty words. Jonathan appeared to be worried. And the threats? Snape shrugged. We can hope that he is showing an immaturity and that he will grow beyond them, but I would not be so sure, he said more to himself than anyone else. If he is not, then things could become rather messy. He possesses talent, that cannot be denied. Whether or not he has the follow-through is another thing entirely. But if he has been raised by Black, then it is possible, Snape conceded with a thoughtful frown, or if other influences are playing a part, he added. Other influences. Snape shook his head of whatever thoughts were plaguing him. I am speculating on something I have no knowledge of, he explained. Regardless, Potter may be insolent, but I would urge caution around him, if only for whom you believe has raised him. Jonathan nodded. Well, the meeting did not go as expected, but I have learned much today. Daphne, you are to be careful around that boy. That's it. Daphne scoffed. You made all of this fuss, and all you have to say is to be careful. Jonathan nodded. If he is to be the Lord Black, then he has not overstepped his boundaries. If anything, you overstepped yours. Daphne could only shake her head in disbelief at the turn of events. She hadn't understood much of what had been said, but she'd absorbed enough to know that things were not as her father had believed them to be, and that somehow he had even almost given her permission to continue seeing Harry. Daphne left Professor Snape's office confused, and equally determined to have a conversation with Harry. End flashback. Little did she know, that wasn't to be. Harry had not spoken more than a few words to her since the meeting with her father, and in truth, Daphne didn't know why. Had she offended him in some way, or was he taking out whatever ill feelings he had towards her father on her? We just haven't spoken about it, she finished with a shrug. Are you angry with him for how he spoke to your father? Pansy questioned. Daphne shook her head. No, my father deserved it for being a prat. I don't even think he has apologized to Harry. Well, Harry won't hold that against you. Maybe he just doesn't want to get you into any more trouble. You should speak with him to at least clear the air. You can't keep wandering around being a miserable cow. I'm not being a miserable cow. Yes, you are, Tracy broke in. It's either that, or you're staring at him during mealtimes. It makes me feel sick. And me, Millicent added with a grimace. Daphne scowled at the three other girls. Fine, I will talk to him, she conceded with a huff. Is what Snape said about him true? Pansy frowned thoughtfully. You know I can't confirm anything, the same way I wouldn't give away any of your secrets, but Harry is more than capable of fulfilling the promises he has made, and not just because of what happened when he is a baby. He is already a powerful wizard, and by the time he reaches his majority, there won't be many who will wish to offend him, even if he is a half-blood. Daphne nodded her understanding and offered Madame Rosmerta a grateful smile as she brought the girls their food. She seemed to be somewhat happier having discussed what had happened, but that didn't mean Pansy liked the idea of her two friends continuing any kind of entanglement. They suited each other well, that she couldn't deny. However, she couldn't help but feel envious towards Daphne. She was perhaps one of the only girls their age that many of the other lords and ladies would deem to be a suitable match for what Harry would become. Her family was well thought of, wealthy, and on good terms with most other families in Wizarding Britain. A match between Harry and Daphne would make sense, but one between Harry and Pansy would not be so well received. The Parkinsons had a spotted past at best and had always been firmly aligned with more traditional and conservative politics. With the power and influence that Harry would one day wield, it wouldn't sit right with some of the neutral and the more politically opposite to her family's values. Still, as foolish as it was, there was a part of her that hoped things could change, and that her father's blunt denial that such a thing would come to pass could be proven false. Do not grow to love him, Pansy. It will only cause you hurt that I would never wish upon you. You wouldn't let me marry him. Her father offered her a sad smile. It would never be my choice to make. The world would not like it, and if he truly possesses a political acumen, he will not give you a second thought. I'm sorry, but that is the way it is. That had been the brief conversation on the matter she'd shared with her father when she was 12, and something Pansy had accepted for the most part, though she could not fully do so, not until she knew that despite the odds, it was indeed beyond the realm of possibility. You want us to be placed in the lake, unconscious, and wait to be rescued? Harry questioned, not sure that he had heard the explanation correctly. The 5 judges nodded, though not all of them did so enthusiastically. You must all be out of your bloody minds if you think that is happening, Harry scoffed. Potter, Karkaroff warned. Harry raised an eyebrow at the man. Would you do it, Professor? He asked. Would any of you put yourselves in such a vulnerable position? Bloody hell. Delacour's sister is a child. All necessary precautions will be taken, Dumbledore assured him. Harry remained unconvinced despite the benevolent smile the man gave him. You're not taking the precaution of not doing it, he pointed out. The Hogwarts headmaster's smile fell and Harry caught a glimpse of Cassiopeia's smile. She, along with the parents of the other prospective hostages, had been invited to discuss the second task, something Harry admittedly had not considered would entail this. When Victor had eventually deciphered the clue, he thought perhaps they would take his firebolt, but certainly not that they intended on placing live hostages in the lake. I must agree with Mr. Potter, Mr. Chong interjected. If Cho is willing to assist Mr. Diggory in the tournament, she has our blessing to do so, but I also have my reservations about her being unconscious. What if something was to go wrong? What assurances do we have that will not happen? Harry nodded his agreement, as did Mrs. Delacour. I will personally be casting the necessary magic, Dumbledore responded. I don't care if Merlin himself crawls his ass out of whatever tomb he's in and casts it, Harry replied. Magic is not infallible. If something goes wrong, it is our lives on the line. Dumbledore released a deep sigh. I suppose you have a suggestion, Mr. Potter. I do, Harry confirmed. I am willing to volunteer to help, but we will all be allowed to remain conscious. And how will we know that you have not assisted your champion? Crouch questioned. We could take their wands, Bagman suggested. How many bludgers did you take to the head during your career, Bagman? Harry asked curiously. The young lady here does not have a wand, and I do not think it wise for myself and Miss Chong to surrender ours, just in case something goes awry. I do not even think Miss Delacour should be used as a hostage. I want to do it, Gabrielle piped up. I want to help Fleur. The girl was determined, something that Harry admired, but she truly wouldn't know what she was getting herself into until it was too late. With a sigh, he shook his head. How old are you, Gabrielle? He asked. I'm 8, she answered with a bright smile. Harry's gaze shifted towards the girl's mother and the woman deflated. She will not be convinced otherwise, I'm afraid. Gabrielle is a stubborn girl. You can say no, Harry pointed out. I would never hear the end of it, the woman chuckled. I have every faith that Fleur will be successful, but I would like it to be safer. Then me and Miss Chong will be keeping our wands, Harry declared. You can always check them before and after we have been in the lake to ensure that we don't interfere, but I will absolutely do so if I feel that we are in danger. Those are the terms. I agree with them, Mr. Chong declared. Mrs. Delacour nodded. I agree. The judges did not seem to be pleased by the development, but with the task taking place the next day, they had little choice but to concede to the concessions. Very well, Crouch grumbled, but any interference will result in disqualification for your champions. I need not explain that will severely impact their chances of winning the tournament. Harry shrugged. He knew that Victor would agree with him. If that is all, then perhaps we should bring the discussion to an end. Dumbledore suggested. You are not to reveal your part in the task to anyone, and you will be collected at midnight tonight to begin the process of preparing you for your time in the lake. The others immediately began filing out of Dumbledore's office, but Harry remained behind, his attention now focused on the familiar bird perched on the desk. Cassiopeia shot him a questioning look, and Harry waved her off. He wanted to speak with the man alone. Is there something I can help you with, Harry? Dumbledore asked. You had my father's cloak. Dumbledore nodded. It is a rather exceptional item, and he allowed me the time to study it, he explained. Unfortunately, he died before I could return. It was a reasonable explanation. What did you discover about it? Harry asked curiously. That it cannot be replicated, Dumbledore chuckled. The magic within is unique and is not something that can be used fully unless it is by someone that possesses it naturally. I suppose that is a good thing, Harry mused aloud. We wouldn't want too many people wandering around with cloaks like this. Dumbledore frowned at the thought. That is quite true, he replied. I expect you have caused more than your fair share of trouble when using it. Harry merely grinned in response. It has been most useful. Dumbledore's beard twitched in amusement. I must say, I admire your fortitude, he said appraising Ly. Standing up to us and insisting on changes to the task. Harry shrugged. I don't like the idea of being defenseless, and the girl should not be put in danger. None of you would have been, Dumbledore replied with certainty. Forgive me if I sound boastful, but I am an exceedingly accomplished wizard, Harry. You are, Harry agreed, but I would never be willing to place my life in the hands of another. The one time that happened, I lost my parents. Dumbledore nodded his understanding. They truly were wonderful people, he sighed. You remind me of them both in their own ways. You have the confidence of your mother, and the bravery of your father. It is kind of you to say so, Headmaster, but let us not pretend that they would approve of the life I am living. I can't think of anyone who would want this for their children. Perhaps not, Dumbledore murmured, but I believe they would be proud of you, nonetheless. The perched phoenix trilled gently as it took to the air and hovered between them. I believe Fawkes likes you, Dumbledore chuckled. He is not keen on many. Harry snorted as he reached up a hand and stroked the bird's plumage. I had been wondering who he belonged to, Harry explained. How did you meet him? It is something of a family trait, Dumbledore informed him thoughtfully. It appears as though they are attracted to our magic and offer themselves as companions to some of us. Fawkes came to me when I was in my 20s and has been my companion since. That is an interesting magical trait, Harry acknowledged. Maybe we could discuss it further another time. I expect you have some very interesting theories. Dumbledore smiled as he nodded. I would like that very much, he replied. It is not often people wish to merely discuss magic with me. I fear it is my feats that attract those conversationalists and not merely the study of what made them possible. I look forward to it, Harry replied with a bow before heading towards the exit. Cassiopeia had spoken with him on several occasions about Dumbledore, how shrewd the man could be, but also how brilliant, something she had acknowledged reluctantly. It would be a missed opportunity to not pick the man's brain, despite his own reservations. Harry was not foolish enough to believe the Hogwarts headmaster was a paragon of utter virtue as most viewed him. No, he would need to be cautious around him, but there was much to be gained from keeping him on friendly terms, and Harry already suspected Dumbledore knew more about his cloak than he had revealed. Gellert studied the Horcrux intently, pushing away the pulses of magic that washed over him. If he was not so well versed in the mind arts, it would have taken control of him within days of it being in his possession. Nevertheless, he could not help but marvel at the wondrous creation in front of him. Lord Voldemort was quite the wizard to create such a thing, a thought that left him as impressed as he was concerned. Harry would truly have his work cut out for him when the time came for them to meet. The boy would need all the help he could get, something that Gellert had been contributing to with only Cassie and Albus being any the wiser. Still, there was much more to be done, and much the boy could learn from him. He would have to see Harry for himself in due course to truly understand just what the Horcrux had done for him. If his working theory was correct based on what he himself had experienced from merely being in the presence of the locket, then even Cassiopeia did not know the extent of what Harry was capable of. Did Harry? Gellert smirked to himself. Of course he did. From everything Cassie had told him, Harry was no fool and would be aware of what he had been unwittingly gifted. If he had, as Gellert suspected, received both knowledge and discernible memories from the soul piece that had latched onto him, then the odds of him emerging from the impending conflict were increased exponentially. Adding the help that Gellert could provide, Harry may just surpass his foe. Scratching away with his quill, he finished the final line of the reams of parchment he had been working on for several weeks now. Within the pages contained his own thoughts on magic, and every last spell that he had created, none of which were known to any. Gellert was pleased to share them with the boy, for the woman who had been so devoted to him despite his downfall, and for the respect he had for Harry's grandfather that had once been an impressive foe. If there was any that needed Gellert's knowledge for what he would face, it was Harry Potter. Still, he would request a meeting with the boy when the time was right, to both sat his curiosity of the magical anomaly he was, and to simply make Harry's acquaintance after having heard so much about him. Rolling up the pieces of parchment, he tied them together before readying them to be delivered to a boy he had never met yet felt something akin to affection for. "May your enemies fall as you rise, Harry Potter," Gellert whispered. "And may you perish painfully for all you have done," he added to the locket. As impressed as he was with the magic Lord Voldemort had created, it still sickened Gellert to have learned of the man's transgressions. "If only I had my wand and was not such an old man," he mused aloud. "It is not to be so, but you will still face the best and worst of me. I give you my word that you will feel my wrath." The locket trembled on the table in protest and Gellert shook his head. "You cannot escape death, Tom, and it is he himself that will come for you. He may carry the name of another, but it is a Peverell you will face." With a flourish of his quill, he added the symbol of the Hallows to the roll of parchment, nodding satisfactorily when it was done. All that remained was for this to be given to Harry, and the rest would be up to him. Gellert knew the boy had a monumental task ahead of him, but if anyone could achieve what many would deem to be the impossible, it would indeed be Harry Potter. "The champions will have 1 hour from the sound of the klaxon to retrieve their hostages," Dumbledore announced to the crowd who began talking excitedly amongst themselves. Victor felt no such emotion. Along with the sudden nervousness he felt, an unwavering sense of determination set in. Why Harry would consent to being placed under the lake, he knew not, but Victor knew he would never hear the end of it. What all miss the most? He grumbled to himself amusedly. He would miss Harry, more than anyone else when he graduated Durmstrang at the end of the year, but it wasn't like he would ever tell the boy that. Harry was insufferable enough already without knowing how much Victor appreciated everything he had done for him these past 4 years. Helping with Quidditch practices was one thing, but this. He'd have to get Harry season tickets every year he remained a professional player. Victor took a deep breath as he waited for the task to begin and took a glance at the other 2 champions. Diggory appeared to be as determined as him, and if truth be told, the Hogwarts representative needed a better showing than he had given in the first task. Not that he had done badly, and he had been woefully unprepared. This time, they would all be on an even footing. If Victor felt somewhat nervous about what was to come, Delacour was absolutely terrified. From what little he had listened to, Victor could only conclude that the Beauxbatons champion would be attempting to rescue her little sister. If he wasn't so focused on the task at hand, perhaps he would be inclined to offer the girl some reassuring words, tell her that with Harry in her company, she would come to no harm. Despite how rather uncaring Harry could be to those he did not like, he would never allow anything to happen to an innocent child. He had a thing for protecting and defending those that could not do it for themselves. It was simply his nature. Victor had watched him since he'd made his acquaintance, how he looked out for his friends, how he defended them, and how he provided what they needed. Harry Potter was perhaps the kindest person he'd ever met, just not to those who got on the wrong side of him. Many at Durmstrang had done so, and they had not fared well. The smirk that tugged at Victor's lips fell as the awaited klaxon sounded and he immediately drew his wand. Setting to work with the rather uncomfortable transfiguration, he plunged into the depths and barreled towards the deepest, darkest part of the lake where he had no doubt the hostages would have been taken. Of course they would have. The tournament organizers would be doing the champions no favors, as demonstrated by the requirement to face off with a dragon during the first task. It was an odd experience to say the least, to find himself tied to a large effigy of a merman under the lake, but Harry was taking it in his stride as best he could, despite the perpetual feeling of unease that was plaguing him. His wand had been in his hand since they had been placed here, ready to defend himself, and the others if necessary. Cho Chang too seemed to be calm, and though the young, French villa had initially been excited by the assortment of curious creatures that came to see them, that was no longer so. The longer they spent down here, the more unsettled she had become, and Harry had already cast several calming charms on the girl. She had no business being here, and he firmly stood by his initial assessment that an alternative should have been found. He now regretted insisting that they all be allowed to remain conscious. The child should have indeed been placed into an enchanted sleep with Harry and Chong to watch over her. Still, there was nothing that could be done now except wait for the champions to arrive. Harry expected that would be soon. According to his watch, it was nearing the halfway mark of the task that had begun at 11 a.m. Squeezing Gabrielle Delacour's hand comfortingly, he gave her a nod of encouragement. Soon enough, they would be out of here. It was only a few moments later that Gabrielle tugged frantically on his sleeve and pointed towards a large mass rushing towards them from the distance. It wasn't until the figure was only a few feet away that Harry recognized it as Victor, and he breathed a sigh of relief, though he was perplexed by his appearance. The Bulgarian had opted to transfigure himself into quite the unnerving human-shark hybrid that had no business existing. In truth, it was an impressive feat of magic, but one that Harry would not be attempting himself, not when much simpler and less dangerous alternatives existed. Still, Victor was compelled to impress the judges. He attempted to gnaw through the ropes binding Harry to the statue with his viciously sharp teeth until he held up his arms in protest and glared at Victor, who even as a shark had the decency to look abashed. Spotting some sharp stones on the floor, Harry nodded towards them. Having retrieved one, Victor began hacking away at the ropes, freeing Harry quickly and gesturing for him to follow. Harry attempted to do so, only to be prevented by the little Vila that clung to his hand desperately. Turning towards her, there was no mistaking the fear she felt at the prospect of him leaving her, and he looked towards Victor questioningly. Where was Delacour? Victor seemingly understood and shook his head, drawing a finger across his throat. Delacour wasn't coming. It was then that Harry noticed the various wounds that Victor was sporting, a myriad of claw and teeth marks littering his body. Fleur must have fallen victim to one of the many creatures that dwelled here. Knowing he couldn't leave her, Harry deflated and shot Victor a look of pleading. The Bulgarian rolled his eyes, but nodded, and gestured for him to hurry. Without hesitation, Harry cut the girl free and pulled her towards him, frowning as something pulled back. One of the mermen had seized her other hand and was shaking his head at Harry, his trident leveled at him. Harry did not appreciate the threat, and he narrowed his eyes as he pointed his wand at the merman, all whilst Gabrielle fought frantically against the hold of the creature. She was panicking once more, thrashing in the water, but the merman would not relent, his efforts doubling as the rest of his kind joined him. Harry's nostrils flared as more tridents were pointed towards him, and he felt his anger begin to surface. He did not wish to harm the merpeople, but they were frightening Gabrielle, and attempting to prevent him from taking her back to her mother. It was at this point that Victor intervened, gesturing for peace between them, but the merpeople would not relent, and Harry had already grown tired of the fruitless attempt at diplomacy. With a flick of his wand, the merman that was holding on to Gabrielle recoiled, the stinging hex catching him on the underside of the wrist. It was intended as nothing more than a warning, but the creatures saw it as an outright act of hostility and they reacted immediately, charging towards Harry with their weapons poised. Even with the head of a shark, Harry did not miss the look of alarm that formed on Victor's face. Not that he focused on it. In one fluid movement, he pulled the little Vila behind him as he brandished his wand in a sweeping motion, buying himself some time by banishing the creatures backwards. Before they could compose themselves for another charge, Harry had already begun his next spell, twirling his wand this time, warping the water around him and Gabrielle. Holding the girl closely, he unleashed the accumulated magic, the force blowing the two of them backwards several feet. It gave Harry the perfect vantage point to witness the enormous sea snake he had created, and the comical response of Victor as he fled from the creature as it lunged towards the merpeople. They dispersed, leaving the trio free to leave, though. Victor remained transfixed on the village as they did so, his gaze switching between the snake and Harry. When the home of their temporary hosts was no longer visible, he shook his head, and it was only a few moments later that they broke the surface of the lake. What the hell was that? Victor gasped breathlessly after he had undone his transfiguration. Harry shrugged as he reaffirmed his grip on Gabrielle. Just something I thought might work, he answered. Victor snorted. Something you thought might work. He despaired. That could have killed me. It wouldn't have killed anyone, Harry sighed. Its purpose was only to keep the merpeople at bay, nothing more. Victor chuckled humorlessly before a deep frown marred his features. Hey, I'm supposed to be rescuing you, he pointed out. Oh, would you like me to act like a damsel in distress? Harry snarked. Just, shut up, Victor huffed amusedly. Let's get back. How long do we have left? About 15 minutes, Harry answered after checking his watch. Victor nodded, and they continued on their way to the shore. Where is Fleur? Gabrielle asked worriedly. Harry looked towards Victor, who shook his head. Grindylows, he muttered. I saw her struggling with a group. I chased them off, but she was hurt and her bubble had collapsed. The last thing I saw was her swimming back up. Harry nodded his understanding. You will see her when we are back, he assured Gabrielle. The girl did not seem to be sure, but she said nothing else on the matter, her grip tightening around Harry's neck as he continued swimming. Victor too spoke no further until they heard the cheering from the crowd begin to fill their ears, and by the time they reached shallow enough water to stand in, all three of them were cold, wet, and tired. Gabrielle. A frantic voice called before the little Vila was pulled from his back and into the arms of her sister. The two of them began babbling to one another in French and were quickly joined by their mother. Before Harry could catch his bearings, he found himself being ushered into a nearby tent where he was set upon by the Hogwarts healer. The woman placed a hot blanket around his shoulders, and all but forced a pepper-up potion down his throat. He coughed at the intrusion, though the immediate warmth was welcome. How are you feeling, Mr. Potter? The healer asked. I've been better, Harry chuckled. I'm fine, but I could really do with stretching my legs. They feel a little dull after being under the water for so long. The healer hummed as she eyed him speculatively. You can go for 2 minutes, but I want you back here. Do not make me look for you. Harry nodded and breathed a sigh of relief when he stood, the cramp in his legs ebbing away as he stepped outside into the flurry of activity. In the minutes that he was in the tent, Diggory had arrived with Chong, and the duo along with Victor were being attended to by other healers in attendance. Thank you. A relieved voice broke into his thoughts, and Harry found himself wrapped in a tight embrace, and a pair of warm lips pressed against his cheeks. Thank you for looking after her. She told me what you did for her down there. Harry merely nodded and the French champion released him, the smile she offered one seldom seen from the older girl. It was my pleasure, Harry replied. She's a very sweet girl. Fleur nodded and keyed his cheek once more. Well, that only makes it more worth it, Harry quipped, shifting his attention to the younger sister who had also been wrapped up in a blanket. Are you okay? Gabrielle nodded, her cheeks flushing a light pink. Thank you, Harry Potter. Harry snorted amusedly. You're very welcome. The girl offered him a bright smile. Followed by her mother, who had undoubtedly been deeply concerned when Fleur returned without her. I cannot put into words how grateful I am. Harry waved the woman off. I know, he assured her as he felt a sharp tap on his shoulder. I did say 2 minutes, Madame Pomfrey said firmly. Come on, Potter. You're still shaking. Rolling his eyes at Gabrielle, Harry followed the healer into the tent as the judges began their announcements, though he could not hear them over the sound of his own steaming ears after being fed another pepper-up potion. You don't seem to be as cold as you were, Madame Pomfrey observed. If you give me another one of those potions, I might actually combust. Madame Pomfrey raised an eyebrow in his direction. Your father had the same cheek. I have heard that. The corner of the woman's lips twitched. It was never a dull moment when James Potter found himself under my care, even if I could have done without the additional trouble he brought. Harry grinned, the fondness in which the woman spoke of his father warming him more than any blanket or potion could. How did you do? He asked as Victor entered the tent. I got a 48, he answered proudly. I'm in the lead. Good, Harry praised. Only one more left to go. Victor nodded. Only one more left. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't even a champion and already he'd had just about enough of the tournament, and judging by Victor's countenance, he too was keen for it all to be over. Barty, have you finished with your brewing? Crouch offered his master a bow before nodding. I have, my lord. Then you have my permission to proceed with your plan. Voldemort granted, but no other is to know of it. I will excuse your absence myself. The smile that formed on Crouch's face was nothing short of maniacal. It had been weeks ago that Barty had approached him away from the prying ears of Lucius and Wormtail, his plan risky but too tempting to dismiss. I will not let you down, my lord, he vowed. See that you do not, Barty, Voldemort urged. I would sooner you give your life than be caught. Do you understand? Of course, my lord, Barty answered before taking his leave of the room, the smile he wore not wavering despite the warning ringing in his ears. Are you sure you're ready for this? Harry took a deep breath and nodded. His time at Hogwarts would be at an end in only a few short weeks, and he had prepared as much as he possibly could for this moment. Under the supervision of Professor McGonagall, he had been working on completing his final transformation for months, and now, it was time for the final product. He was nervous, that he wouldn't deny. The beast within him was not yet tame, and he knew it would be a struggle to seize control of the instincts that would flood him. That was why he had insisted on being placed in a cage, just in case he was unable to do so. Will there be changes when I'm in my human form? He asked curiously. Professor McGonagall frowned thoughtfully before nodding. It is likely, she replied. For me, my hearing and sense of smell increased considerably, and I expect it will be the same for you, but I used to struggle to ignore the instinct to chase things, or attack fish that are kept in tanks. Harry laughed amusedly. Do you also get the urge to lick yourself and sunbathe? Professor McGonagall raised a brow in his direction. That is enough questions, Potter, she sighed. Get in the cage. With a smirk, Harry did so, and the nervousness he had been feeling the past days leading up to this evening set in once more. When he was inside, Professor McGonagall locked the door behind him and offered a nod of encouragement. You must immerse yourself. Allow the creature within to take over before you attempt to bring it to heel. Harry swallowed deeply as he took a seat and closed his eyes, seeking what it was that he could feel wanting to escape the confines of his mind, the beast he had been fighting to keep at bay as it grew stronger the more familiar he became with it. The rawness of the magic was what he felt first, the heavy yet pure nature of it overwhelming his senses as he allowed it to wash over him completely for the first time. It was an odd sensation as the differing emotions to his own became present, the curiosity, the hunger, the cautiousness and self-assuredness. He was a predator, a beast that stalked the apex, an animal who possessed few natural enemies. The emotions became stronger as his inner beast slowly but surely emerged into his consciousness, and Harry allowed it to do so, feeling his body shift the more his own mind was pulled away until he felt that he was trapped. Now was the time for them to become one. In a sudden attack, he flooded his mind with his own feelings, his own emotions, and he felt a strong resistance pushing him back. At once, he wished to both flee and fight, the conflicting instincts resulting in a struggle for power, and the sounds of snarling and growling filled the room. The animal did not wish to submit to his will, yet Harry's was so exceptionally strong. Back and forth they went, each pushing the other to their limits until there was a sudden calmness, the conflict ending just as quickly as it had begun with the animal finally conceding defeat. Harry was tired and his body ached, but he somehow managed to muster enough energy to open his eyes where he found himself imprisoned in a large, barred box. He didn't like being closed in. His kind should be free to roam, to hunt, and take some land for themselves where they would reign supreme. No, he should not be trapped, and he did not appreciate the way the funny creature was watching. Although he was exhausted, he managed a low growl of warning. The creature was undeterred by his efforts and crouched next to the cage and began making her own noises. At first, he could not comprehend them, but the more she did it, the more it began to make sense, and after a few moments, she spoke something that resonated with him. Potter. It was a familiar sound, and upon hearing it, he felt his mind flooded with different instincts that he did not know or understand, or did he? He did. Potter was his name, and although he knew he was not a human, he was at the same time. Acknowledging that fact only made it more real, and he found that he remembered the woman who was speaking to him. She had helped him escape from his inner prison and was no foe of his. He whimpered apologetically, the woman smiled, and he felt his thick tail beating rhythmically against the hard floor. Are you done? She asked him. He nodded and she laughed heartily. Congratulations, Mr. Potter, you do make for a fine creature. Harry watched as Professor McGonagall conjured a mirror and placed it in front of the cage, and he stood to take in his reflection. His coat was long, black, and shaggy, his bright green eyes in stark contrast to this. What caught his attention most, however, was the viciously sharp claws at the end of his large paws and matching white teeth. With them, he could tear people apart if necessary, but more than anything else, he could hide in the shadows and never be seen. He was surprised to learn what his form was, but having done so, it made sense. Harry was a leader, he did care for and look for those that were weaker than him, and he was an alpha in his own right, something that Cain had mentioned to him on more than one occasion. Taking in his reflection again to marvel at his own majesty, he couldn't have found a more apt animal within himself, though he expected Lucinda would be irked by it. He was a wolf, and a proud one at that. Still, despite the elation of finally completing his transformation, he was still depleted from his efforts, and Harry followed his instincts to sniff at the ground before curling himself up, much to the amusement of Professor McGonagall. "Sleep well, Potter," she chuckled as she snuffed out the torches on the wall, leaving only the roaring fire in the hearth to light and heat the room. In only a matter of moments after being left alone, Harry did indeed fall into a deep slumber where he dreamt of running freely across a green field where he could chase the smaller animals to his heart's content. "What does it say?" Sirius asked nervously. Remus continued scanning the letter Sirius had received a few hours prior, though he'd not found the courage to open it himself. Instead, he had opted for the werewolf to return to do it on his behalf. It was the missive Harry had sent him, and Sirius felt sick with the worry it had brought. What if Harry did not want to know him? What if the letter was nothing but a dismissal? Sirius knew he wouldn't be able to blame his godson for it, but more than anything, he hoped beyond hope that it was not the case. Remus released a deep sigh. "Just read it," he urged. "It's not as bad as it could be." With a trembling hand, Sirius accepted the offered parchment and carefully read each word that had been penned. "Sirius, I will not apologize for how long it has taken for me to write to you. For your claims of innocence, there is still much that I must come to terms with. I do not believe that you betrayed my parents, and as petty as it may seem, that doesn't mean that I do not feel betrayed by your actions. From what little I admittedly know of them, they would not have asked any more of you than to care for me the way that you promised you would have should the worst happen. You chose vengeance over your responsibilities, and for that I cannot promise that I will forgive. However, I do understand. I too feel the need to right the wrongs perpetrated against me, and I can assure you that those that wronged my family or had a hand in it will not escape my judgment. Wormtail will suffer for what he did, as will all others I deem guilty for their own actions. Still, that does not mean I can fully absolve you for your own foolishness, not yet at least, but I am willing to give you a chance. It would be hypocritical of me to not do so, and an insult to my parents who thought so much of you that they would entrust my care to you, even if I can't help but think they were wrong. For now, my only wish is that you continue your recovery from your time in Azkaban, and should I feel ready, I will perhaps pay a visit to you during the summer. Do not do anything else foolish. Despite my best efforts, you are still a wanted man, after all. Best wishes, Harry." Sirius released a deep breath as he finished reading, a mixture of relief and guilt flooding him. Nevertheless, there was still a chance that he could form a bond with his godson, and that was what he would focus on. "I told you," Remus's voice broke into his thoughts. Sirius nodded as he placed the parchment back within the envelope. "He still hasn't forgiven me. And maybe he won't," Remus sighed, "but that doesn't mean you shouldn't prove yourself to him. James and Lily would expect nothing less from you, and neither do I. If it weren't for what you did, things would be different." Sirius could only shrug. Maybe being raised by Cassiopeia has been a good thing for him, he mused aloud. I don't know about all the lordship stuff, and he will need to. Besides, as much as the woman frightens the life out of me, she cares for him, and I can't fault what she has done. No, you can't, Remus agreed. Sirius chuckled as he shook his head. Do you think he is as troublesome as she says? Remus grinned in response. I have no doubt about it, he replied amusedly. I can only imagine how much worse he would be if he was raised by you. Bloody hell, no one would get a moment of peace with us around. Remus grimaced at the mere thought. Well, with the responsibilities he will have, I don't expect life could ever be all laughter and joy, could it? Sirius shook his head. Being the lord of one family is difficult enough, but two as prominent as the Potter and Blacks. The kid has got his work cut out for him. He will manage them quite admirably, Cassiopeia declared as she entered the room. Harry has been preparing for it since he could walk and talk, and I have every faith that he will make both Arcturus and Charles proud. Those are some big shoes to fill, Sirius pointed out. And Harry will do so, Cassiopeia said confidently. You do not know him the way I do. Harry will make a fine lord for both families and will be as diplomatic as he will ruthless when the need arises for either. Mark my words, Sirius, that boy will go down in history as one of the greatest men to walk among us. The confidence the woman showed in Harry was rather astounding, but Sirius found he believed her. There was no doubt lacing her tone, nor did her stern gaze flicker with any reservation. She truly and wholeheartedly had faith in each word she had spoken. Now, do you have a message you would like me to pass on? The woman asked. I will be meeting with Harry shortly. Sirius nodded as he retrieved the nearby pot of ink, a sheet of parchment, and a quill. Just a short note this time, he explained as he began penning his reply. When he was finished, he handed it to Cassiopeia, who read it before offering a nod of approval. He will appreciate your patience, she murmured. He is trying, Sirius, she added with a sigh. It won't be easy for him, but he does not wish to bear a grudge against you. Sirius smiled, feeling more positive about the weeks and months to come. It was not easy being stuck in Grimmauld Place where the unpleasant childhood memories still haunted him, but for Harry, he would endure it, if only for the slightest glimmer of hope that forgiveness truly was on the horizon. That is astounding, Harry. Professor Flitwick praised. He had been visiting the diminutive man for weeks now out of the classroom, initially to get more of an insight on the kind of woman his mother was, but Harry found Flitwick to be fascinating. Not only was he just as gifted in charms as Professor Sidorova, but he was also a highly decorated dueling champion, one of the very best of his era. For the most part, the two of them had spoken of Lily Potter, her own brilliance in the topic and the professor's own experiences of her, but recently, they had gotten onto the topic of magic. Thank you, Harry replied gratefully as his ethereal wolf bounded around the room. Receiving praise from a master of Flitwick's caliber was quite the feat. I do not believe that I have ever come across one so young able to produce a corporeal Patronus, the man commented. Not even your mother achieved it until her 5th year, and that surprised me equally. When did you manage it? During the middle of my 3rd year, Harry revealed. I'd heard and read about the Dementors and never wanted to find myself defenseless against them. Flitwick shuddered at the mention of the creatures. They are deeply unpleasant, he murmured. Well, I do not believe you have anything to fear. Your Patronus is as strong as any other I have seen. Harry nodded as he ended the spell. I've been meaning to ask you something, Professor, he sighed. No one has confirmed it to me, but would I be right in thinking that spell that was used to hide my parents was the Fidelius charm? Flitwick shook his head. I wouldn't know, Harry, he replied apologetically, but the fact that they were betrayed or given up so to speak would indeed allude to it. Your mother would certainly have been capable of it. Unfortunately, there is no such thing as the perfect protection. No magic is infallible, no matter how much it may appear so. The Fidelius is an excellent form of protection, but it is only as strong as the trust you have in your secret keeper. So, it is not the magic that is the weakness, but the people used to cement it. Exactly, Flitwick confirmed. For me, I could not put such trust in anyone. Things beyond yours or their control can take place, and that leaves you vulnerable. It is always best to have other measures in place or be adequate in defending yourself if the need arises. Much like yourself, Professor. Flitwick smiled as he nodded. Very much so, he replied with a wink, and yourself, he added. It is quite the feat for a 4th year to do what you did to Cassius Warrington, even if some believed you acted harshly. He is no slouch himself, Harry. I expect there is much more you are capable of. If the need arises, Harry returned with a wink. Flitwick chuckled amusedly. Far be it for me to bring our time this evening to an end. I do not think Professor Dumbledore would appreciate it if you were caught roaming the halls much later, but my offer stands for as long as you remain here. You are welcome to visit me any time. Thank you, Professor, Harry said with a respectful bow as he headed towards the door. You are much more like her than you think, Flitwick called. James was well known for being protective of his friends, but Lily could be just as fierce. She was, Harry murmured, until the very end. It was quite the maudlin thought to part on, but Harry knew that he needed to be focused on the task at hand. Victor had the maze to run in just a few weeks, but Harry had his own thing to focus on. It was by chance that he had been passing one of the girls' bathrooms on the second floor when a first-year Hogwarts girl had emerged, sodden through to the skin and bemoaning the ghost that had soaked her. It had taken Harry only the briefest of glimpses inside to identify the room the red-headed girl had been visiting during his second year at Durmstrang, and only a few minutes more to locate the snake that was engraved into the back of one of the taps on the sink. He had considered reporting it to Dumbledore but had dismissed the idea as quickly as it had formed. The man wouldn't be able to enter the chamber without his assistance anyway, and anything that was within, Harry planned to claim for himself. Tom Riddle had taken everything from him, and Harry would one day return the favor. He would destroy everything Voldemort had ever worked for, and when the man was finally at his mercy, he would make his last moments more agonizing than the Dark Lord could possibly imagine. Harry's skin tingled at the very thought, the bolts of lightning crackling at his fingertips in anticipation. Still, there was a little more preparation he needed to make before plunging into the depths of the castle. Although he could not be entirely certain, he was all but convinced that he knew what lurked in the bowels of the school. If his thoughts were correct, such a creature could not be left unchecked, but Harry had the advantage of knowing exactly how he could bring it on side. Nevertheless, he knew that he needed to be prepared for all eventualities, and if it came to it and his efforts failed, he would have to be in a position to kill it. "Are you going to continue to ignore me?" A voice sounded as he was passing through the entrance hall. Harry turned to find Daphne leaning against the doors to the Great Hall, her arms folded across her chest. "I'm not ignoring you," Harry refuted. "I just don't know what to say." After what had happened in Snape's office, he didn't know where they stood, and neither had made any attempt to engage the other in conversation. In truth, Harry thought that Daphne was angry with him for how he had spoken to her father, but it was not something he was going to apologize for. "Well, hello would be a good start," she huffed. "Hello," he acquiesced with a grin. The girl rolled her eyes at him as she approached. "So, what now?" she asked. Harry shrugged. "I'll be heading back to Durmstrang when the tournament is finished," he pointed out. "Is it over now?" Daphne returned. Harry shook his head. "Then that is not something we need to worry about for the time being, is it?" "I don't suppose it is," Harry agreed with a chuckle. Daphne released a deep sigh. "I'm not expecting us to get married or for you to ask my father for a contract," she explained. "I just want to enjoy your company, if that is all right with you." Harry smiled as he nodded. "I'd like that. It's not like your father would ever agree to a match between us. But if that was something you would want in the future, you wouldn't let that stop you." "I wouldn't," Harry replied, swallowing as he felt her warm breath on his lips. "But it is like I said, that is not something we need to worry about," Daphne murmured before keying him deeply. Harry could only melt into it, not caring if they were caught again. Jonathan Greengrass could do nothing to him, and if Harry wanted to enjoy what remaining time he had with Daphne, who was he to deny himself? "Why did you really come here?" Gellert huffed. Albus had a way of distracting even himself from any topic he wished to broach with his flowery words and nonsense riddles. He'd use them to unsettle even the most accomplished of politicians. It was as impressive as it was irksome, particularly in this moment when Gellert simply wanted him to get to the point. "Ah, you know me too well," Albus sighed. "There is much on my mind, the main thing being young Harry. Ever since the second task, I have had several opportunities to speak with him." Gellert snorted. "You act as though you had not been observing the boy closely already." "You're right, Albus, I know you too well." Albus did not deny the accusation. "It is not the same as speaking with him," he pointed out. "I must say, he is indeed a very bright young man. But, I do have my concerns," Albus admitted. "He is very much like James and Lily in many ways, but he is also like Tom. The boy is currently absorbing a soul piece of the man," Gellert reminded him. "It is unavoidable that he will pick up some of his characteristics." Albus nodded thoughtfully. "I hope so. The boy is not like him, Albus," Gellert said firmly. "We have been over this. How can we be certain?" "Because it has been 13 years, Albus." Gellert snapped. If it was possible for Voldemort to take over Harry's body, he would have done so before the boy grew strong enough to resist him. "Perhaps you are right," Albus sighed as he deflated, "but I cannot help but see the similarities. Tom too was a brilliant boy, charming, good-looking, and gifted." "As were you," Gellert returned evenly. "Are you forgetting the vision we once shared, and what we were willing to do to achieve it?" Get off your high horse, Albus. Harry is nothing like Riddle, and he is nothing like we once were. Albus swallowed deeply, the memories of his formative years evidently still haunting him. Why are you so convinced? He questioned. I know you just as well as you know me. I can see you are not telling me everything, Gellert. The former Dark Lord narrowed his eyes at the other man. I do not believe you are ready for the truth, old friend, he replied darkly. Already you wish to paint the boy as a monster waiting to be unleashed. I believe the truth would do nothing to change that. Truth? Albus pressed. Gellert nodded as he smirked. For once, I believe I am much more informed than you, he said carefully. Should I share it with you, will you promise to hear me out before you jump to all the wrong conclusions? Albus offered a solemn bow. You have my word that I will listen to what you have to say. Gellert was not convinced, but he would value Albus's input now as he always had. When they put their minds together, there was nothing they couldn't achieve, and now was one of those moments he needed confirmation of his own thoughts. Gellert retrieved the locket and held it up for Albus to see. Where did you get this? The headmaster whispered when he realized what it was. Regulus Black discovered Voldemort's secret, Gellert explained. He retrieved it before he was killed. The family elf gave it to Cassiopeia. Albus swallowed deeply as he reached for it. Taking it into his hand, he shuddered. It is not like the diary, he murmured. It is more sophisticated, Gellert finished. It is indeed a Horcrux, but not like anything I have read about. He has somehow given it a life of sorts. It whispers to me, Albus, tries to show me memories, and when I refuse, it attacks my mind. I have no doubt that should I allow it in just once, I would not be able to rid myself of its presence. Albus eyed the locket with concern. If Tom managed to create them this way, how sophisticated would the one be within Harry? He mused aloud. I expect it is much like this one, Gellert answered. So, it has taken hold of him. No, Gellert sighed. I already said that a piece of a soul could never do such a thing to one that is whole. It is not mathematically possible. I do not believe that Harry can even be considered a Horcrux. His soul and magic have taken it and is making it his own. My only question is what memories and knowledge has the boy taken with the benefits? Albus appeared to be alarmed by the query. The soul piece that latched onto him, if it is like this, would have contained all of Tom's magical knowledge and memories, would it not? Gellert shook his head. I do not believe so, he returned thoughtfully. I believe there will be much that Harry has gained from it, but I cannot see how it is possible for a fragment of soul to contain everything. They are finite in nature, and certainly not as able as the human mind. Still, this has taught me much about Voldemort. He is strong, Albus. Ask yourself, even without your knowledge of the prophecy, do you believe you could defeat him? Albus pondered the question for several moments before his shoulders slumped and he shook his head. No, I do not, he murmured. We fought on a number of occasions and even with the wand, I could all but just about hold my own against him. I do not believe I can best Tom. Even at my very best, I do not believe I could have either, Gellert admitted. He is a brilliant wizard, Albus, and one that has indeed taken steps that no other has to make himself only more powerful. Harry will need to be stronger than him if he is to have any chance of success. You may be willing to put your faith in the words of a seer, but you know my thoughts on the matter, old friend. We carve our own path in life. Whether it is in favor or spite of fate, it will always be our choice, Albus recited, a ghost of a smile tugging at his lips. Which is why I will leave nothing to chance, Gellert declared. Only yesterday, I handed Cassiopeia all I could on magic and the spells I created, along with others I gathered along the way. She has been instructed to give it to the boy. Do you think that is wise? Do you not? Gellert returned evenly. He will need all the help he can get, Albus. I implore you to follow my example. Harry is no fool. I have no doubt that he knows what it is he will one day face, and I would see him do it with every confidence that he can win. It will mean war. War is already coming. Gellert snapped irritably. Do you expect a man like Tom Riddle will merely return, kill the boy, and fade into obscurity? No, he will pick up where he left off, and Britain's best bet is a Harry that is ready to face it when the time is right. I do not know if he is aware of the prophecy that hangs over him, but it doesn't matter. He will not let what happened to his parents go unpunished. He will seek Tom out, just as Tom will seek out Harry. Albus seemed to be struggling with a conflict between his thoughts and his emotions, but eventually, he nodded. I will give him all the help I can, he vowed. Gellert smiled and nodded approvingly. You are doing the right thing, he replied, reaching the bars of his cell and giving Albus's hand a squeeze. What of the wand? Will it truly make a difference? In his hands, yes, Gellert whispered firmly. Harry has something that we do not have, the blood of the Peverells flows through his veins. I believe it will make all the difference. He has the cloak, and with the wand, he will have 2 of the Hallows. The power the Dark Lord knows not, Albus whispered thoughtfully. Do you think it could mean that Harry will unite all 3? Gellert shrugged. I would not speculate on the prophecy, but I would not dismiss it entirely either, he sighed. There must be something about Harry that saw him survive that not beyond what Lily Potter did. Perhaps he is Death's chosen to right the wrongs in the world. If it is to be, then it shall, but for now, our focus should be on the boy and how we can help him. Albus nodded his agreement. I will follow your example, he declared. What good some of it will do for one so young, I do not know, but I will do it. I will give Harry every chance to live. Gellert smiled gratefully. He understood that it was difficult for Albus to accept that his ideas were not always for the greater good, but Gellert believed he had indeed managed to get through to the man. For Harry, and indeed for the greater good. Cain threw the latest letter he had received from his mother into the fire where it joined the dozen or so unopened others he had been sent over the past weeks. He no longer wished to read his mother's mad ramblings about a perceived, brighter tomorrow, nor did he intend on replying. The letters were nothing more than her internal thoughts, and the occasional snippet of news on the pack. Fenrir was promising them all a better life, something most wished for, and those that were content would simply follow through fear. There was none amongst them who dared speak out against their alpha, not one as ruthless and bloodthirsty as Greyback had proven to be. Cain remembered when he had been a small boy there had been another large male, one who refused to attack a Muggle village during the approaching full moon. The man had been murdered in front of the entire pack, and his remains hung from a tree until the crows had finished feasting upon it. Cain did not wish to suffer such a fate, but he was among those that were content with their lot. When the time came, he would either have to follow the rest of them, or he would be killed, just like the man had been. How's it going? Jonas asked as he entered the dorm room. Cain offered the boy a weak smile as he shrugged. Same old, he replied. Jonas shook his head. It isn't though, is it? What do you mean? Jonas took a seat on the edge of the bed, a deep frown marring his features. It's different without Harry. You must have noticed that. It is, Cain agreed. Even the girls are acting strangely. Ever since the article at Christmas, Jonas pointed out. I don't think they liked that very much. Especially the vampire. None of them did, Cain chuckled. I could smell the envy. Is that why you have been quiet too? Jonas asked. Are you jealous? It's all right if you are. It doesn't make any difference to me. Cain was taken aback by the question until he realized what he'd been asked. No, he denied firmly. Nothing like that. There's just other things going on in my life. Anything I can help with. Cain shook his head morosely. No, but thanks for offering, he replied appreciatively. Anything fun happened to Barkus today? Jonas grinned in response. The idiot tried to draw his wand on a second year and it backfired, he snorted. The last I heard, he's in the medical bay having his teeth regrown and his nose fixed. Good, Cain declared. You would have thought he'd have learned by now. People like Barkus never do, Jonas sighed. Anyway, will you come and check on the girls with me? Cain nodded as he stood. Despite having grown tired of the jealous behavior from them, he had promised Harry he would keep an eye on them when he'd asked him to in a letter he'd received shortly after Christmas. None of the girls had written to him for almost 2 weeks after the article was published, and Harry had been confused as to why. It was a point of amusement for the werewolf. Harry may be good at most things, but when it came to girls, he was as clueless as the rest of them. Cain had the benefit of witnessing the reactions and subsequent behavior of Lucinda, Anna, and Eleanor, and though he found it to be rather funny, it had bothered him that they had ignored Harry for so long. It wasn't as though he had done anything wrong, and yet, they had seemingly punished him for it. Still, they did eventually write back to him, but Cain would bet anything he owned that they had not mentioned the beautiful Daphne Greengrass in any of their letters. Lucky bastard, he muttered to himself. Who is? Jonas asked confusedly. Potter. The son of the hag grinned as he nodded his agreement. That he is, but will you think the same when he comes back and has to face that lot? he questioned, nodding to the trio of girls seated near the fireplace in the common room. Kane shivered at the thought. Should we warn him? Would he do the same for us? Harry would not. He would think it to be the most amusing thing, and with all the pranks Kane had fallen victim to at Harry's hands, he felt even less inclined to warn his friend. I say we let him handle it himself. Jonas grinned at the thought. Who handle what? Lucinda questioned. Nothing, Kane replied. Nothing at all. Why are we meeting here? Harry asked curiously as he took a seat in the drawing room at Grimmauld Place. He had never visited the house before, and he had hoped his first time here would not be in such a clandestine manner. What became quickly apparent was that Cassiopeia was unusually nervous, but as stern as he had ever seen her. There are things we must discuss, she replied, her pacing back and forth across the width of the fireplace not slowing. Things that we cannot risk being overheard. What is said within this room stays between us. Do I make myself clear? Harry's demeanor shifted immediately as he nodded. Whatever Cassiopeia wished to discuss was of the utmost importance. She would not insist on such secrecy for anything less. What is it? Harry asked. Cassiopeia took a deep breath before taking her seat. First, I have a confession to make, she sighed. It is about the person that gave you all the information about Durmstrang. The secret rooms, the shortcuts, and all the other useful things. What about them? Harry asked suspiciously. Cassiopeia shook her head as she removed a thick roll of parchment from within her robes. You will remain calm, she instructed. Harry nodded and accepted the offered parchment. It had been tied together with a piece of fraying twine, but it was not the fastening that caught his attention. A symbol of sorts had been carefully drawn at the edge of the fold, one that was somewhat familiar to him. This is Grindelwald's symbol, he whispered. It is, Cassiopeia agreed. Harry frowned as he tried to remember all he had learned during his history lessons regarding the man. Even at Durmstrang, he was not well thought of. Many across Europe had lost family members during the war, the effects and anger of which were still felt today. I thought he had died during his duel with Dumbledore. Cassie chuckled. Has anything you have seen of the old fool given you the impression he could kill anyone? Not really, Harry admitted. Gellert was imprisoned, nothing more, Cassie explained. I have made no secret of whom I was loyal to. In a way, I am still loyal to him. In a way. Cassiopeia smiled at him. Gellert will always be someone I look up to for his brilliance, his ambition, and his endeavors, she murmured, but my loyalty is yours, Harry. Her words warmed him, and Harry felt himself calm upon hearing them. But you have remained in contact with him. Cassie nodded unashamedly. I have, she confirmed. He has been there for me during my most difficult of times. Even when I first took you in, I turned to him for advice, and he has been helping me since. And me by the looks of things. He knows everything, Harry, Cassie informed him. He knows what it is you will face, and Gellert wishes to help you. He wants to help me. Why? Because, despite what you may have heard about him, he is a good man, and a very gifted and powerful wizard, Cassie answered. Everything he can do to help you is in that parchment, his spells, and anything else he believed would be useful to you. Harry unrolled the several sheets of parchment where he found page after page of spells and other useful pieces of information he could make excellent use of. He truly wants you to succeed, Harry, Cassie assured him. Harry did not know what to believe. He found it difficult to simply dismiss everything the man had done in the pursuit of something so insane, nor could he forget the pain and misery he had caused thousands across the world. I know it will take some time for you to accept this, but please do, Cassie pleaded. He truly is one of the greatest wizards to have lived, and it would be foolish to turn his help away. Harry nodded as he read a few more of the spells. Was it immoral to accept the offered help? Was it selfish to want to accept it despite everything Grindelwald had done? Harry didn't know, but he was not so stupid to turn away any advantage he could one day hold over his enemies. I will think about it, he promised. That's all I'm asking of you, Cassie returned with a smile. When you feel ready, Gellert would like to meet you. I promise you will find him not to be what history has painted him. Harry nodded as he rolled up the parchment. Pausing as he caught sight of the symbol once more. He ran his fingers across it, an odd, faint, yet familiar feeling making itself known to him. What is this symbol? He asked. Cassie tutted. Gellert used it as his own during the war, she sighed. He said it had once been meaningful to him. Harry nodded his understanding, but he could not shake the feeling there was more to it. The magic felt much like it did when he draped his invisibility cloak around him. Were the two somehow connected? Harry did not know, but he knew that feeling such similar magic in two different things in this world usually was not coincidental. Perhaps he needed to research the cloak to understand it. It was something he added to his ever-growing list of things he needed to do. Still, despite his suspicions and the revelations of the evening, his focus would not waver from getting Victor through the third task of the tournament, and his own endeavor. For Harry, his next undertaking would be to venture into the fabled Chamber of Secrets, to see what, if anything, he could uncover. Victor eyed the entrance to the maze nervously, his wand already in hand as he waited for the sound of the klaxon. He would have a 3-minute lead over Diggory, and 5 minutes over Delacour. The odds appeared to be in his favor, but if he had learned anything about the tournament, nothing ever truly was so simple. He'd prepared for this. The hours spent alone, with Karkaroff, and Harry dedicated to learning every spell either of them could think of to see that he could overcome whatever obstacles were placed before him. Still, Victor was apprehensive. There was no telling what surprises could be lurking around every corner of the maze. "You've got this." Harry had been dismissive of Victor's concerns, his confidence in him not wavering for even a second shortly before the champions had been put into position. The Bulgarian shook his head. How Harry could believe in him so easily, he knew not, but he appreciated it, nonetheless. He immediately spurred into action, sprinting into the maze before the echo of the klaxon faded, but soon found himself in darkness and an eerie silence. Despite being told he need only signal for help should he need it, Victor was very much alone in here. Continuing his run, he lit the tip of his wand, the only sound filling his ears being his own labored breathing as he pressed forward. "Are you sure about this, my lord?" Lucius asked as he added the final ingredients to the runic circle carved into the floor. Voldemort nodded. The body he was inhabiting was growing weak, and he needed to revitalize it until he was ready to create a new one for himself. Of course, there was no better time to do so than on the summer solstice, other than perhaps All Hallows' Eve, but he could not wait that long. With each day that passed he could feel his powers waning, his limbs growing weaker. He needed to conduct the ritual to ensure it would not fail him completely. "Is it ready?" the Dark Lord asked impatiently. Lucius nodded as he stepped out of the circle, taking his place by Wormtail's side. "This will be unpleasant, but you are not to intervene," Voldemort instructed firmly. "Let it begin," he added to himself under his breath. Tapping the activation rune with the tip of his wand, the Dark Lord felt a rush of magic was over him and it felt as though his skin, muscles, and bones were being pulled slowly apart. The agony that tore through the weakened body was indescribable, though nothing compared to what he felt the night he had fallen. Nonetheless, he bit hard into his lower lip to prevent himself from crying out. He would allow none to hear him scream. The Dark Lord could not comprehend how much time was passing. Whilst he remained seated amongst the runes, but much to his relief, the magic faded as quickly as it had overwhelmed him, and he allowed himself to fall backwards where he fought to catch his breath. "My lord, are you well?" the muffled voice of Lucius asked. Voldemort opened his eyes to see the blurry silhouette of the man leaning over him, and he nodded, simply reveling in the seemingly endless amount of energy he now had. He no longer felt fatigued, nor did he feel that at any given moment he would fall into a slumber from exhaustion. Undoubtedly, this was the best the Dark Lord had felt in almost 13 years. "I am fine, Lucius," he murmured after a moment. "Help me to my chair." As incredibly euphoric as he felt, it was no less demeaning having to be carried to his seat by a man that served him. Not that Lucius nor any other would dare comment on it. "You look much healthier, my lord," Lucius offered with a bow. "I would say the ritual was a success." "It was," the Dark Lord agreed, "but it is still not a body of my own." "It will be," Lucius offered reassuringly. Voldemort nodded. "Soon," he reiterated to himself. He did not know how many times in the past months he had done so, but with each day that drew to a close, having a body to call his own became closer to reality. "My lord, shouldn't Barty be here for this?" Lucius questioned. "Barty is doing something of vital importance to me," the Dark Lord answered dismissively. "Worry not, Lucius, he is under strict instruction to not compromise us in any way." Lucius nodded, though he did not seem to be convinced. He did not like Barty. Lucius believed the man was rather unhinged from his time in Azkaban and was not to be relied upon for missions that would see him acting independently. The Dark Lord disagreed. Barty's loyalty would ensure that he was successful in his venture, even if it did cost him his life in the process. "May I ask what it is he is doing?" Lucius pressed. "You may not," Voldemort answered simply. "You will focus on your own task. I have a list of ingredients I need you to acquire for me. I am sure that I do not need to remind you to not draw attention to yourself." Wormtail. "Of course, my lord," Lucius returned as though the words were of the deepest insult. "Some of these will be difficult to find, but I will do it," he added, having accepted the list offered to him by Pettigrew. "What would you have me do, my lord?" the squat man asked. "You will remain at my side," Voldemort instructed sharply. "I may be quite invigorated, but I will still require your assistance, as much as it disgusts me to admit." "Was there something else, Lucius?" "No, my lord," the blonde replied. "Then be gone," the Dark Lord instructed, "and keep me informed of your progress." Lucius said nothing else but offered a respectful bow before taking his leave of the room, and Voldemort turned his attention to Wormtail. "Now, tell me what you have observed in Britain," he demanded. Victor winced as another jolt of pain lanced through his arm. He had not seen the Acromantula stalking him in the shadows, and before he could react, its fangs had found their way into his left bicep. It had been dispatched quickly, but the damage was already done. Nonetheless, the Bulgarian would not be deterred and had not even considered quitting, not when he could sense that he was so close to the center of the maze. Thus far, despite his encounter with the enormous spider, his run had been rather clear, the obstacles he had come up against having been dealt with without harm to himself and efficiently. Only one of the creatures had given him pause, an odd insect that had an exploding tail and large pincers. Victor had never seen nor heard of anything like it, and he had been rather surprised by how robust it had been. His first 4 spells had simply bounced off the armor of the creature, but it had not been resilient enough to endure a nasty disemboweling curse Harry had shown him. Still, the beast had not been easy to deal with. Other than the creatures, his path had been impeded by a rather strange sandstorm that he needed to dispel, a hole in the ground that had opened up beneath his feet, and a flailing plant that had attempted to throttle him. None had managed to best him, but he was unsure of the status of the other champions. Only a few moments prior he'd heard a feminine scream from somewhere to his left, but there had been no sign of any sparks, so Delacour had either managed to overcome whatever had accosted her, or she was in no position to call for help. Victor shook his heads of thoughts of the latter as he rounded the corner and found himself face to face with something he'd only ever read about. Sphinxes were exceedingly rare creatures, and he wondered just what one of them was doing here. His grip tightened around his wand as he approached slowly, only to be met by an amused smirk. "Do not be foolish enough to believe that will help you," she said, her voice seemingly coming from all directions, a lingering echo to it. "Must I fight you?" Victor asked. The Sphinx licked her lips, exposing teeth that he would rather avoid. "Do you wish to?" Victor shook his head and the creature chuckled. "Then fear not, it is a battle of wits that I desire." Victor breathed a sigh of relief, only for dread to settle into his stomach as she spoke again. "But if you cannot best me, then perhaps I will test your physical prowess," she warned. "Do you wish to proceed?" Looking over his shoulder towards the path he had traversed, Victor nodded. He was too close to simply turn away, and he had worked too hard to get this far only to quit at the final hurdle. "Then let us begin, child." It was difficult to believe that it was only a few short years ago that Albus raised the idea of rekindling the Triwizard Tournament with Professor Karkaroff and Madame Maxime, and yet, here they were now, along with Barty and Ludo presiding over the third and final task. Albus was proud of all 3 champions, each of them demonstrating their own unique education they had received at the institutes they attended, and all 3 doing so admirably. Overall, the entire affair had been a resounding success, and the Hogwarts headmaster was hopeful the conclusion would follow in the same fashion. "They have been in there for some time," Olympe commented. "I do not expect it will be much longer before our winner emerges," Albus replied comfortingly, frowning as he looked towards an uncomfortable Igor Karkaroff. The man seemed to be rather alarmed as he rubbed the inside of his left forearm, grimacing in apparent pain. Igor's gaze shifted towards Severus, and Albus's followed suit, his frown deepening as he saw the potion's master acting oddly similar. Severus looked at Albus pointedly, a rare expression of worry marring his features as he nodded towards where the dark mark remained, a reminder of his past mistakes. "Are you quite all right, Severus?" Albus asked as he approached. Without hesitation he rolled up the sleeve of his robes to show him, and Albus sighed defeatedly. "It has been growing darker all year," Severus murmured, "but it suddenly began burning, and now it is darker than it has been in 13 years. "I told you," Igor hissed. "When I spoke to you about it at Christmas, I told you it was getting darker." "What does it mean?" "I do not know," Severus replied, "but I do not expect it is anything good." Albus nodded his agreement, though his attention had been caught by another figure. They seemed to sense something was amiss. In the crowd of Durmstrang students only a short distance away, Harry had drawn his wand, his eyes darting between a piece of parchment he held into every part of the packed stadium. On the surface, he seemed to be as calm as ever, but the boy was on edge, ready to react at a moment's notice. Albus would need to discuss it with him, to see what it was he had felt to lead him to respond in such a way. The boy was quite the enigma. Something that Albus had learned during his many conversations with him, none more so than the most recent they had shared where the headmaster had indeed followed Gellert's plea. It had been a difficult choice to make for the man who did not revel in the thought of conflict, but as the incidents over the past few years had proven, conflict was coming whether Albus wanted it or not. Harry already seemed to know it too, and though Albus still had his reservations of gifting all that Gellert had urged, he knew that he needed to have faith in both Harry and the prophecy spoken to him so many years ago now. Flashback. "Why are you giving me this?" Harry asked as he finished looking through the swathes of parchment Albus had handed him. Their conversations thus far had been carefully conducted by both, neither raising all of what had happened that had led to the death of James and Lily Potter. They had discussed magic deeply, a shared interest, and even more inane things such as the Wizengamot and how different life was in Britain compared to other countries, but never Voldemort. Albus eyed the boy curiously. "Well, Harry," he sighed, "we could have a very frank conversation where I would explain my reasoning to you and then you would perhaps be compelled to share your own thoughts with me. Or we could both accept that the other has secrets but have visions towards the same end." The death of Voldemort. Albus nodded, though he would not pretend that the casual manner with which Harry spoke of such a thing did not concern him. "Indeed," he replied with a slight incline of his head. "We have not spoken of him, but you do not seem to be surprised that he is alive." "I didn't know until he inhabited your former defense against the dark arts professor," Harry pointed out. "What else do you know?" Albus asked curiously. "More than I would like to sometimes," Harry answered quietly. "Much more." Albus nodded his understanding. For all of his thoughts on Tom and the knowledge he had of all the terrible things the man had done, he'd witnessed so little of it for himself. Seeing the aftermath was one thing, but to live them in your own mind was something Albus could not fathom. If Harry truly had been subjected to witnessing such cruelty and violence, it was nothing short of a miracle that he managed to remain sound of mind. Albus offered the boy a sympathetic smile. "Well, if my reasoning to you makes no sense, then why not simply because you are already proving to be a remarkable young man?" he asked. "It would be a shame for my life's work to be squandered when my time here comes to an end." Harry nodded. "What about Grindelwald?" he asked. "It was him that encouraged you to share it with me." "It was," Albus confirmed cautiously. "Because you have your reservations." "I do." Albus wouldn't lie to the boy, nor would he attempt to mislead him honeyed words. Perhaps a little frankness between them was what was needed. They would likely have to work together in the future when Tom eventually returned. "That's fair," Harry replied thoughtfully. "You don't know me so well, and I expect that I am very little like what you envisioned when you placed me with my Muggle relatives." "No, I wouldn't say you are," Albus chuckled. "Maybe I have unrealistic expectations of others and the world we live in. I abhor violence, Harry. It has brought me nothing but misery. Even after defeating Gellert you lost someone that meant a lot to you." Albus nodded, appreciating Harry's candid approach on the subject. "I did," Albus said sadly. "I need not go into details, but Gellert and I were once very good friends before our paths diverged. Our experiences shape us," Harry sighed. "For as long as I can remember, I have been haunted by the memory of my parents being murdered, by things that I have never lived but am forced to witness over and over again. I do not believe I am an evil person, Professor, but I know violence, and what must be done to stop my enemy." Albus simply watched Harry for a moment before reluctantly nodding his acceptance. I suppose my own morality will one day make a fool of me, he chuckled. It might, Harry agreed. My parents paid the ultimate price for putting their faith in the wrong person, but I am not one of them. I do not wish to cause harm to those that do not deserve it, and I do not seek power beyond what I will already have. I do not possess that ambition, and that is what separates me from Voldemort. A difference I am pleased exists, Albus replied with a warm smile. With that being said, Harry continued, his expression darkening. I will show no mercy to my enemies. I cannot allow their transgressions to go unpunished, and I will deal with them in a way I feel that they deserve. War is coming, Professor, and I intend on not only living through it, but winning at whatever cost to the other side. I do not expect anything from you other than understanding. The fight against him will not be won in the Wizengamot meetings. Victory will come at the price of blood. Albus's smile fell, but the words spoken were a truth that had become apparent during the last war. I will not stand in your way, Harry, he assured the boy. As much as I wish a resolution could be found, I'm afraid it is not to be. Neither me nor him will allow it, Harry snorted. We both want each other dead and will stop at nothing to see it done. I have to be as ruthless and cunning to ensure that it is me that survives, so that I may finally live in peace. Fawkes trilled from on his perch, his song as calming as ever. It seems that even he agrees. It appears so, Albus murmured as he stroked the plumage of his companion. The fact that the creature had taken quite the shine to Harry certainly helped the headmaster rid himself of any doubts he'd had about the boy. There is something else that I promised I would give you when the time is right, he revealed. With you returning to Durmstrang and the future uncertain, I believe there is no time like the present to do so. When he returns, I will become a target, and forgive me for seeming arrogant in saying, but I expect he will wish me dead as soon as possible. I would not see it fall into his hands, Albus finished grimly. See what fall into his hands? Harry asked with a frown. Albus swallowed deeply as he removed the Elder Wand, the cold magic permeating through the length of wood never having truly been a source of comfort for him. In truth, it was quite the burden to carry, and a part of him was relieved that it would no longer be in his possession. Disarm me, and take it for yourself, he instructed. Disarm you. Albus nodded, a smirk tugging at his lips at Harry's cautious nature. I assure you, you will not regret doing so. Harry hesitated for a moment before doing so, his eyes widening as he grasped the wand that he snatched from the air. It is just like my cloak, he whispered. The very same magic was used to create both. And you know where this magic came from, don't you? Albus's grin formed into a beaming smile. I do, but I do not wish to ruin the surprise for you, Harry. A part of the journey of truly appreciating what it is you possess will come from discovering their origins, but I will give you a clue. Harry was undoubtedly frustrated that he would not be given the information so readily, but also amused as a grin formed and he nodded. What's the clue? Follow your blood. Follow my blood. Albus nodded. You will find the answer in your own blood, Harry. That is all I will reveal. The boy cursed under his breath. Cassie was right about you, he huffed. She said you like to speak in annoying riddles. Gellert has said the very same thing to me many times over the years, Albus replied fondly. Still, I stand by my offering. You will appreciate them more working for the information yourself. Now, I would urge you to become familiar with the wand, but under no circumstances should you tell anyone it is in your possession. There are many that would kill to have it for themselves, and I fear they would be much less honorable with their intentions. I won't say a word, Harry promised. Good, now, would you like to work on some of the spells I provided you with? End flashback. Harry truly was a gifted young man. Something he had proven with how easily he took to the various spells the two of them had worked on. Albus had been impressed and felt somewhat easier about what was to come, knowing that Harry was doing all he could to prepare. I believe our winner is arriving, he declared, nodding towards the area marked off for the champion who reached the cup first. Now, however, with what had occurred in only the past few moments, the tournament seemed entirely inconsequential. Nonetheless, Albus smiled brightly as the portkey arrived and stood and clapped with the rest of the spectators before making his declaration. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you your Triwizard champion. Repressenting the Durmstrang Institute, Victor Krum. The boy gave a pained grimace, favoring his left arm as he waved with his right. Immediately, Madame Pomfrey was at his side administering some much-needed treatment. With his announcement given and the professor tasked with patrolling the maze already setting to work to retrieve the other champions, Albus's attention shifted to where Harry had been standing only a moment before. He was no longer there, and the headmaster needed to not look twice to know that he was going to be with his friend, and now the first Triwizard champion in centuries. Humans should be looked upon as little more than pets. Countless of them will come and go, and you should care for one no more or no less than any other. Our nature is an unfortunate one, daughter. We become painfully possessive of things we see as ours, but magical folk cannot even become pets. Unlike regular mortals, they are in many ways our equals and they cannot truly belong to us. Perhaps Lucinda should have listened to her mother before she'd let Harry Potter get under her skin. Maybe even now it wasn't too late to distance herself from him. But as she looked upon the stack of letters she had received over the past months and the dwindling stash of blood pops he had left for her for when she needed them, she found that she didn't want to. Harry would not belong to her. Even the strongest of her kind could not hope to tame him into an obedient, malleable being that catered to their whims. No, Harry Potter was no mere mortal, nor any kind of normal wizard. There was something different about him, something she could not quite decipher, but it was unmissable. He could promise to set the world ablaze and Lucinda would not doubt that he could do it. Not that he would. For all of his talent and ruthlessness, he possessed the most beautiful of souls. Lucinda released a deep breath as she read his latest letter, his words only solidifying her thoughts about him. Often, I find myself looking towards the moon to see how many days remain before Cain is forced to change, and always remember that the hour of the owl is when your hunger is at its worst. I wish more than anything I could take it all away from you both, but I know such a thing is not to be. Still, I would have neither of you any other way. Lucinda placed the letter on the pile with the others before unwrapping a blood pop and placing it in her mouth, sighing as the taste of iron spread across her tongue. It was not the same as the blood she was given at mealtimes, but it tasted all the better because it had been gifted by Harry. Durmstrang was still not the same without him, and his letters were a poor substitute for his company, but he would return. He had promised that he would. Placing the confection in her mouth, she checked her reflection in the mirror as she tied her hair into a high ponytail. It had been amusing to explain to Anna and Summerby that only vampires that had been muggles before being turned did not have reflections. If anything, their unintentional ignorance reminded her of how little witches and wizards learned of her kind. Not that she could blame them. The history between magical folk and vampires was fraught with tension, war, and secrecy. Although relations between them had been more tolerant as of late, there was no denying that there was no love lost between them. Not wanting to dwell on the past further, Lucinda's attention shifted once more to her reflection. Her first maturity had happened quickly. In the space of only a few weeks she had gone from resembling a typical child, albeit with pale skin, red eyes, and elongated fangs, to a young woman. Her hips and bust had filled out, giving her an accentuated feminine frame, and her features had become more pronounced and pointed. She had grown around 3 inches in height, changing her appearance considerably. All of the female vampires she had met had an almost ethereal beauty to them, and Lucinda was no different. Still, her alabaster skin, black hair and sharper features had no similarity to the Greengrass girl Harry was dating. If anything, Greengrass shared quite the resemblance to Summerby. Lucinda shook her head. Not that it mattered. She had long ago accepted that whatever fondness she felt for Harry could not be allowed to bloom beyond merely appreciating him from afar in such a way. He will die, she whispered to herself. The thought of losing him, in what would only be the blink of an eye of her existence, filled her with dread. Even now, after only a few years of knowing him, she could not imagine how she could find happiness in life without him. Lucinda had done her best to not grow fond of him, to dismiss every act of kindness he'd shown her, and to remind herself that he would move on when they finished at Durmstrang. He would return to Britain, find a suitable bride, and he would pass just like every other mortal she had met. Despite this, she could not help the way she felt, and she cursed her possessive nature. No matter how often and firmly she reiterated reality to herself, it made no difference. There still was and always would be a part of her that wished to claim him for herself, even if it would only result in heartbreak and devastation. Her nostrils flared as she eyed the picture of Harry and Greengrass Ki-ing. It was a sense of abject sadness that came every time she saw it, but she could not ignore the envy, as much as she wished she did not feel that. Harry nor Greengrass had done anything wrong. Nevertheless, Lucinda could not simply overcome her nature, even if all she wanted was for the boy to be happy despite her own feelings. It was moments like this that she wished he was here for no other reason than to be in his presence. He had a way, like no other, of calming her, and Lucinda truly felt that she could be herself around him. Would it be different when he returned? The answer to that question terrified her more than anything else. Harry may have a girlfriend now, but Lucinda did not wish for the dynamic between them to change. As much as he irked her with his teasing, she would have nothing between them be any different. Well, that was not the complete truth, but it was the best that she could hope for. He ran his fingers across the ornate door, trailing the length of one of the bronze serpents that adorned it. It was so familiar, yet Harry had never been here himself. He had seen the little red-headed girl venture into the chamber under Voldemort's guidance, but that was his only experience of Slytherin's hidden lair. Still, it felt as though he had been here dozens of times. Not that such a feeling offered him any comfort. If anything, it only made him more nervous about what he was going to face. Harry had already had his strong suspicions of what dwelled within, but the finding the skin of the beast as he had reached the bottom of the entrance left him with no doubt. The King of Serpents had called the Chamber of Secrets its home for almost 1,000 years. A basilisk. It was widely feared with good reason. There was no creature more deadly that roamed the planet, though it did have its vulnerabilities. Something Harry had prepared for if it became necessary. Despite this, he could not shift the gut feeling that something was very wrong indeed. It was not often that Harry was gripped by such a strong desire to flee from somewhere, but it was so strong now that he had to truly focus to remain where he was. No, he could not leave. The Durmstrang ship would be disembarking in only 2 days, and tonight was the best and perhaps only opportunity he would have to explore the chamber. Nonetheless, his instincts were not so easy to ignore. For several moments he remained rooted to the spot before releasing a deep breath to steel his resolve. It was now or never. "Open," he whispered. The door yielded to his command and Harry stepped into the chamber, the shiver crawling down his spine having little to do with coldness here. Doing his best to ignore the growing terror, he walked towards the large statue of Slytherin, his eyes scanning the room and ears listening for the slightest hint of movement. His resolve almost crumbled as he met the visage of the infamous founder. Even in stone Harry sensed that he was not welcome here. Were it not for Slytherin's descendant, he wouldn't be. Not that Harry was given much time to ponder it. His marrow all but froze in his bones as a loud, incoherent hiss sounded from within. The basilisk was evidently not pleased by his presence. Still, he would not be deterred, not when he could acquire such an invaluable asset, or deprive Voldemort of it at worst. "Quiet," he hissed back. The response was another, defiant offering, almost daring him to challenge the serpent. Harry was not so foolish. "Be calm," he whispered. "I do not wish for us to harm one another. We are kin, are we not?" The next hiss he received was a curious one, lacking the same aggressiveness he had been greeted with. "If I set you free, can we speak? I would like to help you." A questioning hiss replied and Harry felt himself relax considerably. At least the basilisk was no longer furious. Against his better judgment and the instincts that remained begging him to flee, Harry gave the command for the door to open, only to find himself knocked to the ground as the impatient basilisk burst from within its lair having struck the stonework before it had fully retracted. "Kill, rip, tear," it spat, sniffing the air. Quickly, Harry closed his eyes as he fumbled within his robes. Removing the box he prepared, he enlarged it with a tap of his wand and released the rooster within. Removing the silencing charm, he gave it a sharp jab and felt a wave of relief as it began calling loudly. Instead of the basilisk falling, however, the beast only became angrier and Harry cursed himself. Of course, Slytherin or Riddle would have found a way to circumvent such a vulnerability, and the relief he felt turned to fear once more as he felt the snake's attention turn towards him. Opening his eyes would result in instant death, but laying here idle was no better. He should have followed his instincts, and as he raised his wand in vain to defend himself, he cursed himself a final time. Harry Potter would die here, but he would take the basilisk with him. "Fiendfire!" he roared. He had never practiced the spell. The control it took to tame such a conjuration needed to be absolute, and Harry had never felt quite ready to delve into it. Now, however, he had no such reservation. Controlling it mattered so little when his fate was already sealed. The coldness of the chamber faded immediately as the summoned flames burst into life, but without Harry at the helm, they had no direction and began simply consuming everything they came into contact with. He could hear the stone dripping as it melted around the room, and Harry could only despair as he heard the basilisk screech in fury. His fiendfire seemed to be ignoring the beast, something that became apparent as he smelled the breath of the serpent as it growled in his face. Although he could not see it, he felt it rear up in preparation to finally strike, and though Harry focused as much as he could in the moment on controlling the cursed flames, they did not obey his dying command. Instead, he braced himself for the inevitable impact, only to frown as a loud trilling filled the air. The basilisk screeched once more, and Harry dared to open his eyes the smallest amount, choking as he took in the scene that had unfolded around him. The fiendfire was gone, but in its place was Dumbledore's phoenix, the immortal bird of fire darting in and out of the basilisk's range as it struck at him, Fawkes' sharp beak stabbing frantically at the enormous snake. Harry could not help but think the fight would not end well for the bird, but he was proven wrong as a pained scream sounded from the basilisk. Blood spurted from one of its deadly eyes as Fawkes punctured it and the basilisk began to thrash as it attempted to fend off the attack. Another scream followed shortly after as Fawkes landed another deadly blow, and Harry opened his eyes, no longer vulnerable to the deadliest weapon the snake possessed. "Thank you, Fawkes," he whispered as the phoenix took to the air once more, trilling encouragingly. The basilisk was not in a good way. The screaming faded into something of a whisper, and though it could no longer see, Harry knew that it was still dangerous. He approached carefully with his wand ready, pondering what spells he had in his arsenal that could dispatch of it. The skin of the basilisk was highly resistant to magic, and after the debacle of the fiendfire, Harry would not risk attempting it again. But what to do? His footsteps faltered as he pondered drawing the Elder Wand, his hesitation proving to be a detrimental error. The basilisk, though blind, evidently knew where he was, and before Harry could react it struck. It happened in the blink of an eye, and clarity only came to him as a burning pain began lancing through his chest, spreading quickly throughout his entire body. He was on the ground again, this time with a crushing weight pressing into his torso, and when Harry opened his eyes, it was undoubtedly to the very last thing he would see. In a desperate throw, the basilisk had managed to sink one of its enormous fangs through his sternum, and there the creature remained, its empty sockets boring into his eyes. The beast growled victoriously and Harry chuckled humorlessly, realizing how utterly foolish his endeavor had been. "You got me," he choked, a spurt of blood fountaining from his mouth. "But I got you too." Taking the Elder Wand he had managed to draw, he stabbed it into one of the eviscerated eye sockets, and the basilisk released him as it screeched, the magic Harry had unleashed raw and unguided, but proving to be fatal. After only a few brief seconds of thrashing around, it collapsed lifelessly to the ground next to him, and Harry felt a consolatory wave of pride. It may have cost him his life, but he had taken the basilisk with him. He felt his vision begin to fade as the burning worsened, the potent venom being pumped through his veins. Even without it, the puncture wound alone would have been enough to kill him. The fang had penetrated his heart, and even if he could somehow make it to the hospital wing, it would be of little use. He would bleed out before any treatment could be administered. "Thank you, Fawkes," he whispered as he felt the phoenix nudge his cheek with its head. "Take the wand back to him, will you?" Fawkes trilled and nudged him once more before climbing onto Harry's stomach, causing the boy to cry out in agony. Somehow, the pain continued to worsen, but through it, Harry managed to ponder his own stupidity for a moment. What would Cassie think? She would never likely know what had happened to him, but she would never stop trying to find him, and it was an overwhelming sense of guilt that filled Harry before he could no longer focus on anything other than the pain. He cried out again, but he did not have the energy to offer even a feeble protest against the pain. But as he began to panic, he heard a mournful yet beautiful song fill his ears, and despite what he was enduring, he felt himself at peace. Death wasn't so bad, not when you had a phoenix to help you pass. Looking down at where the bird was still perched on him, he gave Fawkes a weak smile and was surprised to see actual tears falling, dripping into his wound. "It's a little late for that," Harry managed to whisper as the ability to keep his eyes open was taken from him. Still, the final gesture was something he appreciated, and even as he felt his conscience slip away, he felt the healing magic of the phoenix tears set to work on his body. Not that it would change anything. Already, Harry could feel that his heart had stopped beating, and not even phoenix tears would bring him back from that. Fawkes prodded at the unmoving boy with his talons, and when that didn't work he began flapping his wings frantically, urging him to wake up. He should wake up. He had been given the gift of life, after all. Still, he did not move, nor did he breathe. Despite his best efforts, the boy had died. Fawkes unleashed a mournful screech, his song one of pleading and sorrow. It was not the boy's time, but he was gone, nonetheless. The phoenix trilled once more, a sad, mournful tune as he jumped off and nudged one of the cold hands with his beak only to screech in alarm as he felt a powerful disturbance fill the room. At first, he turned towards his dead adversary, believing that it had somehow risen, but the snake remained as dead as the boy. The phoenix took flight as a loud rumble of thunder reverberated around the walls and it began to rain, soaking the floor in a matter of seconds. Fawkes did not like the rain. It went against his very nature, but he did not flee from it as he usually would. No, he remained, cocking his head curiously as a bolt of lightning announced another much like himself, though very different at the same time. The other creature was bigger than him, its bright blue eyes and black feathers crackling with lightning and thunder as it looked upon the boy. It squawked in a mixture of pain and fury before firing a brilliant bolt of lightning. It struck the boy in the chest, moving his entire body several feet through the still deepening water. Fawkes could only look on with the other bird, both of them desperately willing the boy to wake up, both trilling joyfully as he sat. Harry coughed and a lungful of water mixed with blood was dispelled from him. Oddly, he found himself in the rain, and as he pushed himself onto his knees, his arms trembled. He was weak, in pain, and it took several moments before he remembered what had happened. He looked up to see the corpse of the basilisk and ran a hand over his chest. Taking a moment to prepare himself, he looked down to see that it had indeed been sealed, but he was not unmarked. In the middle of his sternum was a puckered, purple scar that he would not be able to explain away to any that saw it, but it was what was in the middle that confused him most. A lightning bolt, not dissimilar to the one on his forehead, but where had it come from? It was then that he became aware of the sound of birdsong, and he spotted Fawkes flying happily around the chamber almost in celebration. It was not the phoenix that held Harry's attention, however. Perched atop the statue of Salazar Slytherin was another bird, this one glaring at him. Harry could not tell if it was pleased to see him, but when their eyes met, it was not difficult to discern the irritation the bird felt towards him, but also the relief it felt. They simply stared at one another for a few moments before the Thunderbird screeched and took to the air. "Wait," Harry pleaded. Instead of complying with his wish, it vanished in a crack of lightning, taking the storm within the chamber with it, and leaving behind a thoroughly confused Harry. What had happened? As the horror began unfolding in his mind, Harry shook his head of the thoughts. He would have to confront it one day, but for now, he simply wanted to get out of here. Retrieving the Elder Wand from the eye socket of the basilisk, Harry gave a final look around the chamber as he made his way towards the exit. It had been foolish to come here alone. He had overestimated what he was capable of and it had cost him his life. Swallowing deeply at the thought, he watched as Fawkes vanished in a burst of flames before he ran his fingers over the scar on his chest once more. "I died," he whispered, the reality of what had happened beginning to set in, and yet, here he stood. How and why, Harry knew not, but he owed his life to Fawkes and the mysterious Thunderbird that had come to him in his moment of need. With a shake of his head and a valuable lesson learned, he took his leave of the chamber, the lightning crackling across the tips of his fingers stronger and brighter than he had ever seen. Daphne sighed contentedly as they broke apart, offering Harry a grin as they did so. What happens now? It was the question they had both avoided asking as they day drew nearer that Harry was leaving drew nearer, but with the moment Harry was readying to board the ship back to Durmstrang having arrived, it could no longer be ignored. Daphne released a deep sigh. "Does anything have to happen?" She returned. "You'll be at Durmstrang for the next few years, and I'll be here. Anything could happen in that time." Harry nodded his agreement. "I'd like to write to you. And I would be offended if you didn't," Daphne replied with a grin, "but let's not make any promises about the future. If by some will of fate we are supposed to be together, it will happen. Do you believe in that?" Daphne shrugged. "Maybe," she said thoughtfully. "Even if there is no such thing, I do believe in magic, and if magic wishes for it to happen, it will find a way. Harry liked her analogy, and despite the rather maudlin moment they were sharing, he smiled. Then we leave it up to fate, he declared. To fate, Daphne echoed, placing a key on his cheek only for the two of them to be interrupted by the sound of someone clearing their throat. I would appreciate it if you could unhand Miss Greengrass, Mr. Potter, Professor Snape cut in irritably. Should you not be making your way to the ship? Harry nodded. The man had not spoken a word to him since their rather one-sided conversation in his office when Lord Greengrass had accosted Harry. Not that Harry was displeased by the silence. He had such little respect for what the man had done during the war and how his actions had led to the death of his parents. You will join your housemates, Miss Greengrass, Snape instructed. I will ensure Potter is not distracted on his way to the ship. Daphne gave Harry's hand a final squeeze and she smiled before doing as she was bid. I suppose you quite enjoyed that, Harry snorted as Snape escorted Harry towards the lake. My father got the girl you wanted, so you felt compelled to interfere in the affairs of their son. Bravo. Your pettiness has reached new heights. Snape's lip curled in distaste as he shot a glance at Harry. I merely wish to see the back of you as soon as possible, the man responded, eliciting a chuckle from Harry who stopped walking. Oh, I'll be back, Snape, have no fear about that, he vowed. After the other night, you know as well as I do that he is still out there and that he will return. What will you do then? Will you run to your master, lick his boot as you once did and prostrate yourself before him like a loyal lapdog? It had not passed Harry's notice that Snape and Karkaroff had both reacted to the disturbance he had felt during the third task. He hadn't known why he had suddenly experienced a rush of euphoric magic, but it didn't take much deduction to realize that Voldemort was involved. Still, having checked the map to ensure nothing was amiss within the school, he knew there was little that could be done. Not until the Dark Lord surfaced once more. Snape's eyes narrowed. I will do what is necessary. As will I, Harry assured the man as he stepped towards him. Do not get in my way. Believe me, nothing would give me greater pleasure than to tear you limb from limb for what you did. The only reason you are breathing is because you deserve to live such a miserable life for your part in their deaths, and I would see you suffer for many more years yet. Do be careful, Snape. I would not want to see you given a reprieve so soon. I can find my own way to the ship, Harry added in disgust. Anything to be out of your company. He left the glaring Snape standing where he was as he continued on his way, his fingers trailing under his shirt to find the scar on his chest. It had been a confusing few days for Harry, who had spent much of it pondering what had transpired in the chamber. His preparations had indeed been sound, and though it humbled and pained him to admit it, he had simply bitten off more than he could chew. Why he believed he could tame a basilisk, let alone defeat one, was something he could not comprehend now that he had experienced what he had. Harry had no doubt that he had died, that he only breathed now because of the combined efforts of Fawkes and the Thunderbird. It had been a reckless and foolish endeavor, one that he was so very fortunate to have survived. Still, he was taking no chances and planned on visiting a healer when he returned home. For the most part, he felt as he always had, but there was something undeniably different about him. Perhaps it was the slight coldness that seemed to stay with him, or it was possibly the tingle to his magic he could feel as it pulsed throughout his body. Maybe it was that, at times, he struggled to feel his own heart beating even when he felt for it. He couldn't be certain and needed to know that he was indeed truly living, and not merely being sustained by a magic he could not hope to understand. Nonetheless, Harry had taken away many lessons from the night of the third task. Despite what many who knew his story believed, he was not invincible and he was still prone to making foolish errors as any teenager did, but he could not risk doing so. He could not be a typical teenager, nor could he afford to make such mistakes. There were too many things that he wished to do before his time was up, and though he had oddly accepted his fate when it seemed that all was lost, he was not ready to die. If it happened when he was facing Voldemort, he could accept that, but it was not the end he sought. No, he had indeed been foolish, too sure of himself and what he was capable of, and it had cost him his life. It was a lesson he wouldn't forget, nor would he forget those that had come to his rescue when he had needed it most. Where the Thunderbird had come from, Harry couldn't even begin to fathom, but there would not be a day that passed that he did not appreciate what the creature had done for him. Perhaps he would be fortunate enough to see it again one day, but if not, it would always have his gratitude. Regarding the chamber, he wasn't sure what he would do. If Harry was honest with himself, the thought of returning there filled him with trepidation, but maybe one day he would. It was not a decision he would make now, but he took comfort in knowing that, at the very least, the basilisk was no longer a threat to any. "Come along, Potter, we are waiting for you," Karkaroff grumbled as he made his way onto the ship. Harry said nothing as he made his way towards his room where Victor was waiting for him. His thoughts were still very much occupied by what had happened in the Chamber of Secrets. It was an experience he would never forget, but something he had equally learned much from. It had been a strange year, one mixed with highs and lows, and though Pansy was pleased to be leaving Hogwarts for the summer, she knew that she would miss Harry more than ever, having had him with her every day for so long. Daphne too was feeling the sting of his departure, even if she wouldn't admit it. Thus far, she had spent the journey to London on the Hogwarts Express staring out of the window, a sad smile tugging at her lips as she undoubtedly reminisced about their time together. "Cheer up, Daph," Tracy sighed. "It's not like you won't see him again." "Who?" Daphne replied. Tracy quirked an eyebrow at her friend and the B** deflated. "I just wasn't ready to say goodbye to him," she admitted. None of the others had ever seen Daphne like this. Since first year when Draco had declared his intentions to eventually marry her, the girl had done all she could to be aloof towards the opposite sex. Not that any had attempted to even ask her on a date. The fear of Draco's retaliation deterred them from that. "Did you break things off?" Pansy asked, curiously. Daphne shrugged. "I suppose we did in a way." "In a way," Tracy pressed. "We agreed that if we ended up together, it would happen in the future, but we wouldn't make any promises." Although Pansy felt a wave of sympathy for her friend, there was a part of her that cheered internally. She wanted both Daphne and Harry to be happy, but she could not deny that she was jealous of them. Were it not for Draco being his usual self, it would have been Pansy attending the ball with Harry and things could have been different. She allowed herself a moment to ponder what might have been before they were interrupted by the door sliding open and Draco entered with Crabbe, Goyle, and Theo in tow. "Missing your boyfriend already?" Malfoy snarked. "I am missing the feel of his lips," Daphne replied thoughtfully. Draco's eyes narrowed in response. "Well, Potter won't be here anymore," he pointed out. "Maybe now you will all remember your place." "Our place?" Daphne asked curiously. Draco nodded, an arrogant smirk forming. "Without Potter's interference, things will go back to how they were," he answered brightly. "You mean with you being a prat and lording your father's reputation over everyone?" Draco's smile fell as his nostrils flared. "You'd better watch it, Greengrass," he hissed. "Your father would not wish to find himself in a position where mine is displeased with him." Daphne snorted. "There is not a thing on this planet that will make me marry you, Draco," she said sweetly. "I said the very same thing to my father. He knows that I would sooner bring shame on my family name than be lumbered with the Malfoy one." Draco seemed to be unfazed by Daphne's words as he shrugged. "Perhaps you are not the Greengrass I intend to pursue," he returned dismissively. "I'm sure Astoria would relish being the next lady of both the Malfoy and Black families." Daphne's jaw tightened at the mention of her sister. "You will stay away from Astoria," she warned. "Oh, I will," Draco chuckled, "but I can't promise she will stay away from me. You may not be willing to play your part with me, but for your father to refuse to even discuss the matter of your sister would reflect very poorly on him. Don't you think? I will kill you before I allow that to happen," Daphne vowed as she stood. Pansy flinched as Draco slapped her. "You dare threaten me?" he spat. Daphne glared at him defiantly. "Maybe my sister should be the next Lord Malfoy," she chuckled darkly. "She certainly hits harder than you." Draco raised his hand to strike her again, only to frown as another took hold of his wrist. "It is very unbecoming for a boy to physically attack a female," Blaise warned before releasing Draco. It was not like him to involve himself in any matter, so all of the occupants were taken aback by his intervention. "She insulted me," Draco seethed. "And now I am telling you that if you strike her again, I will be forced to retaliate on her behalf," Blaise replied calmly. "Do you really want that, Draco?" For the first time since he and the others had intruded upon them, Malfoy did not seem so certain, but he was saved from answering by Blaise, who spoke once more. "Allow me to explain a few things to you," he sighed. "You seem to be under the impression that Potter's influence no longer matters." "Why is that, Draco? He is not here anymore, is he?" Draco pointed out. True, Blaze conceded, but he will be back in only a few years when he takes his seat on the Wizengamot. What do you think the reaction to that will be? I will tell you. Many will clamor to Potter simply because of what happened between him and the Dark Lord, and when he proves himself as ruthless as he did when he arrived at Hogwarts, even more will do so. My father will not allow it. Blaze hummed thoughtfully. Potter may not have as much money as your family, but he has something else that yours lacks. What? Draco asked in disbelief. Magical prowess, Blaze answered simply. From everything I have heard about and seen of him, I would bet, when he returns, just about anything that he would mop the floor with your father and any of the idiots who would dare use violence against him. What then, Draco? What happens when the great Lucius Malfoy comes up against a man he cannot intimidate, cannot blackmail, and cannot defeat? Draco seemed to ponder what Blaze had said, a flash of worry crossing his features before he shook his head. That will not happen, he declared, and Blaze sighed disappointedly. I will also be the Lord Black. A name, Blaze murmured, one that means nothing without the reputation of a powerful lord nor the magic to back it up. Have you even learned the family magic? Do you have a reputation as a ruthless, powerful lord that will stop at nothing to achieve what he desires? No, you do not. The Black name no longer carries the reputation it once had, not without a true Black to use it. My mother was a Black. Draco snapped. Was, Blaze replied firmly, and so far out of the line of succession that the fact you will inherit the title is nothing short of a miracle. The family destroyed itself, and your mother carries the Malfoy name. You were raised as a Malfoy by your father. It will be a token title for you. Admittedly, it will give you considerably more gold than any other family in Britain, but that is all. Without the magic and reputation, you will never be seen as the Lord Black. Draco swallowed deeply at the sting of the words. They had all thought exactly what Blaze had said, but none had dared voice it to Draco. Face it, Draco. When Potter returns to claim his family seat, things will change, and when people see him for the man I believe he will be, there won't be a thing you or your father can do to him. So, do you wish to continue to harass those that he consider friends? I would think very carefully about how you comport yourself from now on. I would have thought your father would have taught you better. Draco said nothing but chose to storm from the compartment with Crabbe and Goyle in tow instead. Theo hesitated for a moment before following, and Blaze took a seat, removing the sweets he had bought from the lady with the trolley. Bertie Botts, anyone? He asked. Pansy accepted one of the beans, grimacing at the taste of earwax as she simply stared at the boy. Do you really believe all of that? Blaze nodded resolutely. I do, he confirmed. My sister would not speak so highly of someone who was not so impressive, not after being taught how to duel and politicize by my mother. Potter will change things here. Mark my words. Pansy could only share a look with an equally thoughtful Daphne. She had always believed Harry's claims that he would one day change the world, but now that others seemed to be seeing it for themselves, it only felt more real to her. It was not merely the fact that Harry seemed to be having a nightmare that kept Victor awake. He hadn't been sleeping well since the tournament concluded several days prior. His time at Durmstrang was now at an end, and though he knew he had a Quidditch career ahead of him, the thought that he had nothing else to keep him occupied left him feeling rather unsettled. School had been his escape from the public eye, his safe haven from the journalists and fans that would forever be stopping him on the street to get his autograph or shower him with praise. Without it, he didn't know what he would do. Victor shook his head sadly as Harry choked in his sleep before. He stopped breathing altogether. He watched worriedly for almost a minute before the concern became too much and he carefully shook the boy awake. Harry gasped as he sat up, his expression one of panic as he clutched his chest, taking deep, labored breaths. Are you okay? Harry nodded as he reached for his goblet of water and drained it. I'm fine, he said dismissively. Bad dreams are nothing new for me. Victor frowned. How often do you have them? Almost every night. Are they always the same? Harry shook his head as he rubbed his chest absent-mindedly. They used to be, he answered cryptically. Why are you awake? Victor deflated. I just can't sleep. Come off it, Victor, Harry sighed. I think I know you well enough to see that something's bothering you. Victor chuckled. That's true, he conceded. I don't know. Do you ever just feel like things aren't how you imagined they would be? How did you imagine things would be now? Victor shrugged. Before Quidditch, I thought I would get a job with my father at the Bulgarian ministry, he explained. I didn't expect I would turn professional so soon. But you did, Harry pointed out. Is it not what you want anymore? It is, Victor clarified, but what comes after? Even if I play for the next 20 or 30 years, I won't be old, and I can't imagine retiring and being idle. Then find something else to work towards for when you finish playing, Harry suggested. Like what? That's up to you to decide, Harry answered. If I was in your position, I would want to make sure I have options. For you, the possibilities are endless. If you wanted to stay in the Quidditch profession, you could become a coach, or you could create an academy for young players. You could even form your own team. Victor nodded thoughtfully. All three seemed to be plausible paths for him to follow. What if I don't want that? Bloody hell, is this career day? Harry grumbled amusedly. I don't know, Victor. You could become an Auror, or even the Bulgarian minister if you wanted to. Maybe, Victor chuckled. What would you do? Harry released a deep breath. Well, if it was me, I wouldn't solely rely on Quidditch. It can take only one injury to end a career, and you know as well as I do that they come regularly. If it was me, I would make sure I was prepared for that. I know for a fact that you don't need to do anything for the gold, so find something you would enjoy. I was thinking I might do my exams, Victor revealed. I know I was exempt from them for the tournament, but it feels like everything I've worked for at Durmstrang means nothing now without them. Then use that as a starting point, Harry suggested. Focus on getting your exams done and find something else away from Quidditch you can either fall back on or dedicate yourself to when you've finished playing. Victor nodded, a grateful smile cresting his lips. Thanks, Harry, he offered sincerely. Life away from Durmstrang will be strange. It will be strange without you there, Harry replied. For just about all of my time at school, I've spent hours every week assisting you. What will you do with all that free time? Victor asked curiously. I always have things to do, Harry said dismissively, but I will miss training with you. There is nothing stopping us meeting up occasionally for a duel, Victor pointed out. Harry chuckled. I'd like that. Victor clapped him smartly on the shoulder. I'll miss you, Harry, he murmured. Even if you were an annoying little shit. Harry laughed heartily, only to frown as a knock on the door sounded and Olafson poked his head into the room. We will be arriving in 15 minutes, he announced. It's 4 in the morning, Harry pointed out as he checked his watch. We are almost 16 hours late, Olafson explained. We were held up by the storm. Without another word, the man slammed the door and Harry deflated. What's wrong? Victor questioned. If we are as late as he said, the others will have gone home already. You were hoping to see your friends. Harry nodded sadly before shaking his head. It doesn't matter. The summer always passes quickly enough. Sorry. Victor felt terrible for the younger boy. If it wasn't for him, Harry wouldn't have spent an entire year away from his friends. Still, he did not believe for one second that he wouldn't have come along if he didn't want to. From the moment he had met Harry Potter, there was no one who could force him into anything, not even when Victor became known across the wizarding world did Harry change towards him. He still cursed Victor out, was often churlish and uncooperative, but Victor wouldn't have had him any other way. Despite the fact that there would be no more Durmstrang, Victor had no doubt that his and Harry's friendship would remain as strong as it was now and would only grow more so over the coming years. The ship had not come. The delegation that had gone to Hogwarts had been due to arrive the same day the term ended at Durmstrang, but it had not, and Lucinda had no other choice than to leave with her mother who had come to collect her. What is wrong, child? Nothing. I just didn't get to see Harry before we left. Her mother offered her a rare look of sympathy as she placed an arm around her shoulder. He has come to mean much to you, hasn't he? Lucinda could only nod in response and her mother sighed. I warned you. You did, Lucinda conceded, but there is just something about him. Do you hunger for him? If it were possible, Lucinda knew she would be blushing. Not for his blood, no, she replied, licking her lips at the thought of Harry surrendering to her. She frowned deeply. No, she did not wish to feed on him, not unless he truly wanted that. You are fond of him, her mother said knowingly. I do not know what is worse. What does that mean? It means that I do not wish to see you suffer, Lucinda. To be fond of a human in such a way will only cause you pain. What if I am willing to endure what is to come, so long as I can have him for whatever life he will live? Her mother chuckled amusedly. Is he truly so special? Lucinda nodded resolutely. You have met him, mother. You saw how he treated others that are not of his kind. Is that all you care for? Lucinda shook her head. No, she denied. I care for him for everything he is. Her mother met her gaze before wrapping her other arm around and pulling Lucinda into a tight embrace. You do know that it cannot be. I do, but I still wish to have him in my life, in any way I can. And you can cope seeing him live his own, marriage, children, and eventually his demise. Lucinda nodded. She knew that to most that it would perhaps sound pathetic, but living such a cold existence, one learned to embrace and hold on to whatever warmth they could find. Lucinda had found that in Harry, and as simple as it may seem to humans and other creatures, to a vampire, it was as invaluable as it was rare. They were not known for feeling affection, or even fondness towards one another, let alone one outside of their species. Lucinda knew she was fortunate to have it, something she would likely never find again in another. I almost lost my composure when I saw that he was dating another girl, a pretty bee owned at Hogwarts, she admitted. You must not allow that to happen, her mother warned. You must not allow the humans to see that side of you. I know, and I won't. Lucinda said firmly. I understand that I cannot have what it is I want, but I can have something of it, can I not? So long as you understand, her mother whispered. I would sooner spare you from the pain that is to come, but you must make your own choices in life, Lucinda. If this is truly what you want, then I will not speak out against it. If it brings you a semblance of happiness, then you should perhaps grasp it with both hands. There is often little joy in being one of us. I know, Lucinda murmured, but just being around him makes me happy. What I have now will just have to be enough. She was pulled from her thoughts by a knock at the door, and both of her parents entered her bedroom. This was never a good thing, and Lucinda braced herself for the worst. This just arrived for you, her mother explained, handing a letter to her. The familiar scrawl across the front warmed her instantly, and she tore the envelope open, the faint scent of Harry bringing a smile to her lips as a small package fell into her lap. Princess, I am sorry that we did not return in time. I will make it up to you in any way I can. Stay safe. Harry X. P.S. I have sent another package of blood pops for you to last the summer. Maybe now you will not have the urge to sink your fangs into me when you see me. Lucinda snorted amusedly at the letter and tapped the package with her wand. He gives you blood pops? Her mother asked as it opened. Lucinda nodded as she opened one and placed it into her mouth. He made sure I had one for every day that he was away, she explained, and he's just sent enough to see me through the summer. Her father raised his eyebrows in surprise. He did that for you? He did. Her father was taken aback by the gesture. Humans rarely showed any kindness to their kind, something her parents had learned when they were changed. Well, he certainly is an interesting boy. That he is, her mother agreed, which is why we have spoken to Drycon. Lucinda's stomach filled with dread. He was the leader of their clan, a ruthless and vicious vampire that wished for nothing else than a return to their old ways of hunting humans rather than accepting donated blood for them to feed on. Why? Her mother offered Lucinda a reassuring smile. He has granted permission for Harry to visit you here, so long as he agrees to come in peace. Just like that, Lucinda pressed. He agreed to a human visiting if they promised to come in peace. Her mother appeared uneasy by the questioning, so it was her father that spoke next. Drycon wishes to meet him, he sighed. He has heard of the boy that survived the impossible and is curious about him. We have all been invited to dine with him, should Harry accept the invitation. What if he attacks, Harry? Lucinda asked worriedly. Her father shook her head. He would not do such a thing. How do you think the wizarding world would react if any harm was to come to the boy whilst he was with us? We would be slaughtered, and Drycon is not foolish to think otherwise. He is genuine in his desire to meet the boy. Her father was right, but Lucinda did not like the thought of Harry being here. There were so many of her kind, many who despised humans. They wouldn't act on any impulse if commanded by Drycon, but that did little to assuage her concerns. Still, it wasn't like she truly had a choice in the matter. It would be expected that she extend the invitation to Harry, and she knew for a fact that the boy was brazen enough to accept it. If anything, the thought of meeting so many vampires at once would excite him. I will write to him, she sighed, torn on whether or not she wanted him to accept. On the one hand, she would see him again before the beginning of the school year, but on the other, it would be within the environment she had grown up in. A dangerous and quite unpleasant place for any to be, let alone a human so used to warmth and comfort. It was not often that Harry felt himself compelled to visit a healer. There had been the time where he had beaten Victor to the snitch and had the two of them had to be put back together, and his visits to the very hospital he found himself in now for his immunizations when he was a small child. Other than those times, he had managed to avoid finding himself needing medical care. Since the incident in the chamber, however, something was different within him, and for the first time in his life, he needed the opinion of a professional. He hadn't told Cassie that he was coming and hadn't even mentioned what had transpired. How could explain that he had been so foolish, getting himself killed by a basilisk and yet had somehow been brought to life? The story was a fantastical one, and something he would struggle to believe if it hadn't happened to him. How very curious, the healer muttered to himself as he studied a sample of Harry's blood through his thick spectacles. Healer Galanis was the man that had given Harry his various immunizations when he'd been just a boy, an old man who must have seen just about every magical ailment throughout his lengthy career. Curious, Harry probed. Galanis removed his glasses and peered at Harry questioningly before turning his attention back to the blood. "It is clean," he declared. "Too clean. Your blood seems to have been rather violently purged, Mr. Potter. There is no sign of any of the inoculations I administered to you. I have never seen anything like it. Even the healer paused and shook his head, seemingly catching himself before saying something he evidently shouldn't. Even the what? Harry pressed. Galanis released a deep sigh. You're no longer such a small child, he mused aloud. When you were first brought to me before your second birthday, I was instructed to carry out a full medical assessment. During that assessment, I found a rather strange anomaly in your blood. An anomaly? Galanis nodded. It was a protection that I suspect was bestowed upon you by your mother, he explained. Old magic, very old indeed. It was sacrificial in nature, the power of a mother's love to protect her baby from a powerful foe. Harry frowned confusedly. Voldemort, he whispered. Galanis nodded once more. The magic was rather exceptional, and worked as intended, as evidenced by your surviving your encounter with him. My mother cast the magic. It is difficult to ascertain the origin, Galanis murmured. Regardless of whether it was intentionally done is neither here nor there, Mr. Potter. The fact is the magic served its purpose and was very prominent within your blood. It is no longer present. Whatever happened to cleanse your blood has removed that protection. Now, if you could explain to me what happened, I may be able to offer you something more substantial. Harry was reluctant to do so, but he wanted answers. Nothing we discuss will go further than between us. He asked cautiously. Galanis chuckled. I am compelled by my oaths to mention nothing you do not wish to be disclosed, he explained. Harry released a deep breath as he nodded. I died. You died. Might I inquire as to the nature of your death and the fact that you are here with me now? Harry released a deep breath and chuckled. I'm not sure you would believe me. Galanis quirked an eyebrow in Harry's direction. Well, if we are to understand what has happened to you, I must be made aware of the truth regardless of how unbelievable it is. Harry nodded his understanding. I was bitten by a basilisk, he revealed. I felt the life drain out of me from the wound and the venom. A phoenix attempted to heal me with its tears, but that wasn't enough to save me. When I woke up, a thunderbird was there. I believe it struck me with lightning and brought me back. Galanis simply gaped at Harry, his mouth having fallen open dumbly. It took a moment for the man to compose himself, and when he did, he cursed in his native tongue. You are certain of this? Harry nodded and the man shook his head. I have never heard anything like it, Galanis muttered, but I believe we can go some way to explaining what is happening with you. I will need to conduct a full examination. Where is the wound? Swallowing deeply, Harry removed his shirt. There was no need to point to the puckered scar in the center of his chest with how prominent it was, and Galanis leaned forward, brushing his fingers over the skin in fascination. It penetrated your heart, he deduced. It did. Galanis whistled appreciatively. I cannot even begin to tell you how fortunate you are to be alive. I wouldn't be without the Phoenix and Thunderbird. Galanis nodded his agreement. The latter has left its mark on you, he mused aloud, pointing to the lightning bolt in the center of the scar. Now, that is very interesting. What is? Harry asked worriedly. Galanis peered at him as he leaned back. Let us ascertain what facts we have thus far, he suggested. From there, we can delve further into things. Okay, Harry agreed. Point 1. You were bitten by a basilisk which resulted in your death. It is quite possible that the venom is responsible for the removal of the protection in your blood. So, it could be something else. Indeed, Gulanis acknowledged. However, it could also be the result of the tears of the phoenix. They are among the most powerful creatures in existence, and their magic is pure. It is possible that the tears used to heal also removed that magic. The tears of a phoenix are not prejudiced when it comes to healing. They will cleanse any and all magic that is not as pure as their own. Sacrificial magic is not so pure, so it is quite possible the phoenix tears purged you of it. Harry hummed thoughtfully. Then there is the Thunderbird, Gulanis continued. Again, another powerful creature. When you were struck by its lightning, it is not so easy to dismiss the notion that the magic used to bring you back to life purged your blood of the venom and the tears, hence the mark it has left you with. Thunderbirds are equally as rare and powerful in their own right. What theory do you believe? Harry asked. Gulanis shrugged. I can only speculate, he offered apologetically, and I would be lying if I gave more credence to any one of my thoughts over the others. I'm afraid it is all but impossible to say for certain what caused the purging of your blood. It may have been one, a combination of two, or even all three separate elements. Oh, Harry replied disappointedly. But the matter of your blood is not what fascinates me most in this situation, Mr. Potter. It is what happened to you overall. What did happen? I believe, that unwittingly of course, you underwent a rather significant ritual, one of death and rebirth with the assistance of three exceedingly powerful components. A ritual. Gulanis nodded excitedly. If you can spare me a little more of your time, I would like to run some tests, and perhaps then I will have more answers for you. Harry nodded his agreement. Do what you need to, he sighed. I will not need any more of your blood, the healer assured him, but I will require a sample of your magic, and I would like to look you over entirely to ascertain any physical changes you may not be aware of. We will begin with the latter. If you could stand for me, Mr. Potter. Harry did so, and over the next hour, he was subjected to the most rigorous medical examination likely ever conducted before Gulanis seemed to be satisfied. Well, I must say, you are a rather interesting specimen, he declared in shock. What does that mean? Harry sighed. It means that it seems as though your body has been, for lack of a better term, born again. I can find nothing physically wrong with you, and your organs are incredibly resilient to any and all type of stimulus. I can categorically state, Mr. Potter, that I have never seen such a healthy, strong body. So, that is a good thing. Gulanis nodded. It is, but I would like to monitor you regularly to see if anything changes. And if it does, I think you are misunderstanding me, Mr. Potter, the healer chuckled. I would like to monitor you to see if you maintain this level of resilience. If it remains to be a lasting effect over the next decade or so, then we can discuss what it could mean. Until then, think nothing of it and be assured in the knowledge that you are strong, healthy, and thriving. Now, allow me to examine your magic. This, I am very curious about. Harry frowned as the man fetched an odd-looking instrument in the shape of a pyramid and placed it next to him on the examination table. Please, just rest your hand here, Gulanis instructed, pointing to one of the sides. The device will do the rest. Harry did so, and it felt as though his hand had been glued to the surface. Do not panic, Mr. Potter, Gulanis urged. It will release you when I am done. Harry could only nod and looked on in fascination as puffs of smoke of various colors and shapes were expelled from the tip of the pyramid. Gulanis said nothing for several moments as he took notes, humming interestedly as he did so, and his expression shifted through many emotions before he finally tapped the machine with his wand. After spending the next a dozen or so minutes reading through his notes, he shook his head and removed his glasses once more. This explains so much but also raises more questions, he sighed. Your magic is exceptional, Mr. Potter. You have seen nothing like it. Harry snorted. I have not, Gulanis confirmed severely. If I had any doubt of the truth of the tale of your death, I would no longer disbelieve you. The magic of all three creatures is within your own for me to see. It is rather fascinating. What does that mean? Gulanis frowned uncertainly. Again, I may only be able to offer you speculation, but I can say with confidence that there is nothing for you to worry about. The foreign magics are not causing you harm. On the contrary, they seem to be working harmoniously with your own. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. I do have questions, however, Mr. Potter, Galanis spoke once more. Do not feel compelled to answer me, but I believe it would be in your best interest to be honest. Honest with what? Are you a Parselmouth? Harry merely nodded in response and Galanis hummed. I suppose that would explain why the magic of the basilisk is content in being with your own without attacking it, he mused aloud. How did you know I was a Parselmouth? The device told me, Galanis chuckled. I just wished to see how forthcoming you would be if asked. If we are to monitor you moving forward, I expect openness between us, Mr. Potter. And you will have it so long as it remains confidential. Galanis nodded. I can assure you, my word is my bond as are the vows I took upon becoming a healer. Thank you, Harry said appreciatively. Does that mean the Thunderbird magic works well with mine because I have an affinity for a magic similar to its own? Galanis smiled as he nodded. I suspect that would explain it, he confirmed. The Phoenix, however, I am rather stumped. I can only imagine that its administering of tears to heal you forged a bond of sorts. It helped save your life, so it would be a natural assumption to make. Harry could only shrug. In truth, he understood only the basics of what was being told to him. What effect will this have on my magic? He asked worriedly. Nothing detrimental, Galanis assured him. You were already a Parselmouth before the introduction of the basilisk magic and had an affinity for lightning before the Thunderbird struck. I expect that if anything, the presence of their magic will only strengthen what similarity you already shared with them. What of the Phoenix? Galanis leaned forward in his chair and pondered his answer before speaking. For the most part, I believe it will impact your use of magic very little, he mused aloud. You do not have an affinity for fire, so it will do nothing. But, he continued firmly, I do believe it is impacting your body. The presence of the Phoenix magic could explain your physical health and resilience. It could also mean that you are less likely to become sick and heal quicker from injuries. We cannot be sure without the further monitoring I mentioned. Do you believe that is what it is? Galanis nodded. I truly do, he answered. Harry frowned as a pertinent question surfaced. How was my blood purged during what happened, but not my magic? Galanis grinned at the question. Because magic cannot simply be purged, he chuckled. If it could, magical maladies and diseases would not exist. If all it took was a simple purging, my services would no longer be required. So, magic cannot be purged. It cannot, Galanis confirmed. It can fight off what it deems to be dangerous to its host, and it can also absorb foreign influences that it believes will strengthen it. You yourself being a rather exquisite example of that. Which brings me on to another observation I have made. Can you explain why there is a foreign influx of magic within you that your body seems to be feeding off? Harry could only frown in confusion as Galanis waited for an answer, one that Harry did not have readily. What do you mean? He asked. Galanis's eyebrows almost vanished into his hairline at Harry's lack of knowledge on the matter. Well, it appears as though we have another curiosity to solve, doesn't it, Mr. Potter? It felt as though he had been waiting for this moment for a lifetime, and though it hadn't truly been so long, looking upon the young man seated across the table from him showed Sirius just how much had happened in his absence. Harry was no longer a baby to be cradled in his arms, a rambunctious boy that would snatch at someone's nose when they least expected it. No, he was on the cusp of manhood himself and carried and comported himself as such. James would likely be amused, but Sirius had no doubt that both Charles Potter and Sirius's own grandfather would be impressed with the boy. Well, you don't look the raving lunatic like you did in your Azkaban photo, Harry commented. Cassiopeia rolled her eyes at the boy and chided him lightly. Harry, she groaned. He beamed in response, and Sirius was immediately reminded of James. The two looked so much alike, especially when Harry smiled. It was supposed to be a compliment, the boy huffed and Cassiopeia could only shake her head. Evidently, she was used to him being this way. It warned Sirius to see that being despite by the infamous woman, he had not lost what he had gotten from his parents. Not the most flattering of photos, Sirius agreed, rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly. The photographer there has a unique talent for capturing the worst side of you. Did you ever have a prison photo taken? Harry asked Cassiopeia. No, I did not. The woman gasped. I have never been to prison. Not as an inmate, at least, Harry muttered, eliciting a warning look from the woman. Had Sirius been Harry's age and he'd received it, he would have fled and cowered under his bed for several hours until he was certain that he was safe from any repercussions. Harry only chuckled amusedly and kissed Cassiopeia on the cheek. The woman smiled at the gesture. It wasn't a grimace or an expression of tolerance, but one of genuine affection, and Sirius was quite taken aback. Cassiopeia truly cared for Harry. Something he never would have believed to see from her. "Does he really cause you so much trouble?" Sirius asked curiously. Cassiopeia raised a delicate brow in his direction and Harry shook his head. "I don't cause any problems," he declared. "I'm a good boy." Sirius did not believe him for a moment. He knew James Potter too well, and Harry wore the very same expression James always had when he was trying to get himself out of trouble. Not that it ever worked. Everyone saw through the facade, but that never stopped James from trying to talk his way out of being punished. It had always been a point of amusement for Sirius to witness. James had been particularly skilled at getting himself into trouble, but never out of it. "A good boy," Cassiopeia scoffed. "I am lucky if a week passes that I do not receive a letter from school explaining an incident that you have been involved in." "Allegedly involved in," Harry pointed out. "Let us not pretend that you are ever innocent in any of these things, Harry," Cassiopeia sighed. "Did you, or did you not, charm a boot so that it would kick the librarian in the backside whenever she tried to sit at her desk?" "That was never proven to be me," Harry replied defiantly. "What about the incident involving the toilet that would throw waste at any pureblood who tried to use it?" Harry snorted at the mention of that one but sobered quickly. "Again, never substantiated." Cassiopeia narrowed her eyes at the boy. "What about the tainted butterbeer that somehow made its way into one of the pureblood students' birthday gathering?" "I never heard of that incident," Harry denied. Cassiopeia tutted and Sirius chuckled. "Do not encourage him, Sirius." The woman huffed. "Some of those students were vomiting for 3 days. 3 days?" Sirius whispered, impressed. "We could only ever manage a few hours." "How did you do it?" Harry's eyes brightened at the question. "Well, since I am innocent of any wrongdoing, I cannot say for certain how it was done," he replied matter-of-factly, "but if it was me, I would simply mix an additional basil leaf into purging solution to make it a little more toxic. I expect it would make quite the difference." Sirius's mouth fell agape. It was so simple, yet so brilliant, and he and the other marauders had never even considered it. They had always been about flashy and complex displays of brilliance when it came to their pranks. Now, Sirius wondered just what else they might have achieved if they had taken a much simpler approach. Not that it was time to focus on such things. Harry was here, and thus far, it seemed to be going well, but Sirius did not wish to give his nerves the opportunity to surface again. "So, what do you have planned for your summer?" he asked the boy. "Homework, flying, and training mostly," Harry answered. "I may get to see some of my friends, but I'm also visiting a vampire colony soon to see one of them." "A vampire colony?" Sirius asked, a deep frown marring his features. "I know things have changed since I was locked up, but is that safe?" "For Harry, it is," Cassiopeia answered. "He has been invited, and his safety has been assured. The leader of the clan will be sending his only daughter to me for the duration of the visit, an exchange of sorts." "I was not keen on the idea, but he convinced me of the merit of doing so," she added, shooting Harry a look of irritation. "You mean that he asked and you agreed?" "That's about it," Harry piped up. "Bloody hell, he's got you wrapped around his finger, hasn't he?" Sirius chuckled. "He has not," Cassiopeia denied hotly. Sirius merely grinned in response and Cassiopeia glared at the two of them. "I should have known better than to be in a room with the pair of you," she grumbled as she stood. "The introductions are done. You can get on with it. Kill each other for all I care." With that, she stormed from the room and Harry laughed. "Is she always like that?" Sirius asked. "Only when things get a little too emotional for her," Harry answered. "She doesn't cope with it well, but she's sweet in her own way. If she draws her wand, you'd better run. She's not messing around when she does that." "Noted," Sirius replied as he removed a sheet of parchment and began writing the information down with a quill he removed from within his robes. "What are you doing?" Harry asked curiously. "Writing it down," Sirius explained. "You'd be surprised how easily you remember something if you do this." "How hard is it to remember to run if she draws her wand?" "It's not," Sirius agreed, "but I spent too long with your father when we were kids, and I always followed his lead." James was always too thick-headed or slow to run when he needed to, even from your mother. Was he often in trouble with her? Not a day passed that he wasn't, Sirius snorted. Wait, I'm sure I have some letters and photos from them both. Would you like to see them? For the first time since Sirius laid eyes on the boy, he appeared to be nothing more than the orphan he was who wanted to know more about the parents he'd lost before he'd gotten to know them. I've even got some school letters from James. They are all from before 5th year. After that, I all but lived with the Potters. Why? Harry asked. Have you not met the portrait of my mother? Harry shook his head. I'll introduce you to her next time, Sirius chuckled. I would quite like you to come back, and you wouldn't if you saw the old cow. Anyway, come with me, he instructed. I've got a whole trunk of things from our school days. Harry followed excitedly. He may not have gotten to raise the boy as he should have, but no one could tell Harry more about James and Lily than he could, and though he hoped for their bond to strengthen over time, it truly was an honor for Sirius to be able to do what he could for his godson. Albus was no stranger to playing host to the Minister of Magic and had done so for several over the past decades as they sought his advice on matters he would prefer to not involve himself with. He had seen many come and go during his tenure as headmaster of Hogwarts, and as the chief warlock of the Wizengamot. Some had proven to be worthy leaders, devoted to the betterment of Wizarding Britain, and others, much like Cornelius Fudge, had proven to be nothing more than a tool to be used by those who managed to earn his favor. Still, as Albus looked upon the man seated on the opposite side of his desk to him, he could not find much sympathy within himself, despite how tired Cornelius appeared to be. Throughout his time in office, the man had done just enough to appease the majority of the lords and ladies of Britain, but the minister made no secret of his association with some of the less savory members of society, one of whom had joined him this evening. Dolores Umbridge had somehow found herself in a senior position within Fudge's workforce. How she had managed such a feat, Albus knew not. She had been a rather lackluster student and seemed to possess little talent when it came to magic, but she had always had a way with words. People like Cornelius would easily be fooled by her loyalty, her charisma, and even the charm she possessed on the surface. Albus knew better, however. Dolores Umbridge was a petty, bigoted, and deeply unpleasant woman, embittered by her failings in life. Nonetheless, here she was now, elevated to what many would deem to be a privileged position that few believed she deserved. What is it I may assist you with, Cornelius? Albus asked, watching as the man fidgeted with his bowler hat. Well, it is not something you can help me with. The matter is very much in hand, but I wished to bring it to your attention. Minister, I do not believe it is any concern of Dumbledore's, Umbridge interjected pointedly. Perhaps not, Cornelius sighed, but it is not something we can keep hidden. His absence will be noticed. Absence? Albus pressed, ignoring the look of irritation the woman gave him. It's Barty, Cornelius replied unhappily. We have had to have him admitted to the Janus Thicky ward in St. Mungo's. Barty? Albus questioned, surprised by the revelation. Cornelius nodded darkly. The man has gone quite mad, rambling about his dead son. It took 8 Aurors to subdue him. I see, Albus mused aloud. What did he say? That he took him from Azkaban, that the boy managed to place him under the Imperius curse and is now on the loose. Minister, Umbridge warned, we do not wish to alarm anyone with this nonsense. Of course, Cornelius said dismissively. What a mess. Umbridge may not wish to alarm anyone, but Albus certainly felt such. Barty Crouch was not one for tales of fantasy, and he had certainly not seemed to entirely be himself throughout the tournament. You're quite certain that was what he said? According to Amelia, Cornelius answered tiredly. Not that she could question him much. The man was raving. We had no choice but to have the healers come for him. I do not expect he will return to work soon, so it appears as though I will have to replace him. As I said earlier, Minister, I believe Lord Yaxley would be an excellent replacement for him, or even Pius Thickness. They have been excellent supporters of yours over the years. Fudge nodded. I will consider both, but there are others that should not be so easily dismissed. Umbridge did not seem to be pleased but did not comment further on the matter. No, what I came to discuss with you is whom you intend on appointing as your defense professor for the year, Cornelius explained. Albus frowned deeply. I suppose you have a suggestion on whom I should hire, he replied carefully. Well, Dolores here would make a fine addition to your staff, Cornelius offered. Lucius has already agreed to give her full backing, and he assures me the other governors will follow suit. And why would Madame Umbridge wish to be employed here when she has such an important position with yourself? Albus asked curiously. Because we feel that it is about time the ministry took more of an interest in the education of our children, Umbridge answered sweetly. Concerns have been raised that the education they are receiving is preparing them poorly for their future careers. Concerns raised by whom? Albus pressed. I can assure you, the educational standards here at Hogwarts have only improved. I am happy to fully disclose reports, examination results, and anything else you need to see to prove that. Cornelius nodded. I do not doubt that you can, Albus, he replied diplomatically, but the concerns have still been raised. Albus needed no more than one guess as to whom had spoken of them. Lucius Malfoy had been attempting to make things at Hogwarts more difficult since he became governor, and more so since his son began attending. Well, it appears that I have not found it necessary to appoint a new professor for the year, Albus revealed. Alistair Moody has agreed to return to the post on a full-time basis. Moody. Umbridge scoffed. The man is madder than Crouch. Alistair has proven himself to be a most competent educator, Albus defended. His students' results this past year were the best Hogwarts has seen in quite some time. I will not be replacing him, nor any other member of staff for that matter. Umbridge reddened in the cheeks at the firm denial, but Cornelius nodded his acceptance. Very well, he agreed readily. I did wonder if the concerns of the school were to be unfounded, and I am pleased to see they have. Indeed, Albus returned unhappily. And do remember, Cornelius, Hogwarts is not and never has been beholden to the will of the ministry. Perhaps you should remind Lucius of that when he decides to raise his concerns with you instead of me. Of course, Fudge stammered as he stood, suitably cowed, though his political acumen helped hide it well. Umbridge on the other hand appeared to be struggling to remain her composure, and Albus could only imagine how awful a teacher she would be. Being a terrible student was one thing, but he would not have the school subjected to her again in a position of such immense responsibility. What Lucius was trying to achieve, Albus could only speculate, but should the man truly desire it, it would only be a matter of time before he got what he wanted. Lucius Malfoy had a way of achieving the unthinkable, and with his attention seemingly on Hogwarts more than ever, Albus could not help but feel concerned. What was his interest? It was a question that would irk him, but not one he would likely get an answer to before something drastic occurred. The headmaster released a deep breath as he watched the minister and his undersecretary depart. Something was undoubtedly amiss, and it left Albus feeling rather unsettled about the meeting he'd just had. Ever since he had received the first letter from his mother, Kane had been dreading his return to the pack, and with good reason. Having done so, it was impossible to ignore the atmosphere, the excitement, and nervousness that seemed to hang over them. Living amongst werewolves, there had always been something of a tension. Sometimes, a rivalry between two males would break out and the other members would have to take sides, or someone may even challenge the alpha, hoping to take his place. None had been successful thus far, and in truth, Kane could not comprehend the notion that such a wolf like Fenrir Greyback existed anywhere else on the planet. For the most part, life had been good under the Alpha. Greyback had kept them safe, made sure they had shelter and were never hungry, but his leadership came at a price. To be a member of the pack, or even to survive here, he demanded unwavering loyalty. Those who did not fulfill that did not last. As safe and as content as any member of the pack was, Greyback led through fear, and there had been many reminders of that throughout Kane's life. The man, if he could be referred to as such any longer, was as ruthless and vicious in person, as he was when transformed. With Kane being so young, he had never been called up to hunt with the rest of the pack, but it was only a matter of time before he would be taken notice of, a day he hoped upon hope would never come. Still, it was in his nature to be bloodthirsty, to attack, maim, and kill at the fullness of the moon, something he could not ignore, as much as he wished it wasn't so. Friends, our day of glory will soon come, Greyback declared, pulling Kane from his thoughts. The man was seated in front of the fire in town square, his silhouette no less foreboding than the yellow-toothed leer that pulled his lips over his teeth. He was unkempt, as wild as his nature, and with long claws at the end of each finger, filthy, but as sharp as daggers. His thick beard was always stained with congealed blood from where he ate only freshly killed meat and cared nothing for hygiene. Fenrir Greyback truly was the epitome of what many of the witches and wizards believed all werewolves were. Cain winced as the crowd cheered, both his mother and father included. The woman in particular had always vocally supported their alpha, but now, it was like she had been gripped by madness, her own teeth bared in anticipation and blue eyes flecked liberally with the amber of her inner wolf. Greyback held up a hand to silence the crowd. For too long we have been prisoners here, outsiders to all besides ourselves, he continued. I gathered this pack so that we might have a chance at a better life, one where we would not be punished for merely following our natural urges and feeding on those beneath us. Once more, the crowd cheered and Greyback offered them a feral grin before silencing them again. The day that vision becomes a reality is coming, friends, and when it does, we must seize the opportunity with both hands, give all that we have so that we may live as the wolves we are. Do we not do that now? A voice called. Do we not have our share of food, warmth, and homes to call our own? What more could we want? The crowd began murmuring amongst themselves, but Cain shook his head. Whomever had the temerity to question Greyback would likely not do so again. You are right to ask, Fenrir spoke, a smile cresting his lips. What more could we want indeed? Come, friend, allow me to show you what it is we have here. He beckoned to the man who had addressed him, and even wrapped a familiar arm around his shoulder when he reached him. Here, we have homes, Greyback began, pointing towards the man houses in the small town that had been abandoned by Muggles some years prior. We have food, he continued, pointing towards the woods in the distance where another, larger city could be found on the other side. And we have safety, he finished, pointing to the large gathering of werewolves. There were hundreds of them in all, and Cain doubted that there was an aura force in the world that could match their numbers. We do, the man agreed readily. Greyback chuckled amusedly. There is something, however, that we do not have. What's that? The man asked curiously. Cain could only wince as Greyback rammed his claws into the man's throat and began tearing chunks of flesh from his face with his teeth, much to the delight of the crowd. It was not the first time Cain had seen someone killed in such a way. Living as a werewolf, murder of such a nature was commonplace and something he had grown accustomed to. When his victim had bled out, and Greyback had eaten his fill, he turned towards the onlookers, his smile unwavering as he tossed the corpse aside. We do not have freedom. He roared. Continue to prepare yourselves. When word is given that we are to leave this place, we will be doing so immediately. With that, he seized the corpse he had discarded by an ankle and began dragging it back towards where his own home could be found, the baying of the pack echoing off every building in the town. Cain simply left them to it and returned home, the dread that filled him now considerably worse than it had been at the thought of returning here. Of all the places Harry expected to find himself when arriving to be the guest of a vampire coven, a cave in the wastelands of Russia was not one of them. Perhaps his perception of how the creatures lived had been skewed from reading Dracula, or simply assuming that anything immortal would have accumulated considerable wealth for themselves over the years. The entrance to the cave he stood before, however, did not give the impression of great riches or even comfort. Nonetheless, he was a guest here, and he would unwaveringly conform to their customs. Vampires were rather strange in their ways. Before hunting had been outlawed across most of the wizarding world, covens were not so common. For the most part, they had been independent and reclusive folk. The latter had not changed, but with their very lives under threat, they had banded together to form societies of their own in which humans were rarely invited into. Thousands of vampires had been slaughtered over the centuries, and though Harry had indeed been invited here, he was not expecting to be welcomed warmly by those who had long memories of what had occurred in the past. Releasing a deep breath, he began walking towards the cave where he was greeted by a dozen guards led by a rather imposing woman who bared her fangs at him much like Lucinda had done on many occasions. She was tall, her eyes a bright piercing blue, and her hair be***owned. Her hand rested on the pommel of an ornate sword that was strapped to her waist, those that followed her armed in the same manner. You must be Harry Potter, she greeted him, her eyes shifting towards his neck. Unlike Lucinda, who Harry felt safe around, he had no doubt this woman would happily feed on him, if given the chance. Harry offered the woman a shallow bow. I am, he confirmed. And you are. The woman's smile widened almost ferally, and Harry felt his own gaze drawn to her large fangs. It would certainly be unpleasant to find them plunged into his flesh. My name is Svetlana Kuzmina. I am the leader of our defensive forces here. We are to escort you to Drycon, who is eager to greet you. Then lead the way, Harry urged. With a nod, the woman removed a necklace from within her jacket. You will need to wear this during your time here, she explained. Not all of us are so friendly, and some hunger more than others. This is Draken's own blessing for you to be here, so you will not be mistaken for a fool who has wandered into our home. Harry placed the metal talisman around his neck, and Svetlana and her group surrounded him as they led him into the cave. I do not sense fear from you, she murmured as they walked down a rocky tunnel. Should I be fearful? No, but any other who has come before you have not been so calm, Svetlana snorted. We can smell fear. It excites us. Then I can only apologize for not exciting you, Harry returned with a smirk. The woman raised an eyebrow at him. I can see why one of our own would wish to befriend you, she commented. You are an amusing boy. I have my moments, Harry replied, but then I usually end up in trouble because of them. Are all of you short-tempered and quick to threaten violence? Svetlana nodded. It is our nature, she replied with a shrug. We thrive on instilling fear and conflict. Fear makes the blood all the sweeter, she added, licking her lips hungrily. You have been around long enough to remember the hunt. I have, Svetlana confirmed, but those days are long past. We survive on what is given to us, not what we can take for ourselves. Before Harry could offer a response, they had reached the end of the tunnel, and he was taken aback by the sight of the underground city sprawled out below him. You didn't expect us to live like Neanderthals, did you? Svetlana questioned amusedly, slapping Harry playfully on the shoulder. The power behind the blow almost knocked him off his feet, but Harry was too focused on what he had been led to. How many of you are there? He asked curiously. Around 6,000 at the last count, Svetlana informed him. Almost every vampire in the region lives here amongst us. Impressive, Harry murmured as the group continued on, navigating their way down a long slope that led them to the edge of the city. Drycon is waiting for you in the center, Svetlana informed him. Just be respectful and you will be fine. Well, I wasn't planning on pulling his trousers down in front of everyone, Harry chuckled. I will be on my best behavior. Svetlana hummed, evidently not believing him. It seems as though you have drawn quite the crowd, she pointed out, nodding towards the seemingly hundreds of people lining the streets to get a glimpse at him. Most had likely never left this place before, let alone seen a human, of whom they had undoubtedly been told horror stories. Most of the vampires looked at him with interest, but there were those who did not appear to be so accommodating. Harry would avoid those. We are here, Svetlana informed him some time later, walking under the scrutiny of the vampires. Drycon is just ahead. As the group reached a small set of stone steps, Svetlana and the other guards fell to one knee in respect of their leader, a gesture that Harry did not follow. He was not beholden to Drycon, and to do so would give the impression of submission. It would make him appear weak. Something Harry could not afford to do in a place like this. You may rise, the pale man instructed before standing from the top step he had been seated on. Drycon was a tall, wiry vampire, his red eyes, black hair, and sharp features being what Harry had come to associate with the creatures, but looking around, he realized that such an image was not so common. Come forward, Harry Potter, and allow me to greet you, Drycon instructed. Harry did so, pausing only a few paces away from the man before offering the same shallow bow he had to Svetlana. I am honored to be welcomed into your home, Drycon, he spoke confidently. As is a fitting gesture on my part, I have brought a gift for you and your people. May I? Drycon nodded and watched curiously as Harry removed a shrunken trunk from within his robes and placed it on the floor before resizing it. My gift to you is 500 gallons of the finest blood I could find, so that you and yours may be fed for days to come. Drycon seemed surprised by the gesture but offered Harry what he deemed to be a warm smile. Your gift is truly appreciated, Harry Potter, he said sincerely. It is as generous as it is thoughtful. In return, you have my full hospitality, and I ask that you and those you are visiting to join me to feast this evening. It would be my pleasure, Harry replied with another bow. Drycon chuckled as he offered his hand. You are most welcome. Harry shook the proffered limb and fought the urge to shudder at the coldness of the vampire's touch, but Drycon could not hide the surprise he felt. Your magic is quite something, he commented thoughtfully. Human, and familiar for the most part. The rest is not known to me. Tell me, Harry Potter, does the name Peverell mean anything to you? Harry frowned. It does, he answered. If I remember correctly, Iolanthe Peverell married into my family some centuries ago. Draken's eyes widened slightly as his gaze swept over Harry speculatively. You do resemble him, he murmured. Who? I met a Peverell once, Drakon revealed. I resided in Britain for a few decades. Many years ago now, long before we formed our clans. A man named Peverell spared my life when he caught me hunting in a village he claimed to protect. He subdued me, but he let me go with the promise that I would become the hunted if I drank another drop of the blood of his people. Your magic is very much like his. It has the feeling of death. I can't say I would know much about it, Harry admitted. The Peverells died out a long time ago. Drakon shook his head. Their magic lives within you, Harry Potter, he whispered, still gripping Harry's hand in his own. I look forward to dining with you this evening, he added before releasing him. Harry could only watch in confusion as the vampire turned and walked away, turning back once more to take in his appearance before disappearing with his guard. With the greeting over, most of the crowd dispersed, but Harry did not miss the familiar face among those that remained, and he approached the girl he had made this journey for. Mr. Potter, Lucinda's mother greeted him, her nostrils flaring as she took in his scent. Harry offered the woman a grin. Hungry? He asked. I prefer my food to be a little more aged than what you can offer, the woman replied amusedly. Harry chuckled and accepted her offered hand, brushing his lips across the back of it in greeting. It is nice to see you again, he said genuinely. And you, the woman replied. I do not believe you have met my husband, Alexei. I haven't, Harry confirmed, turning towards Lucinda's father. It is a pleasure, sir. Sir, the man questioned. It has been some time since I was addressed in such a way. Well, it is nice to finally meet you, Mr. Potter. My wife and daughter have told me a lot about you. Oh dear, Harry muttered. Alexei laughed and shook his head. I can assure you, they have both been very flattering. Well, at least I don't have another angry vampire to threaten me, Harry quipped, his eyes drifting away from the stocky, tall man and coming to rest among the last member of the group. Lucinda seemed to be nervous, and she had either shrunk or Harry had grown during their time apart. They had been the same height before he had left for Hogwarts, but now, he was a few inches taller than her. Hello, she greeted. Hello, Harry questioned. It's been almost a year since we saw each other, and that is all I get. Come on, princess, you can do better than that. Despite her best efforts, the girl could not stop herself from smiling as she approached and wrapped her arms around Harry's waist. He gladly pulled her into his embrace. It was rare that Lucinda showed any affection. She had explained that it was difficult for her kind to feel such a thing, let alone express it. Something that Harry understood. Still, he wouldn't accept anything less than this. I've missed you, he whispered. I suppose I missed you too, the vampire huffed irritably. That will do, Harry snorted. Now, why don't you tell me how your year at Durmstrang was? Something has happened to that boy, Gellert, Cassiopeia sighed, but he's not saying anything. What do you mean? Cassiopeia shook her head. I don't know, but I know him. He's different. Unless he tells you something has happened, then there's nothing to be done, Gellert pointed out. He's a teenage boy now, Cassiopeia. They are always quite secretive. Has he agreed to meet with me? Cassiopeia nodded. He has. I will bring him before he returns to Durmstrang. Good, Gellert declared. So long as he is happy and healthy, that is all that matters. Cassiopeia reluctantly agreed, but she knew she was right. Something had happened to Harry and she was determined to discover what it was. The Dark Lord threw the slip of parchment he had received from Barty into the fire and watched as it was reduced to ash, his gaze shifting to the flames as he pondered the short missive. He was quite furious that the man had allowed his control over his father to slip enough that Crouch Sr. had managed to break free from it. Much to Voldemort's relief, he had been deemed mad and placed within St. Mungo's, and though it was a loose end he could do without, it would be remedied soon enough. Barty Crouch would be dead before he could regain any semblance of believable clarity. His son, however, was another matter entirely. Although his loyalty was not in question, his ability to keep his composure and not do anything reckless was not so assured. His time in Azkaban had undoubtedly taken its toll on him, and Barty could not entirely be relied upon, and yet, he was undertaking an exceedingly sensitive task that required his full focus. For the first time since the Dark Lord had begun making his moves within the shadows, he felt a sense of unease wash over him. If he had a capable body to call his own, he would not be filled with such trepidation, but until Lucius had gathered all he needed and the opportune moment arrived, Lord Voldemort would have to make do with what little comfort and ability he had. "Wormtail," he called irritably. "It is time for me to be fed." What made what Barty was doing much more difficult was that no one else knew of it, and it needed to remain that way. It wasn't that the Dark Lord believed that either Pettigrew or Lucius would dare question him, but he had no doubt the latter would not approve. It was a risky plan, but one that may pay dividends should Barty manage to remain undetected. "Apologies, my lord," Pettigrew stammered as he entered the room, clutching a bottle of the concoction Voldemort drank to sustain himself. It tasted disgusting, but it was one of the necessary unpleasantries he'd have to endure until he could obtain a stronger vessel for himself. "Get on with it, Wormtail." Voldemort snapped irritably, his thoughts drifting to the day that drew closer, the day he would no longer rely on another to feed him and he could stand on his own 2 feet. It had been so long, but not much longer. Lord Voldemort would rise again. Lucinda and her family had never been invited to dine with Dracon. They were young vampires of no consequence nor importance. To find herself here was among the greatest honors anyone in the clan could have bestowed upon them, but beyond that, she was merely pleased to be seated next to Harry. They had spent the afternoon simply catching up, and Lucinda took no small amount of glee in telling him all the things that had happened to Barkus during his absence. Still, she could not help but notice the differences in Harry. Of course, a year apart would have seen him change. He had indeed grown taller and broader, but it was not those 2 things that she noticed most. It was his magic. As a vampire, she had a rather acute sense for feeling it from any she spent time with. Kane's always had been and always would be turbulent, strong, but also came in sporadic, hot waves with the mood of his inner wolf. Honest felt very much like being outside amongst the trees, serene, and much like a gentle breeze, unless she became angry. Then it changed to a strong gale that threatened to sweep any off their feet. Harry's had always been different to everyone else's. His had always felt cold compared to any other Lucinda had experienced, though to her it felt warm and comfortable. That feeling remained, but now, there was much more to it, almost as though his magic had matured in a way that she couldn't explain. Within the coldness, there was a burning heat, as though a fire had been lit, but somehow, it only made the cold more prominent. With the heat, was the undeniable presence of what she could only describe as a storm. Perhaps his affinity for lighting had caused that. Lucinda was certainly no expert on elemental magic or the effects it could have on a practitioner, but it seemed logical. What she could not speculate on, however, was the strong presence of death she could sense. It seemed to have strengthened his colder magic, but it was undeniably still there, swirling through the rest of what she felt. It was unexplainable, and Lucinda had no doubt that her parents and even Dracon had noticed it too. Lucinda was pulled from her thoughts as her clan leader stood and raised a glass of the blood that Harry had brought her people. "I wish to raise a toast to Mr. Harry Potter, our guest of honor," he declared. "It is not often we welcome humans amongst us, and it is not a practice we will ever adopt to become a regular occurrence, but he has been courteous and respectful of our ways, and for that, I am grateful." To Harry Potter. The 50 or so other members of the clan that had been invited to join them stood, and raised their own glasses, and Lucinda rolled her eyes as Harry did the same, grabbing a goblet of blood as he did so. "Thank you for inviting me," he replied before taking a sip, much to the surprise of the others who watched him with interest. "It's a little sweet for my liking. Do you have something a little more bitter?" Dracon laughed heartily and was quickly followed by the others as Lucinda shook her head. "Idiot," she muttered as Harry retook his seat. She knew the blood would be revolting to him, and yet, he'd drunk it anyway. "I was proving that I had not tainted it," he explained. "You're kinder suspicious of anything a wizard would give them, and me drinking it showed the others it was safe. I thought you would have known that." "He's right," her mother broke in. "He did something we all know he would find rather abhorrent to prove himself." "Not for the first time," Lucinda sighed amusedly. "He drank blood at school when one of the pureblood wizards decided to try to pick on us." "Did he?" Alexei asked, evidently impressed by the gesture. "That was during our first year. I don't think he ever tried to bully any of us again." "He didn't," Harry confirmed. You truly are an interesting young man, Mr. Potter, her mother commented. He's still an idiot, Lucinda pointed out. I hope it tasted horrible, she added, taking a sip of her own and reveling in the flavor as it washed over her tongue. Oh, it was disgusting, Harry confirmed. Good. Harry grinned at her and Lucinda felt the same jolt of warmth she always had when he did so. As much as he seemed to have changed over the past year, he was undoubtedly still the same Harry who had more of an effect on her than she would ever admit to any. Are you going to dance with me? His voice shook Lucinda from her thoughts, and she looked up to see that all of the guests had moved to the dance floor on the other side of the banqueting room. Dance. Harry nodded as he stood and offered her his hand. With a smile threatened to tug at her owl lips, Lucinda accepted the invitation, and only a moment later, she found herself being swept around the room. She'd not had much experiencing of dancing, but her mother had taught her enough to get by, and though she was enjoying the experience with Harry, she could not help but wonder if he had danced with the Greengrass girl like this. From what little she could garner from Harry when they'd talked earlier in the day, the two of them had broken off whatever it was they had, and Lucinda could not pretend that the news had not improved her mood considerably. She had been jealous, perhaps. Unrightly so, but it was as her mother had pointed out, she could not help her nature, and being here with him now, she felt almost a sense of what most would likely deem to be petty victory. Lucinda, however, did not care. Harry was here, and she would enjoy the moment for what it was, even if something had happened to him to change him. What that was, she knew not, but she felt no less comforted by his presence. Still, she wanted to know what lied behind the haunted look he wore when he thought that no one was watching. Perhaps he would tell her when he was ready, or it would simply become another of those things that made Harry Potter such a mystery. Regardless, it was not something to discuss now, not when she was living something that most of her kind would never get to experience. Everything else could wait. For once, Lucinda wished to think of nothing else but the moment she found herself in. It had been a rather turbulent summer for Harry, one he found he'd had little time to reflect upon until it had come to an end and he found himself once more returning to Durmstrang. For much of it, he'd been busying himself with his homework and pondering what had happened during his venture into the Chamber of Secrets, and though Galanis had told him not to, he couldn't ignore the changes he felt within himself. He'd understood what the healer had told him, his logic toward the magic of Basilisk and Thunderbird being sound, and seemingly correct. Already, Harry felt a stronger connection to his elemental magic and wielded it with much more ease than he ever had before. His parcel magic also seemed much easier to access, but it had been his thoughts on the effect of fox magic that had occupied Harry's mind. It could also mean that you are less likely to become sick and heal quicker from injuries. Being unable to resist putting the theory to the test, Harry had done so and had been astounded by the results. Before going to bed only a few nights prior, he'd used his wand to cut quite deeply into his leg and watched in fascination as the wound bled for less than a minute before sealing up and forming a thick scab. When he had woken up in the morning, all that remained was a faint pink line of a scar, all but proving Galanis's thoughts on the matter. Not that Harry would be pushing the theory to its limits. If the small abrasions he received healed so quickly, he would be more than content with that. He wasn't about to purposely break his bones or wound himself further to test the ability. Still, despite all of this, it had been the last thing they had discussed that had plagued him most, and something Harry still lacked answers to. Even after the letter he'd received this very morning from Galanis, Harry would not pretend to understand what the anomaly the healer had discovered was. Dear Mr. Potter, I apologize for how long it has taken me to write to you regarding my findings during our last meeting. I wished to be able to fully explain to you what it is I found, but unfortunately, for the first time in my long career, I am truly stumped. I suspect, as you yourself speculated, that the anomaly within you is indeed a product of sorts from the night the Dark Lord attempted to murder you, but I do not believe it is connected to the magic of your mother's protection. No, this is indeed something else entirely. Although I am unable to currently identify what the magic is, I will continue my investigation with the promise that I will explore every possible avenue to ascertain its origin. What I can confidently and categorically assure you of is that this magic is no danger to you. On the contrary, I strongly believe it is benefiting you, and could perhaps be the reason you survived your unplanned ritual. You, indeed did die, but this piece of magic did not, and I am of a mind to say with some certainty that it assisted in anchoring the magic that brought you back. Nonetheless, we will continue to monitor you as planned. You have my apologies for being unable to offer you answers of clarity, but this indeed something unprecedented. Do feel free to write or visit with any questions you have. Yours sincerely, Healer Galanus. It was frustrating to not have the answers he sought, but Harry was grateful for the time the healer was taking to help him identify the anomaly, though he suspected the man would not find the answer on his own. Harry had been considering it carefully, and even if he couldn't identify what it was either, he strongly suspected it was the reason he'd inherited the Parseltongue ability, and even the many visions he'd seen throughout his life. The magic was undoubtedly an essence of Voldemort of sorts, a realization that made Harry equally repulsed as he was curious. Despite the fact that the Dark Lord had murdered his parents, there was no denying that the man was quite the wizard in his own right, and to have something of that his own magic was feeding off, Harry was grateful for the unintended gift. Nevertheless, he could not allow himself to be consumed only by what had and was happening within him. To distract himself, he'd visited Sirius a few times over the summer, and it appeared that the man truly was trying to make amends, something Harry was willing to give him the opportunity to do. Sirius was fun to be around, didn't take anything too seriously, and wanted only to be a part of Harry's life. Yes, he'd made mistakes and found himself in Azkaban for his foolishness, but Harry had no doubt his godfather was indeed innocent of the crimes he'd been imprisoned for. He'd loved Lily and James Potter, and the pain in his eyes when he spoke of them was not something that even the greatest of actors could fake. No, Sirius may have been guilty of negligence and acting rashly, but Harry believed the man when he declared that he would have given his life for theirs. The relationship between the two of them was still a work in progress, but Sirius was certainly doing his all to strengthen it. Pushing the thoughts of his once wayward godfather aside, Harry smiled as he recounted his visit with Lucinda. They had talked, they had danced, and Harry had evidently made quite the impression on Dracon, who had insisted he remained with them as long as he wished. Harry had stayed for only a few days but planned to visit longer next time. His hand drifted to his chest, but not the scar he often felt to remind him of his near death, but to the pendant Svetlana had given him upon his arrival. No, it is yours to keep, Dracon insisted when Harry attempted to return it to him. You are welcome here whenever you wish, Mr. Potter. It was quite the gesture, and one that was gratefully received. Harry had enjoyed his time amongst the vampires. However, before he allowed his thoughts to be consumed by his time with the clan, they inevitably shifted to the previous day, and perhaps the most interesting meeting of all. Gellert Grindelwald had not been what Harry had expected at all. Flashback. Nurmengard was quite the imposing fortress and had once played host to hundreds of prisoners during the years of Grindelwald's rise, but now, it housed only one man. There's nothing to be nervous about, Cassiopeia assured Harry. I'm not nervous, Harry replied, gesturing for her to lead the way to where the infamous Dark Lord was kept. They walked in silence to the highest cell of the prison, and Harry found it hard to associate the old, rather frail man that greeted them with one of the most powerful wizards in recent history. Grindelwald was thin, and what remained of his gray hair was scraggly and limp. The gleam in his blue eyes, however, was prominent and spoke of a man of wit and intelligence. You must be Harry, Grindelwald greeted him with a toothy smile, offering a slightly trembling hand. Harry tentatively accepted the proffered limb. He had spoken the truth when he said he wasn't nervous, but Grindelwald was undoubtedly someone to be cautious around. He had plunged much of the world into war, and though he was in no position to do so now, there was always a potential for danger where men like him were concerned. I can't say I ever expected to meet you, Harry replied. Just about everyone believes you are dead. Grindelwald chuckled. If Albus had the guts to do what he should have, I would be. Harry nodded his agreement. He would not be attempting to lock Voldemort up when the time came for them to meet. The man would suffer unspeakable agony before Harry granted him the sweet release of death. Why have you been helping me? Harry asked, seeing no reason to stand on ceremony. Grindelwald smiled once more. I respect bluntness, he mused aloud. Albus could never speak freely without his blasted riddles and skirting around difficult topics. Let me ask you, Harry, why do you think I would help you? Harry's gaze shifted towards Cassiopeia and Grindelwald chuckled. Partly, he agreed. I would help Cassiopeia with anything that is in my limited capability to do so, but not entirely in this case. I have my own reasons, one of them being your grandfather, Charles. My grandfather. Grindelwald nodded. Oh, he was certainly no friend of mine, quite the opposite in fact, Grindelwald explained. We met numerous times on the battlefield as he opposed me, and though I will not pretend that he did not cause me endless amounts of headaches and frustration, he earned my undying respect. He even gave me a souvenir to remember him by, he added, pointing to a thin, purple scar beneath his right eye. I dare say that if Albus had not intervened when he did, it would have been myself and Charles Potter that the war would have perhaps been settled on. I didn't know that, Harry murmured. That's not spoken of in any book I've read on the war. Grindelwald snorted derisively. Books will only provide you with limited information, he pointed out. No, you should always consult the people who lived through events if such a thing is possible. The point is, the respect I have for your grandfather, and my fondness for Cassiopeia are the reasons I initially agreed to help you. Initially. Grindelwald nodded. Despite us never meeting, Cassiopeia has kept me informed of your progress, of the young man you are growing into, and all the ups and downs you have experienced. For one locked away as I am with so few visitors, it means a lot to have heard of you these past years. I do not merely feel obligated to help you, but I want to. I wish to see you live through what is undoubtedly coming your way, for you to thrive whilst your enemies perish. That is why I am helping you and gave you everything I could to see that you are successful. The spells and the hidden rooms at Durmstrang. Grindelwald nodded. And the wand. Harry frowned, the cold feeling of the wand Dumbledore had given making itself known as it was mentioned. It belonged to you. Grindelwald shook his head. No, it never belonged to me nor Albus even though he won its allegiance, he explained. The Elder Wand can only truly be wielded by those it was intended for. The Peverells. Gellert seemed surprised that Harry knew that name, but he composed himself quickly and laughed heartily. You are a sharp boy, he praised. What do you know of the Peverells? Not much, Harry sighed. I know that I am related to them. Their blood flows through your veins, Grindelwald confirmed, as does their magic. Another wave of cold washed over Harry. That's why Drycon said my magic is familiar to him, he whispered thoughtfully. He is an old vampire that told me he was caught hunting by a Peverell in Britain, but he was spared. He seemed surprised I was related to them. Because it is believed that they died out, Cassiopeia interjected. But they did not, Grindelwald pointed out. The reason I say is that the wand did not belong to me, is because it belongs to you. Is it truly the Elder Wand? Cassiopeia questioned. Grindelwald nodded. It is, he confirmed. Isn't it, Harry? Harry removed the wand from the holster he kept it in. He had not taken much time to familiarize himself with it as much as he probably should have, but the way it felt when he held it spoke volumes to how compatible it was to him. Swallowing deeply, he nodded. It is, he confirmed. I also have the cloak, but not the stone. You have the two that are most useful, Grindelwald pointed out, but uniting all three would be for the best. Then I'd be the master of death. Harry snorted. Perhaps not, Grindelwald said dismissively, but with magic like this, we can never be certain of what will or will not be. I expect the results of doing so will be quite extraordinary. Do you believe the story? Harry asked curiously. Of the three brothers. I do, Grindelwald confirmed. I have seen wondrous things in this world, Harry, some terrible and some truly marvelous. If there is magic that gives life, does that not mean there must be an equal opposite? We have creatures such as phoenixes, and dragons. Is it so hard to believe that death exists as a sentient being? Harry cautiously shook his head. I don't think it can be dismissed, he agreed. I'm just not certain that I would be considered his champion if I united them. Something neither of us can be certain of until you do so, Grindelwald pointed out. Regardless, the wand and the cloak are both very real, and can offer significant advantages to you. I urge you to familiarize yourself with them intimately. Your blood is the key for the wand to work as it should. Voldemort is an exceptionally dangerous man, Harry. Never underestimate what he is capable of and willing to do to be victorious. Harry nodded his understanding as he slid the Elder Wand back up his sleeve. I won't, he said firmly. But him and his followers should not underestimate what I am willing to do. I am not Dumbledore. I have no intention of capturing anyone when the time comes. Grindelwald nodded approvingly. Good, he praised. Now, whilst you are here, why don't you show me some of the things you have been working on from what myself and Albus provided you with? End flashback. Harry had been unsure of how he felt having been unwittingly tutored by Grindelwald since his schooling had begun. The name was mud at Durmstrang, not only because of his uprising in Europe and the many that had died because of it, but also because he was one of only a few people to be expelled from the rather liberal school. Nonetheless, Harry was pragmatic enough to understand just what an opportunity he had. Despite all that Grindelwald had done, there was no denying that he was indeed an exceptional wizard. Amongst the very best of his generation. Having spent a few hours under his tutelage during his visit with the man, any doubts that Harry had were no longer present. He would be a fool to not accept the offered help. In only a few hours, he had learned so much from the Dark Lord, and would only become better the more time he spent with him. Not that it was something he would discuss with any other. The revelation alone that Grindelwald still lived would likely cause an uprising of sorts, and the man would be dragged from his cell to face the justice of the mob. Harry could not allow that, not when Grindelwald would be so useful to him. "There you are," Summerby huffed as she peered into the cabin Harry was occupying. "Why didn't you wait for us?" "Sorry," Harry offered with a sigh. "I had a lot on my mind and just wanted to board the ship." "Is something wrong?" Harry shook his head as the others entered, and his mood brightened immediately. Lucinda he had seen over the summer, but none of the others, and now that they were here, he was able to not focus on all that had happened and had been plaguing him over the past couple of months. "Rough transformation, Wolfie?" he asked Kane with a frown. The werewolf shrugged. "Something like that," he murmured. He looked more tired than usual, the bags under his eyes darker than Harry had ever seen, but the boy offered him a reassuring smile. Harry made a note to himself to talk to Kane later when they were away from the rest of the group. Something was bothering his friend, of that he had no doubt. "How was your summer, Bumblebee?" Eleanor narrowed her eyes at him. "You know I don't like that name." Lucinda snorted. "That will only make him call you it more," she pointed out. "You get used to it." "Thank you, Princess," Harry replied. Lucinda bared her fangs at him in irritation. "It's not too soon to put you in your place. Promise." Harry returned with a wink. "Just get a room, will you?" Eleanor huffed. "I've seen her room," Harry announced. "It's cold in there." "You've seen her room?" Kane asked curiously. "Now this I have to hear." "I visited Princess during the summer," Harry explained with a shrug. "You visited a vampire clan?" Kane scoffed in disbelief. "You must be out of your mind." "This is Harry we're talking about," Summerby pointed out. "You didn't visit me." "Or me," Jonas piped up. "Well, I wouldn't expect you to visit me," Kane chuckled. "My lot are less friendly than any vampire clan. I am here." Lucinda growled. "So, did you finally turn him?" Anna giggled. Lucinda rolled her eyes as she folded her arms. "Of course not," she grumbled. "I couldn't think of anything worse than having him around forever, even if my mother really likes him." "Most of the others liked me," Harry interjected. "Your mother just has an extra soft spot for me. Only because you flirt with her." "I do not," Harry denied. "You do. Do not. It's like watching an immature, married couple," Kane commented. "How the hell did you end up visiting a vampire clan? It's not like they're very accommodating to anyone, especially humans." Harry shrugged. "I was invited," he answered simply. Kane frowned as he looked towards Lucinda. "Our clan leader was interested in meeting Harry, so he was allowed to visit. And I can go back any time I like," Harry added, showing the talisman Dracon insisted he kept. "I might ask your mother if I can move in for the whole of next summer." "You will not," Lucinda warned. "Oh, you weren't so mean when we were dancing together." "You danced together?" Anna questioned. Lucinda finally crumbled and hid her face in her hands. "I'm going to kill him," she declared. "She's a good dancer," Harry continued, undeterred by the threat. "Honestly, I enjoyed my time there, even if most of them looked at me like I'm a snack." "To us, you are a snack," Lucinda reminded him. "I forgot about that," Harry chortled. The others shook their heads at him. "How could you forget they see you as food?" Harry shrugged. "Well, she hasn't tried to bite me," he replied, nodding towards Lucinda. "Not yet, I haven't." Harry offered the vampire a smile. He truly had missed this whilst he'd been away at Hogwarts for the previous year, and he was very much looking forward to returning to Durmstrang where he would be with his friends. "Well, when are you going to visit me away from school?" Eleanor asked. "Is this you inviting me?" The B***owned nodded. "Then I will come whenever you like," Harry answered. Eleanor smiled brightly. My grandmother will love you. Watch out, Harry might just flirt with her, Lucinda warned. No, if I did that, your mother would be jealous. Lucinda growled as she launched from her seat and grabbed the chuckling Harry by his collar before wrestling him to the floor. Well, it's been a while since I found myself here, he sighed. You're really hurting my ribs. Lucinda was gazing at his neck hungrily, her eyes flashing brightly as she did so. It has been a while, she agreed breathily. Remember, one day, I might not be able to restrain myself. She released him and stood, and Harry took a few deep breaths, nursing his torso as he stood, his smile unwavering. Yes, he had missed this, even the regular death threats from the vampire. Cassiopeia scowled as she spotted the beetle crawl under the door to enter the room. As instructed, Rita Skeeter had been keeping her ab east of the goings-on in Britain, but until now, her reports had come via post. Rita, however, had insisted that they needed to meet to discuss something of importance, something the journalist was not comfortable putting in writing. As such, Cassiopeia had rented a private room in the Hog's Head, ensuring that none could hope to overhear anything discussed between them. A few privacy and security spells had seen to that, and she could not help but notice that Skeeter looked much more nervous than usual after she had transformed. That could merely be attributed to the woman's position of being beholden to herself and Harry, but Cassiopeia suspected there was more to it. Thank you for seeing me, Skeeter sighed. I have come across something that will be of interest to you but could be dangerous to know. Fudge is certainly doing all he can to cover it up. Cassiopeia's curiosity was certainly piqued and she gestured for Rita to continue. Barty Crouch has been admitted to St. Mungo's. Cassiopeia snorted as she shook her head. I do not see why this will be of interest to me. Usually, I would agree, Rita replied, but it is the nature of his admission. He is in the Janus Thicky ward. I don't know how familiar you are with Barty. He may be many things, but he has always been of sound mind. For him to find himself there, something significant must have happened. Has it? Rita nodded worriedly. He is claiming that he has been under the imperious curse of his son. Cassiopeia frowned in confusion and Rita huffed irritably. Crouch only ever had one son, and he died in Azkaban several years ago, the latter explained. It caused quite the stir when it was revealed that he was a Death Eater. A Death Eater? The news certainly took Cassiopeia by surprise. Rita nodded. At the time, Crouch was the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. He locked up his own son. He did, Rita confirmed. Barty has always done everything by the book, which makes everything that has happened only more suspicious. He is now claiming that as a dying wish for his wife, he switched his son out of Azkaban for her. Fudge is having none of it. Do you believe him? I do, Rita replied severely. I've seen him. He is unwell from his ordeal, but he is not a raving lunatic. Fudge is keeping him guarded. No one is allowed in other than healers. So, the minister wishes to keep him quiet. Cassiopeia mused aloud. Rita nodded her agreement. It gets worse, she sighed. Earlier today, Fudge met with Lucius Malfoy. The two are close, as you know, and the minister saw fit to discuss the matter with him. Then Crouch Sr. is all but dead, Cassiopeia murmured thoughtfully. Both Crouches are a loose end for him that he will wish to keep silent, unless he was already aware of the son's status. He did not seem to be surprised or alarmed when Fudge told him, Rita explained. Then he knows, Cassiopeia huffed. Which means that he has either been in contact with the son, or worse. Or worse. Cassiopeia shook her head. Think nothing of it for now, she insisted. There is more danger to this knowledge than you can possibly know. If I were you, I would mention it to no one. I wasn't planning to, Rita snorted humorlessly. I brought it to you because I believed you would wish to know. I am grateful, Cassiopeia offered, pondering just how she could use the information. Do you believe Malfoy will have Crouch killed? Rita asked. Undoubtedly, Cassiopeia replied bluntly. His alleged involvement with the Dark Lord is well known. If Crouch Jr. is recognized publicly and he is apprehended, Fudge will not be able to prevent a public inquiry. It is too risky for Lucius to risk. Rita grimaced at the thought. You seem to be rather calm about this, she pointed out. Are you not aware of the circumstances surrounding Crouch Jr.'s arrest? Cassiopeia frowned. I can't say that I am. Then it will only become more of an interest to you as it could possibly mean that Harry is in danger. How? Cassiopeia demanded immediately, tensing at the insinuation. It wasn't until after the war and many of the Death Eaters had been put on trial that he was identified, Rita began. Bellatrix and the Lestranges had been sent to Azkaban the week before along with the other prominent supporters who did not manage to avoid being prosecuted. Someone identified Crouch as a Death Eater, Cassiopeia deduced. Exactly, Rita confirmed. Almost all had refused to name any others, but that changed during the trial of Igor Karkaroff. Karkaroff identified Crouch. Rita nodded. In front of the entire Wizengamot whilst being questioned by Barty Sr. Cassiopeia cursed under her breath. So, he will likely go after Karkaroff. I would not put it past him, Rita sighed. Crouch was identified as one of the Death Eaters that tortured Frank and Alice Longbottom. He admitted it and to killing several muggles along with some witches and wizards. And he would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for Karkaroff, Cassie mused aloud. Durmstrang as a school was as safe as any place could be, but if Crouch had broken free and made contact with Voldemort, which certainly was not beyond the realm of possibility, Rita could very well be right. Harry could be in grave danger. Karkaroff was now a liability to him, and Cassiopeia could not let that stand. What was Crouch's reaction when Karkaroff identified him? He wailed like a child, Rita answered. He called for his mother. That doesn't sound like someone capable of murder. It doesn't, Rita agreed. What are you thinking? I'm thinking that the man is mentally fragile, and any time amongst the Dementors would not have done him any favors. It is hard to imagine he managed to hold on to much or any of his sanity. I would say that he was already far gone during his trial, Rita responded darkly. He said nothing until he was given the Veritaserum, and after the effects had worn off, he laughed openly about what he had done. There was no remorse. Cassiopeia hummed, tapping her finger atop the table whilst she considered her next course of action. I don't suppose anyone will be looking for him. According to everyone other than the minister and those in the know, Crouch Jr. is dead and buried, Rita clarified. Cassiopeia shook her head. Crouch being on the loose was not good. The man was likely as unpredictable as he was dangerous, and were he to somehow gain access to Durmstrang and Karkaroff, it is likely he would seek Harry out also. Cassie's jaw tightened at the thought. It is unlikely that any of this would be believed without evidence, she murmured. For now, I'd like you to see what else you can dig up for me. Look into the Crouches and keep an eye on Fudge and St. Mungo's. I do not think the latter will yield much, but it is best to cover all bases. Rita nodded her understanding as she should. What will you do? She asked curiously. Whatever I deem to be necessary to keep Harry safe, Cassiopeia vowed darkly. Rita swallowed deeply. I will be in touch with anything I find, she assured Cassiopeia before transforming into a beetle once more and crawling out of the room via the bottom of the door. Cassiopeia remained where she was for some minutes, mulling over everything she had learned in the past minutes. She could not say for certain how likely the worst-case scenario she had considered was a plausible outcome, but where Harry was concerned, she was taking no chances. Taking her leave of the Hog's Head, she nodded to herself, a plan already forming for how she could mitigate this latest, unwelcome development. Albus furrowed his brow as he attempted to read over the latest exam results he's received from Madame Marchbanks. They had been on his desk for several days now, but with the recent meeting he'd had with Cornelius still plaguing his mind, he'd not been able to focus on them. As he had done many times in the days since, his gaze shifted to the still empty portrait he was awaiting the occupant's return of, and he shook his head. The headmaster had begun making discreet inquiries about Barty Crouch, but he had been unable to glean any new information from what the minister had given him. As he had suspected, few had been made privy to what had happened. On his behalf, Alistair had spoken with Amelia Bones, who merely believed that Barty was taking an extended leave of absence for his health. For the time being, Amos Diggory had indeed been placed in charge of the Department of International Magical Cooperation as per Albus's suggestion, a small victory on his part, but a victory, nonetheless. Madame Umbridge would not be pleased by the appointment, but with her newfound ambition to become a member of staff at Hogwarts, Albus did not believe she would stew for long. It concerned the headmaster still at how determined the woman was to find herself within the walls of the castle, but until she managed to find a way to do so, or he believed she was close to achieving it, he would put it to the back of his mind. No, Madame Umbridge was not what was concerning Albus in this moment. It was the claims that Barty had allegedly made during his breakdown. His attempts to speak with the man had been rebuffed by the healers at St. Mungo's, each of them claiming the man was too unwell for visitors. Their words given in a pointed, rehearsed manner. They were being silenced on the matter, undoubtedly by Cornelius, who was seemingly doing all he could to ensure the news of Barty was not made known to the public. Albus suspected that even now, the minister had regretted informing even him. Madame Umbridge certainly hadn't wished for it to happen. Albus was pulled from his thoughts by a gentle cough, and once more, his attention shifted to the portrait that was no longer unoccupied. "What news, Dilys?" he inquired. The former, celebrated healer and headmistress shook her head. "Barty Crouch was declared dead this afternoon, headmaster," she informed him. "I apologize for the delay in reporting it to you, but I wished to establish the facts before doing so." Albus deflated in his chair, nodding his understanding. "It is just as I believed," he sighed. "Do you know what happened?" "Officially, he passed after a short battle with a severe illness," Dilys explained. "Officially?" Albus pressed. Dilys's jaw tightened as she nodded. "That will be the release to the public, but he was killed by no illness," she added firmly. According to a conversation one of the portraits overheard between two of the healers treating him, Barty Crouch was poisoned. Both inspected his body and drew the same conclusion. "I suppose the minister does not wish the truth to be known," Albus murmured. "Did Cornelius attend St. Mungo's?" "His undersecretary did so, the same woman he visited you with," Dilys explained. She handed the healers a note with the minister's seal, and his cause of death changed immediately. Albus frowned unhappily. If Barty was poisoned, then it was done intentionally, but by whom? "I was told that he was unable to receive any visitors due to his health." "He was not supposed to," Dilys confirmed, "but according to another portrait that sits above the ward, he did receive a visitor, but they could give no description of them." Barty Crouch was found dead less than an hour later, his lips purple and eyes bloodshot. Albus released a deep, labored sigh. "He was murdered then." "I have no doubt that is what occurred," Dilys agreed. "Thank you," Albus offered gratefully. "If you discover anything else, do let me know." The woman offered him a bow before vacating her portrait once more, and Albus rubbed his eyes tiredly. "Is this the world we live in now?" Phineas Nigellus scoffed. "Cowards poisoning people. In my day, we dueled to the death if we wished to settle differences, and politicians were real men. They weren't puppets for the scum of society." It was not often that Albus agreed with the man, but in this instance, he did. The political field had always had its share of corruption and unpleasantness, but it had only gotten worse over the past half-decade or so in Britain. Cornelius was a terrible minister, and several others had come before him. It was times like this that Albus wondered if he had made the right decision when he had turned down the post. He shook his head of that thought immediately. No, being the Minister of Magic was never a position he coveted, but something certainly had to change, or the likes of Lucius Malfoy and his ilk would continue to exploit the system for their own gain. Worse still, they could exploit it for the gain of someone else. Regardless, the death of Barty Crouch was only the beginning, and if Albus was correct, which he unfortunately was most of the time, then more would soon follow as Tom gathered his strength to resume where he left off. He needed to be ready, and for that he needed to gather some old friends. "Fawkes, are you ready to deliver some notes for me?" The Phoenix trilled his agreement, and Albus removed some fresh parchment from the stack he kept on his desk and began scratching away, lamenting on how few of the group remained. He would need to recruit more. After all, the Order of the Phoenix could not function with such a paltry offering they currently had. Harry offered a hand to the scowling girl, and Zabini shook her head before accepting it. "How do you beat me so easily?" she huffed as Harry pulled her to her feet. "Not easily," Harry returned. "You've gotten better. So have you," Zabini snorted. "I even had extra tuition over the summer." Harry chuckled. It had taken less than 2 hours that he had set foot into Durmstrang before the girl had sought him out to challenge him to a duel. Strictly speaking, the room was not officially open until the following day, but Zabini had evidently not wanted to wait. As such, they had the space to themselves. "You've improved so much," Harry comforted. Zabini raised an eyebrow in his direction and tucked a few errant strands of dark hair behind her ear. "How do you do it?" she asked curiously. "How do you become so good?" Harry shrugged. "Because I have to be," he answered simply. Zabini nodded her understanding. "Well, I feel for anyone who gets on the wrong side of you. We are only dueling using competitive rules." I bet you could really hurt someone. I could, Harry confirmed shamelessly. I've learned things that many wouldn't believe to be possible. It was true. Between his own studies, the Black and Potter magic, and everything Dumbledore and Grindelwald had provided him with, Harry wielded a deadly arsenal. Not to mention all he had gathered from Voldemort. That was merely the icing on the cake. Then I'm glad I do not have you as an enemy, Zabini replied with a grin, the dimples on her cheeks becoming prominent. With the way she was looking at him, Harry was reminded of what Victor had told him during their time at Hogwarts. The girl had once harbored something of an admiration for him that went beyond their shared passion for dueling, and judging by the way she gazed at him now, it was not something that had faded. Harry could not deny that she was beautiful. She had wavy dark locks, olive skin, and green eyes, though hers were much darker than his own. At 17 years old, she had already filled out in all the right places, something that could not be missed despite the robes she wore. Well, I don't have any plans of becoming an enemy of yours, Harry assured her amusedly. I might win in here, but you wouldn't be holding back either in other circumstances. I imagine you know a thing or two. Zabini's grin widened as she nodded and moved a step closer towards him. I might, she answered demurely. She stood close enough now that Harry caught the faint odor of her faded perfume beneath her natural scent, and he felt his head swim. It was intoxicating, and the way she looked up at him as though she wished to devour him only made it more difficult to ignore. All of that came to an end as the door crashed open and the two of them were interrupted by Professor Olafsson. This room is off limits until tomorrow, the enormous Icelander said sharply. We were just leaving, Harry grumbled, annoyed that the man had chosen an inopportune moment to arrive. Olafsson glared at them until they exited the room, the moment between them all but ruined. Potter. Yeah. You need to watch out for Barkus, Zabini warned. I don't usually involve myself in things that don't concern me, but he's determined to get you. He's always been determined to get me, Harry sighed. Barkus doesn't worry me. Zabini offered him a smile before turning away to head towards her own lodgings, and seeing no reason to be out later than he already had, Harry followed suit, cursing Olafsson under his breath. The man was evidently no longer simply content to make Harry's life miserable with physical labor before the sun came up, he now had to interfere in other matters to ensure maximum satisfaction for himself. Bastard, Harry grumbled, though perhaps it was for the best that Olafsson had arrived. Harry did not know what would have happened in the heat of the moment with Zabini, but he could not deny that he had been fully immersed in it, with little thought for anything else. Now that he was away from it and thinking clearly, he knew he should be grateful they were interrupted, but there was a small part of him that still wished they hadn't been. Albus looked upon those in attendance welcomingly, though he could not help but lament on the days that the order was much larger in scale, and with a talent pool as deep as Magical Britain had to offer. Nonetheless, he was pleased by the turnout. Before him were seated those that had survived the previous war, who had answered the call as though no time had passed at all, and even a few new faces the headmaster knew he could trust. It may not be as it was before, but this was merely the beginning, and Albus had no doubt they would only grow in strength and numbers as he looked to once more build a force to combat the impending darkness. I thank you all for joining me. Many simply nodded in response, not needing an explanation as to why they were here, but others did not seem so sure and offered Albus questioning glances. Seeing no benefit to pomp and circumstance, he addressed them without preamble. I believe it would be pertinent to begin by explaining just why we are here, he said gravely. Those of you that know me well enough will know that I am not prone to exaggeration nor causing alarm when it is not due, but I fear our gathering is once more a necessity. Dark days are indeed approaching, and we must be ready to face them. Dark days? Sturgis Podmore inquired. Albus nodded gravely. I have long suspected they would, but with each moment that passes, they draw ever nearer. It appears that a resurgence is on the horizon, and Britain will once more find itself plunged into war. The gathered order members began whispering amongst themselves, and Albus allowed them to do so for a few moments before holding up a hand to silence them. War, Albus. Emmeline Vance pressed. Indeed, Albus confirmed. I have had my suspicions since the supposed demise of the Dark Lord that he was not truly gone, but the past few years in particular have done nothing but confirm my thoughts. He is not dead, but merely indisposed. Not dead? Minerva asked worriedly. He yet lives in some capacity, and I believe it is only a matter of time before he returns. How is that possible? Remus broke in. I do not know, Albus murmured. He did, but he did not feel it safe to share information regarding Horcruxes and such magic. It was something he would be focusing on, and he had others to turn to, if necessary. Then how can you be so sure? Remus questioned. Albus released a deep breath, preparing himself for the inevitable reaction. Because I have personally encountered him twice in the past 4 years. As expected, those gathered were shocked and many fearful at the revelation. Perhaps I should explain the circumstances so that you may understand, he suggested. When no one objected, Albus stood and began pacing, choosing his words carefully before he spoke again. The first incident involved a former professor, he began. Quirinus found himself playing host to what remained of the Dark Lord and was doing his bidding. Fortunately, I was able to stop him before irreparable harm could be done, but the Dark Lord escaped. He was possessing him? Alistair asked. Albus nodded. Quirinus was a willing vessel. His involvement with Voldemort cost him his life. Bloody hell, Mundungus Fletcher gasped. Is this real? I'm afraid so, Albus confirmed. The second incident, Molly, Arthur, and Bill can substantiate as they witnessed the fallout. The 3 Weasleys nodded, each of them sporting a grim expression. Our Ginny fell into his trap, Arthur explained. He took hold of her mind and forced her to do unspeakable things to others. Thankfully, Albus managed to intervene, but she has not been the same since. Even now, she refuses to return to school, so Molly is teaching her at home. It was awful, Bill broke in. As a curse breaker, I have seen terrible things, but seeing Ginny like that still haunts me. It was him that did it to her. Albus speaks the truth. If any doubt had remained amongst the old and new faces, it was all but gone after the testimony of Bill and Arthur. Albus offered the duo a nod of gratitude for stepping in to explain. Most recently, a most concerning incident has taken place, one that you will not be aware of as it is being covered up, the headmaster informed the group. Barty Crouch was recently admitted to St. Mungo's into the Janus Thicky ward. He claimed that he had been placed under the imperious curse of his dead son. He said that he had switched Barty Jr. with his wife in Azkaban where she died. So, Barty has lost his mind? Alistair questioned. Albus shook his head. I believe he was being truthful, he sighed. Why else would someone go to the trouble of poisoning him to ensure he could not speak of it? Alistair cursed under his breath whilst the others appeared to be unsettled. The minister is hiding this from the public? Molly asked. Albus nodded. When his absence is noted, the official explanation will be that he died after a short illness, he explained. I have it on the utmost authority that is not the case. The order members whispered amongst themselves for several moments, discussing the most unwelcome development. So, what do we do? Remus questioned. Much the same as we did last time, Albus explained. We will need to recruit more members, so if anyone believes they know people who are trustworthy, do put their names forward and I will look into the possibility of bringing them on board. What about? Remus asked pointedly. I was just going to address that very thing, Albus replied with a smile, not needing the werewolf to elaborate. Along with the incidents that I have already spoken of, there are other things to support what I have told you, and that you should be aware of. Severus, if you would be so kind. The potion's master scowled as he stood and reluctantly rolled up the left sleeve of his robe, displaying the mark he had been branded with so many years prior. It has been growing darker and more prominent, he explained. After what happened to him when he attacked the Potters, it faded almost to nothing. The other Death Eaters will also be aware of this, most waiting to answer the call the same way that you have. When he returns, he will have support. Then he must be dealt with quickly, Molly urged. Indeed, Albus agreed, but I do not believe he will do anything to draw attention to himself until he feels he is ready to pick up where he left off. I expect he will already be recruiting amongst his former supporters and making other preparations to see him in a position of strength. I do not need to remind those that remember the previous war just how terrible things became. With how unprepared the ministry is, I fear it will be the same, or worse. Should you not discuss this with the minister? Sturgis replied. It would only serve to tip our hand, Albus sighed. Cornelius is too influenced by Lucius Malfoy, and he will do all he can to deny the truth. The Auror force is not adequate, and any suggestion to expand would be fruitless. If Lucius is preparing for Voldemort's return, he will do all he can to ensure the ministry is weak. So, it will be just us. Alistair snorted. Just like the old days. Just like the old days, Albus agreed unhappily. There is, however, another who will be joining us, but I felt it best to discuss it with you all before he attends. Who? Bill asked curiously. Sirius Black. Silence followed. The declaration until Alistair, the first to recover, scoffed in disbelief. Black. Albus nodded. Sirius is innocent, Remus said firmly. It was Pettigrew that betrayed James and Lily. Hagrid and I saw him with our own eyes a little over a year ago. He admitted to what he'd done. Hagrid nodded his agreement. Why didn't you report it? Moody questioned. Fudge was there, Remus explained, as were Malfoy and McNair. They let him go instead of bringing him in when I transformed. Nothing has been mentioned about it since. Is this true, Albus? Molly asked. It is, the headmaster confirmed. Peter Pettigrew is very much alive and responsible for what happened to James and Lily. Sirius made some poor choices that night, but he did not betray them, nor did he kill those muggles. He chose not to mention that Pettigrew had been posing as the Weasley family pet for more than a decade. Molly and Arthur had enough to deal with without being privy to that knowledge. It would serve no purpose now, not with the current state of affairs. So, Fudge is allowing the world to believe that Black is still wanted. Moody growled. Idiot, Bill Weasley muttered. I'm afraid Cornelius will be of little use to us, Albus sighed. Even when the truth is staring him in the face, he will not wish to acknowledge it. He will simply bury his head in the sand until it is too late. Then why don't we look to replace him? Sturgis suggested. Because he has too much support, Albus answered. At present, Lucius has too much influence over too many members of the Wizengamot for us to make that change. So, our backs are already against the wall, Arthur stated. Aren't they always? Moody snorted. I am wondering how we can hope to win, but that doesn't mean I'm not willing to fight to the bitter end, if necessary. What are you thinking, Albus? The headmaster's mind wandered to the one boy the world would look to when Tom announced his return, and though he could not foresee the Dark Lord waiting until Harry was ready, it would eventually come down to the two of them to settle the conflict. Just the thought made Albus pleased that Cassiopeia Black had taken custody of Harry. He was being suitably prepared to shoulder the burden of what was to come, and having met him on many occasions now, Albus took comfort in the knowledge that Harry was as capable as he was willing to do so. I am thinking that I cannot see how we will not be successful, he answered confidently. Dark days are indeed ahead, but there is always a light to look towards on the horizon. His words served only to confuse the members of the order, and Albus took advantage of the silence to bring the meeting to an end. I suggest that we meet once a fortnight to discuss any developments, he urged. I ask that you all listen carefully for anything that could be useful to us. As inane or innocuous as it may seem at the time, it could prove to be valuable. I will be in touch. Accepting the dismissal, the group began taking turns to disperse via the floor, and those that were to remain in the school left through door until Albus was alone with Alistair, who was yet to leave his seat. I have someone I believe we should bring in, the ex-Auror announced. She's young, but I trained her myself, and I would trust her more than most. Who? Albus asked curiously. Tonks. Albus nodded thoughtfully. She had been rather mischievous during her time here, but her talent would certainly prove to be a credit to the order. Can you speak with her discreetly? I can, Moody confirmed. I will have a word and bring her to you when it is suitable to do so. Thank you, Albus offered gratefully. Alistair nodded before making his way towards the door, pausing before he crossed the threshold. Potter? He questioned curiously. I believe it will be Harry who ends this war, Albus explained. Moody nodded. I've seen what the lad can do already, but can we hold Voldemort off for long enough? I don't know, Alistair, Albus answered honestly, but we have to do all we can. Moody said nothing else as he took his leave from the office, and the headmaster turned towards Fawkes. What do you think, old friend, will it truly be him? The Phoenix unleashed a long, harmonious trill and Albus felt himself fill with warmth and confidence. You believe it so strongly. Fawkes nodded, his black, beady eyes seemingly knowing more than Albus could ever hope to. Then we must only have faith in him, Albus mused aloud as he stroked the red plumage of his companion. A little faith is all we need. I'm sure Sidorova is determined to kill us with extra work this year, Jonas huffed irritably. A whole sheet of parchment on the caterwauling charm. It's not that interesting. Oh, I do wish you would shut up, Lucinda grumbled as she took a sip from her goblet, deflating in bliss at the taste of the blood within. And you didn't help, Potter, Jonas accused, pointing a spoon at Harry. Why did you have to volunteer me to demonstrate it? Because you should have been able to do it, Harry replied with a smirk. It's not my fault you didn't practice. Jonas narrowed his eyes at Harry as he cursed under his breath. She's looking at you again, Hugo commented. It wasn't often the boy spent much the group, but he always made an effort to join them for lunch a few times a week. Who is looking at who? Eleanor questioned. Zabini is watching Potter, Hugo pointed out. Is something going on between the two of you? Harry shook his head. No, it isn't. It was the truth. Ever since they had been interrupted by Olafsson, they had not found themselves alone together again, and it wasn't as though Harry had mentioned it to anyone else. She's not staring, Anna whispered. She's too smart to stare, Hugo chuckled, but she looks when she thinks no one is paying attention. Anna and the others continued with their vigil until the half-elf grinned. She's definitely watching you, she confirmed to Harry. How did you notice it? She added to Hugo. The boy shrugged. I notice a lot of things. Have you noticed anything else of interest? I've noticed that Zabini isn't the only one watching. Who else? Potter's biggest fan. Anna's eyes trailed along the tables of purebloods, pausing briefly before looking back towards Hugo. Barkus is always watching, she sighed. He is, but it is different now, Hugo replied. He seems somehow more arrogant. He'd be stupid to try anything, Anna pointed out. Hugo chuckled humorlessly. When has Barkus been anything but stupid? It was a good question, one that caused a frown to crease Harry's brow. They had been back at school for just shy of 2 months, and Barkus had given him and the rest of the half-bloods and half-breeds as he referred to them, a wide berth. Either he had given up trying to be a nuisance to them, or he was planning something. Still feeling unwell? Eleanor asked Kane. The werewolf nodded and pushed his plate of food away. The full moon had arrived a few days prior, and Kane was still recovering from the ordeal. I think I will get some rest, he announced as he stood. I'll let Novak know, Harry assured the boy. Kane nodded gratefully and took his leave from the hall to get some much-needed rest. The others continued with their meal, preparing themselves for their next lessons. Harry, Lucinda, and Jonas would be going to a lesson in the dark arts, and Eleanor, Anna, and Hugo had herbology, a subject that Harry did not miss. She's looking again, Hugo snorted. Are you sure there's nothing going on between you? There is nothing going on between me and Zabini, Harry muttered, not missing the looks sent his way by the 3 females. They had been somewhat standoffish with him when they'd first arrived back at Durmstrang, and Kane had informed him of the reaction they'd had to finding out about him dating Daphne. Harry would certainly not profess to be an expert on girls, far from it, but they seemed to get over what was bothering them, eventually. That was until he received a letter from Daphne. Something the girls did not seem happy with. Not that it was any of their business. Victor had seemingly been right with his assessment. The girls did not appear to like any attention that Harry received from others. For reasons unknown to him, they were either protective, jealous, or a combination of the two. Come on, we'd best head out, Jonas suggested. Novak will probably nail our hands to the wall if we're late. See you later, he added to the 3 they would be leaving behind. Harry and Lucinda followed the part hag, the latter seemingly lost in thought. Come along, Novak hurried them as they arrived. We have much to cover today. The man stood before a large blackboard and waved his wand, revealing a large passage of writing complete with supporting diagrams he had drawn himself. Can anyone identify what this is? Harry looked at the board intently, trying to decipher the formulation of letters, symbols, and numbers and attempted to correlate them with the sketches. No, Novak pressed, his red eyes alight with amusement. It is something of a trick question. I would be surprised if. It is an incomplete set of instructions to create Inferi, Harry called, taken aback by his own knowledge. It was not something he had studied beyond understanding what they were, and certainly not how one would animate a corpse. Novak too seemed caught off guard and eyed Harry questioningly. You can see that it is incomplete. Harry nodded, aware that everyone in the room was staring at him. There are 3 enchantments missing, and 4 of 12 required catalysts are not there. And with good reason, Novak replied sternly. To create an Inferi is illegal in all magical communities and has been for the last 2 centuries. If I was to show you the complete set of instructions, I would find myself in more trouble than you could imagine. He continued to gaze at Harry curiously for a brief moment before shifting his focus to the rest of the class. Your aim today is to identify the characteristics of an inferi, and the strengths and weaknesses of them. You will work with those on your tables. If there are no questions, you may proceed. The class busied themselves with the task at hand, and Harry pondered just how he had been able to piece together the conundrum that remained on the board. Many of the odd symbols and languages used for the incantations were not things that had been covered yet, nor likely would they, even during a Durmstrang education. How did you know what that is? Jonas asked, nodding towards the blackboard. I recognize some of the symbols, Harry answered truthfully. The rest, I took a guess at. He didn't believe the explanation himself, but the other boy did not press him further, though Lucinda seemingly did not accept it. However, she did not question him and instead opened her textbook to the page that discussed inferi. How would you fight one of them? Jonas questioned, grimacing at the description the book gave. Fire, Harry replied. It is their only true weakness. They are impervious to most other magics. Curses won't work, and neither will other physical trauma. They are resilient, and immolating them is the only way to destroy the magic that has animated them. Seems logical, Jonas murmured as he noted down what Harry had said. What about characteristics? They do not breathe, and unless the corpse used to create it was fresh, it will bear the marks of degradation, Harry reeled off. They are strong, almost as strong as a werewolf or vampire, and they do not bleed. Neither do they tire. If one of them are sent after you and you do not know how to destroy it, you will exhaust yourself trying to escape and it will catch you. Well, I don't plan on pissing someone off enough for them to send one after me, Jonas chuckled. Then again, a fire spell will deal with it. It has to be powerful enough to break the magic, Harry reminded him. Regular fire would likely not be enough. Jonas shook his head as he looked towards Lucinda, who shrugged. You'd better learn some better fire spells, she urged amusedly. Jonas nodded his agreement and continued reading until Novak cleared his throat to garner the class's attention. That will be all for today, the man announced. Bring your work to me and I will mark for next lesson. Potter, remain behind for a moment. Novak waited until the rest of the class had left before beckoning Harry towards the desk he was seated behind, and once more, he simply stared at him for a moment. If task 2, could you fill in the blanks in the instructions? He asked. Harry looked towards the board before nodding. I think I could. Novak chuckled darkly. From the first day you walked in here, you have surprised me, Potter. Do you remember our first lesson together? I do. Novak offered him a rare smile. Ever since, I have had high expectations of you, and each and every time, you have exceeded them. It is not only your seemingly unending knowledge that impresses me, Harry, but your practical application. In all my years of teaching, so few have managed to impress me the way you have. Thank you, Professor. Now, that does leave me in quite quandary, Novak continued. It is seldom that I would offer any additional tuition, but from what I have seen of you thus far, I would like to do just that. I believe you could go far in the field. I'd like that, Harry readily agreed. Good. Give me a little time to consider what I would like us to delve into, and then we shall begin in due course. Until then, I will see you for your next class. Harry nodded and retrieved his bag, pausing before he slung it over his shoulder. Professor, do you have much knowledge of ritualistic magic? He asked curiously. He had been pondering what had happened to him during the chamber, and with no other expert available to him, he thought perhaps Professor Novak could shed some light on what had happened. The man narrowed his eyes at Harry suspiciously. Why do you ask? It is nothing but curiosity, Harry assured him. I have no desire or intention to pursue it beyond knowledge. Novak nodded and beckoned Harry forward once more. Ritualistic magics are among the most dangerous to delve into, the man said gravely. I myself fell afoul of them in my youth. As you can see, he added, gesturing towards his eyes. I was fortunate that what I attempted was not fatal, but my practices still went too far. What happened? Harry probed. I got it wrong, Novak said simply. Even the most advanced practitioners of the art have barely scratched the surface of what can be achieved through rituals, and those that have pushed their luck have either wound up dead or have mutilated themselves irreparably. Harry nodded his understanding. What are the side effects? It depends on what you are trying to achieve, Novak replied thoughtfully, and what runes in. Catalysts you use for the ritual. Now, physically speaking, it could simply kill you, or worse. You may end up with effects that you had not taken into account. Rituals are unpredictable at best. So, even if something seems as though it could be a good thing, it could prove to be bad. Novak nodded. Perhaps, he answered carefully, but those who are fortunate merely reap the benefits, though these are indeed rare cases. Oh, Harry murmured worriedly. Is there any firm indication of something going awry? Well, death is the obvious answer, Novak snorted, but it is understood that ritualistic magic is sacrificial in nature. The greater the sacrifice, the less likelihood there is of suffering ill effects. Most underestimate this and believe that a material sacrifice will be sufficient. Rituals require much more than simple frivolities. What if someone died, but somehow came back to life? Novak frowned at the question. I suppose it would be dependent on the nature of the death and apparent reason for the coming back, so to speak. If you have a specific example, I may be able to shed some light on the matter. Harry swallowed deeply. He had hoped the conversation would assuage his worries, but it had in fact had the opposite effect. Would you prefer if I was frank? He asked. Novak nodded. Frankness is always best when it comes to this type of magic. Every aspect, no matter how small, is equally relevant. It must stay between us, Harry insisted. I am under the care of a healer, but he is not so knowledgeable on this. Unless I believe it is dangerous to yourself or any other student, it need not go further than this room. Harry eyed the man, wondering if he could trust him, but it was not as though he had much choice. The only other person he knew of who may be as familiar with the topic was Voldemort, and he could not imagine sitting down and discussing it with him. Though the thought was somewhat amusing, it was sobering. There would be no diplomacy between them. When the time came, each would attempt to kill the other with everything they had at their disposal. Something similar happened to me during my trip to Hogwarts, Harry revealed. It was unintentional, but it happened. Novak appeared to be alarmed but equally curious, and he gestured for Harry to continue. I was bitten by an old basilisk, Harry explained. Its fang punctured my heart, and the venom was injected into my body. Yet here you sit, Novak whispered in awe. How is that possible? Harry shrugged. I died, he informed the man, but the tears of a phoenix healed my wound, even if it was not enough to bring me back. A thunderbird did that by shocking me. Astounding, Novak murmured, reaching for a piece of parchment and a quill. He began scribbling away for several moments, scratching out some of the things he wrote before nodding to himself. How old was the basilisk? Around 1,000 years old, Harry answered. Novak cursed under his breath. How big was it? Maybe 60 feet. Novak shook his head as he began writing again. You have an affinity for lightning, as discovered during your elemental lessons, he mused aloud, but I cannot fathom how you survived. Even with the phoenix tears and the assistance of the thunderbird, it should not be mathematically possible to bring you back. Does it matter that I am a Parselmouth? Novak paused, his gaze shifting to meet Harry's. I believe it makes all the difference, he muttered before falling silent once more and continuing with his work. Harry watched as the man carried out a dozen or so calculations before he was satisfied. What did the healer tell you? That my body seems to have experienced a rebirth of sorts, Harry explained. My organs are much more resilient, and my magic now contains the magic of all three creatures to some extent. Novak chuckled humorlessly. You have no idea how fortunate you are to be alive, Potter, he whispered as he read through his notes. It is a series of coincidences, luck, and resilience on your part that you are here. I know. Had you experienced this without being a Parselmouth, you would be dead. Were it not for your affinity for lightning, you would be dead. And were it not for the phoenix gifting you its tears, you would be dead. However, all three catalysts played their part perfectly, even if the entire incident was unintentional. The biggest part of all of this is that you paid the ultimate price. You died and magic itself deemed you worthy of bringing back. I am truly flabbergasted. You're not the only one, Harry snorted. Novak merely shook his head. From what I can gather, the sacrifice you unwittingly made is more than enough that you should not experience any negative effects, he explained. You undoubtedly endured sheer agony as your life was slowly drained by the wound and the venom. I can think of few greater sacrifices that can be made. So, you think I will be fine? I would say better than fine, Potter, Novak replied soberly. During this unwitting ritual you underwent, you created an unbreakable bond with 3 extraordinarily powerful creatures, each of whom a part of resides within you. The basilisk is dead. Harry nodded. And the phoenix? Do you know of its origins? Harry shook his head. He is the companion of the Hogwarts headmaster. Ah, so the bird's magic simply bonded with your own, Novak mused aloud. Phoenixes are beholden to no human, and no human to them, but a bond of sorts will forever exist between you. What of the Thunderbird? Harry shrugged. I have never seen it before that night. Novak hummed. It too has created a bond with you. A rare occurrence indeed, he murmured. Perhaps you will never see it again, or perhaps it will come to you, the two of you drawn together by your common affinity for its own element and the bond you share. That will depend solely on the creature. Harry nodded his understanding. Thank you, he offered sincerely, relieved by the professor's assurances. Novak waved him off. It is what I am here for, Potter, he replied. I may be what any would consider an expert in the dark arts, but my first priority is the welfare of all who step through my door to learn. You're a very lucky young man. I do hope you do not plan to replicate such a feat again. I meant what I said, Harry chuckled as he stood. I have no intention of delving into ritualistic magic. I have seen what it can do to those that do. Good, Novak declared. However, I believe it will be quite interesting to explore the effects of what happened to you. It is something we can experiment with during our additional lessons together. Now, off you go. You've already missed most of your next lesson. Olafson is going to give me a detention, isn't he? Novak merely smirked in response, and Harry groaned as he left the room, relieved by the conversation, but irritated that he would have to now endure the wrath of the enormous Icelander. Is it ready yet? The Dark Lord demanded impatiently. Lucius continued to mutter under his breath as he added ingredients to the large cauldron, the fire beneath illuminating the diamonds in the darkness of the woods they were in. Almost, my lord, Lucius replied. Voldemort's nostrils flared. He had been patient enough, and what had remained was all but gone. Halloween was the perfect evening for him to complete his rebirth. It was where it had all come to an end, but now, it would be where it all began once more. For 14 years he had drifted between this world and the next, anchored only by the several pieces of his soul that were scattered around. It had been as painful as it was frustrating, but tonight, he would once more have a capable vessel of his own. Tonight, a new chapter would commence. I believe we are ready, my lord, Lucius declared after another few moments. The potion bubbling away in the cauldron had been brewed to perfection, and the required ingredients were laid neatly nearby. The time had come for the Dark Lord to rise, more powerful than ever before. Soon enough, Wizarding Britain would be firmly beneath his heel. However, tonight was about his resurgence, a new birth for a new era of darkness to fall upon the world. Then proceed, Voldemort instructed. Lucius did so, and with one final experience of indignity of having to be hoisted around like a baby, the Dark Lord felt himself submerged under the potion where he held a final breath in the pitiful lungs he currently possessed. It felt like several minutes passed before he felt anything, but when the magic of the ritual waned, the familiar burn of a dozen others he had carried out during his lifetime lanced through him like hot knives. Still, it was nothing compared to what he'd endured when he'd attempted to kill Harry Potter. Potter. The boy had gotten lucky, but such luck was not destined to last. When the time was right, the Dark Lord would right the wrongs of years gone by, and Potter would finally perish at his hands. It was destiny, after all. Pain once more. The burning intensified as Voldemort felt his limbs begin to lengthen, his organs expand, and his magic grow as strong as it had once been. It was exhilarating to feel it pumping through him as though no time had passed at all, and finally expelling the air from his lungs, he stood as tall and proudly as he'd ever been. Robes, he instructed simply, the cold chill of the air uncomfortable on his newly created skin. Lucius acquiesced with the order, the already pale man having grown paler as he looked upon his master with a grimace. Am I so unbearable to look upon, Lucius? Voldemort questioned. The blonde shook his head. No, my lord, he denied. He was lying. Lord Voldemort could always detect dishonesty, and even easier now that his magic was at full capacity. Wand. The warmth that rushed through him as he grasped it was impossible to describe, and the Dark Lord simply relished in the feeling of being whole again before conjuring a small mirror with but a flick of his wand. Such a thing would have exhausted him moments prior, but now, he felt as though there was nothing that could tire him. Nonetheless, he frowned as he took in his appearance. Where his nose should have been were but two slits for him to breathe, and his head remained hairless. His eyes too were unrecognizable, almost serpent-like in nature, though Voldemort did not care for frivolous aesthetics. If anything, his unique look would serve to instill fear within those that dared defy him. He nodded satisfactorily to himself. "Now, we may begin," he murmured. "Your arm, Lucius." Malfoy reluctantly presented his prominent dark mark to him, and Lord Voldemort pressed a finger to it, ignoring the whimpering of the pathetic Wormtail. The man deserved every ounce of pain that now plagued him. "Let us see how deeply loyalty runs through them," the Dark Lord whispered, watching and waiting for the arrival of his Death Eaters, a smirk cresting his lips as they began to arrive only a moment later. Harry woke in a cold sweat, gasping for breath as he stood and steadied himself on his trembling legs. The dream had felt so real, as though it was him that had been plunged into the boiling cauldron. Had what he seen truly happened? As much as he tried to deny it, he could not ignore the instincts that screamed of the veracity of what he had seen. Voldemort had returned. Harry swallowed deeply at the thought, shuddering as another wave of powerful magic washed over him. Despite the horror of what had happened, he felt invigorated, almost as though his magic had woken from a long rest. It was overwhelming to say the least, but there it was, tingling just beneath the surface of his skin, ready to be unleashed. Still, Harry felt rather unwell from the sudden influx, both hot and cold to the extreme. Releasing a deep breath, he made his way to the bathroom to fetch some water and drank greedily when he had poured himself some. Had what he had witnessed truly happened? He hoped that his thoughts on the matter would change with clarity, but another burst of magic only reiterated the truth he already believed. Yes, Voldemort has somehow returned, and Harry could only shake his head. He was not ready to face him, not yet. There was much more for him to learn and experience before their fated meeting was to take place. He was only 15, and though he knew the man who had murdered his parents would not remain dormant forever, he'd been hopeful that he would finish his schooling at the very least before the inevitable happened. Shit, Harry cursed, wondering what it was he could do. There was nothing to be done. He simply was not ready to face his foes. Voldemort may merely be one man, albeit an exceedingly powerful one, but Harry's enemies did not simply amount to a single Dark Lord. Voldemort had dozens upon dozens of followers, witches, wizards, and all manner of creatures he had managed to bring on side. As things were, Harry had Cassie, and perhaps Sirius and Remus. Dumbledore would have been a useful ally, and maybe he would still prove to be, but the man did not have what it took to do what was necessary in times of war. At best, Dumbledore would serve as little more than a distraction before Harry was ready to take the fight to the Death Eaters. Would Voldemort immediately set to work, or would he remain in the shadows longer? Harry sincerely hoped for the latter. He grimaced as another pulse of magic jolted him from his thoughts and frowned as he heard groaning coming from the dorm he shared with the other boys in his year. What was that? He muttered as he re-entered the dorm, pausing as he caught sight of Kane standing in the middle of it. The boy had spent the rest of the day in bed still feeling unwell, but as Harry looked upon him now, he seemed to be fighting something, doing his utmost to resist. Harry's eyes widened as his friend's face began to elongate, his amber eyes glowing in the darkness as an almighty howl was unleashed. He had never seen Kane as a werewolf, and though he was still only a teenager, he towered over Harry, his lean figure belying the strength he possessed. Harry was confused. The full moon had come and gone for the month, and yet, here Kane was, fully transformed and bearing down on him. Harry's eyes shifted towards the bedside table where he placed his wands before sleeping, a mistake he would not make again. "What's that?" Hugo asked sleepily. "Do not move," Harry said firmly, doing his best to remain calm despite the feral beast before him. "Effing hell." Jonas gasped as he caught sight of the werewolf. Kane snarled before unleashing another howl, seemingly torn on which of the three other boys he should attack. Harry took advantage of the confusion to launch himself towards his wands, only to have the wind knocked out of him as something collided with his shoulder. He could only wheeze on the ground where he landed further away from his bed. From where Kane had swatted him out of the air, the smell of his own oozing blood filling his nose. He hadn't simply been pawed away, but Kane's claws had torn through his shoulder. It was a scream of desperation that pulled Harry from his thoughts, and he looked up to see Jonas trying to scramble under his bed before Kane seized it, and threw it across the room with seemingly no effort on his part. Hugo had recovered from his own shock and took aim with his wand, the curse hitting the werewolf only serving to anger it further. Harry's bed was the next to be flung, and Hugo rolled to avoid it, only to fall at Kane's feet. "Get off of him!" Jonas shouted, jumping on the werewolf's back, only to be thrown against the wall with a sickening crunch. All he could do was whimper in pain as Kane stalked towards him, and with no idea where his wands had ended up, Harry did the only thing he could think of doing in the moment. He cleared the length of the room in a single bound, unleashing the wolf within. Harry felt himself filled with a palpable rage as he foamed at the mouth, his jaw clamping down on the back of the attacker's neck. Kane had been taken by surprise and screamed in a mixture of shock, anger, and agony as he was pulled to the ground, where Harry shook him relentlessly, pulling him from one side of the room to the other, back and forth until he felt the creature growing weak. The werewolf attempted to put up a fight, but the fatigue eventually set in and he howled pleadingly as Harry's jaw shifted and took him by the throat. Every instinct of Harry was telling him to kill the werewolf, to tear out its windpipe for what it had done, but Harry managed to stifle the urge as he laid his entire weight upon the creature, panting heavily from the effort to subdue it. He had not escaped the scuffle unscathed, and yet more wounds on his side and muzzle were leaking blood, and the room from the walls to the ceiling and floor were spattered with it. Harry unleashed a rumbling growl as the werewolf whimpered once more. It may have submitted to him, but it was still a danger. What on earth happened here? The shocked voice of Professor Sidorova gasped as the door opened and the room was flooded with light. It resembled nothing short of a murder scene. Broken furniture was strewn about the room, and Hugo and Jonas were huddled together amongst the debris, their eyes widened fearfully. "Potter," Sidorova choked. Harry growled once more, his gaze shifting to the students standing behind the woman, each of them with their wand drawn. "You, fetch the healers," the charms professor instructed one of them, flicking her wand in the direction of the exit. "Just hold still, Potter, help is coming." The werewolf wriggled, and Harry snarled, tightening his grip, eliciting another squeal of agony from Kane. The students witnessing the scene before them were visibly shaken, many upset, and most surprised by what they were seeing. "Is that really you, Harry?" Eleanor whispered. "It's him," Hugo confirmed. "He turned into a wolf and took him down. He saved our lives." "I can see that," Sidorova commented worriedly, her gaze sweeping over the destruction of the room. "Can the two of you move?" "I can," Hugo answered, "but Jonas is in a bad way." The boy was barely coherent. A trail of blood ran down the side of his head, and his arm was set at an unnatural angle. Hugo seemed to be suffering only from shock, but Harry knew it could have been so much worse, even if he had needed to resort to revealing a secret he would rather have kept to himself. "What is going on here?" The voice of the headmaster broke in. He pushed his way into the room with his wand drawn, garbed in a pair of red, fleece pajamas. Taking in what had happened, his eyes widened before he cleared his throat, his gaze fixed on Harry and the werewolf he still held in his jaws. "Everyone return to your rooms," he instructed firmly. "Dimitri, I will need your assistance." The magical creature's professor stepped forward and assessed the situation. "We will need to bind his legs and his muzzle," he explained knowledgeably. "He seems to have lost a lot of blood, so we will need to treat him. We cannot wait until he reverts." "How did this happen?" "I do not know," Karkaroff murmured, "but I will find out." "Come on, let's get these boys to the medical bay." "When you're ready, Dimitri." Harry only unleashed his hold on the werewolf when he was certain that Kane had been sufficiently subdued and transformed back into his own human form. He was exhausted from the events of the evening. The dream of Voldemort had been one thing, but the unnatural transformation of his friend was what concerned him most in the moment, and as the rest of his friends attempted to assist him to the medical bay to have his own wounds seen too, there was only one question he wished to be answered. How had Kane been transformed when the full moon had already been and gone? Harry knew not, but there was nothing that would stop him from discovering the truth. Harry could only look on as the unconscious Kane continued to tremble throughout his disturbed slumber. The boy was sweating profusely, having been taken by a fever and had yet to wake even for a moment in the past couple of days. Everything possible was being done for him, but Harry refused to leave his side until he could see for himself that his friend would be okay. He grimaced at the sight of the wounds along Kane's neck. They had been treated, and the fractured bones from their tussle had been repaired, but the werewolf was still gravely ill. Any change? Cassiopeia asked as she returned to the medical bay. Harry shook his head. She along with Jonas's and Kane's parents had been sent for after the incident, but the latter of those invited had not arrived to check on their son. No, not yet. Cassiopeia rubbed his shoulder comfortingly. You were all very lucky, she sighed, even him, she added, nodding towards Kane. If you hadn't managed to subdue him, there would have been little choice but to kill him. I know, Harry murmured. That just makes what happened even more severe, doesn't it? Did they still not know how it happened? Harry shrugged, wiping the perspiration off Kane's brow with a damp cloth. Not yet, but it wasn't an accident, was it? Someone did this intentionally. Which reminds me, there are things we must discuss as soon as possible. Harry nodded. There are, he agreed, more than you know. How is he? The healer asked as she stepped through the curtains that isolated Kane away from the rest of the medical bay. The same, Harry answered. Well, I do have some news, the healer sighed. A considerable amount of a foreign substance was found in his blood. Foreign substance? Cassiopeia pressed. The healer nodded. Unless he took it willingly, which is highly unlikely, he was spiked with lunar essence. Lunar essence? Harry asked. It is a supplement used for plants that thrive during the peak of the moon phase. It is used to trick the flowers into continuing to grow so that they may be harvested quickly. Could that have triggered his transformation? Usually, it would not, but Kane was already feeling rather weak, the healer explained. Lunar essence is highly poisonous to humans, and I expect the intention of whomever gave it to him was to trigger a transformation. Well, it worked, Harry pointed out. But not as I believe they intended, the healer replied. I believe the intent was indeed to trigger a transformation, but what happened was that Kane was almost fatally poisoned. I think being on the cusp of death is what spurred the change. So, someone tried to kill him. Or they got very unlucky and lucky at the same time, Cassiopeia broke in darkly. Exactly, the healer agreed. I do not believe murder was the motive, but it came dangerously close, for several of you. It had been close, and none within the room had escaped unscathed, though much to the healer's and Harry's surprise, his wounds had been healed within less than a day without the need of her assistance. Much to his relief, she had been too distracted with the state of Kane to question him on it. Not that Harry had an answer for her beyond the speculation he'd received from Novak and Galanis. They're either very knowledgeable in herbology, or just generally a moron, he mused aloud. They either got it very wrong, or very right. The healer nodded her agreement. The good news is that he will be fine, she declared. I expect he will be unwell for some time, but he will recover. He is now over the worst of the poisoning. Harry breathed a sigh of relief as his gaze shifted to the werewolf. Kane would feel awful when he woke and wouldn't take it well when he learned of what had happened. Still, Harry's mind drifted to whom could have been responsible, but with the odd circumstances and outcome, it was difficult to be certain of anything. Barkis had been the first he'd considered, and still was if truth be told. He frowned at the thought. Would Barkis stoop so low? Did the boy believe lunar essence would transform Kane, or kill him? Harry didn't know which was worse. If Barkis was simply as stupid as to attempt to poison someone, he had gone about it in a foolish way. There were much easier and cleaner ways to kill someone using that method, and if that was his intention, then why would he have chosen Kane to be his victim? It made no sense and only added credence to the less likely, yet more concerning alternative. Whomever had poisoned Kane knew exactly what would happen by using lunar essence. The thought was not a comforting one, but Harry could not imagine Barkis being so knowledgeable, though it was always possible that he had been given insight by another. Regardless, the attempt had almost seen him and the rest of his roommates dead, and perhaps others if Kane had managed to run rampant. What are you thinking, Harry? Cassie questioned as the healer left them to their vigil. I don't know, Harry replied thoughtfully. Without any understanding of what the purpose was, we won't learn who it was, and without knowing who it is, we won't understand the purpose. You have spent too much time with Albus, Cassiopeia muttered. Speaking of which, we must have a discussion, now. Waving her wand, she cast a series of privacy charms to ensure they would not be overheard. Karkaroff is in danger, she revealed without preamble. One of the men he gave up during his Death Eater trial is at large, and it is likely he will come after him. What man? Barty Crouch Jr., Cassiopeia whispered. I thought he was dead. Cassiopeia shook her head. It turns out that his father broke him out of Azkaban and kept him under the Imperius curse for several years until the boy broke it. Crouch Sr. is in St. Mungo's after managing to do the same, but I wouldn't expect him to live much longer. Malfoy is aware of his current state, and Crouch has been trying to tell the truth to any who will listen. He's as good as dead then, Harry sighed, the dream he'd had before the werewolf incident beginning to make more sense now. I know you will not like this, but I want you to consider finishing your schooling at home, she pleaded. It could become dangerous here. Harry shook his head as he held up a hand. Where Voldemort is concerned, no matter where I go or what I do, I will always be in danger from him, even more so now, he added, much to the confusion of the woman. He's back. He has a body of his own, and I expect it was Crouch and likely Lucius who has been helping him. Maybe Wormtail too. He's back, Cassie questioned worriedly. Are you sure about this? Harry nodded darkly. I saw it happen. He underwent a ritual to get a body back and was successful. It's only a matter of time before things begin happening, and it won't matter if I am here or at home. One day, he will come for me, or if I am ready before, I will find him. Cassiopeia had paled considerably as he had spoken. No, we must keep you safe, Harry. He offered the woman a smile as he pulled her into his arms. I'm as safe here as I would be anywhere else, and I will not have my life dictated by him. But you must find a way to tell Dumbledore. Voldemort will not wait before beginning his resurgence. And what about you? Cassie asked. Harry shrugged. I continue preparing as long as I can, until I'm ready or I am no longer given a choice in what happens, he answered. We knew this day would come. But not so soon, Cassie whispered. Not so soon, Harry sighed, but it could be much worse. With me here, he will not focus on getting to me so much, not when the task will be easier when I graduate. That gives me the best part of a few years. It will be Britain that suffers in that time. How much depends on how long the Ministry will ignore the problem, and with the Pratfudge as minister, and Malfoy pulling his strings, nothing will be done to prevent it before it is too late. I don't suppose we will be getting the return we hoped for, well not as such. I dreamed of the day you would walk into the Ministry and accept both of your titles, Cassie murmured. Oh, I will still be doing that, Harry assured her, but when the time comes for me to do so, I don't expect my presence will be so welcomed by most. You have that look of mischief, Harry, Cassiopeia sighed. Mischief. Now, why would I do something mischievous? Because that is just how you do things. Not when it comes to anything to do with him, Harry said dismissively. To some, my intention may appear to be mischievous, but towards Tom and those that have chosen to follow him, my intent will always be one of malice and destruction. This no game. Each of them will suffer every misery I can inflict upon them. Cassiopeia nodded. I will inform Albus of what has happened, she assured him. Are you sure you will be okay? Harry nodded. As long as he is, he replied, nodding towards the slowly stirring cane. Cassiopeia offered him a smile and pressed her lips against his cheek before bidding him farewell. Both had much to think about and knew that the news that each had broken would mean only changes from here on out. What changes they would be, neither could be sure, but change was coming, and it remained to be seen just what was to come. The Dark Lord marveled at his pale, bony hand. It was nothing like how it had once appeared. His fingers were now longer, and thinner, but that did not prevent him from wielding his wand with the same practiced ease. The ritual had been a resounding success. He'd had his concerns that perhaps all of the work he had put into becoming far beyond the norm in terms of magical power and ability would have been absent upon his return. Those concerns, however, had been for naught. He felt as powerful as ever, his wand work as fast, crisp, and devastating as it had been before Halloween of 1981. Once more, he felt invincible, that he could take on the world and emerge victorious. That he would do. For now, he remained in Albania, but soon, he would be ready to make his triumph return to Britain. He could not wait to see the faces of those that believed him dead, to revel in the fear that would grip when they saw him again, risen from the dead. The thought brought an anticipatory grin to his lips. What do you have to report? He asked his gathered Death Eaters. They had come when called, but even behind their masks, they could not hide the guilt and unease they felt in Lord Voldemort's presence. It was not as though they had anything to fear any longer. Those that had denounced him in the past had been punished thoroughly, and the thought of doing so again would not dare cross their minds. My lord, Azkaban is as poorly guarded as Lucius suspected, McNair answered. You could free the others any time you wish. Voldemort nodded. Something I will do soon, he declared. My lord, I would urge you to wait, Lucius broke in. I know that they are important, and I like that you look forward to having those imprisoned amongst our ranks once more, but I do not believe now is the right time. We must take things cautiously until we are certain of who are allies, who can be swayed to comply, and those that must be dealt with. I have already begun the process and ask you for time to complete it. Voldemort nodded thoughtfully. Diplomacy was something he often felt was a weakness, but Lucius was the most politically astute man he knew, and despite not wanting to wait any longer than necessary, he would grant the request. As much as the Dark Lord despised the thought, he would still require a functioning government when he took power. One made up of like-minded individuals, of course. Very well, he agreed reluctantly, but be quick about it, Lucius. My patience is not endless. Of course, my lord, Lucius replied with a bow. Voldemort nodded satisfactorily. And what of the minister? You have spent much time with him over the years. Fudge is weak, Lucius answered simply. He is easily influenced, and our best option until you are ready to appoint someone else. If anything were to happen to Fudge, any of his possible replacements would present problems for us. Who would the replacements likely be? Rufus Scrimgeour would be a favorite, Lucius replied thoughtfully. He is well respected, a talented former Auror, and would quickly bring about the same laws Bagnold eventually introduced to combat us. That must be avoided. Voldemort nodded his agreement. It had been fortunate that he and his Death Eaters had already paved the way for a great victory before he had unexpectedly made his grave error in Godric's Hollow. With the powers granted to the Aurors to use lethal force, the tide could have been turned had they been introduced earlier in the conflict. No, it would not do for his followers to be killed during their raids. Any other? The Dark Lord pressed. Amelia Bones, Lucius answered severely. She is the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and with good reason. She is a dangerous witch, my lord. Perhaps only yourself, and Bellatrix would be capable of defeating her alone. I remember her well, Voldemort mused aloud. She and Moody were quite the thorn in my side. Perhaps she should be dealt with quickly. I would urge it, my lord, Lucius returned, the other Death Eaters nodding their collective agreement. It was certainly something to ponder, and Voldemort would do so soon enough. Until then, however, there were other things to discuss with his followers. Turning to another of them, he allowed his gaze to roam over the man. Severus, even without a mask, was unreadable. His self-control, even in the presence of his master, had never wavered, despite having the most questionable loyalty. No, Severus was loyal to only one, and that was himself. Still, with his brilliance in potions and his undeniable talent with a wand, he was much more use alive than dead. Although, whether or not he continued to breathe depended solely on how useful he remained. The Dark Lord would not hesitate in killing the man if he believed it to be necessary. What of the old fool, Severus? Voldemort asked. As you say, my lord, he is an old fool, one who has only tired, Snape replied carefully. He never truly posed a threat to you and is even less of one now. Voldemort's lips curled into a slight grin. He will die, he declared simply. He will be the first. How, my lord? Severus pressed. It would be simple enough to have you do it, Voldemort mused aloud, his eyes narrowing as the merest flicker of concern crossed Snape's returned gaze. No, you are of more use to me in the castle than out of it. Even when Dumbledore dies, we will need someone inside Hogwarts. He showed no sign of it, but the Dark Lord expected that Severus was feeling a wave of immense relief. That leaves only one other, he continued. Harry Potter. At the mention of the boy, a sudden tension filled the room. The one blemish that stained his reputation was evidently still a point of worry for the Death Eaters who looked to one another questioningly. You would have interacted with him during his time at the school, Severus. Tell me, what impression did he leave on you? He attended only a handful of my lessons, my lord, Snape explained. During my observations of him, he was quiet but confident. Still, he is no one truly of consequence. Of course, the Dark Lord replied, though he could not dismiss the prophecy that had almost caused his downfall. If I may speak, my lord. Another requested. You may, Warrington, Voldemort allowed with a frown. He did not like being interrupted in such a way, but the boy was new here. He would learn his place soon enough. Potter used to eat with us, Warrington revealed. On his first night at Hogwarts, he threatened us. Threatened you? Warrington nodded. He said that it would not be a good idea to hold a grudge against him, that he was willing to leave the past where it was. How very interesting, the Dark Lord hissed gently. And did you? Warrington shook his head. Draco did not take kindly to being threatened. Voldemort's gaze shifted towards Lucius. He wrote often about Potter, my lord, the blonde sighed. Potter holds no respect for those above his station, and Draco wished to know how to deal with him. And what advice did you give? To do nothing foolish, Lucius answered. From my own brief interaction with the boy, as I already explained to you, he came across as confident and willing to question myself and Fudge. He even managed to convince the minister to discontinue searching for Black in light of Wormtail's re-emergence. Did Draco take your advice? Lucius shook his head disappointedly. He did not, Warrington broke in. He tried to find a way to get back at him. Something that came at my expense. Your expense? Draco goaded Potter, and when I stepped in to defend him, Potter attacked me. He seems to be talented, my lord, but not on your level, of course. Voldemort hummed thoughtfully. The more he learned about Potter, the more interesting the boy became. What will you do about the boy, my lord? Lucius questioned curiously. We will meet when the time is right, the Dark Lord answered cryptically. For now, he is of no concern. He is at Durmstrang and will remain there for the next few years. Would it not be best to have him eliminated quietly? Voldemort shook his head. No, there is to be no harm brought upon him, he said firmly. He is mine to kill, and mine alone. Durmstrang is likely as secure as Hogwarts, and in such a harsh climate, it is unlikely any will be able to get in, let alone navigate the building effectively enough to get to the boy. No, he is not as important as securing Britain. Our time to meet will come. It is inevitable. The Dark Lord fell silent for a moment. If he had his way, Potter would be dealt with soon, but he could not prioritize his vengeance over the rest of his legacy. Harry Potter could never hope to amount to him, and if the prophecy truly held any credence, their fates would align eventually. That is all, Voldemort announced dismissively. Continue as you are, and report anything of substance to me. He watched as the Death Eaters filed out of the room and turned to the one cloaked figure that remained. Your pack is to remain where it is, for the time being, he decided. It would not do to draw so much attention to such a large gathering of werewolves crossing the continent. That is your final word on the matter. Greyback growled as he stood. Voldemort nodded. Your time to feed will come, old friend, he assured the hulking creature. For now, we must exercise patience. I can assure you the feast will be worth it. Greyback was not pleased, but he knew better than to question further or press his luck. Fine, agreed before stomping from the room, leaving the Dark Lord alone with his many thoughts. His eyes fluttered open, but the stark whiteness of his surroundings forced them to snap shut. And then, the pain and nausea made themselves known. It took all the effort he could muster to not vomit, and as he took some deep, calming breaths, the fractured memories of what had happened came flooding back. Kane groaned as he felt a hand close over his own and he shook his head. Water, he croaked. A glass was given to him and he drank thirstily, draining it in only a few gulps. When he opened his eyes again, the light no longer burned, but his body still ached, and the soreness remained. What happened? He asked. He heard a deep sigh being released. Do you want the unpleasant truth, or a complete lie? Harry asked. Kane chuckled humorlessly. It's not like you to lie. The truth it is then. Kane felt himself filled with utter horror as Harry explained the events that led to him being there, though by the time he was done, he felt only guilt. How he was still alive, he didn't know, but he knew he had Harry to thank for it. As guilty as he felt, a sense of shame overcame him too. It was no secret that he was a werewolf, but he never wanted his friends to see that side of him, and now, he couldn't even bring himself to look at Harry who was still somehow holding his hand. Feeling guilty won't change anything. I could have killed you, or anyone else. True, Harry conceded, but you didn't. You could have killed me, Kane pointed out. No one would have blamed you if you did. I would have, Harry sighed. You don't deserve death for what you are or the actions of others, and no one else thinks you do either. Not even Jonas or Hugo. They were shaken up by the whole thing, Harry admitted, but they're both fine. They just want you to get better. They're all worried about you, even Lucinda. Kane snorted humorlessly. I bet she wanted to kill me. You have no idea, Harry snorted, but when she realized what had happened, she even came to visit you. Don't worry, I made sure she didn't bite you. I even got to meet Jonas's mum. Is she really a hag? Kane asked curiously. Harry nodded. Honestly, I've never seen someone so hairy and disgusting, not even you when you transformed. I don't know how his dad, well. You know. Kane grimaced at the thought. Have my parents visited? When Harry did not answer, Kane finally turned to look at him. They have not. Kane merely shrugged. In truth, he wouldn't expect his mother or father to leave the pack, not with how much effort both were going to in an attempt to ingratiate themselves with Greyback. It doesn't matter. It does, Harry countered irritably. You almost died and they didn't bother coming. Bloody hell, if Jonas's hag mother can be here, why can't your parents? Kane did not know what to say. How could he explain the complexity and transition that was happening within his home? The pack was different now, the promise of a better future having consumed them, his parents included. Do you remember when I said you were like a wolf? Kane asked, changing the subject. Well, I was right, wasn't I? You were, Harry agreed with a frown. It seemed that he wished to press further, but much to Kane's relief, he thought better of it. Is there anything I can get you? Kane shook his head. No, I just need more rest. Harry nodded his understanding as he stood. I'll let the others know how you're doing, and then I'll be back. You don't have to spend all of your time here, Kane grumbled. I do, Harry returned evenly. Whatever was done to you was no accident. I can promise, I will find out who was behind it, and when I do, I will ensure their stay in the medical bay is much longer, and less comfortable than yours has been. Harry, no. The boy held up a hand to silence him, and immediately, any protest Kane felt like making died on his tongue. There would be no changing Harry's mind. He was as stubborn as anyone Kane had met, but also much more caring. Besides, he was a wolf too, and one that had proven he was the leader of their own little pack within Durmstrang. Kane was no alpha, so it was his place not to argue. Thank you, he replied simply. And thank you for not killing me. Well, I did think about it, Harry said with a grin. Maybe next time. I hope there is no next time. Me too, Harry chuckled. Fighting a werewolf without a wand is not fun. With that, Harry took his leave from the room, and though Kane was tired, he didn't feel much like sleeping. Instead, he pulled the duvet over his head, unable to ignore the flashes of memories of what happened. Inevitably, his thoughts shifted to his parents. Harry was right. He had almost been killed and they had not come, nor had they even sent a message of any kind. They were supposed to be his pack, but it didn't feel like that anymore. Kane's pack truly was here, with Harry and the others. If they still wanted him, of course. Being a werewolf, he was used to being seen as an outcast, and it was something he had always lived with. However, he did not wish to be such among the only ones that had accepted him for what he was. Without a pack, he was nothing. The lone wolf dies, he murmured. Was he a lone wolf now? No, Harry would never allow that to happen. Despite everything that had happened, Harry would always be there to look out for him. Of that, Kane had no doubt. We must assume the worst and that Harry is right, Gellert sighed, the news he'd received not welcome, but something he had expected to occur sooner or later. He's not ready, Gellert. He's not, Gellert agreed, but when the time comes for them to face one another, he will be. How can you be so sure? Because Harry is no fool. He will not seek him out until he is ready to do so. If when he finishes school he chooses to return to Britain, do you truly expect him to simply confront Voldemort? Cassiopeia frowned at the thought. No, Gellert continued. The conflict that is to come will not simply be a meeting between them. Harry will want to rid Britain of his followers first. He told me that himself. It doesn't make me feel any better that he is going to go after other dangerous people, Cassie groaned. Gellert chuckled. Is this not what you have been preparing him for? He asked. Forgive me for not wanting him to be harmed, Cassiopeia returned dryly. Gellert released a deep breath. You love him, and it is understandable that you worry, but Harry is going to get hurt. When he returns to Britain, it will be to war. As much as Albus wishes he can fend off Voldemort and his followers, he does not have the guts to do what is necessary for that to happen. So, it will be up to Harry to clean up his mess. Yes, Gellert answered simply, and you know as well as I do that Harry will not be satisfied with anything less. He is a kind boy, compassionate and caring to those he holds dear, and for that, we should both be eternally grateful. However, you know better than any the anger and pain that he harbors. Bringing Voldemort and those that follow him to justice is the only thing that will rid him of that. Only then will he truly be able to let go of what happened to his parents. Yes, he must endure more suffering along the way, as is the nature of war, but it will strengthen him and steel his resolve. Gellert's words did nothing to assuage Cassiopeia's worries. And what if he dies? Then he will do so pursuing his righteous vengeance, and no one, not even you, has the right to deny him that. Cassiopeia snorted humorlessly. You know, it's easy to forget that you were once such a feared man, but when you speak of what it is that Harry must do, I'm reminded of how callous and blunt you can be. Gellert's expression softened. I care for him too, he murmured, but I also understand the path he must tread and what he must do. For him to ever feel any semblance of peace and happiness, he must experience and create misery of his own. This is the way of life for people like him. It is not fair, but fate never is. Fate? Cassiopeia scoffed. Gellert nodded. There is greatness in him, Cass, and with all great men, fate has its part to play. I do not believe Harry will perish in his efforts. Suffer. Yes, but I believe in him so wholeheartedly that I do not worry for him. He will succeed where all others fail, and he will be cemented in history as a giant among men. He will be, Cassie murmured. Did you know that he has already achieved a full animagus transformation? Has he indeed? Gellert asked amusedly. Cassiopeia rolled her eyes. It was how he subdued the werewolf. He did not have his wand, so fought with it until it submitted to him. Gellert chuckled as he shook his head. I don't believe there is much he could do that would surprise me, he sighed. It is quite the feat, don't you think? It is, Cassie agreed reluctantly, but I wish he would not do these things without discussing them with me. And if he had, would you have given permission? Absolutely not. Therein lie the answer as to why he did not speak with you, Gellert pointed out. He does not have time to be coddled, Cass. Now more than ever, he must be ready. It is our job to guide and educate him. He will make mistakes, but so long as he learns from them, he will be a better man. Once more, Cassiopeia reluctantly agreed. I asked him to leave Durmstrang, she revealed. In light of Crouch being on the loose and what happened with his friend. Gellert held up a hand to silence her. Durmstrang is one of the most secure locations in the magical world, he said firmly. Despite what happened with his friend, it is the safest place for him. Voldemort cannot get to him there. What if he does? Gellert released a deep breath before reaching for a piece of parchment and quill. For a few moments, he scratched away whilst Cassiopeia looked on curiously. Give him this, he instructed as he handed the note over. It is instructions on 2 emergency exits I found during my time there. I doubt he will need to use them, but if it sets your mind at ease, he at least has a way out of the school should he need to depart suddenly. Thank you, Cassie said gratefully as she pocketed the parchment, but what of Karkaroff? Did you see him when you visited? Cassiopeia nodded. To keep Harry safe, he either needs to leave the school or be dealt with on a more permanent basis. You would need for him to leave the school to achieve the latter, Gellert replied gravely. The security measures to protect the headmaster are second to none. Attempting to kill him whilst he is in Durmstrang would be foolish. So long as Karkaroff is safe behind the walls, Harry is equally protected. Cassiopeia was not appeased, but she would take Gellert's word for it. There was likely no other alive who knew the school as well as him. So, I just leave things as they are. Gellert nodded. Unless anything changes, it is for the best. Now, what form is it that young Harry has taken? Levicorpus, Harry recited internally, flicking his wand towards the training dummy across the room from him. He watched in fascination as it was hoisted into the air and dangled upside down. A grin tugged at his lips. This spell would provide him with hours of entertainment. Perhaps Jones should be his first victim. Flicking through more pages of the book he had taken from Snape's cupboard, he came across another spell that piqued his curiosity. For my enemies, Harry murmured, reading the accompanying note aloud. There was no description of the effects, and with a shrug, he leveled his wand towards the dummy once more. Sectum Sempra. His eyes widened as the spell tore through his unmoving foe, the 3 gashes that appeared across the torso being long and deep enough that if the dummy had been a real person, he would likely be able to reach in and remove the heart with his bare hands. Harry had many cutting and slashing curses in his arsenal already, but this was seemingly a spell that the self-styled half-blood prince had created themselves. That meant very few were likely to know of its existence, making it an exceptionally useful spell, and one that would undoubtedly be fatal. As Harry reflected on the memory of putting the book to use, it was difficult not to draw his wand and cast it at the smugly grinning Barkus. Word of what had happened had gotten around quickly, though the details seemed to have been skewed and exaggerated. Some believed that Kane had found a way to transform at will, and that he had done so intentionally to murder his roommates so that he would have the space to himself. Others believed that Harry too had become a werewolf, and the two of them had fought for dominance. Thus far, none had questioned him on the events, and those that had attempted to press Jonas and Hugo had been met with silence. With all the exaggeration and speculation, the truth had seemingly been lost. None believed Harry had turned into a wolf. Something he was grateful for. If looks could kill, Barkus would be dead, Jonas sniggered as he took a seat next to Harry in the main hall. My looks might not, but my wand could do it quite easily. Harry frowned as the other boy placed a hand on his wrist to prevent him from drawing it. Let him think he has gotten away with it, Jonas urged. Don't do anything stupid to get yourself in trouble. It's what you would be telling any of us to do. He's not wrong, Eleanor chimed in. Barkus is a shit, and he will get what is coming to him, just at the right time. Why do you have to ruin my fun with logic? Harry grumbled. Because you can be a reckless moron at times, Lucinda huffed, sliding him closer to her effortlessly. Now, if Mummy Lucinda has to sit you next to her to stop you being an idiot, then you'd best get used to my alluring scent. Ah, so you're Avila now, are you? Jonas snorted. Lucinda bared her fangs at the boy. Oh, you stupid son of a hag, I'm much more dangerous, she whispered. Avila may ensnare or burn you, but I can give you an eternity of misery if I sink my fangs into your neck. Isn't that right, Harry? Harry shuddered at the closeness of the girl. He'd never met anyone who could have such an effect on him. Lucinda frightened and teased him in equal proportions, but she was right about many things. Her own scent was unique, a musky, yet powerfully feminine aroma that seemed to grow stronger with each passing year. He merely nodded in response, his mouth having gone dry under the intensity of her gaze. I wish the two of you would get a damned room, Jonas grumbled. Maybe when Kane comes back, she can come into ours, Harry snorted. Would you like to see me wrestle with a wolf, Harry? Lucinda asked innocently before leaning in closer once more. You could always transform and have a go yourself. Again, Harry shuddered. Lucinda seemed to take his animagus form as a personal insult to her. Vampires and wolves did not typically get along, and neither she nor Kane had made any secret that when they graduated from Durmstrang, they would likely not see one another again. Why bother transforming? Harry asked, composing himself. I'll wrestle you like this. I'd be thrown around like a dog toy, but I'd give it a go. The others laughed whilst Lucinda raised an eyebrow at him. Me, throw you around? She giggled. Oh, you mean this? Without another word, she seized him by the front of the robes with one hand and lifted him out of his seat. Harry could only dangle helplessly as the girl grinned at him. I am rather strong, she declared. Do remember that, Harry. How could I forget? Harry muttered after Lucinda released him. You've spent the better part of 4 years pinning me down. It's very emasculating, you know. Well, I could always let you pin me down, if you'd like. Lucinda returned sultrily. Harry could only shake his head in response. The vampire truly had an effect on him that no other did. It was as amusing as it was worrying, but he knew Lucinda well enough to know that she meant him no harm. After everything he had gotten away with in the past, if she truly wished that upon him, it would have happened by now. How is the werewolf? Awake, Harry answered. It will take him some time to get over this, so take it easy on him. Lucinda nodded. Tell him I said I'm glad he's not dead. Harry chuckled. That was about as sentimental as any could expect from her. Why don't you tell him yourself? Harry asked. You should all visit. It would mean a lot to him. We will go now, Eleanor declared, her tone leaving no room for argument. Come on. Having finished their lunches, the group took their leave of the Great Hall, but as Harry stood to join them, Eleanor offered him a pointed look. Not you, she insisted. You need to get some rest. He will understand. Harry nodded gratefully. He had barely slept in days, and though he didn't need much of it to get him through when needed, he was drained and barely able to think coherently, as demonstrated by his almost cursing of Barkis. There wasn't even any proof that he was involved, but if he was, Harry would learn of it. "Thank you," he said gratefully, and the B***owned offered him a bright smile before following the others. With an amused shake of his head, Harry decided to take her advice and began making his way back towards their common room. At least he would not be woken by Kane's snoring, or Jonas's habit of talking in his sleep. Was that a hag thing? He made a note to ask the boy. "Potter," a voice whispered harshly as he passed one of the rarely used charms classes. Harry turned to see Zabini gesturing for him to enter, and when he did so, the door was closed behind. "So, I finally managed to get you alone," the girl said with a mixture of frustration and amusement. "Have you been avoiding me?" "No," Harry denied immediately. "We've still been dueling, haven't we?" "You know what I mean, Potter." Harry shook his head. "I haven't been avoiding you, but after what happened." Zabini quirked an eyebrow in his direction. "Look, I'm not trying to marry you. No offense, but I have no intention of being married to a stuffy, British lord. I'll end up being married off to someone eventually, but it won't be you. For now, I just want to enjoy myself, and I would like that to be with you." "With me?" Zabini nodded as she stepped closer to him. "No commitments, no problems, and no one has to know," she all but insisted. "Just some memories of days gone by to warm the cold lonely nights we will probably both have when we end up with someone for the sake of politics." "That won't be me," Harry denied. "Then you're lucky," Zabini sighed, "but that is my future. All I'm asking is that you make it a little brighter." "Is it just because I'm Harry Potter?" "Partly," Zabini admitted unashamedly, "but mostly everything else. You're a handsome, powerful wizard. Maybe I would like to occasionally pick up a newspaper in the future, see your face, and revel in some better times than I might find myself in. Just think about it, at least. Unless I've been reading the signals wrong." Harry swallowed deeply. Her eyes were burning with something he had not seen before, though he could not deny that he was probably looking at the girl in a similar fashion. There was chemistry between them, a friendship of sorts from all the hours spent dueling together, but it was not affection that gripped them. It was lust, and Harry knew he would be lying if he tried to deny that the feeling was mutual. "No, you haven't," he replied. Zabini smiled seductively before stepping past him. "Then find a way for us to communicate," she urged, "and do be quick about it. We only have a matter of months to create those memories, Harry Potter." With that, she was gone, and Harry needed to take a few moments to compose himself once more. The effect Zabini had on him was like nothing else. Any other female that had piqued his curiosity did so in a way that elicited feelings of affection, along with the lust. With Zabini, it was nothing but an intense passion, and though he knew he should do his best to ignore it, Harry wasn't certain that he would be able to. The revelation had silenced the room, just as it had Albus when Cassiopeia Black had visited him to break the news. At first, he had wished to not believe it, but he could see the truth immediately. Lord Voldemort had indeed returned. "Can you shine some light on this, Severus?" he asked gently. "It is precisely what I was going to report this evening," the potions master replied. "He is back, but he does seem to be taking a cautious approach. He is listening more to what we have to tell him, particularly Lucius." Albus frowned thoughtfully. "He is nervous." Severus nodded his agreement. "He does not wish to fail," he added. "What happened between him and Potter is not something that can be repeated. He would lose all faith from the others. So, we have time." Severus shook his head. "Already, plans are being put into motion," he explained. "He will not simply march into the ministry to attempt a coup, but he is eager to establish power. I expect that in the coming months, you will begin to notice the changes. I will of course try to keep you as informed as best as I can, but he is already suspicious of me." "Thank you," Albus replied gratefully as he turned to the rest of the group. "Now, you see why it is that we are gathered here. We are to fight the same evil that plagued us once before." "Can we stop him, Albus?" Arthur asked worriedly. "I believe that in the end, it will not be Lord Voldemort claiming victory," the headmaster answered. "Change is coming, some for the worse and others for the better, but rest assured that when all is said and done, Wizarding Britain will not be the same. You know you don't have to go back, if you don't want to," Harry reminded Kane for the dozenth time. The werewolf offered him a wan smile as he continued packing his trunk. The Christmas holidays had finally arrived at Durmstrang, and as ever, most had opted to return home for the duration of the festive period, Kane included. I do, he sighed. I need to know why they didn't come, Harry. Harry patted him on the shoulder as he nodded his understanding. Well, my offer always stands, he said sincerely. If you need a way out of there, you'll always have a place with me. After everything that had happened and what Kane had almost done to all three of his roommates, he was so incredibly touched by the sentiment. None had held it against him and had even protected him from the backlash of the rest of the school who demanded to know every detail, which led to him transforming outside of the full moon. As ever, it had been Harry who had gotten him through the difficulty he had faced, who had protected him as his own parents should have. It wasn't always easy being friends with Harry Potter. He tended to overshadow you without much effort on his part, but living in his shadow and under his protection was not such a bad place to be. So, when were you going to tell us about you and Zabini? Harry choked on his response, and Kane grinned at the other boy. I have no idea what you are talking about, Harry denied. Kane released a deep sigh and shook his head disappointedly. I'm a werewolf, he pointed. I can smell her all over you. You've been rutting like animals in heat for weeks now. Evidently, Harry saw no way to deny it any longer. Bloody hell, do the others know? Kane shrugged. I've not said a word, but I bet the elf and the vampire do, he replied with a shrug. Anna will be able to sense Zabini all over you, and Lucinda, well, she has a keen sense of smell too, doesn't she? Harry frowned as his cheeks reddened slightly and Kane clapped him on the shoulder. Maybe try showering when you're done, he suggested. I love you, Harry, but I don't need to know what you and she have been getting up to. Harry lowered his embarrassment. Why didn't you say anything before now? He groaned. It was funny that you thought you had a secret, Kane snorted. Anyway, for what it is worth, you're a lucky bastard. Zabini is, well, you know. Harry could only shake his head. What do I say to the others? What do you mean? Well, if they ask, what do I tell them? To mind their own business, Kane answered simply. It's got nothing to do with them what you do and who with. It's like when they found out about you and the Greengrass girl, they all acted like you'd spurned them. It was quite pathetic really. You can't not enjoy yourself because it might hurt someone's feelings, especially people who are supposed to be your friends. Have any of them told you that they're interested in you like that? Harry shook his head. Then you have no reason to feel bad or hide what you are doing, Kane huffed. If they want a piece of you, isn't up to them to make that clear. You make it sound so seedy, Harry muttered. Kane smirked in response. I'm a wolf, Harry, he pointed out. Yes, I may find a mate at some point, but monogamy is not really in my nature. It's different for those that were marred before being turned. They somehow retain that level of commitment. Me, I will probably never develop feelings that deeply. So, you will spend your life rutting like a wolf, as you so elegantly put it. Maybe, Kane answered with a shrug. Anyway, all three of the girls act as though you belong to them in their own way. Victor said something similar, Harry replied with a frown. He's not wrong, Kane sighed. There are plenty of girls here interested in you, they're just too scared to speak with you, let alone anything else. Come off it, Harry snorted. Kane offered him a pointed look. Listen, I've heard some of the comments made about you, especially in the dueling room when people think they can't be overheard. Even the purebloods girls. Honestly, if you knew what was said by some of them. Bloody hell, Harry muttered to himself. Kane chuckled amusedly. I'll leave you with that, he declared. Have a good Christmas. You too, Harry returned as he began packing his own trunk, his thoughts now consumed by the conversation he'd shared with Kane. He had been feeling bad for sneaking off with Alessia, and not mentioning it to the others, but Kane and Victor were right. In truth, it was no one else's business what he did and with whom. With that in mind, he finished his packing and readied himself for some much-needed time away from the school. As much as he would miss his friends, it had been 2 years since he'd had Christmas with Cassie, and it would be the first one he was going to be sharing with Sirius. His godfather had been a man of his word. Throughout the year thus far, Harry had received several letters from Sirius, and even a few from Remus with them, and he had come to look forward to hearing from the two men. They were both funny in their own way, and always had stories to share about their time at Hogwarts with his parents. Somehow, even though he barely remembered James and Lily Potter, Hearing about them and what they were like at his age made him feel closer to them, like he was now accumulating more memories of the parents he had never gotten to know. Harry appreciated it more than he could express, and he was looking forward to hearing his godfather and the werewolf recount more tales over the duration of the holidays. "He's been with her again," Lucinda muttered as she closed her trunk. "Zabini," Eleanor whispered. Lucinda's nostrils flared as she nodded. Eleanor offered her a sympathetic smile. "It's hard enough for me to see it. I can't imagine how difficult it is for you." "For you?" Lucinda questioned. Eleanor shrugged, a playful grin tugging at her lips. "I can't say that I would complain if Harry wanted to give me that kind of attention." Lucinda grimaced before releasing a deep sigh. "I don't know if it would be worse being you or her." "I'd be worse than Zabini." "I didn't mean it like that," Lucinda assured the other girl. "It's just that Zabini will be gone by the end of the year, and you'll still be here. It would be hard to see you like that with him." "Then I won't tell you if it happens," Eleanor responded with a smirk, ducking as a laughing Lucinda threw a pillow at her. "I think I'd rather it was you," the vampire decided. "At least you wouldn't try to take him from me, even if we will only ever be friends." "Is that what worries you about any other girl?" Lucinda nodded. "How many girls do you think would let Harry be friends with a vampire, let alone one who has such complicated feelings about him?" "True," Eleanor conceded, "but the thing you should be asking is that would Harry be with someone who would take his friends away?" Lucinda smiled sadly. "He adores you," Eleanor sighed. "If you could see it how the rest of us do, you'd understand." "Oh, I know he does," Lucinda snorted. "I can smell his hormones reacting to me whenever I'm close, and I'm not too stupid to see how attentive he is to me, but will it last? Is it that he just wants me physically even if he doesn't realize it yet?" Eleanor shook her head. "Why don't you talk to him about it?" "Because I'm terrified," Lucinda admitted, "and I want him to figure it out for himself. I don't want to push anything and then it goes wrong. I can wait for whatever might happen between us. I have all the time in the world for that. What about him being with other girls, even just physically?" "I don't like it," Lucinda replied irritably, "but no human woman could ever compare to a vampire in that way. If and when I get my chance with him, no mortal will measure up." "I don't know if I should be intrigued or disgusted," Eleanor replied. "I suppose I'd best get there first then." "Well, I could always go into details, if you wish," Lucinda offered. Eleanor shook her head. "No, thank you," she answered firmly. Lucinda shrugged in response. "Your loss." "What's her loss?" Harry asked as he joined them. "Nothing," Lucinda answered airily. "Nothing at all." They were looking at him with varying degrees of suspicion, many evidently believing that he was indeed innocent of the crimes he had been imprisoned for. For Sirius, this was the first time in many years he had seen most of these people, or any people in fact. Azkaban had been a lonely, miserable experience, and though he was no longer a prisoner within the island fortress, he had still all but traded oneself for another. Grimmauld Place held too many unpleasant memories for him, and if it weren't for Voldemort's impending rise to prominence, he would perhaps have accepted Cassiopeia's offer of inhabiting one of the other black properties on the continent. That was not to be, however. He was needed here, for Harry, and to play his part in righting the wrongs of the past. Sirius wanted Wormtail. More than anything else, he wanted to get the rat and make him pay for what he had done. He had dreamed of it for over a decade now, of having Wormtail at his mercy, pleading for his pathetic life. There would be no reprieve, not for him. "Sirius, do you have anything you wish to add?" Dumbledore questioned. He shook his head in response. "No." "Then that will be all for this evening," Dumbledore announced. "Alpheus, if you hear of Lucius attempting to pressure anyone else, do inform as quickly as you can." "Of course," Doge acquiesced. "I will call for you all again," Dumbledore said dismissively. Sirius stood with the others and accompanied Remus to the fireplace where they waited their turn to use the flow network. When they arrived back in Grimmauld Place, it was not to the empty study they had left only an hour prior. Cassiopeia was waiting for them, her expression one he remembered only too well from his childhood. Even in her advancing years, the woman cut quite the terrifying figure, and her gaze could still freeze any in their tracks. "How was your meeting?" she asked. "Meeting?" Sirius asked. Cassiopeia nodded. "You're a part of Dumbledore's not-so-secret club, aren't you?" "Do not lie to me, Sirius. I know all about the Order of the Phoenix." "Are you a member?" Sirius felt Remus roll his eyes at him. If she was a member, she would have been there, you idiot. Good point, Sirius conceded, falling silent as he caught sight of Cassiopeia's glare. By all means, work with Dumbledore, if you must, but your loyalty is to Harry. Do not forget that, boy. Of course my loyalty is Harry's. And mine, Remus added. Cassiopeia hummed. Good, because he will have so few allies by the time he returns. He will need some that he can rely on. Sirius nodded his understanding. He will have us, he assured her sincerely. No matter what. Cassiopeia merely nodded. Why don't you join the order? Remus asked. Cassiopeia giggled, the very notion of doing so evidently proving to be hilarious to the woman. The order is not what will win the war, not with Dumbledore running it, she replied frustratedly. He is unwilling to do what is necessary, and soon enough, you will find yourselves in a similar or worse state than you were the last time around. Stunning spells and taking prisoners is useless when you are facing an enemy that is trying to kill you. It is an uneven battlefield and that will end in only one way, lots of death of those you choose to fight with. Dumbledore clings on to his morals, and all they have done is get others killed. Tell me, how many of Voldemort's lot were eliminated during the last war? Sirius shrugged, a frown creasing his brow. Not many, he admitted. And how many Order members gave their lives? Too many, Remus sighed worriedly. And that is why you can't win this war, Cassiopeia sighed. Harry will win it though. He is willing to do what is needed, and more than that, he wants to. He will not shy away from putting an end to his enemies, and he will make them suffer for everything he has endured because of them. You don't really expect him to fight in a war, do you? Cassiopeia shook her head. No. All I expect from him is that he will be a good lord for both the Potter and Black families, but Harry expects it from himself. For 15 years he has carried what happened to his parents with him, and he will not be satisfied, unless he puts an end to Voldemort personally. That is not what James and Lily would want, Sirius grumbled. James and Lily are dead, Cassiopeia said bluntly, and believe me, if I had my way, I would keep Harry as far from all of this as possible, but I have no right to do that. When the time comes, he will make his way here, and Merlin help Voldemort and his followers. They do not know it yet, but their fates are already sealed. He will do to them what they have done, he will hunt them down, and he will make an example of them. You sound almost proud of that, Remus muttered. Cassiopeia nodded unashamedly. I am proud of the man I know my Harry will be, she declared. He will be as just as Charles, but as ruthless as Arcturus with all the magical ability both possessed, and so much more. His enemies will fall, and he will rise. Mark my words, the name Harry Potter will be remembered as one of the greatest to walk among us. Sirius shared a look with Remus. After such an impassioned speech, he found it all but impossible to disbelieve. Better than Grindelwald? He asked. Cassiopeia's nostrils flared at his temerity, but she nodded without hesitation. Harry will surpass both Gellert and Dumbledore. The woman wore a knowing smirk, almost as though she had knowledge that no other possessed. That would not surprise Sirius. Cassiopeia always seemed to know more than anyone else around her. Harry will have my loyalty and my wand, he reiterated. I shirked my responsibility once, and that won't happen again. If necessary, I will go to hell and back to make sure that kid comes out of this all right. His words were sincere, his tone unwavering, and he met the penetrating gaze of Cassiopeia as hers bored into his. After a moment, she nodded satisfactorily. I believe you, she replied simply before taking her leave of the room. Both Sirius and Remus remained silent for several moments before the werewolf broke it with a deep sigh. Bloody hell, that was intense. It was, Sirius agreed. However, he understood why, and though he had questioned her motivation for taking Harry in when she had so little to gain from doing so, Sirius had no doubt that she loved Harry more than she had anyone else. She had raised him, cared for him, and undoubtedly taught him much of what he knew. Cassiopeia Black had become something she had never intended to, a parent, and though it had not changed her much as a person on the surface, it had indeed changed her where it mattered most. Harry was her priority, and she wanted nothing more than to see him thrive and to live a life that had been taken from him before he was truly able to appreciate it. Come on, Sirius murmured. To where? To the library first, and then to the basement, he explained as he left the study with Remus following suit. If we are really going to war, we need to be prepared. Dumbledore won't like it, but this could be Harry's life weighing in the balance. I never thought I would say it, but Cassiopeia is right. Remus nodded his agreement. For Harry. And for James and Lily, Sirius added as he pushed the door open to the library. There would be little of use to the werewolf, and Sirius had avoided this place for his entire life, but if there was ever a time to be here, it was now when he would likely need it most. He was a Black, after all, so perhaps it was time he truly lived up to the name that he carried. For Harry, he could do that. He'd been back with the pack for but a day, but already, Kane could feel the mixture of emotion and tension amongst them. Both were palpable and many were in a state of frenzy seldom seen in places like this. It was almost though there was a sense of hope in the air, though not in a way that boded well for any. It was the worst kept secret that Greyback planned to move them on from their home, and Kane was no fool. To move a pack as large as this would garner much attention, and none of it good. He regretted returning here. Wishing he had taken Harry up on his offer, he reminded himself of why he had come. He wanted answers. He wanted to know why when he was on his deathbed, his parents had not come to him. Did he mean so little to his own mother and father now? Not that he had been presented with an opportunity to speak with them. They had not been home when he'd arrived, and he simply could not bring himself to look for them amongst the other emotional werewolves. Even from the house, he could hear the baying of the pack, the inevitable fights that broke out, and the screams of those that dared speak out against the evident plans as they were torn to shreds by either Fenrir or the others. It was not a good place to be, but here he was. Kane needed answers, and if truth be told, despite Harry's offer, a wolf needed to belong to a pack. Lone wolves did not fare well in a world that despised them. There you are, his mother admonished as she entered his room. Here I am, Kane echoed. His mother frowned at him. Why are you not with the rest of us? Kane snorted humorlessly. You mean watching them tear each other apart? No thanks, I'd much rather stay out of it. His mother was not pleased by the answer, her eyes flashing a dangerous amber color. Are you not a member of this pack? You tell me, Kane chuckled darkly. Aren't we supposed to look out for one another? Of course, his mother answered irritably. Then who was looking out for me when I was effing dying? Kane spat, the days of anger and frustration he'd felt bubbling to the surface. Dying? His mother asked amusedly. We were assured that you were fine. Fine. I was poisoned and was so close to dying that I transformed in a room full of other students. I could have killed them, or them me. What then? Would you say that it was fine? His mother narrowed her wolfish eyes at him. Kane knew he had crossed the line with her, but he didn't care. For her to be so dismissive of what had happened hurt him as much as it infuriated him. You will watch your tone, boy, she growled. You're no longer a cub. Kane nodded his understanding. Fine, he returned evenly. If there is nothing else, I have work to be getting on with. He turned from her, swallowing the lump that had formed in his throat. He knew that werewolves were not so maternal for the most part, but he had hoped when she knew just how gravely ill he had been that there would be something akin to care from the woman. There had been nothing. All she seemed to care for was Greyback's grand plan and all but worshipping the ground their alpha walked on. Fenrir wishes to speak with you, his mother announced. Kane's attention snapped back towards the woman. Why me? He asked suspiciously. He wishes to check on you for himself, his mother answered with a shrug. So much for the pack not caring about you. With that, she turned and left the room. He will arrive in an hour, she called from the foot of the stairs. Kane could only frown thoughtfully. Greyback wasn't merely coming to check on him. The Alpha wanted something from him, of that he was certain. But what could that be? Kane was a student and had nothing to offer the pack. Still, he did not believe for one moment Fenrir Greyback wished to check on his well-being. No, something else was the catalyst of the impending visit. Whilst he waited, he played over every possible scenario in his mind, but even as he heard the heavy footfalls of the Alpha draw closer as he climbed the stairs, Kane was at a loss. Nevertheless, an involuntary shudder worked its way down his spine as the enormous man entered his room bringing the heady aroma of blood, sweat, and death with him. Despite this, the look he gave Kane appeared to be one of concern as he took a seat on the edge of the bed. Your mother has been worried about you, Greyback sighed. What's been happening, kid? Kane shrugged. I don't know, he answered. Everything here just feels different, and with what happened at school. He broke off. What did happen? Your mother mentioned that someone poisoned you and that it made you transform. Cain nodded. They did and I did, he murmured. They wouldn't tell me what happened though. He wasn't going to pass on that information to Greyback. There was no doubt in Cain's mind that he was sick enough to poison members of the pack in an attempt to replicate it. A scowl crossed the older werewolf's features, but he schooled his expression quickly. But you are okay. I am, Cain confirmed. Good, Greyback declared. I would have been devastated to lose you. He rubbed Cain's shoulder comfortingly, and even through his clothes, he could feel the rough skin of his hands and the sharp nails at the end of Greyback's fingers. What of your friends? I bet they were worried. The other werewolves were, Cain replied carefully. My other friend, Jonas, he's a son of a hag, he was worried too. Your other friend, is he the only other you have? Cain felt a sense of dread fill him. Fenrir wasn't here out of concern nor to check that he had indeed recovered. He wanted information. None of the purebloods speak to me, and the half-bloods don't want much to do with the creatures, he explained. That is the world we live in, unfortunately, Greyback sighed. What are the other students like? Cain shrugged in response as he pondered his reply carefully. They don't bully us, not really, he answered. We're mostly left alone, but some of the pureblood ones try to when they are bored. They don't get very far though. There are a lot of us there, and we all look out for one another, even if we aren't pack outside of school. Greyback, his lips pulled over his yellow teeth as he nodded. That is good, he declared. What of Harry Potter? I understand he is a student there. And there it was. Greyback had guided the conversation to precisely this, and once more, Cain's stomach filled with a deeper sense of dread. What interest could Fenrir possibly have in Harry? He is, Cain confirmed. It was no good to deny it, not when it was now common knowledge. He mostly keeps himself to himself, he continued. He doesn't cause anyone any problems, but he doesn't have any friends other than a few pureblood students. He doesn't mix with the likes of us. Greyback scowled once more. What have you noticed about him? Not much, Cain replied with a thoughtful frown. He likes to play pranks on people sometimes, and they say that he is good at transfiguration and charms. I've not paid much attention to him really. Greyback nodded as he stood. I'd like you to observe him, he instructed. Learn as much as you can about him and report it back to me. Do you think you could do that, for the pack? Cain swallowed deeply as he nodded. I can, he confirmed. I won't let you down. Greyback smiled, though it came across as more of a leer than anything else. Good, he growled gently. The pack will only benefit from it. Cain listened as Greyback's footsteps receded down the staircase and out of the house before he dared breathe again. For reasons unknown to him, the pack had now taken an interest in Harry, and instead of playing his part as he would be expected to do, there was only one thing on his mind. He needed to tell his friend, to warn Harry of the danger he might be in. Here, these wolves might call him pack, but none of them looked out for him, no longer cared for him, not like Harry always had. Not a day passed that his friend did not make sure that he was okay, that he had everything he needed, and that his transformations were bearable when the full moon came. Cain owed Harry his life for everything he had done, and though he might indeed find himself as a lone wolf or even a dead one for doing so, he would not stab Harry in the back. Not for the pack, not for his parents, and certainly not for Fenrir Greyback. Fear filled every fiber of him as he pondered just why Greyback was interested in his friend, but Cain quickly realized that the reasoning did not matter. Fenrir only took an interest in humans for two things, food or torture. Cain would never see Harry become either for the monster, not that it would likely come to pass. Greyback was an infamous killer, perhaps the most prolific werewolf to ever live, but Harry was Harry. He certainly would not submit to any, and Cain had no doubt that Greyback would be biting off more than he could chew should he take too much of an interest in his friend. Most impressive, Harry, Gellert praised as he watched the boy casting the spells he himself had painstakingly created. It was quite the sight to behold, and though the former Dark Lord had provided the knowledge, the hard work of utilizing it was all Harry's. It filled the old man with pride to see someone so dedicated, so driven to succeed, and as ruthless as he had once been. Gellert still and always would harbor his ambition to see the world molded in his perfect image of it. That would never come to be, but knowing there were those like Harry that could bring some needed changes made his wholly unsatisfying existence just that more tolerable. Does it tire you out using them? Gellert asked. Harry shook his head. They did at first, but not anymore, he explained. I got used to them quickly. I suppose the Elder Wand helps. Gellert nodded thoughtfully. Well, whatever you are doing is undoubtedly working. Keep up the work, Harry, and there will be very little you cannot achieve if you put your mind to it. The boy smiled, reminding Gellert that he was still just that. For all of his ability and potential, Harry was still a child in many ways, but not so in others. He was indeed on the cusp of manhood, and a fine one he would make. I brought you a present, Harry declared as he removed his trunk and resized it. I know there isn't much you are allowed in here, but I checked, and this is fine. He reached in and produced an ornate box that he handed to Gellert, who accepted it with a curious quirk of his eyebrow. Within, he found a pensieve and he chuckled to himself. You might not be able to take over the world now, but you can revisit your attempt at it, Harry snorted. I'm sure there are other memories you would wish to see again. Gellert smiled warmly at the boy. It was the most thoughtful gift he could have given him. For as detached as he could be towards others at times, deep down, Harry truly was a very kind person. Cassiopeia had indeed done a fine job raising him. It is the most wonderful gift I have ever received, Gellert replied sincerely. Now, it is Christmas morning. Should you not be with the others? Harry nodded. I'm going, but I wanted to make sure you got your gift too, he explained as he shrunk his trunk and placed it back within his robes. Oh, there's something else too. He removed a box from his pocket and placed it on the floor on Gellert's side of the cell. Tapping it with his wand, it increased in size considerably and the most enticing smells filled the entire corridor. I can't imagine the food you get in here is great, so I had Elgar make a few things for you. It is Christmas, Harry said with a shrug. Gellert opened the box to find it filled with an array of foods, roasted meats, potatoes, and too many sweet treats to count. Merry Christmas, Gellert, Harry offered, waving as he made his way towards the exit. Merry Christmas, Harry, Gellert whispered in response, his eyes fixed on the hamper of food he'd been given. Merry Christmas. This won't end well for you, Cassiopeia warned amusedly. Sirius growled in response from his hiding place behind the kitchen door. Harry had yet to meet his dog form and Christmas Day was the perfect time to introduce his godson to his other side. Cassiopeia didn't know what she was talking about. Sirius would pin the boy down. Don't say I didn't warn you, Cassiopeia sighed. Sirius ignored the woman, his ears perking up as he heard the front door open and he squatted down on his haunches, ready to leap at the unsuspecting Harry. His tail began to wag as the footsteps drew nearer, and before Harry had even fully entered the room, Sirius pounced. What happened next was as confusing as it was surprising for the animagus. One moment, he was airborne, his tongue lolling out of the side of his mouth as he flew towards his godson. The next, he found himself in a tangle of his own limbs and the many branches of the Christmas tree. He whimpered helplessly as the laughter of his aunt could be heard. It was a thoroughly embarrassing situation he found himself in, and it only got worse as he finally managed to free himself. Instead of being greeted by the sight of the laughing woman or even an admonishing glare from Remus, he found himself staring into the eyes of a snarling wolf. Sirius was filled with terror, and without thought, his tail was tucked between his legs as he bolted from his own kitchen. Much to his dismay, the wolf gave chase, and a yelp escaped him as a chunk of fur was pulled from one of his hind legs. The wolf was faster than him, and there was seemingly no escape. Sirius howled pleadingly as he found himself pinned to the floor, the slobbering wolf dribbling as it took the dominant position. All right, that's enough, Harry, he heard Cassiopeia huff. The wolf looked towards the woman before allowing Sirius to stand, and it was then the former Azkaban prisoner realized that the wolf was Harry and not a creature he had conjured. Reverting back to his human form, he felt a mixture of pride, embarrassment, and irritation. He had not comported himself well in the face of the beast, much to his shame. You're a bloody wolf, he groaned. Harry grinned smugly in response. Better than a mangy dog. I do not have mange. That's enough from both of you, Cassiopeia grumbled. Come on, creature will have dinner ready soon. Sirius cursed under his breath as he and Harry followed the woman back to the kitchen where Remus was attempting to repair the damage to the tree. Did you know about this? Sirius demanded. Remus held his hands up innocently. I had no idea, the werewolf assured him amusedly. Sirius hummed disbelievingly. Remus had known, and judging by the expression he wore, he found the entire situation hilarious. It's not funny, Sirius mumbled. But it would have been if you got me. Harry asked. Sirius nodded. It would have made my Christmas. Both Harry and Remus shook their heads. Has he always been so petty? Harry questioned. You have no idea, the werewolf replied. He once tried to prank your dad but wasn't so subtle about it. James heard everything and Sirius ended up bald for 2 weeks before Lily took pity on him and fixed it. I never did get the get back for that, Sirius broke in sadly. So, you're going to try to take it out on me? Sirius grinned as he nodded. I'll get you, Harry. It's just a matter of time. Harry quirked a challenging eyebrow in return. We'll see. We will, Sirius agreed. Come on, dinner is ready, Cassiopeia announced. The two of you can sit on opposite sides of the table. Neither of you can be trusted. You mean Sirius can't be trusted, Harry snorted. You can't be trusted. Sirius fired back petulantly. Merlin help me, Cassiopeia groaned. It's like having 2 children. Are you planning on spending the night here, Harry? I don't see why not, Harry answered. I've finished my homework and sent all my presents to everyone. You mean to your girlfriend, Sirius teased. I don't have a girlfriend. What happened to the Greengrass girl? Harry shrugged. Nothing, but we both agreed that having a relationship when we are so far apart just wouldn't work. That's very mature, Remus commented. So, there isn't anyone else? Sirius probed. Maybe, Harry answered cryptically, but not anything serious. Don't, Remus warned as Sirius opened his mouth to reply. Just don't. Sirius scowled at his friend as he took his seat at the table where Creature began serving them their meals. Do you really have a vampire for a friend? The werewolf asked curiously. Harry nodded as he removed a photo from within his robes. Lucinda, he confirmed. That's her there, he added, pointing to a pale, dark-haired girl amongst a group of teenagers. The others are the rest of my friends. James would be so proud, Sirius chuckled. 3 pretty girls, Harry. They're my friends, Harry sighed. Nothing has happened with any of them. But you are interested in another girl. I bet they don't like that much. Not really, Harry answered, but that's my business. Sirius nodded his agreement. I do hope you are not disrespecting these young women, Cassiopeia interjected. If he is, then he doesn't take after James, Sirius pointed out. Lily was the only girl for him from the moment he saw her. It was quite pathetic. Pathetic because he wasn't caught in a broom cupboard with someone new every week. Remus asked. Sirius smirked unashamedly. Hey, I'm not complaining. He just left more girls for me. That's enough of that talk. Cassiopeia snapped. Harry does not need your encouragement to become a lout like you. He is doing a fine job of that himself. I'm nothing like him, Harry defended. Cassiopeia hummed disbelievingly. Next time, do not leave the notes that Alessia gives you in your robes, she advised. Harry's eyes widened in realization. You didn't read that, did you? No, but Elgar did, Cassiopeia explained. Just don't get the girl pregnant. If you do, you will be marrying her. Good luck trying to make that happen, Harry muttered. Excuse me. Nothing, Harry answered quickly, shooting a glare at the guffawing Sirius and Remus. He had not experienced such excitement for so long that he had almost forgotten what it felt like, and now that he had been reminded, he was more eager than ever to press forward with his plans. He watched the blaze in the distance, the smell of burning timber and the items that were within the manor as they were reduced to nothing but ash, a smile cresting his lips. Perhaps he should not have returned so soon, even if it was just for a single excursion, but his patience was not boundless, and the urge to come here and rid himself of a powerful enemy had been too strong to ignore. Still, he had already been gone too long, and as he witnessed the arrival of the Aurors, Lord Voldemort vanished, leaving no trace of his presence behind. Harry woke in a cold sweat, his breathing labored as he sat up and poured himself a glass of water with a trembling hand. It had been some time since he'd had such a vivid dream, so long that he had felt the euphoria from the misery of others. He had come to know where these visions were from, and if Voldemort was feeling such happiness, it meant that someone else was suffering. But whom? With Voldemort, it could be anyone, but somehow, the Dark Lord felt close, much closer than Harry had felt him before. It was not a comforting thought, and cautiously, he moved the corner of the curtain just enough that he could see into the street outside where he expected to find a shadowy figure waiting for him. The square outside Grimmauld Place was empty, but Voldemort had not been far away. Releasing a deep breath, He drew the Elder Wand and held it as he climbed back into bed. How he would fare in a fight against the man that had murdered his parents, Harry knew not, but he was not foolish enough to believe that he was ready, not yet. He yearned for the day that he would be, that he could sleep peacefully without bearing witness to the atrocities of his foe. But that day was still far into the future. Until then, he would do what he always had. He would endure and he would learn. There was little else to be done until Voldemort was truly dead. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.